Chapter 1. The Extraordinary Lottery Master, Xiaobai, remained calm and composed. There's no need to feel anxious. Your grandfather has unwavering confidence in you. Your parents were both paragons in their time, and you shall not fall short of their legacy. The Lord of Tianzong City, Jiang Tianhe, gazed upon the extraordinary youth before him, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Grandfather, I was not nervous until you mentioned it. Now, I find myself feeling a bit apprehensive, Jiang Yubai replied with a smile, observing the legendary figure clad in black armor. Despite being over 80 years old, he appeared as vigorous as a man in his 40s. Indeed, Jiang Yubai felt a twinge of anxiety. Transitioning to the role of a celestial practitioner was a pivotal moment. If the awakening did not go favorably, his path to divinity would become significantly more arduous. For a millennium, the era of transitions has flourished, and with the advent of the Starry Cosmos arc, a new version has emerged, allowing anyone to ascend to godhood. Those who attain the pinnacle of the ninth transition can embark on the divine quest, and upon its completion, they shall ascend to godhood, entering the vast cosmos to wage battles. Let us pretend I did not say anything, Jiang Tianhe remarked, his affection for his precious grandson evident. Since the passing of his only son and daughter-in-law, he has cherished the young Jiang Yubai as if he were a fragile treasure, afraid to break him or let him slip away. The thought of Jiang Yubai soon awakening to become a practitioner filled him with an uncontrollable sense of nervousness. Come, we must not keep Envoy Luo waiting too long. Once you awaken, she will need to return to the Starry Academy to report. Jiang Yubai nodded, taking a step back to follow Jiang Tianhe deeper into the estate. Envoy Luo, I apologize for keeping you waiting. In the living room stood a woman adorned in a flowing purple gown embellished with exquisite silver patterns. A delicate purple veil shrouded her face, subtly revealing her refined features. Her elegantly arched brows framed deep starry eyes, exuding a cold yet noble aura, reminiscent of a blooming violet. Indeed, a female envoy, Jiang Yubai mused, as a senior student at Tianzong City High School, he had refrained from participating in the collective awakening the previous day, opting instead to heed Jiang Tian's wishes and awaken today within the Jiang family estate. He had already heard his close friend, Song Shaoan, speak of the envoy's significance. Luo Ziwei glanced at the youth behind Jiang Tianhe, her eyes flickering momentarily. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, the young man towered over Jiang Tianhe, his starry eyes sparkling, and his demeanor exceptionally refined, truly a striking young gentleman. Let us begin, Luo Ziwei said, nodding slightly as her slender hand gestured. A peculiar crystal, radiating a mesmerizing spectrum of colors, materialized beside her. Awakening divine stone, Jiang Yubai's curiosity piqued. He could not help but gaze at it in wonder. Place your hand upon the divine stone, empty your thoughts, and focus your mind, Luo Ziwei instructed, her attention fixed on Jiang Yubai. Jiang Tianhe gently patted Jiang Yubai's shoulder, his voice warm and encouraging. Go on, there's no need to feel anxious. Jiang Yubai nodded, taking a deep breath as he approached the awakening divine stone, elevating his hand and slowly placing it upon the crystal. Boom! In the next moment, the awakening divine stone erupted with brilliant light, its radiant aura expanding to envelop Jiang Yubai entirely. Jiang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he took a small step forward, filled with excitement. This is awakening phenomenon. Luo Ziwei's almond-shaped eyes flickered as her gaze locked onto the figure amidst the radiant light. Her heart secretly astonished. The potential level of such a phenomenon must undoubtedly exceed strength. Jiang Tianhe's excited visage twitched, his tiger-like eyes glistening with tears as he gazed at the surging, vibrant halo, murmuring to himself, Yufeng, Chuyan, can you see it? Can you see it? Jiang Yufeng is his only son, and Fang Chuyan is his daughter-in-law. What profession could it be? I hope it is a mage-type profession. Luo Ziwei fixated on the prismatic halo, awaiting the complete manifestation of the phenomenon. As a student at the Astral Academy's Mage Institute, she was tasked with the role of awakening envoy on a mission. Jiang Tianhe held his breath, his eyes fixed on the colorful phenomenon, fervently praying within, a warrior. It must be that you and your father are both warriors. Approximately 20 seconds later, the tumultuous, vibrant light coalesced behind Jiang Yubai, and his distinct figure reemerged. Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe stared intently at what lay behind him. Gradually, the kaleidoscopic brilliance formed a disk over 2 meters in diameter, with a central pointer of even more intense color. This is... A flicker of confusion and bewilderment crossed Luo Ziwei's eyes. Jiang Tianhe mirrored her astonishment, staring blankly at the disk behind Jiang Yubai. Both racked their brains, searching their memories, but found no relevant recollections. Could it be? Beneath her veil, her elegant and ethereal visage revealed a look of shock as she gazed at Jiang Yubai. A new profession? Jiang Tianhe's hands trembled uncontrollably, his breath becoming rapid and labored, an overwhelming excitement coursing through him. A new profession, with potential surpassing strength. Ha! Jiang Tianhe erupted into laughter. Jiang Yubai, though his eyes were closed, could distinctly perceive the colorful disk. What is this? He felt utterly bewildered, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Doesn't it resemble a lottery wheel? You have awakened the super divine profession lottery master. A phrase materialized before Jiang Yubai, causing his breath to cease abruptly, his heart momentarily halting. He stared incredulously at the fading words, struggling to comprehend. Super divine. Since the era of class transitions, has not the highest potential for initial professions been divine rank? Divine rank professions only emerged after the opening of the Astral Universe chapter. Shock and confusion rapidly morphed into an inexpressible thrill, excitement, and joy. Super divine. An unprecedented super divine. Above divine rank. 3 years ago, Luo Qingxian awakened a divine rank profession, ascending to godhood without the need for a class transition, while I possess a super divine rank, surpassing her. Jiang Yubai's lips curved into a smile, his brows radiating joy, his heart overflowing with ecstasy. Were it not for the presence of Envoy Luo, he would have danced with unrestrained exhilaration. Super divine, lottery master, let me unveil your true essence. As Jiang Yubai's thoughts stirred, the profession panel of the lottery master materialized before him. Name: Jiang Yubai. Profession: Lottery Master Super Divine. Level: LV10200. Base Attribute Strength: 1000 Constitution, 1000 Intelligence, 1000 Growth. Attributes: Health Points: 10,000 Defense, 10,000. Energy Points: 10,000 Hiss. Jiang Yubai inhaled sharply, his heart racing intensely. Exaggeration. Absolutely outrageous. The higher the initial class potential, the greater the base attributes and growth attributes. The lowest class professions begin their journey as mere beasts, destined for an arduous path of advancement. Conversely, an SS class profession is born in Rome, with a significant probability of ascending to divinity. That I recall that Luo Qingxian's initial base attributes were 100, while mine are 1000. This is truly transcendent, incredible, empowering, invincible. If the base attributes are tenfold that of the divine, then what are the skills? Jiang Yubai eagerly turned his gaze towards the skill panel. Chapter 2. 2 Supreme Skills. Skill Panel 2 Skills 2 Skills. To possess 2 initial skills is astonishing. Jiang Yubai found himself once again in a state of excitement. Even Luo Qingxian had but a single initial skill akin to other professions. Jiang Yubai could not help but exclaim, "Is this what it means to be a transcendent profession?" It was simply overwhelming, yet somewhat peculiar. Observing his 2 initial skills, Jiang Yubai mused, the 6 primary categories of professioned warrior, assassin, mage, support, life, and defense seem to be incongruous. House Advantage Passive LV1. When other players draw from a lottery wheel, they will invariably yield a copy of the rewards drawn for yourself. Lottery Wheel LV1. A classic circular wheel divided into multiple sections, each corresponding to a different reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills, and so forth. Other players may engage with the wheel for a chance to win, and with each draw, you will receive experience points. House Advantage AS The House. I am a lottery master, not a casino owner, though the skill's effect certainly aligns with its name. As long as someone participates in the draw, they will receive identical rewards in other words, regardless of what players draw, whether they profit or not, the house never incurs a loss. This is merely the effect of a level 1 skill. What about level 2 or level 3? Will the rewards be doubled? Jiang Yubai inhaled deeply, struggling to maintain his composure. Prior to awakening, the professions he yearned for were either warrior or mage types. He envisioned either a cunning rogue leading the charge or an eternal mage. He would accept any attack-oriented profession. Yet, he awakened to a non-combative profession, and still, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction that a lottery master, transcendent level. What more could one desire? The absence of an attack skill now does not imply a lack of such in the future. Jiang Yubai reassured himself, confident that a transcendent profession must possess its own strengths, a significant reason being that he was currently only at level 1. Every draw grants experience points, even the method of leveling up is unique. The lottery master is truly extraordinary. It bears a resemblance to professions such as pharmacists, alchemists, and blacksmiths, none of which involve slaying monsters for experience. Jiang Yubai's gaze returned to the basic attributes and growth attributes, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Strength corresponds to health points, constitution to defense, and intelligence to energy points. Regardless of the profession, 1 point of basic attributes equates to 10 points of corresponding growth attributes. Transmigrators, depending on the potential of their class, gain varying amounts of attribute points with each level up, as well as different quantities of free attribute points. For instance, let us consider Luo Qingxian and Jiang Yubai. With each level, Luo Qingxian's basic attributes increase by 100 points, granting her 100 free attribute points. In contrast, Jiang Yubai's basic attributes rise by 1,000 points, bestowing him with 1,000 free attribute points. The growth in attribute points and free attribute points for various professions during level-ups is largely consistent with their initial basic attributes, though there are exceptions which need not be enumerated here. With an exceptionally divine profession at the outset and a growth attribute in the tens of thousands, no other level 1 practitioners can breach my defenses as I stand. Resolutely, Jiang Yubai felt a profound clarity. It mattered not that he was not an offensive profession. As long as his three-dimensional attributes were sufficiently high, they would find him beyond their reach. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Zui refrained from interrupting Jiang Yubai, patiently awaiting the cessation of the phenomenon and the conclusion of his awakening. Each second felt like an eternity to them. After an indeterminate period, the disk behind Jiang Yubai transformed back into a radiant spectrum, absorbed by the awakening divine stone, and the phenomenon faded. Luo Zui stowed away the stone, her gaze eagerly fixed on Jiang Yubai. Little by little, Jiang Tianhe cautiously called out twice, only to see his grandson slowly open his eyes. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Yubai exhaled softly and smiled at Jiang Tianhe. "Grandfather, I did not bring shame to our Jiang family." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Tianhe could no longer contain his excitement and erupted in a hearty laughter. "Jiang Yubai, have you awakened a new profession?" Luo Zui glided closer to Jiang Yubai, her eyes fixated on his handsome visage, unable to resist asking. Jiang Yubai did not respond, instead glancing at Jiang Tianhe. Little Bai, Special Envoy Luo, is a prodigy from the Starry Sky Academy. As well as the awakening envoy for this occasion in Tianzong City, there is no need for concealment, Jiang Tianhe stated, his laughter subsiding. The reason he was able to invite Luo Zui to the Jiang residence was due to the privileges of a city lord. Jiang Yubai nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is a new profession. Is a mage? Luo Zui inquired immediately. Jiang Yubai shook his head, noticing a flicker of disappointment in her almond-shaped eyes. "It must be a warrior class," Jiang Tianhe asked, barely concealing his grin. He was a warrior, his son was a warrior, and surely his grandson would also be a warrior. "No." Jiang Yubai's response froze Jiang Tianhe's smile. "Not? Then what class is it?" "I'm not entirely certain," Jiang Yubai replied, candidly. That moment, Jiang Tianhe's heart raced, his gaze fixed anxiously on Jiang Yubai, fearing it may be a support or lifestyle class. Luo Zui furrowed her willow-like brows. "Slightly, what is the profession called?" "Lottery master. Lottery master. Lottery master." Both Luo Zui and Jiang Tianhe exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. Instantly, the two recalled the peculiar phenomenon, particularly the disc behind Jiang Yubai, which had struck them as somewhat familiar. After the advent of the transition era, activities akin to lotteries did indeed exist. The image of that disc, along with the pointer at its center, was undeniably iconic. Their minds raced, And while they recognized each character in the term Lottery Master, they found themselves momentarily perplexed when the three were combined. Indeed, the name was exceedingly peculiar, almost absurd. Never before had they encountered such an extraordinary and unique title for a profession. What exactly is a Lottery Master? Luo Ziwei inquired, her gaze inquisitive as she looked at Jiang Yubai. Jiang Tianhe, too, fixed his gaze upon his grandson. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yubai replied, the term Lottery Master should be quite straightforward to comprehend. No? Luo Ziwei, at a loss for words, could only stare. Ahem, Jiang Tianhe, noticing Luo Ziwei's furrowed brow, hastily interjected, what the envoy means is for you to elaborate on the professional skills. A Lottery Master, as the name implies, is one who conducts lotteries. As he spoke, Jiang Yubai activated his skill, Lottery Wheel. Before him, a classic lottery wheel materialized out of thin air. The wheel was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, with the central pointer radiating even more vibrant hues. Jiang Yubai observed that his energy was instantly depleted, and the lottery wheel's skill dimmed, displaying the message. Current level permits only one lottery wheel. Immediately, Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei's attention was captured by the 2-meter diameter lottery wheel. Upon viewing the information regarding the lottery wheel, they were left utterly speechless. Chapter 3. Divine Artifacts and Extraordinary Skills. Everything is available. The lottery wheel, each draw, 1,000 gold coins, prizes, experience points, gold coins, attribute points, skill books, equipment, pet eggs, and more. Each person may draw once per day. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei were utterly astonished, overwhelmed by the sheer incredibility of it all. The lottery wheel before them immediately evoked thoughts of a unique item found within dungeons, the treasure chest. Luo Ziwei's obsidian-like eyes shimmered with disbelief, her heart profoundly shaken. Treasure chest contained gold, equipment, skill books, and pet eggs, but never attribute points or experience. Her gaze remained fixated on the lottery wheel, and moreover, the treasure chest could only be opened once, while this lottery wheel could be spun daily. For an ordinary practitioner, paying 1,000 gold coins for a single draw seemed somewhat steep, yet it was certainly within reach. For a student of the Starry Sky Academy, like Luo Ziwei, even a draw costing 10,000 gold coins would be entirely affordable. She forced herself to divert her gaze to the handsome youth beside her, who was equally entranced by the lottery wheel, his face obscured yet expressive beneath a purple veil, brimming with astonishment. A lottery master? Could it be an SSS potential profession? While Jiang Tianhe's heart raced with shock, he was also consumed with elation. As a legendary figure, second only to divine beings, his perspective surpassed that of Luo Ziwei. To him, the lottery wheel was an upgraded, infinitely accessible treasure chest, an extraordinary item of unparalleled variety. The lottery master. My grandson's potential in this profession must be at least SSS level, perhaps even a divine profession. The thought of a divine profession filled Jiang Tianhe with such excitement that he could scarcely contain himself. With the advent of the Starry Sky universe, divine potential professions had begun to emerge, yet their occurrences had been exceedingly rare over the centuries. Jiang Tianhe gazed at his precious grandson, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Ha ha ha! He could not help but burst into laughter. For the saying, the pupil surpasses the master, was indeed true. While Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei were in awe, Jiang Yubai was even more incredulous. In his eyes, the information regarding the lottery wheel was vastly different from what the two had perceived. The lucky draw wheel, duration, permanent, indestructible, each draw, 1,000 gold coins, prizes, odds red 0,00001, orange 0,0001, yellow 0,001, green 0,01, cyan 0,1, blue 1, purple 10, from highest to lowest. Experience points 1, 0,000, 100, 0,010, 0,001, 0,000, 1,00101. Gold coins 1, 0,000, 100, 0,010, 0,001, 0,000, 1,00101. Attribute points 10, 0,005, 0,001. 0005001001001. Skill books. Divine Skill Legendary Epic Elite Advanced Intermediate Beginner. Equipment. Artifact Legendary Epic Elite Advanced Intermediate Beginner. Pet Eggs. Mythical Legendary Epic Elite Advanced Intermediate Beginner. Thank you for your patronage. 90. Each person can draw once a day. One specified win per day, prize purple. You cannot participate in the draw. Jiang Yubai could no longer control the rapid beating of his heart. It was racing wildly within his chest. The fact that the draw could yield divine rewards was astonishing. Jiang Yubai could scarcely believe his eyes. Artifacts, divine skills, mythical beasts. Which among them does not drive adventurers to frenzy? At this moment, he understood all too well that should he disseminate the news of the draw's divine rewards, even those formidable beings would become frenzied. In the eyes of those supreme beings and various powerful factions, he would be akin to a goose that lays golden eggs. A glance at Jiang Tianhe made him resolve silently to keep this information secret, for Jiang Tianhe could not be trusted to protect him. Only a high-tier supreme being could ensure his safety. The principle that a mere commoner may suffer for possessing something precious is understood even by children, and he was no fool. The probability of drawing a divine reward was merely 0.00001. Even if I specify the draw, the odds remain slim. Jiang Yubai. What potential level does a lottery master possess? The voice of Luo Ziwei suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Definitely SSS level, Jiang Tianhe said with a beaming smile. His eyes filled with expectation and pride as he looked at Jiang Yubai, seemingly envisioning the moment his grandson's name echoed throughout the cosmos. Jiang Yubai quietly inhaled deeply and nodded. Grandfather, your guess is correct. It is indeed SSS level. SSS level potential, in this era of prodigious talent, is exceptional yet not unparalleled. On many planets where humanity exists, numerous SSS level newcomers are born each year. Indeed, it is SSS level. Luo Ziwei pursed her lips, inexplicably relieved. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Jiang Tianhe's face. Naturally, he had hoped his grandson possessed divine potential, which would allow him to be directly admitted to the Starry Academy. Truly deserving of being the descendant of Jiang Tianhe, an SSS-grade potential profession. The future is indeed promising and brimming with possibilities. Jiang Yubai subtly observed Luo Ziwei's reaction, and upon noticing her lack of suspicion, he quietly sighed in relief. This is the advantage of the new profession. Even Luo Ziwei cannot discern the level of the lottery masteress vocation. May I draw once? Luo Ziwei inquired, her gaze fixed upon the spinning lottery wheel. Of course, Jiang Yubai replied, hesitating momentarily before smiling and nodding. He understood that to level up, someone must participate in the lottery to gain experience points. Each individual could draw only once a day. The more people who participated, the faster he would progress. I wonder how much experience I can gain from a single draw. Jiang Yubai mused silently. Luo Ziwei nodded, retrieving 1,000 gold coins from her bag and approaching the lottery wheel. Would you like to spend 1,000 gold coins to draw? A prompt materialized. Yes. The 1,000 gold coins in Luo Ziwei's hand ascended and vanished into the colorful aura enveloping the wheel. In the next moment, the multicolored pointer at the center of the wheel began to spin faster and faster, the previously dim hues brightening vibrantly. Both Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe watched intently as the pointer accelerated, while Jiang Yubai awaited the arrival of his experience points. After 4 or 5 seconds, the multicolored pointer slowed down and gradually came to a halt. The section it pointed to had all other colors fade away, leaving only a glowing green light. Jiang Yubai immediately received a notification. You have gained 100 experience points. 100 experience points per draw? It seems that to level up, a significant number of participants is required. Jiang Yubai calculated in his mind. In Luo Ziwei's beautiful eyes, a spark of surprise flickered. Above the lottery wheel, a message appeared for all to see. Congratulations, you have won 500 free attribute points. Jiang Yubai also received another notification. Passive Skill House Edge activated. You have gained 500 free attribute points. Chapter 4. The enormous surprise of winning. Indeed, it is truly real. One can actually draw attribute points. Luo Ziwei gazed at the free attribute points section of her profession panel, where an additional 500 points gleamed. A smile graced her delicate brows, her eyes brimming with astonishment. She turned her gaze towards the handsome youth beside the lottery wheel, her heart swelling with shock and disbelief once more. After a millennium of class transition, even in the new era ushered in by the Cosmic Saga, attribute points could only be acquired through leveling up or completing tasks. There were no alternative avenues to obtain them. While certain equipment and potions could provide attribute points, they did not belong to the practitioners themselves. Now, an additional channel for acquiring attribute points had emerged, embodied in the youth before her. Exchanging 1,000 gold coins for 500 attribute points would have been unfathomable to Luo Ziwei in the past. As the daughter of the Luo family, she could effortlessly procure millions of gold coins. Was the lottery master truly just an SSS-grade potential profession? Without hesitation, Luo Ziwei resolved to apply for a direct admission slot at the academy, advocating for Jiang Yubai's entry into the Starry Sky Academy. Even among SSS-grade professions, there existed distinctions in strength. Each year, numerous newcomers awakened to SSS grade within the human domain, yet only the most elite among them could secure a direct admission to the 3 great holy academies. She immediately reached out to her mentor, the esteemed head of the Mage Academy, Shan Wenrui, through her communication device. Jiang Tianhe observed the words materializing on the lottery wheel, his eyes widening in surprise. Before this moment, he had harbored a modicum of doubt regarding the possibility of drawing attribute points from the wheel. After all, attribute points were the essence of a practitioner. Without them, a practitioner amounted to nothing. Jiang Tianhe glanced at his grandson, feeling a twinge of unease. While the lottery wheel could yield attribute points, it could also dispense other rewards, which might not necessarily be advantageous. Despite being a city lord and a legendary figure of the 9th transformation, he understood that before divine-level beings, he was but an insignificant ant. He could not help but turn his gaze towards Luo Ziwei, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. The lottery master was highly unlikely to possess offensive capabilities. Thus, his precious grandson must have a strong backing. "Grandfather, want you draw once as well?" Jiang Yubai inquired, knowing that with one more draw from Jiang Tianhe, he could level up. He was eager to ascertain whether the upgrades to House Advantage and Lottery Wheel would yield any changes. Oh, draw. Then I shall draw once as well," Jiang Tianhe replied, setting aside his worries. Not wanting his treasured grandson to perceive his anxiety, he smiled, retrieved 1,000 gold coins, and approached the lottery wheel. "Why can't I reach her?" Luo Ziwei furrowed her brows at the lack of response from her mentor. Had she entered a divine-level secret realm again? Some divine-level secret realms isolated those who entered from the outside world. She frowned slightly, then lifted her gaze to Jiang Tianhe. There, she beheld the 1,000 gold coins in Jiang Tianhe's hand vanish into the lottery wheel as it began to spin. Jiang Tianhe gazed at the spinning wheel with eager anticipation, while Luo Ziwei drew 500 free attribute points with 1,000 gold coins, evoking a sense of envy in him. Free attribute points are a coveted rarity. Even divine beings would not scoff at their abundance. "Would you like to use a designated win?" "Yes." Jiang Yubai, upon seeing the prompt, unhesitatingly activated his daily designated win. After a brief pause of 7 or 8 seconds, the lottery will begin to decelerate, ultimately coming to a stop. In front of the 7-colored pointer, the other colors faded away, revealing a small area illuminated by an orange glow. Jiang Yubai's eyes widened uncontrollably, his face reflecting sheer astonishment and disbelief. The rewards, ranked from high to low, were colored: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. An orange quality signifies a legendary reward. Jiang Tianhe had drawn a legendary prize, with a mere 0.0001 chance of winning. Orange? Both Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei recalled the previous blue color, filled with confusion. Shortly thereafter, they beheld the words that materialized above the lottery wheel. "Congratulations. You have drawn the legendary skill Book Holy Sword Judgment." Simultaneously, a milky white light interspersed with flecks of gold enveloped Jiang Yubai. "You have leveled up, current level 2. Your base attributes have increased, You have gained 1,000 free attribute points. Name, Jiang Yubai. Class, Lottery Master, Super God level. Level, LV2, 0300. Base attributes, Strength, 2,000. Constitution, 2,000. Intelligence, 2,000. Growth attributes, Health, 20,000. Defense, 20,000. Energy, 20,000. Free attribute points, 1,500. Upon leveling up, Jiang Yubai remained motionless, entranced by another prompt. You have acquired the legendary skill Book Holy Sword Judgment. Would you like to learn it? Jiang Yubai doubted his own vision, blinking in disbelief. Would he learn it? As Jiang Tianhe was a warrior class, he was no stranger to the skill Holy Sword Judgment. The class restrictions for Holy Sword Judgment included warriors, knights, and swordsmen, all of whom are melee physical classes. Yet, he was a lottery master, not belonging to any of those three categories. Learn. Jiang Yubai attempted to affirm in his mind. In the next moment, another prompt emerged. You have acquired a new skill Holy Sword Judgment. Hiss. Jiang Yubai instinctively leaned back, his eyes alight with intense joy, as he clenched his fists in exhilaration. It was indeed possible to learn. He struggled to contain his emotions, suppressing any overt signs of his excitement. As a super god level lottery master, who does not fit into the 6 primary classes, could it be that I encompass all 6 class systems, thus enabling me to learn Holy Sword Judgment? Thud thud. Jiang Yubai could hear the fervent rhythm of his own heartbeat. If my assumptions hold true, the future may unfold in ways I cannot yet fathom. He glanced at his professional panel, specifically the skill section. Skill section, 3 slots. Holy Sword Judgment. LV100 summons a colossal holy sword to deliver a cataclysmic strike upon a designated area, radius of 500 meters. Jiang Yubai noted with some disappointment that the icon for Holy Sword Judgment appeared gray, indicating it was unusable and required a level of 100. However, he was not disheartened. After all, Holy Sword Judgment was a legendary skill, attainable only by those who had reached the pinnacle of the 9-turn legendary profession. Achieving this at level 2 was indeed commendable. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Yubai's mind. Upon ascending to the 9-turn profession, one would typically exceed level 900. Logically, it would require level 900 to unleash such power. Why then was the requirement set at 100? This perplexity eluded him momentarily, but ultimately, it was a fortuitous circumstance. It implied that the lottery master possessed capabilities for both offense and damage. A silent smile crept upon Jiang Yubai's face. If Holy Sword Judgment was a delightful surprise, then he had yet another revelation awaiting him post-upgrade. Dealer's Advantage, passive LV2. When other players draw from a lottery wheel, you receive double rewards. Lottery Wheel, LV2. Place a classic circular wheel divided into multiple segments, each representing a distinct reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills, and gratuities. Other players may engage with the wheel for their draws, and with each attempt, you will gain experience points. You are now able to place 2 lottery wheels. Chapter 5. The Invitation from Luo Ziwei, the Supreme Champion, truly deserving of the title of a transcendent profession. This growth is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Yubai marveled in silence. The enhancement of basic attributes with each level gained is unparalleled. An SSS grade profession begins with a mere 50 points in basic attributes, increasing by 50 points per level, whereas my own growth is a staggering 20-fold. Coupled with 20 times the free attribute points, my rate of advancement far exceeds 20 times. This exemplifies the disparity between low potential and high potential professions. Anyone can ascend to divinity. The initial potential of one's profession determines the ease of progression. Those born into divine roles can ascend without the need for a job change, and I shall become the strongest practitioner in history. If each level gained doubles the rewards of all in and adds another segment to the lucky draw wheel, my future rate of advancement will only accelerate. At this moment, Jiang Yubai's heart swelled with ambition. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei appeared as if petrified, their eyes wide open, fixated on the words before them without a hint of movement. After an indeterminate time, Jiang Tianhe could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a boisterous guffaw that bore no resemblance to a city lord. Ha ha ha! Jiang Tianhe was overwhelmed with excitement and joy, his body trembling in exhilaration, laughter spilling forth uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Luo Ziwei, seemingly roused by Jiang Tianhe's mirth, took a step back, gazing incredulously at Jiang Yubai. At that moment, a radiant light of ascension enveloped Jiang Yubai. Legendary skill book. There is actually a legendary skill book within the lucky draw wheel. Luo Ziwei stared at the boy bathed in light, her delicate features beneath the purple veil reflecting profound astonishment, her eyes glinting with disbelief. She had presumed that the lucky draw wheel would at most yield a high-level skill book. Legendary skill books are equivalent to the highest-tier spells of mages. Observing the ecstatic Jiang Tianhe, Luo Ziwei inhaled deeply, fully aware of the terrifying enhancement a legendary skill could bestow upon a ninth-turn champion. Among champions, the disparity in power is largely dictated by skills. The Holy Sword Judgment skill could elevate Jiang Tianhe's combat prowess by an impressive 30 to 40%. Luo Ziwei regarded Jiang Yubai, a question surfacing in her mind. Could the lottery master truly possess only SSS-grade potential? She took another deep breath and attempted once more to contact her mentor, Shan Wenrui. Regardless of the cost, Jiang Yubai must be enrolled as a student at our Starry Sky Academy. The revelation of attribute points alone is astonishing. The existence of a legendary skill book is beyond comprehension. Luo Ziwei understood that if this information were to leak, the other two sacred grounds, Xingyu and Xinghai Academies, would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Mentor Shan, please contact me at your earliest convenience. This is an urgent matter of grave importance concerning the future of our Starry Sky Academy. After sending the message, Luo Ziwei turned her gaze to Jiang Tianhe, silently resolving to find a way to ensure that Jiang Chengzhu kept this secret. If he were to divulge this information to Xingyu and Xinghai, it would spell trouble. As Jiang Tianhe gazed at the skill book that had materialized within his backpack, he was overwhelmed with joy. As a ninth-turn warrior, he had coveted this skill for a considerable time. The sources of a professional skills are limited to two: acquiring new skills upon completing a class change and studying skill books, while some quests reward skills upon completion. Such instances are exceedingly rare, rendering them almost negligible. Ascending to the ninth turn, and as the lord of a city who controls the heavenly burial dungeon, Jiang Tianhe was not lacking in gold coins. He had long been in search of epic and legendary skill books. However, such invaluable tomes rarely, if ever, appeared on the market. After all, who among professionals would refuse the acquisition of additional skills? Even if they were of no personal use, they could be exchanged with other practitioners for their needs. Over the years, Jiang Tianhe had managed to collect 2 epic and 1 legendary skill book. Now, to acquire a legendary skill book for merely 1,000 gold coins, particularly one boasting the formidable attributes of decapitation and true damage, the Holy Sword of Judgment, was beyond his wildest dreams. Haha, my dear grandson, you are truly our Jiang family's blessing. Jiang Tianhe exclaimed with unparalleled exuberance, lifting Jiang Yubai and spinning him around in delight. Ahem, grandfather, you still see me as child. Please put me down. There are others present. Jiang Tianhe finally set his grandson down, his face beaming with joy as he patted Jiang Yubai's shoulder repeatedly. Your parents, if they could see this, would undoubtedly be proud. You are indeed worthy of being my grandson. With a heart full of glee, Jiang Tianhe added the Holy Sword of Judgment to his skill repertoire. At that moment, Luo Ziwei's voice interjected. Lord Jiang, could we keep Jiang Yubai's matters confidential for now? I am in the process of applying for a direct admission quota for him. Given his potential, the Academy will surely approve it. Luo Ziwei gazed earnestly and assuredly at Jiang Tianhe and Jiang Yubai, though her heart fluttered with anxiety. What if Jiang Tianhe had contacts among the upper echelons of Xingyu or Xinghai? Both academies would undoubtedly vie for him. At this juncture, her regard for Jiang Yubai had reached an unprecedented height. Luo Ziwei was unaware of the exceedingly low probability of drawing a legendary skill book from the lottery wheel. Yet, Jiang Tianhe had achieved it, hadn't he? If both Jiang Tianhe and his grandson consented, our Stargazing Academy would undoubtedly surpass Xingyu and Xinghai in the near future, becoming the foremost sanctuary for humanity. Jiang Tianhe did not respond immediately. Instead, he reined in his smile and fell into contemplation. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yubai felt a stir within. After the opening of the cosmic chapter, humanity had established 3 great sanctuaries within the cosmos. Among them, Xinghai Academy stood strongest, followed by Xingyu, and finally, stargazing. If given the choice, Jiang Yubai might not necessarily select the mightiest Xinghai Academy. After all, as a lottery master, he was destined to become an existence of divine caliber. Whether he chose Xinghai, Xingyu, or stargazing, it would not alter the predetermined future that awaited him. The academies governed the mysteries and dungeons of the cosmic expanse, housing numerous deities of unparalleled strength. Other professionals enter the hallowed halls of the academy, where, with its assistance, they can swiftly flourish. However, for him, the academy serves as a protector, a pillar of support. With the presence of a lottery wheel, he finds himself lacking for nothing. Thus, it is certain that Jiang Yubai will gain entry to the academy. Xinghai is feasible, Xingyu is attainable, and so is Xingkou. Luo Ziwei gazed anxiously at Jiang Tianhe, her fair hands unconsciously clenching. Lord Luo, I must confer with my grandson regarding this matter, Jiang Tianhe remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Yubai. Luo Ziwei nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging the necessity. Jiang Tianhe then nodded back and led Jiang Yubai from the parlor to a secret chamber. With a serious demeanor, Jiang Tianhe fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yubai and solemnly stated, "Grandfather did not anticipate that your lottery wheel could yield a legendary skill book. This could lead to considerable trouble. Once this information leaks, you will undoubtedly attract the attention of various powerful factions. At that point, even if I wish to protect you, I may be powerless to do so. Hence, you must enter the academy. This is the only way to ensure your safety." Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement and inquired, "In your opinion, should I consent?" "Indeed," Jiang Tianhe responded without hesitation. Jiang Yubai expressed a mixture of surprise and confusion. Isn't Xinghai the strongest? Xinghai possesses the greatest overall strength, yet the foremost powerhouse resides within the Xinkong Academy. The foremost powerhouse? Who is it? It is the one known as Liang Tianxia. Chapter 6. The Celestial Demon God. The Measurement of the Universe? Jiang Yubai felt a twinge of curiosity. He was not well acquainted with the pinnacle of strength, and Jiang Tianhe had never discussed such matters with him. His understanding reached no further than the legendary 9th turn. The realm of divine beings remained largely a mystery to him. Indeed, the measurement of a universe, the newly ascendant first divine being of the human race. Jiang Tianhe's eyes glimmered with admiration, having forcefully slain the celestial demon god and ascending to greatness in a single battle. The celestial demon god. Jiang Yubai's heart tightened. The chapter of the cosmic universe had commenced, with planetary dungeons and cosmic secret realms unfolding. Human transmuters ventured into the vast celestial expanse, encountering the clan of celestial demons. Unlike the monsters confined within dungeons, bound by the rules of transmutation, the celestial demon clan held a status equivalent to that of humans, capable of slaying monsters within secret realms to level up and grow stronger. The distinction lay in the absence of professions among the celestial demons, replaced instead by a unique cultivation system. The term celestial demon god equated them to divine beings of humanity, while the celestial demon lord possessed strength on par with high-tier divine beings. The ability of the measurement of a universe to slay a celestial demon lord was a testament to the sheer terror of its power. With the elder measurement of the universe present, no one dared provoke the Celestial Academy. Jiang Yubai's presence there brought Jiang Tianhe a sense of peace. Observing Jiang Yubai, who had relied on him for over a decade, a sense of reluctance welled up within Jiang Tianhe at the thought of their impending separation. Jiang Yubai nodded, indicating his choice of the Celestial Academy. "Very well, I shall discuss matters with the envoy shortly. Competition within the Celestial Academy is fierce. I will strive to secure favorable conditions for you," Jiang Tianhe assured. Meanwhile, Luo Ziwei paced anxiously in the living room, awaiting a response from Shan Wenrui. Yet, her mentor remained silent. Surely, she must have temporarily muted communications. "Oh, mentor, why would you silence your communications while entering the secret realm?" if Jiang Yubai were to be snatched away by Xinghai or Xingyu. The consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. The potential rewards from the attribute points and legendary skill book lottery were exceedingly valuable. Were it not for her inability to contend with Jiang Tianhe, she might have entertained the notion of taking action. This child must be brought back to the Celestial Academy. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Jiang Tianhe's laughter echoed as he returned to the living room with Jiang Yubai. Has the city lord reached an agreement? Luo Ziwei cast a nervous glance at Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai maintained an expression of serene composure, his gaze fixed inward. After taking a seat, Jiang Tianhe spoke with deliberation. Envoy Luo, I am a man of straightforwardness, so I shall be direct. It is no trouble to say so. Luo Ziwei followed suit and sat down. Jiang Tianhe's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest as he smiled. My grandson has agreed to enter the Celestial Academy. Luo Ziwei could not suppress her delight. However, Jiang Tianhe's tone shifted, causing her heart to leap into her throat. As a student of the esteemed Shan Wenrui, the head of the Mage Academy, she had been deeply influenced by her mentor, dedicating herself to the revival of the cosmos and the establishment of the Celestial Academy as humanity's foremost sanctuary. This sentiment resonated with the majority of students at the Celestial Academy. Otherwise, she would not undertake the time-consuming and laborious task of awakening newcomers, aiming to unearth more prodigious talents for the Starry Sky Academy. However, what? Luo Ziwei grasped the handrail, her fair skin revealing dark veins. The potential of the lottery master, as you have seen, was indeed remarkable. Jiang Tianhe, beaming with pride, glanced at Jiang Yubai and pointed towards the lottery wheel situated in the living room. This lottery wheel could yield legendary skill books, legendary equipment, and legendary pets. Its value far surpassed that of treasure chests, which, moreover, contained no attribute points. Jiang Tianhe turned to Luo Ziwei and smiled. Furthermore, now that Little Bai has reached level 2, he can now place 2 lottery wheels. As he spoke, he looked towards Jiang Yubai. It was Jiang Yubai who informed Jiang Tianhe about the increase in the quantity of lottery wheels upon leveling up, and there was no need for concealment. Jiang Yubai immediately cast his skill again, and a second lottery wheel appeared beside the first. After leveling up, his status had been refreshed, and his energy was fully restored. Luo Ziwei sat up in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the second lottery wheel. Do you wish to consume 1,000 gold coins to participate in the lottery? Upon seeing the prompt, she was suddenly overcome with a strong impulse to draw from the lottery. If Jiang Tianhe could obtain legendary skill books, why could not Luo Ziwei? Her nostrils flared as she struggled to suppress this overwhelming urge, slowly sitting back down. City Lord Jiang, I will strive to secure the highest and best treatment for Jiang Yubai. Jiang Tianhe smiled, reassured by Luo Ziwei's words. How long do you think it will take? I have already contacted my mentor, who is also the head of the Academy of Mages, Master Shan Wenrui. A response will arrive shortly, Luo Ziwei replied. Jiang Tianhe showed a look of surprise. So the envoy Luo is a student of the great elemental envoy, Master Shan. How impressive. The name of Shan Wenrui was well known to him. It was indeed remarkable that he had a student of such caliber. Jiang Yubai was also somewhat astonished. His knowledge of the circle of divine-level powerhouses was limited, but he was aware of some within the sacred grounds of the 3 academies. Shan Wenrui, a mid-tier divine-level powerhouse, had annihilated several Starry Sky demons. Since the envoy Luo's mentor is Master Shan, I naturally trust in that. Let us await the good news from the envoy. Jiang Tianhe nodded and smiled. I presume news will arrive soon. Before that, I would like to temporarily reside in the City Lord's mansion. Might that be permissible? Luo Ziwei dared not leave, fearing that if she loosened her grip, Jiang Yubai would flee to the Sea of Stars or the Universe of Stars. Of course, Jiang Tianhe nodded and promptly ordered someone to arrange a resting room for Luo Ziwei. Just then, loud shouts and laughter echoed from outside the living room. Little Bai, I have come to see you. Jiang Yubai turned to Jiang Tianhe upon hearing the voice. Jiang Tianhe smiled and nodded. It's that scoundrel Song Shaoan. Go on, but remember to keep it a secret. Understood. Jiang Yubai rose, exchanged a glance with Luo Ziwei, and then turned to leave the living room. Come, envoy Luo. Let us enjoy some tea. Jiang Tianhe cheerfully beckoned. Luo Ziwei withdrew her gaze and lifted her teacup, yet her mind was evidently not on the tea. Unable to reach Shan Wenrui, she began to contact others within the academy. The matter regarding Jiang Yubai's direct admission and the accompanying benefits must be resolved without delay. Hey, you little rascal, do you really think the city lordess mansion is your home? Jiang Yubai remarked, observing the nonchalant Song Shaoan, who swaggered with a carefree demeanor. Come on, we grew up wearing the same pants. Your home is my home, Song Shaoan retorted as he approached and threw an arm around Jiang Yubai's shoulders. Raising his eyebrows playfully, Jiang Yubai shrugged off Song Shaoan's arm and, noticing the smug grin on his friend's face, asked, "You can hardly contain your smile. It seems your awakened professional potential is quite impressive." Indeed, Song Shaoan beamed with pride, thumping his chest and pointing at himself with his thumb. "I am Song Shaoan." Chapter 7. Entering the instance, spin the wheel. My friend has awakened as an S-rank Obsidian Shield warrior, and I feel as tough as a rock. Song Shaoan beamed with pride, his eyebrows almost soaring into the air. Jiang Yubai nodded slightly. An Obsidian Shield warrior? Quite impressive. The Obsidian Shield warrior is challenging to classify, as it straddles both the warrior and defensive categories. Professions that occupy dual classifications are rare, and the Obsidian Shield warrior is indeed formidable. You must strive hard. If you perform well in the vocational exam, there may be a chance for you to enter one of the 3 prestigious academies. I am certain I will gain admission to one of the 3 academies, Song Shaoan replied with unwavering confidence. Now, tell me, what profession have you awakened to? It must be a warrior class, right? Your father and grandfather are both warriors. Jiang Yubai shook his head, no. Song Shaoan's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Jiang Yubai with astonishment. Your grandfather is a warrior, your father is a warrior, and you're not? Are you a mage? Not at all, Jiang Yubai replied, shaking his head once more. Song Shaoan playfully punched Jiang Yubai's shoulder, laughing, "You truly are my loyal companion. You're an assassin, while I am a shield warrior. From now on, you shall unleash your fury beneath my protection." This time, Jiang Yubai merely smiled without a definitive response. Being an assassin is rather perilous, skirting the edge of life and death. Yet with you by my side, I shall be safeguarded. Song Shaoan patted his chest and inquired, "What type of assassin are you?" "Don't ask. You will know in due time," Jiang Yubai replied, reluctant to divulge more. "Cut it out," Song Shaoan gestured dismissively. "Why the mystery? Come, I will take you to level up in the Heavenly Burial Instance." Entering an instance? Jiang Yubai pondered. His sole means of gaining experience points currently was through the lottery wheel, and the more participants there were, the faster he could level up. The lottery wheel possesses an indestructible quality. If it appears within an instance, it is highly likely to be treated as a treasure chest of sorts. The Heavenly Burial Instance is a large-scale dungeon, and with 1,000 gold coins spent on the lottery, there should be a considerable number of participants. Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. All right. At that moment, a notification appeared before him. You have gained 100 experience points. Jiang Yubai felt a twinge of confusion, silently pondering. Why is it only experience points? Thank you for your patronage. Luo Ziwei gazed at the notification on the lottery wheel, biting her lip and sighing in disappointment. Do not lose heart. Miss Luo, try again tomorrow. Jiang Tianhe comforted her before also commencing his lottery attempt. As he watched the wheel spin, he couldn't help but rub his hands together. He had previously acquired a legendary skill book from another wheel, and he was certain this one would yield rewards as well. Such lottery wheels rely entirely on luck. The probability of landing on "thank you for your patronage" is still quite substantial. Today, my fortune seems favorable, he mused with a smile. But the smile on Jiang Tianhe's face abruptly froze. Luo Ziwei, upon seeing the words, "Thank you for your patronage," appear on the wheel, nearly burst into laughter. It seemed that the luck of the city lord had just run out. The Sky Burial Dungeon is a large instance composed of 5 levels, designed for adventurers below the 5th transition to engage in monster slaying and leveling up. Within the Lord's Mansion, there exists a direct teleportation portal leading into the dungeon. Jiang Yubai and Song Shaoan entered the Sky Burial Dungeon through this portal. You have gained 100 experience points. It seems neither of them struck a fortune this time. He was not surprised. The odds of winning are 90, and hitting the jackpot is merely a stroke of luck. It is quite normal to fail 9 times out of 10. Jiang Tianhe's acquisition of a legendary skill book was indeed fortunate, but the crux lies in the daily designated win. The designated win serves as a safety net, albeit one that he controls. You have entered the interior of the Sky Burial Dungeon, currently located on the first level, suitable for novices, levels 1 to 10. Jiang Yubai surveyed the area around the entrance and shook his head. The dungeon contains treasure chests, which refresh at random locations, but they will never appear near the entrance. Thus, he had no intention of placing the lottery wheel nearby. With a flick of his thought, Jiang Yubai retracted the 2 lottery wheels from the Lord's mansion, as he could freely summon and dismiss them. Come on, I invite you to form a party. Song Xiaohan activated the party mode. Song Xiaohan has sent you a party invitation. Jiang Yubai chose to accept. Song Xiaohan instinctively glanced at the party panel, then froze in astonishment. He doubted his own eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. Teammate, Jiang Yubai, occupation, lottery master. Song Xiaohan turned to Jiang Yubai, utterly bewildered, and exclaimed, Lottery master? What on earth is that? Jiang Yubai retorted and strode forward, urging him to follow. Song Xiaohan scratched the back of his head, murmuring in confusion, Lottery master? Is that even a profession? Soon, Jiang Yubai found a conspicuous spot devoid of others and monsters to place a lottery wheel. He glanced at the panel. The energy levels were insufficient to place another wheel, but he had no intention of deploying 2 within the Sky Burial Dungeon. The lottery wheel is exceptionally unique, akin to a core item. Its mere presence would incite envy among various factions, making it unnecessary to set out too many. Song Xiaohan, upon seeing the lottery wheel, stared wide-eyed, inspecting it from every angle. Finally, he turned to Jiang Yubai, pointing at the wheel, stammering, What is this? It's a lottery wheel. What else could it be? Jiang Yubai crossed his arms. 1,000 gold coins per draw. Are you in? Chapter 8. Oh no, I forgot to wash my face today. After reviewing the information regarding the prize wheel, Song Xiaohan executed a tactical lean back, pointing at the wheel and exclaiming, Did you set this up? Jiang Yubai had never witnessed Song Xiaohan's eyes widen to such an extent. He couldn't help but tease, I must say, Song Xiaohan, if your father were to see the size of your eyes right now, he would certainly question your parentage. Can this actually yield attribute points? Song Xiaohan inquired, still struggling to grasp the situation. Is it truly possible to acquire attribute points through a lottery, aside from leveling up or completing quests? This must be a joke. Jiang Yubai shrugged nonchalantly. Why not give it a try? It's not like you'll get pregnant from it. Song Xiaohan was still processing the concept of a lottery master and a prize wheel, exclaiming, Wow, little Bai, your profession is quite peculiar. I've never encountered anything like it before. Are you going to draw or not? Jiang Yubai asked impatiently. Of course, Song Xiaohan declared, retrieving 1,000 gold coins from his bag. It's merely 1,000 gold coins. I have plenty to spare. As the son of the president of the premier merchant guild in Tiansang City, the Tsang family guild, he certainly had no shortage of gold. Watching the coins vanish into the prize wheel, he felt a twinge of doubt. This isn't a scam, is it? He asked, glancing at Jiang Yubai with concern. Jiang Yubai frowned, prompting Song Xiaohan to wisely seal his lips. When the pointer finally settled, the surrounding colors faded, leaving only a radiant purple glow. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, surprised that the lad actually hit the jackpot. Congratulations. You have drawn 1 point of experience. Song Xiaohan looked at the notification with a sense of irritation. He turned to Jiang Yubai and lamented, I spent 1,000 gold coins for just 1 point of experience? Jiang Yubai, why don't you go rob someone instead? You ought to be pleased with your thank you for participating prize. Before Jiang Yubai could finish his retort, a glow of leveling up enveloped him. You have gained 100 experience points. You have gained 2 experience points. You have leveled up. Current level 3. Name Jiang Yubai. Profession Lottery Master. Super God level. Level LV3 2400. Base attributes: Strength 3000, Vitality 3000, Intelligence 3000, Growth attributes: Health 30,000, Defense 30,000, Energy 30,000. Free attribute points 2,500. Skill slots 3. House Edge, passive LV3 when other players draw from your prize wheel. You receive triple rewards. Prize wheel. LV3, place a classic circular wheel divided into various segments, each corresponding to a type of reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills, thank you for participating, etc. Other players can utilize the wheel to draw prizes, and each draw will grant you experience points. You can now place 3 prize wheels. Holy Sword Judgment. LV100 summons a colossal holy sword to inflict devastating damage upon the target area. Temporarily unavailable. How did you level up? Song Xiaoan asked, bewildered. Only then did he notice Jiang Yubai's level 3. 3? Didn't TU just awaken? Do not envy me, father. My method of leveling is quite distinct from yours. Jiang Yubai snapped his fingers, and once again, 2 lottery wheels appeared in Song Xiaoan's view. Proceed. Song Xiaoan gazed at the 3 lottery wheels, his mind struggling to comprehend. How many of these can you summon? Make your selections quickly. Once you're finished, I will leave only 1 lottery wheel here. Jiang Yubai urged without responding directly. My coins are not a gift from the wind. Could you perhaps increase the odds, allowing me to win attribute points or skill books? A pet would suffice as well. Song Xiaoan implored. I can only ensure you win something. The specifics depend on your luck. Each lottery will has a daily designated win feature, which he intended to apply to Song Xiaoan. Oh no! Song Xiaoan's expression changed. I forgot to wash my face today. Jiang Yubai suppressed the urge to kick him, urging, hurry up. If others arrive, you'll miss your chance. Song Xiaoan watched as 2,000 coins flew into the 2 lottery wheels, while Jiang Yubai activated the guarantee feature available once daily. The wheels began to spin rapidly. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 100 experience. With an increase in the number of lottery wheels, the rate of experience acquisition accelerated. A smile graced Jiang Yubai's face. Leveling through monster slaying? Not a chance. That would only invite danger. This method of reclining while gaining levels is truly delightful. The 2 lottery wheels gradually slowed, with one illuminating a blue light and the other a green glow. You have received 300 attribute points. You have obtained 3 pieces of high-grade equipment. Beast Bone Armor. Congratulations, you have won 100 attribute points. Congratulations. You have acquired high-grade equipment. Beast Bone Armor. Song Xiaoan stared in astonishment as his free attribute points and backpack reflected an increase of 100 attribute points and a piece of Beast Bone Armor, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Did I really win? Jiang Yubai collected 2 of the lottery wheels, leaving only 1, and then, with an exceptionally serious expression, addressed Song Xiaoan. You should now comprehend the value of the lottery wheel, correct? Song Xiaoan nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking for grain. Indeed, he understood very well. This was an item capable of granting attribute points. In that moment, the lottery wheel appeared to him as an invaluable treasure, far more precious than a mere chest. Jiang Yubai grasped Song Xiaoan's shoulders firmly, his voice low and earnest. Remember, the lottery wheel has no bearing on you, nor on me. It is a special item newly emerged within the Sky Burial instance. Do you understand? Understood. Song Xiaoan quickly nodded, his expression growing serious. Jiang Yubai displayed an expression of a child worthy of instruction, prompting him to arrange for the news of the heavenly burial dungeon containing a lottery wheel to be disseminated. What? Spread around? Song Xiaoan expressed his confusion, pondering why such a treasure should not be concealed instead. What if it were taken away or damaged? There is no need for concern, Jiang Yubai replied, gazing at the lottery wheel with unwavering confidence. Not even a god-level expert could take it or harm it. Song Xiaoan exclaimed in disbelief. What? Soon, news of the extraordinary item within the first layer of the heavenly burial dungeon spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of Heavenly Burial City. Chapter 9. The War Lion Guild. Are we truly leaving like this? Is it not possible to linger around? Song Xiaoan turned back repeatedly, his face filled with reluctance. If given a chance, he wished to draw a prize that would last until the end of time. He had tried his luck 3 times, each time emerging victorious. With a total investment of 3,000 gold coins and gains exceeding 30,000 gold coins. Such substantial profit made his eyes gleam with excitement. No, Jiang Yubai declared, walking ahead without glancing back. The lottery master is too unique. I am now akin to a treasure trove, and even the slightest suspicion from others is unacceptable. Song Xiaoan nodded, hastening his steps to catch up. After a brief silence, he suddenly spoke, Xiao Bai, thank you. Jiang Yubai cast a glance at Song Xiaoan, puzzled. For what? Thank you for trusting me so much, Song Xiaoan replied earnestly. Jiang Yubai halted, and Song Xiaoan followed suit. Song Xiaoan, you are quite sentimental, aren't you? Song Xiaoan rubbed his nose, chuckling, and then draped his arm around Jiang Yubai's shoulders. We are good brothers in spirit. Who are you calling a good brother? I'm your godfather, remember? Song Xiaoan playfully punched Jiang Yubai, teasing, I'm actually 2 days older than you, you ungrateful brat. Are we still drawing tomorrow? Of course we are. Just call me Godsire a couple of times first. Godsire, Godsire. Wait, Song Xiaoan. When did you become so shameless? I must correct you. This is not shamelessness. This is wisdom in recognizing the times. If I could draw attribute points every day, I would gladly bow down. Song Xiaoan, you truly are a consummate businessman. Shortly after Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaoan departed, a group of over 10 individuals soon appeared around the lottery wheel. Jiang Fei, a member of the War Lion Guild, had come to the first level of the Tianzong City dungeon to undertake the guild's old leading new mission. He was accompanied by newcomers recently inducted into the guild for leveling up. Our War Lion Guild ranks among the top 10 in Tianzong City. The guild leader is an old friend of City Lord Jiang. We have a designated area for you newcomers to level up, and I assure you, you will gain 3 to 5 levels today. Jiang Fei, wielding a large blade, exuded a robust and fierce appearance. There's a dedicated monster respawn area. Our War Lion Guild is impressive. Thank you, Brother Fei. We appreciate your efforts today. Once we finish hunting, we'll treat you to a meal. Brother Jiang Fei, you are truly kind. Flattery began to inflate Jiang Fei's ego. Look over there, a newcomer suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly to the side. What is that? Jiang Fei followed the gaze of the crowd and beheld the brightly colored lottery wheel, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Let's go take a look. He led the group to the lottery wheel, where they read the information displayed. A lottery wheel? How could there be a lottery wheel here? Can it really yield attribute points? Is this for real? With 1,000 gold coins for a single draw, isn't that rather outrageous? Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Jiang Fei fixated on the lottery wheel, rubbed his gleaming bald head, then scoffed, saying, how could such a thing exist within the dungeon? 1,000 gold coins per attempt? This is an insult to our intelligence. With that, amidst the astonished cries of several girls, he raised his large blade and swung it toward the lottery wheel. Just as everyone anticipated the wheel to be split in two by his strike, the blade passed right through it. Jiang Fei, caught off guard, was propelled forward by the momentum of his swing, landing in a rather undignified manner. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Coughing and sputtering, Jiang Fei clambered to his feet, spitting out the dirt from his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief as he glanced down at his blade. He cautiously swung it again, only to witness the blade pass through the lottery wheel once more. Hissing in surprise, he took 2 steps back, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he scrutinized the wheel. I can't hit it. What on earth is this? The crowd was equally bewildered, their curiosity piqued. Jiang Fei swallowed hard and carefully approached the lottery wheel once more, gently prodding it with his blade. Gradually, a realization dawned upon him. Could this lottery wheel be a newly introduced item in the dungeon? That would certainly explain it. He glanced at his backpack, noting the over 1,000 gold coins he had painstakingly accumulated over several months. Should he give a try? Gritting his teeth, he withdrew 1,000 gold coins from his pack, selected the lottery option, and watched as the coins vanished into the wheel. The crowd held its collective breath, fixated on the spinning wheel. It was indeed spinning, a genuine lottery wheel, capable of yielding attribute points, skill books, and equipment. Could this be a newly released item from the dungeon? The excitement was palpable as everyone began to chatter enthusiastically. Jiang Fei fixated on the wheel, fervently wishing, please let me win, please let me win. As the wheel began to decelerate, the tension in the air was almost tangible. Moments later, the pointer came to a halt, illuminating a small segment in a brilliant purple glow. Congratulations, you have drawn the low-level skill Book 1/. A hush fell over the crowd, quickly followed by a fervent uproar. My goodness! A skill book. Did he really just win it? A low-level skill book. This is undoubtedly a dungeon item. A special item akin to a treasure chest. I want to draw. I want to draw. Those with gold coins could no longer contain their excitement, pushing forward eagerly. With a clatter, Jiang Fei's large blade fell to the ground as he stared at the one/skill book in his backpack, his entire being seemingly frozen in shock. Suddenly, he slapped himself hard across the face. It is not a dream, not a dream. Jiang Fei was overwhelmed with joy, erupting into ecstatic laughter. Truly, it is indeed a skill book. Although a low-level skill book may seem somewhat inferior to him, it is a skill nonetheless. Even a fool would not dismiss its value. Without hesitation, Jiang Fei immediately learned one/, and as he beheld the newly added skill in his skill bar, his excitement reached new heights. Regrettably, one could only draw once a day. He gazed at the guild newcomers surrounding the lottery wheel, and a spark ignited in his eyes. If I were to share this news with the guild leader, it would surely be a significant achievement, wouldn't it? If our Battle Lion Guild could claim this treasure for ourselves, wouldn't that mean we could draw every day henceforth? The mere thought of this exhilarated Jiang Fei even more, prompting him to reach out to the guild leader, Battle Lion. Just then, he noticed a message pop up in the guild channel. A suspected lottery item has appeared within the Tomb City dungeon. All members currently in the dungeon are to search immediately and report any findings at once. Chapter 10. Oh my heavens, this is 100 times more enticing than a treasure chest. A piece of news has captured the attention of all guilds in the City of the Dead. It has been claimed that a new sub-item, known as the Lottery Wheel, has appeared within the City of the Dead dungeon. Players can spend gold to participate in a lottery, with the chance to win attribute points and numerous other rewards. Detailed descriptions have circulated, lending an air of authenticity to the claim. Given the significance of attribute points, it is wiser to believe in its existence than to doubt it. Investigate. Contact the guild members within the dungeon to ascertain the truth of this information. If it indeed exists, it must belong to our Blood Red Guild. Should it be confirmed that such an item is real, the Wild Tiger Guild will claim it. In an instant, the major guilds sprang into action, and a multitude of adventurers hastened towards the City of the Dead dungeon. What did you say? Jiang Tianhe, who was delighting in his new skill Holy Sword Judgment, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing his subordinate's report. The subordinate replied, Lord of the City, it has been said that the lottery wheel item has been discovered in the City of the Dead dungeon, and now all the guilds in the city are sending people to search within the dungeon. Should we also send someone to investigate? Jiang Tianhe furrowed his brows, his eyes flickering with thought. After a moment, he spoke in a serious tone. You must immediately lead a team into the dungeon to maintain order. If a large-scale conflict arises, contact me at once. Yes. Once the subordinate departed, he promptly contacted Jiang Yubai, having added each other as friends after their awakening. You have gained 100 experience. You have acquired 3 copies of the low-level skill Book 1/Jiang Yubai. Watching Song Xiaohan engage in a duel with a wild creature. Felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth upon receiving the notification. He glanced towards the direction of the lottery wheel, surprised that someone had discovered it so quickly. Now, he could merely await his level up. Song Xiaohan wiped the sweat from his forehead as the defeated wild creature dissipated into white light. He turned to Jiang Yubai and shouted, So, did you gain any experience? Jiang Yubai shook his head, not feeling disheartened. He had anticipated that he would not be leveling up through monster combat. Song Xiaohan sighed, shaking his head in response. Your profession is indeed peculiar. Let us go join the excitement, Jiang Yubai suggested. Song Xiaohan looked puzzled. Aren't you worried about arousing suspicion? Not at all, as someone has already discovered the lottery wheel. Before Jiang Yubai could finish his sentence, Song Xiaohan saw him enveloped in the glow of a level up. This sight made Song Xiaohan's eyes widen in surprise. You just leveled up a moment ago, didn't you? How could you have leveled up again so soon? It hasn't even been half an hour. Jiang Yubai crossed his arms, grinning as he asked, Do you still find me peculiar now? Song Xiaohan, filled with envy, shook his head. With your leveling speed, if you're peculiar, then what does that make me? A mystic rock shield warrior. Come on, let us stand back and observe. The City of the Dead dungeon will surely be bustling today, Jiang Yubai said, his face alight with a smile. I wonder how many levels I can gain today. The two individuals promptly made their way towards the location of the lottery wheel. Before they could arrive, Jiang Yubai received a message from his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe. Xiaobai, are you safe? I have received news that someone has spotted the lottery wheel within the Sky Burial Dungeon. Did you place it there? Jiang Yubai responded, I am currently safe. The lottery wheel is indeed mine. I need others to participate in order to gain experience. I will not reveal my identity, so you need not worry, Grandpa. I am well aware of the situation. However, within less than 2 seconds, he received another message from his grandfather. Stay safe. I have instructed the city guards to enter the dungeon. If you encounter any danger, contact them immediately. I will arrive at the earliest opportunity. Understood. Jiang Yubai let out a sigh of relief. He had not consulted his grandfather before taking this action and was worried that Jiang Tianhe might scold him. Yet, all he received was concern. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 4 experience points. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 40 free attribute points. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 100 experience. You have leveled up. You have gained 1,000 free attribute points. Current level 5. Name Jiang Yubai. Occupation Lottery Master. Super Divine level. Level LV5 6600. Base attributes: Strength 5,000, Vitality 5,000, Intelligence 5,000. Growth attributes: Health 50,000, Defense 50,000, Energy 50,000. Free attribute points 4,840. Skill slots 3. Inventory: High-level equipment 3. Low-level skill books 3. House advantage: Passive LV5. When other players participate in your lottery wheel, you receive 5 times the reward. Lottery wheel LV5. Place a classic circular wheel divided into multiple sections, each corresponding to a type of reward, such as experience, equipment, gold, skills, etc. Other players can use the wheel to draw prizes, and you will gain experience with each draw. You can now place 5 lottery wheels. Holy Sword Judgment LV100. Summon a colossal holy sword, dealing devastating damage to the target area. Radius of 500 meters. Currently unavailable. How have you leveled up again? Song Shaoan gazed at Jiang Yubai, who was suddenly enveloped in a radiant glow, utterly astonished. In less than 3 minutes, he had leveled up again. How could he endure this? I gain experience whenever someone participates in a lottery, and it seems there are quite a few participants. Jiang Yubai thought, feeling immensely pleased. Song Shaoan lamented, I am envious to the point of tears. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the War Lion Guild in Sky Burial City, the towering figure of War Lion, resembling a majestic lion, abruptly stood up, incredulous as he read the message. Zhang Fei, President, I have found the lottery wheel and even drew a low-level skill book. It's real. A new item has indeed appeared in the Sky Burial Dungeon. It's on the 1st floor. This is a locator. Hurry! With a fierce roar, the battle lion summoned all brethren to promptly enter the Sky Burial Dungeon. I truly drew an attribute point. A new female member of the Battle Lion Guild exclaimed with exuberance, her round face flushed with excitement. Apart from her and Jiang Fei, the others stood in a state of utter bewilderment. After what felt like an eternity, an incredulous voice broke the silence. Is it really possible to draw attribute points? This utterance shattered the stillness, igniting a fervor among the crowd. What on earth is this? My heavens, this is 100 times more enticing than any treasure chest. Chapter 11, The exhilaration of leveling up with just a few strides, is truly delightful. Jiang Fei gazed at the spinning lottery wheel, a sense of inexplicable dread enveloping him. From the guild channel, he was well aware that the guild leader, Zhan Shi, intended to monopolize this lottery wheel. But was that even feasible? Absolutely not. The lottery wheel, capable of yielding attribute points, skill books, and experience points, possesses an immeasurable value. From low-tier treasure chests to legendary ones, the chances of opening them are limited to just once. However, this lottery wheel can be activated daily, seemingly without limit. This signifies that the worth of the lottery wheel is beyond imagination, particularly for a guild like the Battle Lion Guild with its thousands of members. An irresistible temptation. In a mere 7 to 8 minutes, Several newcomers in their guild had drawn attribute points, while others had obtained experience points. And Zhang Fei himself had drawn a skill book. Of course, only a select few were fortunate enough to win rewards, while the majority received nothing but gratitude. It is essential to remember that the Battle Lion Guild is a colossal organization with thousands of members. If the Battle Lion Guild invests in allowing its members to draw daily within a year, its strength would undergo a monumental transformation. However, it is not only the Battle Lion Guild that is privy to this information. The entirety of Tianzong City, with its various factions, is now aware. Who would T be envious? Just moments ago, after realizing he couldn't destroy the lottery wheel, Zhang Fei attempted to stow it away, yet failed miserably. There was not even a hint on how to retract it. If the Battle Lion Guild cannot seize it, it cannot be claimed as their own. Zhang Fei doubted that. Given the strength of the Battle Lion Guild, they could monopolize such an item. His throat tightened as his unease grew more pronounced. At that moment, he received another message from Guild leader Zhang Shi. We are on our way immediately. No one is to approach the lottery wheel. Reading the message, Zhang Fei looked up at the newcomers and shook his head with a wry smile. With their meager strength, who could they possibly deter? He fervently hoped that no one else would discover it before the arrival of the guild leader and his group. The more one worries, the more likely those worries come to fruition. Zhang Fei soon heard gasps of astonishment from a distance. Look over there. What were those people gathering for? Could they have discovered the lottery wheel? Upon recognizing the newcomers, Zhang Fei's expression darkened. There were 7 or 8 individuals clad in uniforms emblazoned with a tiger, members of the Fierce Tiger Guild. The Battle Lion Guild and the Fierce Tiger Guild are bitter rivals, perpetually at odds. And although they exercise some restraint due to Jiang Tianhe, many lives have been lost in their conflicts. Just the thought of guild leader Zhang Shi's orders tightened Zhang Fei's grip on his great sword, and with gritted teeth, he advanced. Halt! This is the territory of our Blood Color Guild. If you wish to hunt monsters, go elsewhere. Zhang Fei pointed his sword at the members of the Fierce Tiger Guild. Huh! One of the opposing members stepped forward, scrutinizing Zhang Fei from head to toe before scoffing. Zhang Fei, since when did you become a member of the Blood Color Guild? Ziyang. Zhang Fei's expression grew even graver. The Blood Red Guild ranks among the top 3 in the city of Sky Burials. Its original intention was to use the banner of the Blood Red Guild to drive away members of the Fierce Tiger Guild. Yet he failed to notice that some among them recognized him. A man named Qi Yang, tall and slender, regarded Zhang Fei with disdain, crossing his arms and coldly commanding, "Get lost." Zhang Fei, his expression dark, fixated on Qi Yang, swiftly relayed the news of his presence to the War Lion. "Are you deaf? If you don't step aside, I swear I'll wipe you out." Qi Yang sensed the tension, and his companions unsheathed their weapons. "Ziyang, our president will arrive shortly. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, when the War Lion gets here, he will show you no mercy." Zhang Fei threatened with a fierce demeanor. "Look over there. What is that? Oh, it's the lottery wheel. That must be the lottery wheel." The 3 behind Qi Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Fei's heart sank. He turned to see that the group of newcomers he had brought along had approached, inadvertently revealing the lottery wheel. Damn it! Qi Yang's eyes glinted with greed as he beheld the vibrant lottery wheel, and he immediately sent a message to his president. "Fierce Tiger, President, I've discovered the lottery wheel. Here's the location. Received. On my way. President, members of the War Lion Guild are also here." Understood. At the guild headquarters, Fierce Tiger promptly issued a guild summons, leading the advance team into the Sky Burial instance. "No wonder you're so bold, Zhang Fei. It turns out you've discovered the lottery wheel." Qi Yang sneered, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. He produced a dark green bow and arrow, declaring, "If you don't clear the way, I will take action. Step aside. Get out of the way. If you don't move, I'll kill you." The tension escalated as Qi Yang's companions exuded a murderous intent. Aware that he could not stop them, Zhang Fei wisely stepped aside, guiding the group of newcomers to his side. Qi Yang hastily led his team forward, beginning to examine the lottery wheel. "How have you leveled up again?" Song Xiao Han asked, stunned by the radiant glow of Jiang Yu by S sudden upgrade. "Who can level up just by taking a few steps?" Is this even something a class changer can achieve? Jiang Yubai glanced at Song Xiaohan, unable to suppress a smile. Song Xiaohan's expression seemed to plead. I beg you, don't level up in front of me anymore. Sighing, Jiang Yubai shrugged and said, There's nothing I can do. I'm just as bewildered. Song Xiaohan shot him a resentful look, muttering, Jiang Yubai, do you realize how punchable you look right now? Punchable? I could be even more so. Jiang Yubai replied, the corners of his mouth curving upward. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 100 experience. The sensation of leveling up with just a few steps is truly exhilarating. Chapter 12. A day of unfavorable luck. Jiang Yubai gazed intently at his professional panel, contemplating the allocation of his free attribute points. Free attribute points. 5840. His current method of advancement relied entirely on the skill known as the lottery wheel. This skill bore no cooldown, and each activation required a single energy point, precisely sufficient for deploying the lottery wheel. However, upon reaching level 11 and completing the first transition, he would acquire a new skill. Given his current pace of advancement, attaining level 11 would occur swiftly, and at that juncture, his energy might prove inadequate. At present, his base attributes were comparable to those of Luo Qingxian at levels 30 to 40, approximately several times that of an ordinary practitioner, which was certainly ample. Therefore, he decided to distribute his points evenly for the time being, with the intention of adjusting based on future skills and equipment. Being merely level 6, his base attributes were exceedingly high, a testament to the advantages of possessing a high initial professional potential. Among peers of the same level, his base attributes were unrivaled. After a brief analysis, Jiang Yubai evenly allocated his free attribute points. Name, Jiang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master, Super God level, LV6 6700. Base attributes, Strength, 7,946, Vitality, 7,946, Intelligence, 7,946, Growth attributes, Health points, 79,460 Defense, 79,460 Energy points, 79,460 Free attribute points, 2 Skill slots, 3 Inventory, Advanced equipment, Beastbone shield, 3 Low-level skill, Book, 1/3 Dealer's advantage, Passive LV6. When other players draw from your lottery wheel, you receive 6-fold rewards. Lottery wheel, LV6. Place a classic round wheel, divided into multiple sections, each corresponding to a type of reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills, and more. Other players can use the wheel for drawing, and each time they do, you gain experience points. You can now place 6 lottery wheels. Holy Sword Judgment, LV100. Summon a colossal holy sword to deliver devastating strikes to a target area, radius of 500 meters. Currently unavailable. Song Xiaohan observed Jiang Yubai and suddenly inquired, Little Bai, what are your current base attributes? Not yet 8,000, Jiang Yubai replied. Do keep boasting. Song Xiaohan scoffed. Anything less than or equal to 7,999 is not yet 8,000. I wager you have scarcely surpassed 100. Believe it or not, Jiang Yubai chuckled, choosing not to provoke the youth further. Song Xiaohan glanced at his own base attributes, which remained at the initial stage, all set at 50 points. I must expedite my leveling. I cannot afford to lag too far behind Little Bai. I, Song Xiaohan, am an S-level professional, destined to be unmatched. Lost in thought, he witnessed Jiang Yubai level up once more. This is maddening. The flicker of determination that had ignited within Song Xiaohan was immediately extinguished. He gently slapped his own face, a sorrowful expression crossing his features as he inwardly lamented. How could I dare to compete with Jiang Yubai in upgrading speed? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Jiang Yubai looked at Song Xiaohan with confusion and inquired, Why did you hit yourself? Oh, Song Xiaohan forced a smile, claiming there were mosquitoes around. Jiang Yubai replied, perplexed, There can't be any mosquitoes in the dungeon. Have you lost your mind, kid? Jiang Yubai browsed through the lottery records, able to see who participated and what rewards were obtained. Observing a uniform line of you have gained 100 experience, he couldn't help but shake his head. Are they all this unfortunate? Can it not be a bit more generous? President, you have finally arrived. Jiang Fei hurriedly welcomed Zhang Shi, who led over 100 individuals. True to his name, Zhang Shi appeared as strong as a lion, clad in golden armor, exuding an air of authority. Zhang Shi slightly nodded, casting a grim look towards Qi Yang and his companions gathered around the lottery wheel. It's Zhang Shi. Upon seeing him, Qi Yang's expression changed dramatically, and without hesitation, he led the other guild members away from the lottery wheel. Clear the area. No one is to approach within 100 meters. Zhang Shi approached the lottery wheel, and immediately hundreds scattered to clear the vicinity. Jiang Fei, keep up. Yes. Jiang Fei quickened his pace, following Zhang Shi to the front of the lottery wheel. Zhang Shi attempted to retract the lottery wheel, but undoubtedly he failed, unable to take it away or destroy it. Zhang Shi furrowed his brow and rubbed his beard thoughtfully. President, I suggest we let the brothers draw first. The Mad Tiger Guild should be arriving shortly. Jiang Fei glanced at Qi Yang and his group, offering this counsel. Humph. Zhang Shi scoffed disdainfully. The Mad Tiger Guild is not to be feared. What concerns me are the Blood Red Guild and the Dragon Cloud Guild. The Blood Red Guild and the Dragon Cloud Guild are the two most powerful factions in Tianzong City, equally formidable. Jiang Fei's expression shifted. The Blood Red Guild and the Dragon Cloud Guild are coming too? Zhang Shi retrieved 1,000 gold coins from his backpack, watching them vanish into the lottery wheel. They cannot possibly avoid this. What should we do then? Jiang Fei asked anxiously. With the strength of the Zhang Shi Guild, we dare not provoke the two major guilds. I have already contacted City Lord Jiang. With him present, the Blood Red and Dragon Cloud factions will still give me some face. Thank you for your patronage. Zhang Shi's expression darkened as he instructed Jiang Fei. Now, let others draw in order. The guild will cover the expenses, but the guild shall take 80% of the rewards. The specifics can be discussed later. Jiang Fei's eyelid twitched, understood. Why did the Mountain Mentor choose this moment to enter the Mars Crimson Flame Inferno dungeon? It would take at least 10 days to half a month to return. In the City Lord's residence, within the guest room, Luo Ziwei felt a surge of anxiety upon learning of Mentor Shan Wenrui's whereabouts, pacing back and forth. Should I return to the Starry Sky Academy first and inform the Deputy Dean of this news? Time waits for no one. She could not afford to linger any longer. Just as she was about to bid farewell to Jiang Tianhe, she was informed that he had entered the Sky Burial Instance. Fortunately, she had already added Jiang Tianhe as a friend and promptly reached out to him. What? Upon learning that Jiang Yubai had placed a lottery wheel within the Sky Burial Instance, Luo Ziwei's complexion paled. Her greatest fear was that the existence of the lottery wheel would become known to others. Thankfully, aside from myself and the City Lord Jiang, no one else was aware that the lottery wheel was set by Jiang Yubai. No, I must return to the academy immediately. Luo Ziwei hurriedly departed from Sky Burial City, returning to the Starry Sky Academy. You have gained 100 experience points. You have gained 100 experience points. You have gained 700 experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained 100 experience points. You have gained 80 attribute points. Song Xiaohan stood in a daze, his eyes blankly fixed on Jiang Yubai. He was utterly crushed. Anyone witnessing Jiang Yubai's rate of advancement would feel an immense sense of defeat. Jiang Yubai, enveloped in the radiance of his level up, pondered. The light of level up is too conspicuous. I must distance myself further, preferably find a more secluded spot. Before long, the members of the Battle Lion Guild appeared to clear the area. The Battle Lion Guild is temporarily clearing the area. Do not proceed any further. Jiang Fei, who was also involved in the clearing, obstructed Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaoan. Chapter 13. The Astonishing Transformation of Level 10. What did you say? Song Xiaoan, disheartened by Jiang Yubai's rapid advancement, could not contain his frustration upon encountering Jiang Fei and began to scold him vehemently. Jiang Tianhe, the lord of Tianzong City, and Jiang Yubai, his grandson, commanded immense respect in this territory. The audacity of someone daring to obstruct his path left Song Xiaohan both incredulous and amused. In contrast, Jiang Yubai remained composed. If he were a battle lion, he would certainly clear the area. For a battle lion, the priority was the lottery. He aimed to draw as many participants as possible before the arrival of other guilds, for once they arrived, his opportunities would dwindle. Jiang Fei's expression darkened. Ready to inquire further, when he suddenly found Jiang Yubai somewhat familiar. Not recognizing the grandson of the city lord was a grave oversight. If he were the guild leader, he would have dismissed you on the spot. Song Xiaohan's words sent a shiver down Jiang Fei's spine, draining the color from his face. Jiang Tianhe, one of the two legendary powerhouses of Tianzong City, could shake the very foundations of the city with a mere sneeze. Although their guild leader, the Battle Lion, had some acquaintance with Jiang Tianhe, such connections paled in comparison to Jiang Yubai's lineage. Instantly donning a smile, Jiang Fei bowed and said, "Ah, it is young Master Jiang. My sincerest apologies. I must have been blind. Please, do feel free to browse at your leisure." Jiang Yubai strode forward, and Song Xiaohan huffed, advising him to be more observant in the future. Indeed, Jiang Fei dared not breathe too heavily nor lift his head. Offending Jiang Yubai could lead to dire consequences he could hardly fathom. Song Xiaohan caught up with Jiang Yubai, pondering. It seems the Battle Lion intends to monopolize the lottery wheel. Yet, he must possess the capability to do so. A milky light emanated once more from Jiang Yubai. Lacking strength would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, the Battle Lion was not foolish. He understood his own limitations. His grandfather, Jiang Tianhe, served as a pillar for the Battle Lion Guild, and thus Jiang Yubai had some knowledge of him. The Battle Lion was ambitious yet self-aware. Song Xiaohan nodded before suddenly inquiring, "Little Bai, with your potential, you should be able to enter one of the 3 great sacred academies, correct?" "Indeed," Jiang Yubai admitted without reservation. Unless the higher-ups at the Starry Sky Academy were utterly foolish, as long as Luo Ziwei reported his news upwards, he would certainly receive direct admission. Song Xiaohan inhaled deeply and stated solemnly, "Then I too must strive to gain admission to the same sacred academy as you." "What, do you plan to cling to me?" Jiang Yubai teased. "You saw right through me. No wonder we grew up together," Song Xiaohan chuckled. As they conversed and laughed, they spotted the Battle Lion Guild encircling the lottery wheel, forming layers of onlookers. "This position seems favorable. We shall take it," Jiang Yubai declared, halting his steps. Here lay several uneven large stones that could provide them with cover, not far from the lottery wheel. "Young Master Jiang has arrived?" The Battle Lion, having received news from Qin Fei, lifted his gaze to scan the surroundings but did not see Jiang Yubai. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed one of his subordinates to find Jiang Yubai, emphasizing the necessity of inviting him over. The fierce tiger is approaching, and with the grandson of the city lord by his side, he will undoubtedly exercise some caution. The Battle Lion glanced towards the entrance of the first level, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Subsequently, he pondered his words and inquired when Jiang Tianhe would arrive. Inside the Tomb City instance, Jiang Tianhe surveyed the entire realm, neglecting to even glance at the messages from the Battle Lion. Besides the Battle Lion, the leaders of the Blood Red and Dragon Cloud guilds also sent him messages to verify the authenticity of the news, yet he chose not to respond. Utilizing his authority as the city lord, Jiang Tianhe witnessed the Fierce Tiger Guild, Blood Red Guild, and Dragon Cloud Guild entering the instance in droves, showing no intention of thwarting them. It was indeed a perfect opportunity to weaken the strengths of these major guilds. He meticulously examined the roster of individuals entering and exiting the instance, frowning as he muttered to himself, "That old fox, Ma Qingfeng, truly knows how to be patient." The value of the lottery wheel is equivalent to that of a divine artifact. The Class Change Guild Alliance cannot possibly resist. "President, the members of the Fierce Tiger have arrived. As per your instructions, the brothers did not engage them and allowed them to enter directly," reported Jiang Fei with a grave expression. The Battle Lion glanced at the cue for the lottery draw and said in a low voice, "Let us go. We must confront Tan Hu." The Fierce Tiger Tan Hu, accompanied by 300 to 400 members, charged recklessly towards the lottery wheel. Concealed behind a large rock, Song Xiaohan whispered, "It's the members of the Fierce Tiger Guild." Jiang Yubai observed as a throng of individuals rushed towards the lottery wheel, most of them clad in uniform attire. The Fierce Tiger Guild and the Battle Lion Guild were sworn enemies. Years ago, they had fought fiercely over a boss, resulting in the death of the Battle Lion's younger brother at Tan Hu's hands. A confrontation between the two factions was inevitable. Song Xiaohan wore a smile of amusement. relishing the impending conflict. No, they won't. Jiang Yubai shook his head, watching the two major guilds draw closer, and continued. They dare not. Dare not. Song Xiaohan expressed his confusion. Jiang Yubai, with an air of mystery, replied, just watch. At that moment, the light of leveling up illuminated him once more. Since the arrival of the Battle Lion and his men, the frequency of the lottery draws had intensified, with each individual yielding 100 experience points, leading to a continuous influx of experience for Jiang Yubai. You have leveled up, current level 10, a smile spread across Jiang Yubai's face. Within just over 2 hours since awakening, he had reached level 10. The speed of his ascent was astonishing. With one more level gained, he would acquire a new skill. The threshold for new class changers was level 10, and upon reaching it, he would receive a class change quest necessary for further advancement. However, Jiang Yubai had not yet received his class change quest. This was the hallmark of a transcendent class. You have obtained the epic equipment Moonshadow Spear. Huh? Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly checked his inventory to confirm he was not mistaken. With a tenfold reward, why was there only one piece of equipment? He quickly scanned the lottery records and found a latest entry regarding an equipment draw. Zhou Fei has drawn the elite equipment Spear of Arrogance. Wait a moment. Jiang Yubai stared at the record, his brow furrowing slightly. He glanced once more at the skill bar. Dealer's Monopoly, passive level 10. When other players draw from your lottery wheel, you will receive a tenfold reward. Indeed, a tenfold reward. Yet, why did Zhou Fei draw the elite grade equipment Spear of Arrogance, while I ended up with an epic grade item, Moonshadow Spear? Chapter 14, Fortunate Mystery Box. Does quantitative change lead to qualitative change? Within Jiang Yubai's profound eyes, as deep as the starry sea, a fervent brilliance gradually unfurled. He was exhilarated. How could he not be? How could one contain their excitement? Previously, the rewards drawn by the transferees would be replicated in multiples by the banker. Currently, his inventory still housed 3 beast bone shields and 3 low-level skill books of 1/. Whether it be equipment or skill books, one was sufficient for his needs. The rest he could only sell. The Tsang Clan Merchant Association of Tsang Xiaohan was thriving, and Jiang Yubai planned to return and sell the surplus equipment and skill books to Tsang Xiaohan. Unexpectedly, after the reward multiplier escalated to tenfold, a quantitative change triggered a qualitative transformation, an upgrade. If equipment could upgrade, then surely skill books could too, not to mention pets. This was tremendously powerful. This was the sort of skill befitting a super divine class. With a tenfold reward, elite gear transformed into epic gear. What would happen if there were 100-fold or even 1,000-fold reward? What would elite gear upgrade to? Jiang Yubai took a deep breath, 2 words surfacing in his mind: divine artifact, along with divine skills and divine beasts. Jiang Yubai had never anticipated such astonishing changes from a banker. Such transformation could only be described with the word terrifying. You guessed it. The Battle Lion and the Mad Tiger did not launch an immediate attack, which was somewhat disappointing. Song Xiaohan's voice resonated, pulling Jiang Yubai from his thoughts as he turned to look. Behind the Battle Lion and the Mad Tiger stood over 100 guild members, with more joining as time passed. Mad Tiger, this is the territory of my Battle Lion Guild. You have crossed the line. The Battle Lion glared at Tanhu, his eyes filled with animosity. His younger brother had perished at Tanhu's hands. He dreamt of avenging him. Ha! Tanhu laughed maniacally, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded the Battle Lion. This is the Tianzong City Dungeon, not the backyard of your Battle Lion Guild. Your territory? Should I ask Lord Jiang who truly claims this land? The Battle Lion huffed in anger, coldly replying, when I say this, it is naturally with Lord Jiang's consent. You would do well to leave promptly with your men, or do not blame me for being impolite. Tanhu dug at his ear, his gaze shifting to the crowd behind the Battle Lion, his expression growing colder. Do not presume to use Lord Jiang to pressure me. Others may fear him, but I, the Mad Tiger, do not. I know the lottery wheel is right behind you. What? Do you intend to monopolize it? Before the Battle Lion could respond, Tanhu scoffed, continuing, you should weigh your own worth before thinking you can claim it for yourself. You might not even realize how you met your demise. That is not your concern. The battle lion crosses arms, his golden armor gleaming radiantly, his eyes fixed intently on Tan Hu, unmasking his murderous intent. Mad Tiger, as long as I am here, your people shall not approach the lottery wheel by even a step. Tan Hu's eyelids twitched, a fierce killing intent emanating from him. Battle Lion, if you do not step aside, today shall be a fight to the death. Members of the Mad Tiger Guild echoed in agreement, shouting fervently. Indeed, if you do not step aside, we shall take action. War Lion, retreat. Tan Hu's voice deepened as a long spear manifested in his hand. War Lion, I shall ask you one final time. Will you yield or not? I shall not yield. Song Xiaohan observed as a brilliant light enveloped Jiang Yubai. This detestable individual has leveled up once more. Level 11. New skills have emerged. Jiang Yubai swiftly summoned his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master, Super God level. Level, LV11, 80-1200. Basic attributes, Strength, 12,946. Vitality, 12,946. Intelligence, 12,946. Growth attributes, Health, 129,460. Defense, 129,460. Energy, 129,460. Free attribute points, 5,002. Skill slot 4 available. Inventory, Advanced Equipment, Beastbone Shield 3. Low-level skill book 1/3. Epic Equipment Moonshadow Spear. All-inclusive dealer. Passive LV11 when other players draw from your lottery wheel. You receive an 11-fold reward. Lottery wheel. Active LV11 deploy a classic circular wheel divided into multiple segments, each corresponding to a type of reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills, and thank you gifts. Other players may utilize the wheel for drawing, and with each draw, you will earn experience points. You can now place 11 lottery wheels. Holy Sword Judgment. Active LV100 summons a colossal holy sword to deliver devastating strikes to a targeted area. Radius of 500 meters. Currently unavailable. Lucky Blind Box. Active LV11 set up a Lucky Blind Box lottery machine, where participants may spend 10,000 gold to obtain one blind box. The boxes come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, each corresponding to a different rarity of rewards. Participants can see the probability of the next blind box's color, which increases with each draw. Chapter 15. The Epic Champion. Indeed, a master of lotteries. Yet another lottery skill has emerged. It appears that aside from the house always wins, all other skills will revolve around the theme of chance. Jiang Yubai is exceedingly pleased with his new skill, Lucky Blind Box Lottery, as it not only adds to his repertoire, but also expands the avenues through which he can obtain rewards. The Lottery Roulette requires merely 1,000 gold coins for a single draw, while the Lucky Blind Box Lottery demands 10 times that amount, suggesting that the experience points awarded per draw should be significantly greater. Jiang Yubai is eager to set up a Lucky Blind Box lottery machine right then and there, inviting Song Xiaohan to try it out. Let us get started. Song Xiaohan exclaimed excitedly, prompting Jiang Yubai to glance over. The battle between the War Lion and the Mad Tiger had commenced, both being elite-level warriors of the 7th tier, their clash generating quite the commotion. However, neither of their subordinates intervened, merely spectating. Song Xiaohan watched with great enthusiasm, occasionally throwing a punch in excitement. Jiang Yubai remained transfixed, as encounters between elite warriors are a rare spectacle, potentially offering valuable combat insights. Both the War Lion and the Mad Tiger, being warriors, engaged in close-quarters combat, making for a particularly thrilling experience. Their strengths were evenly matched, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Otherwise, the War Lion would have already avenged his brother by vanquishing Tan Hu, or vice versa. Tan Hu bellowed, his spear trembling violently, enveloping the War Lion in a flurry of spear shadows. "President, be careful," Zhang Fei called out loudly. "Oomph." The War Lion grunted, his great sword suddenly radiating a dazzling light, manifesting countless sword flashes. The clash of spear and sword reverberated through the air. Both the War Lion and Tan, who were pushed back several meters, their gazes colliding fiercely mid-air. "Kill! They roared, rushing towards one another once more. At that moment, A languid voice interrupted. Marvelous, truly marvelous. I almost cannot help but applaud you too. As applause erupted, a figure draped in a blood-red cloak, adorned with a blood-colored mask and clad in crimson armor, along with a matching battle skirt, emerged into view. The armor bore a grotesque demon emblem, seemingly poised to devour. The Blood Fiend Yamaset. It is the leader of the Blood Color Guild, an 8-tier epic champion, Blood Color. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the War Lion and the Mad Tiger halted, their expressions wary as they regarded Blood Color. Behind him, thousands of guild members followed, each exuding an air of arrogance, paying little heed to those from the War Lion Guilder, the Mad Tiger Guild. Blood Color leader, it is a pleasure to meet you. The War Lion and the Mad Tiger exclaimed in unison, halting their conflict to greet him. Blood Color, being an 8-tier champion, rendered them powerless in a direct confrontation even if they combined their strengths. Where's the lottery roulette? Blood Color inquired, hands clasped behind his back, amusement and mischief glinting in his eyes beneath the mask. Upon hearing this, Tanhu immediately pointed at the Battle Lion, declaring, "The Battle Lion intends to claim the lottery wheel for himself. That very item is now in his possession." "Oh, is that so?" Blood Color turned his gaze towards the Battle Lion. The Battle Lion's expression shifted, while Tanhu looked on with a sense of schadenfreude directed at the Battle Lion. "Indeed, it was our Battle Lion Guild that discovered it first. I shall have it," the Battle Lion began, but was swiftly interrupted by Blood Color. "You too. Take your leave." The Battle Lion furrowed his brow, while Tanhu's countenance darkened. Noticing that both men remained unmoving, Blood Color narrowed his eyes. "What? Shall I have to repeat myself?" The Battle Lion and Tanhu exchanged glances. In the presence of Blood Color, they tacitly chose to temporarily join forces. The Battle Lion cupped his hands and spoke. "President Blood Color, it was the City Lord of Jiang who sent me to seek the lottery wheel, instructed me to wait for his arrival once I found it. I am here on behalf of Elder Ma, who also tasked me with locating the lottery wheel, and I have already informed him. He is on his way." Tanhu promptly added. Suddenly, the cloak behind Blood Color began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind, causing the Battle Lion and Tanhu's expressions to change dramatically. They seemed to hear the roar of a vengeful spirit. Blood Color abhor being threatened above all else. A glimmer of crimson flashed in Blood Color's eyes, as the members of the Blood Color Guild behind him brandished their weapons. Sensing the intense killing intent emanating from Blood Color, the two men instinctively took several steps back. "However, I am in a good mood today." A strange smile emerged beneath Blood Color's mask. "You two may spare your lives if each of you relinquishes a finger." The hearts of the Battle Lion and Tanhu sank heavily. How imposing. When will I ever possess such dominance as Blood Color? Song Xiaohan remarked, filled with envy. "As long as you can enter the same holy academy as I, you will surpass Blood Color in might," Jiang Yubai replied with a smile. Song Xiaohan eagerly nodded, thinking that as long as he stayed beside Jiang Yubai and participated in daily lotteries, he need not worry about being weaker than Blood Color in the future. The situation grew increasingly precarious for the Battle Lion and Tanhu. Yet, considering the Battle Lion's affiliation with his grandfather, Jiang Yubai pondered aloud. "If Blood Color does not relent, will you intervene? Do you genuinely believe the Battle Lion's words?" Jiang Yubai glanced at the Battle Lion, calmly stating, "He merely rides on my grandfather's coattails. My grandfather can partake in the lottery at any time. Does he require the Battle Lion to contend for the lottery wheel?" "True, I had underestimated the situation," Song Xiaohan mused, then added with discontent. "The Battle Lion is indeed audacious. Does he not fear your grandfather's ire?" Jiang Yubai replied impassively. It is time for him to be put in his place. Just as the Battle Lion and Tanhu found themselves in a precarious predicament, members of the Dragon Cloud Guild arrived. Alongside the Dragon Cloud Guild, several other guilds had also arrived simultaneously. Clearly, the location of the lottery will have been leaked and was now known among the major guilds. "Quite a lively gathering," remarked Long Yun, the leader of the Dragon Cloud Guild, adorned in golden battle attire and wielding a jade fan. Upon seeing Long Yun, Blood Color's eyes flickered with a mix of darkness and caution. "It seems the lottery wheel is indeed here," Long Yun said, snapping his jade fan shut as he surveyed the surroundings. Soon, he caught sight of the lottery wheel. Long Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, and in an instant, he vanished from his position. With a rush, his crimson cloak billowed dramatically behind him as he transformed into a shadow of blood, racing towards the lottery wheel. Upon witnessing this, the battle lion and the frenzied tiger swiftly followed suit, charging towards the lottery wheel as well. Chapter 16. The Job Change Guild Alliance Hiss. Whoosh! As the crimson phantoms and golden afterimages surged through the air, a sharp wail echoed, and the members of the Battle Lion Guild fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. Long Yun and the crimson figure arrived at the lottery wheel almost simultaneously, maintaining a wary distance from each other. The Battle Lion and the Mad Tiger followed closely behind. The former glared at the fallen guild members, his eyes filled with rage, yet he dared not voice his anger. The Mad Tiger, with a cruel grin, provocatively glanced at the Battle Lion and sneered. This is the price of overestimating oneself. Crack! Crack! The Battle Lion clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his gaze brimming with murderous intent directed at the Mad Tiger. The latter disdainfully scoffed and diverted part of his attention to the lottery wheel. The crimson figure and Long Yun disregarded the two, their eyes alight with contemplation as they absorbed the information displayed on the lottery wheel. The Battle Lion, observing the trio, sent another message to Jiang Tianhe, apprising him of the situation. As the Lord of Tianzong City, Jiang Tianhe possessed certain privileges and, even without the Battle Lion, he had a clear view of the unfolding events. With the arrival of the crimson figure and Long Yun, he thought to himself, the city lord Ma Qingfeng surely wouldn't want to miss out on this opportunity. He cast a glance at Jiang Yubai, who was concealed behind a large rock. Astonished internally, before long, he witnessed his grandson glowing with several upgrade lights. No wonder he risked exposing the lottery wheel. This rate of advancement was indeed remarkable. Jiang Tianhe began to doubt whether the lottery master truly harbored only SSS-level potential. Although he himself was merely an S-level profession, he had encountered many S-level newcomers. And in terms of upgrade speed, none could compare to his grandson. With Yubai's professional potential, he would undoubtedly enter the Starry Sky Academy as a gifted student. Yet, why did the envoy hastily return to the academy? Was something amiss? How magnificent! Absolutely stunning. Song Shaoan was brimming with excitement, exclaiming, truly an epic-level powerhouse. Slaying these third, fourth, and fifth-tier professionals is like slicing through vegetables. Dozens of guild members had perished, and the Battle Lion dared not utter a word. He was simply too formidable. The transformation to epic level indeed signified a qualitative leap in strength, one that elite-level professionals could not hope to rival. Jiang Yubai nodded, and with a shift in tone, remarked, but that is all there is to it. With a legendary-level grandfather, he naturally did not perceive the crimson figure and Long Yun as particularly strong. He watched them intently, secretly hoping that these two might draw something valuable, preferably a skill book. He had already learned the low-level skill 1/. There was no reason not to acquire more. In theory, professionals do not face any limit on the number of skills they can possess. Upon awakening and transitioning their profession, they receive their first skill, known as the initial skill. Jiang Yubai was an exception. He was the only newcomer to possess 2 initial skills. Subsequently, with each transition, professionals would gain a new skill. Beyond that, acquiring skills could only be achieved by learning from skill books or as reward for tasks. Jiang Yubai, however, with the lottery wheel and other skills at his disposal, was destined to amass a terrifying quantity of skills in the future. As Long Yun swayed his white jade fan, he gazed at Blood Color and, with a warm smile, suggested, Brother Blood Color, why don't you go first? I still have need of your assistance. Blood Color shot a sidelong glance at Long Yun, retrieving gold coins from his backpack to partake in the lottery. Long Yun, being an old rival of Blood Color, was well aware of his temperament and refrained from quarreling, instead watching eagerly as the lottery wheel began to spin. A mixture of anticipation and tension flickered in Blood Color's eyes, as he knew full well that the wheel could yield attribute points and skill tomes as rewards. War Lion and Mad Tiger also focused intently on the spinning wheel, eager to see if Blood Color would strike luck. Thank you for your patronage, the wheel announced, and Blood Color's expression darkened immediately. It seemed that luck was not on Brother Blood Color's side today. Long Yun chuckled softly, closing his fan, and prepared to take his turn. Blood Color scoffed, remarking as if Long Yun's fortune were superior to his own. Should I win a reward, Brother Blood Color, do not feel envious. Long Yun remained unperturbed. Blood Color merely snorted. Moments later, the wheel came to a halt. Thank you for your patronage, it declared, and Long Yun's smile faded, the fan stilling in his hand. Your luck is no better, Blood Color mocked with a chuckle. Long Yun's smile returned, and with calm assurance, he replied, After all, we can draw once a day. If today is unfruitful, tomorrow surely will be rewarding. Feeling self-satisfied, Blood Color retorted, turning to the nearby members of the Blood Color Guild and called out, Come over and draw. War Lion and Mad Tiger exchanged uneasy glances. Wait a moment, Long Yun said, folding his fan and losing his smile as he regarded the grim-faced Blood Color. Isn't what you're doing rather inappropriate? What is inappropriate? Blood Color replied coldly. Do you wish to stop me? Long Yun shook his head. Addressing the thousands of members of the Long Yun Guild, let us draw together. That is acceptable, but my people shall go first, Blood Color asserted firmly. That is quite unfair, Long Yun observed, smiling at Blood Color. Knowing Brother Blood Color as I do, once your people have drawn, it is unlikely you would allow mine the same opportunity. Blood Color narrowed his eyes, realizing this was indeed his intention. What do you propose? Long Yun suggested. 1 for 1, we take turns drawing. After a moment of silence, Blood Color consented. At this juncture, War Lion and Mad Tiger could no longer remain silent. President Blood Color, President Long Yun, I represent Elder Ma. Do you not fear offending him with such actions? Mad Tiger spoke in a low tone. War Lion followed up. Lord Jiang oversees Tianzong City and the Tianzong Dungeon. Are you two intending to exclude Lord Jiang from this? Suddenly, 2 crisp sounds echoed, followed by 2 heavy thuds as War Lion and Mad Tiger were sent flying by Blood Color and Long Yun, crashing several meters away. Members of the War Lion Guild and Mad Tiger Guild stood frozen, fear etched in their expressions as they gazed at Blood Color and Long Yun. A menacing aura emanated from Blood Color, seeking death. Knowing no bounds, Long Yun's demeanor was equally icy. Just then, a stern voice reverberated through the sky. One must consider the master even when striking a dog. Shuesei and Long Yun felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. The expression of the fierce tiger brightened, and he quickly rose from the ground, respectfully exclaiming, Elder Ma, you have finally arrived. A refreshing breeze swept through, transforming into a tall figure of an elder who exuded an aura of authority without a hint of anger. Shuesei had previously encountered Elder Ma. Upon seeing the elder, Shuesei and Long Yun immediately bowed in respect. It was Elder Ma of the Transmutation Guild Alliance, the legendary powerhouse Ma Qingfeng. Indeed, the members of the Transmutation Guild Alliance have come. Behind the large stone, Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow upon spotting Ma Qingfeng. Tianzong City is under the jurisdiction of the Transmutation Guild Alliance, with Ma Qingfeng serving as the direct overseer of the city. Ma Qingfeng is the legendary titan sent by the Transmutation Guild Alliance to counterbalance Jiang Tianhe. Chapter 17. No one shall draw lots without my consent. In the city of Tianzong, all guilds, large and small, fall under the jurisdiction of Ma Qingfeng. The leaders of the Blood Color and Dragon Cloud guilds, though outwardly respectful, harbor great ambitions and engage in subtle schemes. Ma Qingfeng cast a cold gaze upon them, the pressure of a legendary figure enveloping both. The Blood Color and Dragon Cloud guilds are the most powerful factions in Tianzong, and while they feign deference to Ma Qingfeng, they have dared to strike his people, a blatant affront to his authority. Blood Color, Dragon Cloud, you both possess an audacity that astonishes me. Ma Qingfeng admonished. You are aware that Tianhe is under my protection, yet you dare to make a move against him. Please, Elder Ma, forgive my impulsiveness, Blood Color replied, lowering his head, refraining from further explanation. Dragon Cloud echoed the sentiment, understanding that any defense would only serve to provoke Ma Qingfeng's ire further. It was better to remain silent, for the wild tiger was not gravely harmed. Ma Qingfeng, seething with anger at their brazen demeanor, recognized that should he impose punishment, Blood Color and Dragon Cloud would have their justifications. Crucially, he was aware that Jiang Tianhe was observing the situation. Any attempt to discipline them would undoubtedly be met with intervention. The immediate concern was the lottery wheel. Other matters could wait. With this thought, Ma Qingfeng snorted disdainfully, commanding, "You two, leave the Tianzong instance with your men immediately." Blood Color and Dragon Cloud stood their ground, showing no intention of departing. Esteemed presidents, did you not hear Elder Ma's words clearly? The Wild Tiger inquired coldly. Dragon Cloud glanced at the Wild Tiger before responding, "Elder Ma, the Tianzong instance falls under Jiang Cheng's jurisdiction. You do not possess the authority to command our departure." "Indeed," Blood Color chimed in, "Elder Ma, your actions are indeed somewhat inappropriate. We should await Lord Jiang." Ma Qingfeng's expression darkened further, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Having learned that the lottery wheel could yield attribute points and skill books, he could not let such an opportunity slip away. In his eyes, the lottery wheel might even be the key to transcending the divine level, or at least a glimmer of hope. How bold Blood Color and Dragon Cloud are to utter such words. They truly fear not for their lives, Song Shaohan remarked, feeling a mixture of dread and concern for the two. This is the Tianzong instance. If Ma Qingfeng were to act against them, it would disrupt the order. As this is the territory of my grandfather, they are fully aware of this, which emboldens their audacity, Jiang Yubai analyzed. Song Shaohan nodded, but expressed confusion yet. Since the War Lion was also attacked, do they not risk offending your grandfather as well? Jiang Yubai shook his head, clarifying, an epic level being threatened by an elite level one. Who could argue against a bit of discipline? Both the War Lion and the Wild Tiger are unharmed. Wealth can easily sway the heart. Song Shaohan sighed, remarking on the irresistible allure of the prize wheel. Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement, casting a glance around, silently pondering, where is grandfather? The atmosphere is quite lively. Laughter erupted as Jiang Tianhe appeared above the throng, surveying Ma Qingfeng below. He chuckled. Even Elder Ma has graced us with his presence. It seems the prize wheel is indeed enticing. Salutations, Lord City Master. Greetings, Lord City Master. The assembled warriors, including Zhan Shi, Kuang Hu, Xue Sei, and Long Yun, all offered their respectful salutations. This scene only deepened the displeasure on Ma Qingfeng's face. As a fellow legendary powerhouse, Jiang Tian, he certainly basked in greater glory. Jiang Tian, he nodded, descending gracefully to stand before the prize wheel. What do you make of this, Lord City Master? Ma Qingfeng inquired. Jiang Tian, he regarded the wheel, slowly shaking his head. This is my first encounter with such an artifact. Elder Ma, being from the Guild Alliance headquarters, must surely be well versed in its nature. Ma Qingfeng's expression darkened at the remark, inwardly seething. What a lofty hat you seek to place upon my head. If I knew, would I inquire of you? It is also my first sight of it. Previously, I had never heard of such a thing, Ma Qingfeng retorted coldly. We should deliberate on how to handle this item. Deliberate? About what? With whom? Jiang Tian, he feigned ignorance. Ma Qingfeng's countenance turned grim, his voice heavy with accusation. What? Is it the intention of Lord City Master to claim this for himself? Elder Ma, you are exaggerating, Jiang Tian, he replied sternly, his demeanor serious. The Tianzong dungeon falls under the jurisdiction of the Guild Alliance. Thus, the fate of this artifact should be decided by them. Ma Qingfeng was taken aback. Having assumed Jiang Tian, he was merely playing the fool to monopolize the prize wheel. Xue Sei, Long Yun, and Kuang Hu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as apprehension set in. Kuang Hu, however, managed to smile. Just as Ma Qingfeng was about to voice his thoughts, Jiang Tian, he interjected, cheerfully adding, Nevertheless, as the city master of Tianzong, it is only fitting that I oversee this prize wheel until the Guild Alliance reaches a decision. Ma Qingfeng's expression darkened further, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Jiang Tianhe. Of course, if Elder Ma wishes to partake in the drawing, I shall not impede you. As for the others, Jiang Tian, he surveyed the group, causing Xue Sei, Long Yun, and Kuang Hu to feel a sense of foreboding. Zhan Shi looked on with a tense expression, a sense of unease stirring within him as well. Ma Qingfeng scoffed, his ire escalating. The implications of Jiang Tianhe's words were abundantly clear. He intended to profit handsomely from the prize wheel before the Guild Alliance could make their ruling, deliberately excluding Ma Qingfeng from any share. This was intolerable to Ma Qingfeng. The news of the prize wheel would soon spread, particularly the potential to draw attribute points, which would undoubtedly attract countless aspiring practitioners flocking to partake. At that juncture, Jiang Tian, he would merely need to sell tickets to a massive fortune. How dare he deny me a share? To feast alone? Such folly. Ma Qingfeng resolved not to report this matter to the Guild Alliance, confident that Jiang Tian he would not do so either. Jiang Tianhe, unwilling to indulge alone, promptly reported to the Guild headquarters. At that moment, however, he suddenly retracted his smile, his expression transforming into one of solemnity. His authoritative voice resonated around him. As for the others, they may partake in the lottery. I, the lord of this city, shall not hinder them. Furthermore, I will dispatch the city guards to remain stationed here. Should anyone dare to contest for this lottery wheel, I shall impose severe punishment upon them. Let not be said that I did not forewarn you. With that proclamation, Jiang Tianhe vanished from sight. A profound silence enveloped the scene until moments later, it erupted into an uproar of astonishment. Chapter 18. Participate, and you may win. Abstain, and you shall never succeed. Is this true? Have I heard incorrectly? The esteemed Jiang Qing Master implies that we too can partake in a lottery? What do you mean, Jiang Qing Master? It is Jiang Qing Tian. The members of several major guilds struggled to believe their ears, nearly in disbelief. This has already been verified. Individuals have indeed won attribute points, experience, equipment, and skill books from the lottery wheel. This is a priceless treasure. For an ordinary practitioner, spending 1,000 gold coins for a single draw is quite extravagant. Yet who does not wish to take a chance? What if one were to win a skill book? Participate, and you may indeed win. Abstain, and you will forever remain empty-handed. The principle of risking a little for the chance of great reward is understood even by a 3-year-old. Thus, everyone, without exception, was overwhelmed with excitement, some even contemplating kneeling before Jiang Tianhe. This decision made by Jiang Tianhe could potentially alter their fates. Blood Red and Dragon Cloud exchanged glances, gazing at the jubilant scene, still finding it hard to accept. In their eagerness to participate in the lottery, they had dared to offend their superior, Ma Qingfeng. Ultimately, they realized their offense was in vain. The two exchanged bitter smiles, their expressions laced with regret. Had they known Jiang Tianhe would make such a decision, they would undoubtedly have refrained from provoking Ma Qingfeng. The county officer is not as powerful as the current manager, based on their understanding of Ma Qingfeng. He would likely seek retribution later. Nevertheless, their spirits were not entirely dismal. They had achieved their objective by placing the lottery wheel under Ma Qingfeng's supervision. Their desire to participate in the lottery meant that each individual would contribute far beyond a mere 1,000 gold coins. War Lion and Mad Tiger could not share in the joy either. They had hoped to leverage their connections with Jiang Tianhe or Ma Qingfeng to gain preferential access to the lottery, enhancing their strength first and then eliminating their rivals. Their plans had come to naught. They were not the only ones to see their schemes unravel. Ma Qingfeng was equally affected, observing the jubilant crowd. His expression darkened to the point of dripping with malice, and a murderous intent surged within him. The lottery wheel was a veritable treasure trove. Why had he refrained from reporting to the Guild Alliance headquarters? To profit, given the value of the lottery wheel. Not only 1,000 gold coins, but even 10,000 gold coins would not deter practitioners eager to participate. This was a unique opportunity, akin to a scorpion's rare excretion. To this end, Ma Qingfeng had already resolved to allow Jiang Tianhe to take the lion's share while he settled for the remainder. His bottom line was a 60-40 split, with Jiang Tianhe receiving 60% and he 40%. Even 40% of the profits would amount to an extraordinarily frightening sum by the end of the day. Little did Ma Qingfeng anticipate that Jiang Tianhe would forsake such a staggering temptation, opening the lottery wheel to all practitioners. It was utterly foolish. To win hearts in this manner? Utterly absurd. Ma Qingfeng clenched his teeth in frustration, yet he revealed none of his sentiments outwardly. Nor could he utter a single word of dissent. If he did, he would offend not just the practitioners of Tianzong City. Jiang Tianhe, you have forced my hand. Ma Qingfeng immediately contacted Yuan Taiyu, the vice president of the Job Change Guild Alliance headquarters, and sent a message regarding the news of the lottery wheel. He gazed at the lottery wheel, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. Though this item was indeed valuable, it was akin to a hot potato. Jiang Tianhe. Oh, Jiang Tianhe, trouble is looming. Is grandfather really this generous? Upon realizing the implications, Zhang Xiaoan blinked and turned to Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai remained silent, quickly grasping the rationale behind his grandfather's decision. Everything was done for his benefit. The more participants in the lottery, the faster his level would rise. Jiang Tianhe's release of the lottery was intended to expedite his upgrades. However, as Jiang Yubai observed Ma Qingfeng, he silently thought, such actions would undoubtedly offend Ma Qingfeng, and soon trouble would follow. With the dawn of the universal job change era, a millennium had transformed the world entirely. The planet Blue Star was jointly governed by the Job Change Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky Mercenaries. These two factions controlled a varying number of cities, each overseeing a corresponding number of dungeons and secret realms. For a professional to become the lord of a city, the method was straightforward: challenge. Victory in such a challenge would bestow the title of New City Lord, applicable to anyone below the level of a divine being. The dungeon bound to Tianzong City was singularly the Tianzong Dungeon, designated solely for professionals below the 5th job transfer for leveling purposes. The profits yielded from this dungeon were minimal, thus attracting little attention from formidable beings. However, the situation had changed. Once the news of the lottery wheel spread, challengers would flock in droves. After acquiring the Holy Sword Judgment, Jiang Tianhe's strength had significantly increased, yet he was still far from reaching the pinnacle of legendary power. Jiang Yubai was not particularly concerned. If necessary, he could simply retract the lottery wheel. He had anticipated this possibility before placing the lottery wheel. In truth, as long as he could secure admission to the Starry Sky Academy, no one would dare provoke Jiang Tianhe. Let's go. Where to? First, back to the City Lord's mansion. I need to have a word with grandfather. You have gained 100 experience. You have gained 100 experience. Once the city guard arrived, the lottery had already commenced. Jiang Yubai and Zhang Xiaoan teleported away from the dungeon. Xiaobai, you've returned. Seeing his beloved grandson, Jiang Tianhe set down his tea with a cheerful smile. Just as Jiang Yubai took a seat, he was enveloped in the light of an upgrade, causing Jiang Tianhe's eyes to gleam with excitement. Jiang Yubai calmly inquired, Grandfather, why don't you share some of the profits with Ma Qingfeng? Silly child, do you think that if I share a portion of the profits with Ma Qingfeng, trouble will not come knocking? Jiang Tianhe replied with a chuckle. Jiang Yubai fell silent. Indeed, given the extraordinary nature of the lottery wheel, unless Jiang Tianhe was invincibly legendary, trouble was inevitable. Even at the legendary level, should someone draw a divine skill, artifact, or mythical beast, divine beings would soon arrive in throngs. Do not worry about me, my boy. If need be, I can simply relinquish the title of City Lord. Jiang Tianhe said with a grin. You say it so lightly, yet you have held the position for 2 to 3 decades. Are you truly willing to part with it? Jiang Yubai shook his head. What is there to cling to? The future of my grandson is far more significant than the City Lord's. Jiang Tianhe holds a rather optimistic perspective. With Jiang Yubai's potential, the Jiang family is bound to reach greater heights. At that moment, a milky white radiance emanated from Jiang Yubai. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tianhe burst into hearty laughter, increasingly convinced that his decision was indeed sound. Jiang Yubai rose to his feet and strode towards the exit. Where are you going? I am heading to another instance's secret realm to set up a prize wheel. I shall accompany you. No need. You should remain here to deal with Ma Qingfeng. Jiang Tianhe, though uneasy, could not dispatch anyone for protection. The prize wheel was placed by Jiang Yubai, and should the news leak, the consequences would be dire. He could only watch as Jiang Yubai vanished from sight. After a while, he sensed that Jiang Yubai had left Tianzong City through the City Lord's Passage. Chapter 19. A Divine Calling. In the heart of Kowloon City, the headquarters of the Job Change Guild Alliance in Blue Star, the office exuded an aura of antiquity. Within this distinguished chamber, one of the vice presidents, Yuan Taiyu, appeared to be in his 30s, though in reality, he had surpassed the age of 130. At this moment, his face, marked by an inherent authority, was etched with surprise. A celestial being had awakened a divine class, one aligned with the destiny attribute. Since the emergence of Luo Qingxian, it had been 3 years since humanity had witnessed the awakening of a new divine class. Yuan Taiyu took a moment to compose himself, reflecting on the gravity of the situation. A destiny attribute divine class, akin to Luo Qingxian, was destined for high-tier divinity, while he himself would remain confined to low-tier divinity throughout his life. Alas, with the advent of the Stellar Universe chapter, although anyone could ascend to divinity, progression thereafter would still hinge upon one's professional potential. What a mystery it was where the young Bai Feiyong would ultimately find himself. Suddenly, a message from Ma Qingfeng appeared before Yuan Taiyu, causing his expression to sharpen upon reading its contents. A lottery will capable of yielding attribute points and skill books, akin to a treasure chest, was being introduced. A flicker of confusion and curiosity crossed Yuan Taiyu's eyes as he delved deeper into the details. It was inaccessible, indestructible, and Jiang Tianhe had unilaterally decided to make it available to everyone without prerequisites. Yuan Taiyu's brows knitted together, a sense of dissatisfaction swelling within him. Although Ma Qingfeng had not mentioned the immense benefits concealed within a lottery wheel, Yuan Taiyu immediately grasped its astounding value upon seeing the information, and various strategies for generating gold through the lottery will flooded his mind. This Jiang Tianhe truly had audacity, treating the lottery wheel as if it belonged solely to him. Without delay, Yuan Taiyu reached out to Ma Qingfeng, instructing him to negotiate with Jiang Tianhe on his behalf to assume control of the lottery wheel. Subsequently, he redirected his focus to other guild matters. A mere low-tier dungeon item was not worthy of his attention unless it promised divine skills or artifacts as rewards. But was that even feasible? In the Tianzong city, the branch of the Job Change Guild Alliance, Ma Qingfeng's face radiated with a smug and triumphant smile upon receiving Yuan Taiyu's message. "Is there good news from the guild headquarters, Elder Ma?" asked Kuang Hu, his posture slightly hunched, his tone ingratiating. "Vice President Yuan has instructed me to take over the management of the lottery wheel from Jiang Tianhe. Immediately gather the guild members to await my arrival. I am heading to the Lord's Manor now." The smile on Ma Qingfeng's face grew more pronounced. He seemed to envision the dismay that would wash over Jiang Tianhe upon hearing the news. "Indeed," Kuang Hu exclaimed, his expression brimming with delight. Though Jiang Tianhe had decreed against competing for the lottery, larger guilds like Blood Red and Dragon Cloud would still necessitate queuing if Kuang Hu and the War Lion Guild desired to participate. With Elder Ma on their side, henceforth, it would be the members of the Kuang Hu Guild who would draw from the lottery first each day. Perhaps Elder Ma would even allow his people to guard the lottery wheel, and then, "War Lion, your members shall have no chance of winning." Kuang Hu rubbed his hands together, reveling in his delightful scheming. The Crystal Forest, designated as a novice village dungeon, was of a level inferior to that of the Tianzong dungeon. The Heavenly Burial Dungeon is indeed categorized as a novice village dungeon, the first level being a suitable arena for newly awakened individuals to engage in combat and level up. Jiang Yubai made his appearance in the Crystal Forest, casting a glance around the entrance, where the majority present were newcomers of similar age to him. One advantage of selecting the novice dungeon is the diminished attention that divine-level experts place on the lottery wheel, as long as no divine-level rewards are drawn. These formidable beings will not make their presence known. Before entering the Starry Sky Academy, Jiang Yubai's greatest concern was precisely these divine-level experts. Their occupational abilities are remarkably diverse, and they each possess powerful artifacts. Should they discover, through some means, the identity behind the lottery wheel, it would spell trouble for him. Yet, Jiang Yubai was not excessively worried. After all, the lottery master is an extraordinary profession beyond the casual scrutiny of divine-level experts. Just as Jiang Yubai was lost in thought, he heard someone call his name, and upon looking up, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. A youthful, vibrant girl approached him with a look of joy, his classmate, Long Danny. Behind Long Danny were 2 other girls of similar age, whom Jiang Yubai recognized as classmates from other classes. "Jiang Yubai, is that really you? I thought I was mistaken. What brings you to the Crystal Forest? She exclaimed, her smooth forehead and fair complexion accentuating her beauty, particularly her large, long-lashed eyes. Why can I come and you cannot? Jiang Yubai replied with a teasing smile. Of course you can. Long Danny exclaimed, glancing around excitedly. Are you alone? Is Tsang Xiaoan not with you? Jiang Yubai nodded. No, it's just me. Hearing this, Long Danny clapped her hands in delight. Perfect. We can team up, the two of us along with Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan, who are also from our school. Hello, Jiang Yubai greeted Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan, their eyes sparkling with admiration in the presence of the school heartthrob. No, thank you. Jiang Yubai shook his head, providing no further explanation as he turned to leave. Hey, Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai. Long Danny called out twice, but seeing him continue without pausing, she stomped her foot in frustration. Danny, what should we do? Danny, weren't you always secretly in love with Jiang Yubai? You can't let this opportunity slip away, urged Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan in a flurry of anxious voices. Long Danny contemplated for a moment, then nodded decisively, clenching her fist. Let us go. Follow him. The three girls hastily pursued him. However, a few minutes later, they found themselves breathless and drenched in sweat. I can't keep going. I'm really exhausted. He's too fast, gasped Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan, waving their hands in surrender. Long Danny, gritting her teeth and feeling frustrated at Jiang Yubai's disappearing figure, declared fiercely, We must continue the chase. We cannot let him get away today. With that, she pulled Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan along, resuming their pursuit. Fortunately, my attributes are high and my speed is swift, allowing me to evade the notice of Long Danny and her companions while I swiftly completed the lottery wheel and made my exit. Jiang Yubai silently rejoiced at the serendipitous encounter with Long Danny, which was an unexpected occurrence he wished to avoid. After placing the lottery wheel, he departed from the Crystal Forest and headed straight towards the next novice dungeon. Before long, Long Danny, Duan Mengfei, and Wei Shanshan stumbled upon the lottery wheel. What is this? They exclaimed. A lottery wheel? 1,000 gold for a spin? Rewards such as skill books, attribute points, and pets? Surely this cannot be real. The three women stood before the lottery wheel, exclaiming in astonishment, and then Long Danny retrieved the gold coins given by her parents from her backpack to try her luck. Congratulations, you have won 1,000 experience points. The air around Long Danny shimmered with 3 beams of light as she leveled up, ascending from level 1 directly to level 4. The sight left the three women utterly astonished. Chapter 20. Have I become a full-time freelancer? Before Long Danny, the occupational panel materialized, clearly displaying level LV4 100-500. She slowly turned her head to glance at Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan standing beside her, her eyes widening in astonishment, her beautiful and innocent face reflecting sheer disbelief. I have reached level 4? Her tone was laden with incredulity. Everything felt surreal. Duan Mengfei hesitantly remarked, It seems you have leveled up. Wei Shanshan nodded stiffly, her mind swirling in confusion. No. Could this be a dream? Long Danny looked back at the occupational panel, astonished at the notion of having leveled up so easily. She pointed at the lottery wheel, her expression gradually transforming into one of excitement, exclaiming this thing? No, this lottery wheel is truly real. Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan also snapped back to reality, screaming in exhilaration as they frantically rummaged through their backpacks for gold coins. I'll go first. I have good luck today. My luck is better than yours. Let me go first. As she watched Duan Mengfei and Wei Shanshan scramble, Long Danny took a deep breath, suppressing her own excitement, and began to contact her father, Long Yun. At that moment, Long Yun was still in the first layer of the Sky Burial Dungeon, leading the members of the Long Yun Guild in a lottery. Shuesa stood nearby, his eyes fixed on the lottery device. Shuesa, stop staring. This is not something we can partake in, Long Yun remarked, shaking his white jade fan. If it weren't for Lord Jiang allowing everyone to participate, members of our guild would have to deplete our treasury just to join. I will remember Lord Jiang's kindness. Do not forget it either, Shuesa replied coolly. Indeed, before Long Yun could finish his sentence, a dialogue box popped up before him. The motion of shaking his fan halted instantly, shock and elation flickering across his face. Shuesa noticed Long Yun's reaction, a look of curiosity dawning in his eyes. Long Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he struggled to maintain his composure, wishing to conceal his thoughts from Shuesa. The lottery device has appeared in the Crystal Forest as well. It undoubtedly seems to be a secondary quest item. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Long Yun realized he must act swiftly to secure the opportunity before others discovered it. With that thought in mind, he snapped his fan shut with a decisive snap, growling, "How dare anyone cause trouble in my territory? They're seeking their demise." He then summoned nearly 100 guild members and hurried towards the Crystal Forest dungeon. Shuesa narrowed his eyes, feeling a sense of perplexity. However, most of the members Long Yun took along had already participated in the lottery, leaving only a few who had not, so he dismissed it without further thought. Soon, Long Yun and his hundreds of guild members arrived at the Crystal Forest. By then, other players had already discovered the lottery wheel and begun participating. Upon witnessing this, Long Yun immediately ordered a clearance of the area and arranged for his guild members to partake in the lottery. "Father, are you aware of the lottery wheel?" Upon witnessing a series of actions from Long Yun, Long Danny expressed her confusion and inquired further. Long Yun nodded and disclosed to his daughter the existence of a lottery wheel within the Heavenly Burial Instance. The revelation of a lottery wheel in this instance prompted Long Danny to question whether other instances possessed similar features. Long Yun shook his head, stating that he had dispatched individuals to explore the surrounding instances for information, but thus far there had been no updates. This was for the moment. The second lottery wheel encountered. Long Danny pondered thoughtfully, recalling the kindness of grandfather Jiang, adding that she had recently encountered Jiang Yubai in the vicinity. Long Yun was taken aback and asked, "Is the grandson of the city lord also present here?" To which Long Danny replied with a hint of disappointment, "Yes, but I lost track of him and do not know his current whereabouts." Perplexed, Long Yun contemplated the situation. Was Jiang Chengzhu concerned for his grandson's safety, prompting him to venture here for monster hunting and leveling up, rather than advancing within the Heavenly Burial Instance? "Father, a skill book has emerged. I've drawn a skill book." Long Danny's exclamation drew Long Yun's attention back, and with a joyful expression, he accepted the skill book from a guild member. In the Sun Lake instance, one of the novice village instances, Jiang Yubai had placed a lottery wheel on an island in the lake. After positioning a lottery wheel in the Crystal Forest, he departed, contemplating the situation. The news of the lottery wheels had yet to circulate widely and had not garnered much attention from various factions. He anticipated that as the number of lottery wheels he placed increased, practitioners would soon discover the pattern and likely seek out similar setups in other novice village instances. However, he decided against placing more in other novice village instances and instead opted for lower-tier instances, reasoning that this would be a more prudent approach. With his current attributes and skill count, he would also be formidable in lower-level instances. He glanced at his character panel. Name, Jiang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master, Super God level. Level, LV27, 5462800. Base attributes, Strength, 35,946, Vitality, 35,946, Intelligence, 35,946, Growth attributes, Health points, 359,460, Defense, 359,460, Energy points, 359,460, Free attribute points, 2, Skill slots 7, all-inclusive, passive LV27 when other players draw from your lottery wheel. You receive a reward multiplied by 27. Lottery wheel, active LV27, place a classic circular wheel divided into multiple segments, each corresponding to a type of reward, such as experience points, equipment, gold, skills, etc. Other players can use the wheel to draw, and with each draw, you gain experience points. You can now place 27 lottery wheels. Lucky Blind Box, active LV27, place a Lucky Blind Box lottery machine, where participants can spend 10,000 gold to receive a blind box. The blind boxes come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, and purple, each representing a different rarity of rewards. Participants are able to perceive the probability of the next blind box's color, which incrementally increases with each draw. Holy Sword Judgment, Active level 100 summons a colossal holy sword to deliver a devastating blow to a target area with a radius of 50 meters. Currently unavailable for use. 1 slash. Active level 27 concentrates all physical strength to execute a powerful slash against all enemies within a conical area in front, inflicting damage equivalent to 150 of physical attack power, with a 10 chance to cause bleeding. Flame Missile. Active level 27 releases a fiery missile that inflicts fire damage upon the target, with a 20 chance to ignite them. Once ignited, the target suffers fire damage equal to 10 of attack power per second for a duration of 5 seconds. Ultimate Charge. Active level 27 enters a state of ultimate charge, significantly enhancing the damage and effects of the next attack, while rendering the user immune to all control effects and reducing incoming damage during the charging period. The longer the charge duration, the greater the enhancement. A 1-second charge increases damage by 50, a 2-second charge by 100, a 3-second charge by 200. During the charge, incoming damage is reduced by 50. Upon completion of the charge, a buff lasting 5 seconds is granted, increasing attack speed and movement speed by 20. Shadow Traverse. Active level 27 enters a shadow state, becoming invisible and enhancing movement speed by 70, with the ability to perform a short-range teleportation of 20 meters within 12 seconds. While in a shadow state, the user is undetectable by ordinary monsters, and the detection range by bosses and highly perceptive enemies is significantly reduced. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Backpack, Advanced Equipment, Beastbone Shield, X3, Mirage Staff X1, Giant Bear Whip X1, Low-Level Skill Book, 1 slash. X2, Low-Level Skill Book, Fire Missile. X1, Low-Level Skill Book, Charge. X1, Low-Level Skill Book, Stealth X1, Epic Equipment Moonshadow Spear X1, Intermediate Equipment Mighty Bull, Cleaver X1. Chapter 21. The Terrifying Slash. The Lottery Master is a profession with attributes across all systems. If my skills continue to grow at this rate, I shall become a full-time lone wanderer. No, a full-time lone wanderer cannot learn elite-level skills. A full-time expert? Jiang Yubai chuckled softly, shaking his head. Regardless, he was open to acquiring skills of any kind, whether they be low-level, elite, or even epic. He yearned to learn them all. Naturally, he would reserve the legendary skills from the warrior class that Jiang Tianhe had yet to master. Gazing into his bag, Jiang Yubai mused. The 90 probability of receiving a thank you for your patronage truly seemed high, as few had actually won. A 10 chance of winning does not guarantee that 1 in every 10 participants will emerge victorious. It remains a matter of probability. In other words, it all hinges on luck. Without a designated prize, my grandfather would likely never obtain the legendary skill Holy Sword Judgment. Each lottery wheel offers a daily designated draw, which I cannot squander. I shall reserve them for my grandfather to see if he can draw any other remarkable items. Soon, Jiang Yubai departed from Sun Lake, and after about half an hour, individuals began to discover the lottery wheel. Magnetic Castle, one of the lower-level instances, is suitable for professions ranging from first to third transfer to grind monsters and level up. The castle is divided into an outer area, an inner area, and a core area, corresponding to first, second, and third transfer professionals. Upon entering the outer area, as soon as Jiang Yubai appeared at the entrance, he was met with a languid yet domineering voice. 100 gold coins. Jiang Yubai glanced at the 2 guards clad in standard city guard attire, retrieved 100 gold coins from his bag, and tossed them to the guards, then proceeded inside with an impassive expression. Among the thousands of city lords in Blue Star, Jiang Tianhe was exceptionally benevolent. At least he refrained from imposing entry fees for the instance. Although 100 gold coins may seem insignificant, it represents a considerable expense for a professional hailing from an ordinary family. Magnetic Castle is merely a low-level instance. A professional must slay dozens of monsters to break even. Wow, so arrogant? One of the city guards, dissatisfied, watched Jiang Yubai as he pocketed the gold coins and prepared to take action, only to be halted by another guard. Don't provoke him. This fellow possesses an extraordinary demeanor. We cannot afford to offend someone with even a slight background. We are the Lord's army, and with the Lord present, what is there to fear? Although the guard spoke bravely, he ultimately refrained from obstructing Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai quickly ventured deeper into the outer area, covering a distance of 200 to 300 meters, and along the way, he encountered very few professionals, such as the consequence of overexploitation. A 10 gold coin ticket for a low-level instance seems reasonable, but 100 gold coins is utterly exorbitant. Warning, you have been spotted by the Magnetic Wolf. Magnetic Wolf. Level 13 health, 1350. The Magnetic Wolf, twice the size of an ordinary wolf, is formed from a constantly shifting gray and white magnetic field. Howling, the Magnetic Wolf charged toward Jiang Yubai upon detecting him. A rugged stone dagger manifested in Jiang Yubai's hand. Brutal Bull Dagger. Intermediate equipment. Job restriction. Warrior class. Level 20 equipment type. Two-handed weapon. Base attributes. Attack power bonus. 120. Additional attributes. Strength 10. Critical hit rate 5. Attack speed -10 due to the weapon's weight. Attack speed is slightly reduced. Jiang Yubai gripped the knife with both hands, gazing at the Magnetic Wolf lunging towards him, and unleashed the skill 1 slash. Whoosh! A grayish-white blade light enveloped the area ahead, sweeping through the Magnetic Wolf's form. -414521. As the Magnetic Wolf dissipated, Jiang Yubai was momentarily stunned, glancing down at the brutal bull dagger in his hand. Since the base and growth attributes did not include attack power, he had long overlooked his own offensive capabilities. With a staggering growth attribute of over 400,000, he could slay this Magnetic Wolf even without wielding a weapon. He merely wished to test the damage of the skill 1 slash, conveniently utilizing the brutal bull dagger, a damage output exceeding 410,000. Jiang Yubai felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, attack power correlates with strength and constitution, much like life and defense attributes, amplifying roughly tenfold. With my current damage output, I could traverse this magnetic castle with ease. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his lips unable to suppress a smile. Today he had merely just awakened, while Cao Shaohan, Long Danny, and the others were only beginning to grind for levels. Yet, he had already reached level 32. On the journey from Sun Lake to Magnetic Castle, he had gained 5 levels, and with just 18 more levels, he would meet the threshold for a second-class advancement. My current base attributes roughly equate to over level 200 of Luo Qingshan. His Jiang Yubai could not help but draw a sharp breath. Ignorance is bliss, but the realization was startling. Luo Qingshan, a naturally divine being, was already among the most elite of the human race. In comparison to other potential classes, he would need to be dozens, if not hundreds, of levels higher. Terrifying. Jiang Yubai marveled at the dreadfulness of such a god-tier profession. How I adore it. Naturally, he did not factor in the enhancements from equipment that could augment attributes. In that moment, Jiang Yubai truly felt the immense value of a god-tier profession. It was astonishing. After more than 5 minutes, Jiang Yubai finally calmed his spirits, though the corners of his mouth still curved upwards. Noticing the absence of others around, he initially contemplated placing a lottery wheel on the spot, but halted at the moment of skill release. Without a lottery wheel, entry to the dungeon required 100 gold coins. With a lottery wheel, the ticket price would undoubtedly skyrocket, and he could profit handsomely from the price difference. Ultimately, Jiang Yubai chose not to set up the lottery wheel in Magnetic Castle, as he did not wish for his lottery wheel to become a tool for others to profit. Except for his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe. Regardless of who seeks to exploit the lottery wheel for personal gain, I shall unhesitatingly reclaim it, for the lottery wheel belongs to me. Jiang Yubai. Upon departing from the Magnetic Castle, Jiang Yubai chose not to venture into the lower-tier dungeons this time, but instead opted for the elite-level dungeon. With his current prowess, he is more than capable of safeguarding himself within the elite castle, in the city of heavenly burial, within the Lord's residence. Jiang Tianhe, will you surrender the control of the lottery wheel or not? Inside the Lord's hall, Jiang Tianhe stands in confrontation with Ma Qingfeng. This is the edict of the Vice President Yuan. Do you dare to defy the will of a god-level powerhouse? Ma Qingfeng was taken aback, as Jiang Tianhe was resolute in his refusal to relinquish control of the lottery wheel. In stark contrast to Ma Qingfeng's grim demeanor and furious gaze, Jiang Tianhe remained remarkably composed. Elder Ma, it is not that I wish to refuse, but rather that I cannot comply, for this is the directive of Vice President Qi. Reflecting his intentions, Ma Qingfeng's expression shifted noticeably, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Chapter 22. The Shadowy Moon, the headquarters of the Alliance of Transfer Guild stationed in Blue Star, is overseen by two individuals, both of whom hold the esteemed title of Vice President. One is Yuan Taiyu, the formidable supporter behind Ma Qingfeng, while the other is Vice President Qi Yan, mentioned by Jiang Tianhe. Like Yuan Taiyu, Qi Yan is also a low-tier divine being. Ma Qingfeng's expression shifted between varying shades of uncertainty, and in this moment, he comprehended why Jiang Tianhe dared to offer the lottery wheel for free. It was evident that Qi Yan stood behind Jiang Tianhe. Both vice presidents, Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yan, are equal in rank, each serving as a check on the other. Following the demise of the former president in the Sirius Domain, Void Rift Dungeon, the headquarters had yet to appoint a new leader, contemplating the elevation of one of the two vice presidents to the presidency. The two are evenly matched, having engaged in both overt and covert conflicts for over a decade, unable to determine a clear victor. Was it truly Vice President Qi's intention? Ma Qingfeng inquired with a voice heavy with foreboding. Jiang City Lord, you must understand the consequences of deceiving a divine being. Seated authoritatively in his chair, Jiang Tianhe chuckled lightly in response. If Elder Ma does not believe me, he may inquire directly with Vice President Qi, and the truth will be revealed. Upon observing Jiang Tianhe's demeanor, Ma Qingfeng sensed the gravity of the situation and thought to himself, this is troublesome. Jiang Tianhe is indeed the actual controller of the heavenly burial dungeon, and he has no authority to intervene. Currently, he is merely acting on Yuan Taiyu's orders to compel Jiang Tianhe to yield. I will seek clarification, Ma Qingfeng stated before turning to depart. Jiang Tianhe watched as Ma Qingfeng disappeared from view, letting out a slow sigh. Before him appeared a dialogue box with Vice President Qi Yan, which read, I will help you secure a few more days. Thereafter, I will arrange for an invincible legend to succeed you as the new city lord of Heavenly Burial City. At that time, you shall take up the position of city lord in another city. The Starry Sky Academy is not located on Blue Star, but within the Cosmic Secret Realms. Alongside it, the Stellar Academy and the Starsea Academy also reside in the Cosmic Expanse, one of the Divine Secret Realms. The Andromeda Galaxy, Illusory Light Realm, serves as the base for the Starry Sky Academy. Emerging from the teleportation passage adorned in a purple veil and a flowing purple tassel gown, Luo Ziwei stepped into the Academy's transfer square. Welcome, Sister Luo. A young man clad in a flamboyant pink suit greeted her with a playful bow. Gu Suifing. Has the mentor not yet returned from the Mars? Blazing Inferno Dungeon. Luo Ziwei's voice carried a serious tone, her starry eyes fixed intently on the fellow student of Shan Wenrui. Gu Suifeng straightened up, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. Not yet. You know the horrors of the Mars. Blazing Inferno Dungeon. Even at the ordinary difficulty level, the clearance rate is merely 27. Luo Ziwei frowned at his words. What is the matter? Gu Suifeng, sensing her expression, reined in his jovial demeanor. Realizing that something significant must have transpired, Luo Ziwei remained silent for a moment before asking again, is the Academy head present? Gu Suifeng shook his head. No, he is not. What about the deputy head? It appears that only Deputy Director Yu Wei is present. Oh, senior sister, where are you going? Are you off to find Deputy Director Yu Wei? Wait for me. I know where she is. I will take you there. Gu Suifeng swiftly pursued Luo Ziwei, who had unleashed an elite-level speed skill, transforming into a violet shadow. The participant list for the strongest Academy Championship has been provisionally established. We shall await the return of the director from the Centaurus Stellar Ruins for final decisions. Draped in a deep, intricate gown adorned with countless stars, Yue seemed to wear the very cosmos itself. Her demeanor was chilling, her expression stern. Merely her presence instilled a sense of pressure among the Academy heads below. Director Liu, regarding the newly mentioned secondary artifact, the lottery wheel, please remain vigilant, particularly concerning the attitudes of Xingyu and Xinghai towards this matter. Pay attention to the movements of the class change, guild, alliance, and starry mercenaries regarding this artifact. If it is capable of yielding rewards of elite level or higher, our Starry Academy must not miss this opportunity. One individual from below immediately responded. During the meeting, the head of the Life and Assistance Academy, Director Lu Guanyu, who oversees intelligence operations, received the latest news about the lottery wheel and reported it to Yue. However, the matter did not garner much attention. While the lottery wheel was considered superior to treasure chests in the minds of a few, it had not yet reached a level that warranted the focus of these god-level powerhouses. At that moment, Luo Ziwei's voice echoed from outside the hall. Disciple of the Mage Academy, Luo Ziwei, requests an audience with Deputy Director Yue. Yue's gaze shifted towards the entrance, where she spotted Luo Ziwei and Gu Suifeng. The significance of the strongest Academy championship regarding the allocation of the Cosmic Dungeon, the Starry Secret Realm, cannot be overlooked. Yue's voice was clear and cold, carrying an undeniable authority. With the director often absent, she presided over all matters, large and small, within the Academy. Several directors rose in succession and departed the assembly hall. Guomin, Yue's voice reached Luo Ziwei and Gu Suifeng, prompting the anxious Luo Ziwei to step into the hall. Noticing Gu Suifeng following her, Luo Ziwei cautioned, "Junior brother Gu, you need not come along." Gu Suifeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Luo Ziwei with confusion as she entered the hall. Something feels amiss with senior sister Luo. Very much so. Luo Ziwei had met Deputy Director Yue before and respectfully bowed. Deputy Director Yue is indeed a mid-tier, god-level powerhouse. Seated upon a high platform, Yue looked down at Luo Ziwei. "Luo Ziwei, I remember you. You are one of Director Shan's most outstanding students." As she spoke, Yue perused Luo Ziwei's student records and continued, "You have undertaken the task of awakening new students. Is your visit related to this task?" Luo Ziwei nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Deputy Director Yue's gaze flickered. Has the celestial star awakened a divine position? Could it be that the blue star has also awakened a divine position? Though not a divine position, in the eyes of students, its potential is no less significant, Luo Ziwei replied. "Oh," in the eyes of Deputy Chief Yue, a glimmer of brilliance flashed. "What kind of SSS-level profession is it?" "It is a new vocation," replied Luo Ziwei. Yue straightened her posture slightly, fixing her gaze on Luo Ziwei. "An SSS-level new profession?" "Yes," Luo Ziwei nodded, recalling the scene when Jiang Tianhe drew the legendary skill book, still feeling incredulous. She continued, "Its professional title is Lottery Master." "Lottery Master?" Deputy Chief Yue repeated the name, her expression revealing confusion and bewilderment. She was indeed unfamiliar with such a profession. Deputy Chief Yue looked intently at Luo Ziwei, urging her to elaborate on the professional characteristics. Luo Ziwei promptly detailed the phenomenon produced by Jiang Yubai's awakening, as well as the ability of the Lottery Master to place a lottery wheel. Upon hearing that the lottery wheel was a skill effect of Jiang Yubai, Yue abruptly stood up from her seat. Chapter 23. The Pet Egg. Yue gazed at Luo Ziwei with an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "A lottery wheel? But does it truly exist within the Sky Burial instance? Is it not a new secondary item?" Luo Ziwei, taken aback by this revelation, responded, "Vice-Chancellor, you are aware of a lottery wheel?" Yue nodded, her composure quickly restored as she settled back into her seat. After all, she was the Vice-Chancellor of a prestigious academy. Luo Ziwei, realizing the implications, softly remarked, "So the academy is already aware of the existence of the lottery wheel." Yue's gaze transformed, imbued with a penetrating insight, as she inquired, "Have you witnessed it with your own eyes?" The student has indeed seen it. The lottery master Jiang Yubai can place the lottery wheel by unleashing skills, Luo Ziwei replied. Yue felt a surge of astonishment. The world was indeed vast, brimming with wonders. She slightly nodded and remarked that it aligns with what Director Lu reported, that the lottery wheel can yield rewards such as attribute points and skill books. Indeed, Luo Ziwei affirmed with certainty. Noticing Luo Ziwei's unwavering confidence, Yue pressed further, "What leads you to such conviction?" "Because the student has drawn from the lottery wheel and received 500 attribute points," Luo Ziwei smiled. 500 attribute points. Its worth exceeded 1,000 gold coins by numerous folds. The only lament was that one could only draw once a day. If only one could draw continuously, Luo Ziwei mused silently. Yu Yue, internally astonished, had initially harbored doubts when Lu Guanyu mentioned the lottery wheel. It was peculiar that treasure chests yielded neither experience nor attribute points, yet this newly emerged secondary item could. Such a phenomenon had not occurred since the advent of class transitions. Her request for Lu Guanyu to keep an eye on the lottery will stem from this very reason. The emergence of an additional pathway for acquiring attribute points and experience would undoubtedly accelerate the advancement of practitioners. Yet, despite its potential, she remained somewhat indifferent. Presently, only one lottery wheel had been discovered, thus its impact was minimal. Furthermore, it could not be collected. The Andromeda Galaxy, Mirage Secret Realm, lay over 2 million light-years from Blue Star. Even traversing via teleportation would require several hours, rendering the distance excessively vast. However, circumstances had now changed. A smile graced Yue's face. Since the lottery wheel was a skill effect and could not be collected, it would suffice to enroll the lottery master as a student at the Astral Academy. In this manner, the students of the Astral Academy would be able to draw daily. Drawing attribute points, experience, and skill books every day would accumulate over time, ultimately enabling our Astral Academy to surpass the Sea of Stars Academy, claiming the title of the foremost sacred ground of humanity. To see Astral surpass Sea of Stars and become the leading academy had been the dream and pursuit of generations of astral people. Suddenly, Yue's expression shifted, and she urgently asked, "Who is currently aware of this secret?" Luo Ziwei hesitated and said, "At that time, only the students and Jiang Yubai's grandfather, the city lord Jiang, were aware of Jiang Yubai's identity as a lottery master. Upon learning that Jiang Yubai had placed a lottery wheel within the Sky Burial Dungeon, the students, unable to reach their mentor, grew anxious about others discovering Jiang Yubai's secret and hurried back to the academy." Yu furrowed her brow, pondering whether it was possible to contact Jiang Yubai now. It should be feasible. The student had him as a friend and would reach out immediately. Luo Ziwei nodded. After Jiang Yubai's awakening, she had proactively added him as a friend. In the Blue Star within the City Lord's mansion of Sky Burial City, Jiang Yubai was lying down, leveling up. It was nighttime, and he was indeed resting in bed. Almost every few minutes, a glow of leveling up radiated from him. "You have leveled up, current level, 47, name, Jiang Yubai, profession, lottery master, godlike, level, LV47, 440 for 800, basic attributes, strength, 117,692, vitality, 117,692, intelligence, 117,692, growth attributes, health, 117,6920, defense, 117,6920, energy, 117,6920, free attribute points, 20,002, skill bar, 7 skills, house advantage, passive LV47 when other players draw from your lottery wheel. You receive a reward multiplied by 47. Lottery wheel, active LV47. You can now place 47 lottery wheels. Lucky blind box, active LV47. Holy sword judgment, active LV100. 1/, active LV47, channeling all one strength. Deliver a powerful slash to all enemies within a fan-shaped area ahead, inflicting 170 physical attack damage, with a 15 chance to cause bleeding on the target. Flame missile, active LV47, release a flaming missile that deals fire damage to the target, with a 25 chance to ignite the target. Once ignited, the target suffers 12 of attack damage as fire damage every second for 15 seconds. Ultimate accumulation, active LV47, enter a state of ultimate accumulation, greatly enhancing the damage and effects of her next attack, while also becoming immune to all control effects and reducing damage taken during the accumulation period. The longer the accumulation, the greater the enhancement. Accumulate for 1 second for a 50 damage increase, 2 seconds for 100, 3 seconds for 200. During accumulation, damage taken is reduced by 50. After the accumulation ends, receive a buff lasting 10 seconds that increases attack and movement speed by 30. Shadow Shift. Active LV47 enter a shadow state, becoming invisible and increasing movement speed by 85, while allowing for a short distance teleport of 25 meters within 20 seconds. During the shadow state, one remains undetected by ordinary creatures, and the detection range for bosses and highly perceptive enemies is significantly reduced with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Inventory. Advanced Equipment Muddy Long Gun X1, Elite Equipment Frostbow X1, Epic Equipment Dark Soul, Devouring Axe X1, Intermediate Pet Egg Swamp Crocodile X1, Intermediate Pet Egg Electric Eye Rabbit X1, Advanced Pet Egg Fluorescent Erosion Spider X1. Jiang Yubai silently gazed at his character panel, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Among the various rewards, the probability of drawing a skill book must be the lowest. Hours passed without anyone drawing a skill book, with the majority obtaining experience points and attribute points, and even those who drew equipment were few. Most of the items and pet eggs in his inventory were drawn by Jiang Tianhe. Were it not for the guaranteed designated draw, his grandfather would likely have been unsuccessful as well. Jiang Yubai took out the fluorescent erosion spider pet egg from his inventory. The egg was the size of 2 basketballs, adorned with luminescent patterns that flickered with a faint glow. Not being a pet tamer, he was unable to hatch it. However, Song Xiaoan had been nurturing a group of pet tamers at home, though the advanced pet tier was still somewhat lacking. Unlike skills, which can be utilized regardless of level, pets are bound by their tier. The pet he sought to contract must, at the very least, possess legendary potential. At that moment, an information box appeared before him, a message from Luo Ziwei inquiring whether he had disclosed his identity as a lottery master to others. Was she worried about the potential exposure of his identity to Xingyu and Xinghai? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yubai decided against concealment and informed Luo Ziwei that Song Xiaoan was also aware of his identity. Chapter 24. This child must not be lost. Governor, the information regarding Song Xiaoan has been sent to you. After Jiang Yubai replied to Luo Ziwei, within 3 minutes, Yuwei received the investigation results from Lu Guanyu. Song Xiaoan, a classmate of Jiang Yubai, is also his childhood friend. Yuwei sighed in relief after reviewing the information on Song Xiaoan. Luo Ziwei too received the information. From the data, it appears that Song Xiaoan is highly unlikely to divulge the secret of a lottery wheel. Yuwei shook her head with a stern expression, stating that if she were him, she would certainly not disclose it, and not just highly unlikely. It must not be revealed at least until Jiang Yubai becomes a member of our Starry Sky Academy. Luo Ziwei nodded gravely, affirming, the lottery wheel can yield legendary skill books. It must not be leaked. Yuwei paused, her attention peaked. Did she just hear that the lottery wheel could draw legendary skill books? What? What did you just say? Her gaze fixed intently on Luo Ziwei. Luo Ziwei was momentarily taken aback, acknowledging that it indeed must not be disclosed. Yuwei waved her hand, inquiring again, not that sentence, the one before it. Luo Ziwei, somewhat uncertain, replied, the lottery wheel could draw legendary skill books. What did you say? Just as Luo Ziwei heard Yuwei's voice, she found Yuwei had vanished from her seat and appeared before her. Startled, she instinctively recoiled. Yuwei seized Luo Ziwei, her expression grave, her eyes wide with astonishment as she trembled slightly and asked, the lottery wheel can draw legendary skill books? Her tone was filled with shock and incredulity. Overawed by Yuwei's intensity, Luo Ziwei nodded obediently. How did you come to know this? Yuwei pressed eagerly. Feeling the tightening grip on her arm, Luo Ziwei hastily responded. I witnessed it myself. Jiang Yubai's grandfather drew the legendary skill book Holy Sword Judgment. Yuwei's pupils constricted sharply, followed by a tremor. Holy Sword Judgment. She inhaled slowly, her voice deepening as she confirmed. Is this truly the case? Absolutely true, Luo Ziwei affirmed vigorously. Yuwei released her hold on Luo Ziwei, then vanished, only to reappear at the main seat, deep in contemplation. Luo Ziwei, seeing this, dared not disturb her and patiently awaited her thoughts. After an indeterminate time, Yuwei's voice resonated within the hall. Accompany me immediately to Blue Star and bring Jiang Yubai back to the academy, along with Song Shaoan. Luo Ziwei's expression brightened. She had returned to the academy precisely to retrieve Jiang Yubai. This was the only way to ensure his safety, preventing Star Universe and Star C from seizing him. However, why bring Song Shaoan back as well? Luo Ziwei was perplexed. There were countless methods to ensure Song Shaoan did not divulge the secret. The lottery wheel could yield legendary skill books, legendary equipment, and pets of legendary potential, rewards of unimaginable value. This child must not be lost. After Yu concluded her words, she led Luo Ziwei away from the teleportation passage, departing from the Starry Sky Academy. Have you heard? The Crystal Forest, Frog Town, Sun Lake, and Glacier Palace have all unveiled their lottery wheels. Indeed, in a fierce struggle for control of these lottery wheels, the two major guilds of Sun City clashed violently, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Ultimately, it was the appearance of the formidable Starry Sky mercenaries that quelled the turmoil. The Glacier Palace dungeon was particularly treacherous. Upon discovering the lottery wheel, the ticket price surged from 100 gold coins to 1,000, and an additional fee of 1,000 gold coins was required to participate in the lottery. Yet, the Lord of Tianzong City, Jiang Cheng, was commendable. His dungeon charged no admission and allowed everyone to partake in the lottery, leading to an overwhelming crowd at the Tianzong dungeon. In less than a day, the 40 lottery wheels placed by Jiang Yubai had all been discovered. As time passed and news spread, the lottery wheels became a sensation. In this era of universal class change, the speed of information dissemination far surpassed that of the past. Half of Blue Star was already aware of the lottery wheels. Across various cities in Blue Star, countless professionals flocked to the 40 dungeons housing the lottery wheels, akin to weary birds returning to their nests. The two dominant forces of Blue Star, the Class Change Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky Mercenaries, had descended upon the scene, each asserting direct or indirect control over all the lottery wheels. In Jiulong City, the Class Change Guild Alliance was convening a high-level meeting, presided over by the esteemed Vice President, Yuan Taiyu, alongside Qi Yan. We must investigate not only the dungeons and secret realms under our control, but also those governed by the Starry Sky Mercenaries. Yuan Taiyu proclaimed solemnly. The emergence of this new item, the lottery wheel, presents an opportunity for our Class Change Guild Alliance to surpass the Cosmic Bank. Qi Yan, lean yet with a notably full forehead, appeared over 20 years older than Yuan Taiyu. The headquarters has issued orders. We must seize control of as many lottery wheels as possible. Initially, both men had dismissed the lottery wheels, but as their numbers grew and elite-level rewards were claimed, they recognized this as a monumental opportunity. A millennium ago, the dawn of the universal class change era was a chance. Centuries back, the initiation of the Starry Sky Universe arc was a second opportunity. Perhaps this is the third chance. The lottery wheels are extraordinarily unique, indestructible, uncollectible, and offering infinite draws. Of course, what captured their utmost attention was the assessment from headquarters, which had determined the value of the lottery wheels to be equivalent to that of divine artifacts. Each lottery wheel is akin to a sacred relic. In the face of immense opportunity and profit, both men temporarily set aside their rivalry for the presidency, dedicating their efforts entirely to the search for lottery wheels. Meanwhile, in Iron Blood City, a high-level meeting was also underway at the Blue Star headquarters of the Starry Sky Mercenaries. Marshal Bai Zhanhai, with keen hawk-like eyes, surveyed the dozen or so generals, his ironclad visage shrouded in a chilling aura. Do not overlook any dungeon or secret realm in Blue Star. We must identify any remaining lottery wheels in the shortest time possible. The seventh commander could not deduce the origins of the lottery wheel. This Blue Star presents a magnificent opportunity for the rise of my Starry Sky Mercenary Company. Prepare for war. This marshal has already sensed the impending conflict. The following morning, bright and early, Song Shaoan, beaming with joy, arrived at the courtyard where Jiang Yubai resided. After calling out a few times, he was met with the sight of Jiang Yubai emerging from his room, sporting two dark circles under his eyes. Ah, did you have a sleepless night? Indeed. Jiang Yubai yawned, his expression one of gloom. Although the pace of upgrades during the night was not as rapid as during the day, he was forced to awaken each time he leveled up. How could one possibly sleep well under such circumstances? Song Xiaohan, brimming with excitement, urged, quickly freshen up. Have you forgotten what day it is? Jiang Yubai paused, momentarily perplexed. What day? The day the school has organized for us to enter the novice instance for training. Song Xiaohan exclaimed, then realized his oversight, scratching the back of his head and chuckling. Oh, I forgot that you missed the collective awakening. Chapter 25. The disappearance of the lottery wheel. I shall not go. A pearlescent glow emanated from Jiang Yubai as he stifled a yawn, declaring, I need to catch up on my sleep. Upon witnessing Jiang Yubai's recent advancement, Song Xiaohan's lips twitched involuntarily. His gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy as he inquired, What level are you now? Jiang Yubai glanced at his status. Level, LV62, 120-6300. He had risen by 15 levels over the course of a single night. 15 levels? That seems rather sluggish. What is going on? Jiang Yubai pondered, perplexed. With 40 lottery wheels and an entire night spent, achieving only 15 levels felt disproportionately low. Could there be an issue? Thus, he began to scrutinize the lottery records of the 40 wheels, furrowing his brow in concern. 17 of the wheels had fewer than 50 draws in one night, while 12 had not even reached 500 draws. What was happening? Each draw took merely a little over half an hour. Though he wouldn't claim to have drawn 1,000 times in one night, it certainly seemed feasible. Noticing Jiang Yubai's silence, Song Xiaohan suddenly realized, his eyes widening. How can you still be leveling up? Have you completed the first quest? Yesterday, he had witnessed Jiang Yubai ascend several levels, nearing 10. After reaching level 10, one had to complete the first quest to continue advancing. Yes, I've completed it. My first quest was relatively straightforward, Jiang Yubai casually explained. Beast. I slaved away fighting monsters all day yesterday and only managed to gain 4 levels. How can this be fair? Song Xiaohan lamented dramatically. Enough with the wailing. I need to catch up on my sleep, so hurry along, Jiang Yubai chuckled. Song Xiaohan pretended to wipe away tears, grasping Jiang Yubai as he attempted to leave. You truly want to join? This time it's to Frogtown, and several newcomers from various schools are attending. Frogtown? It is one of the novice village instances, inhabited by nearly non-aggressive frogs. A place for newcomers to hone their skills and level up. It serves as a welfare instance for beginners. Jiang Yubai turned back, recalling that one of the lottery wheels with fewer than 50 draws was located in Frogtown. Wait a moment, I need to visit my grandfather first. Grandfather, are you aware of the situation within the Frogtown instance? Jiang Yubai sought out Jiang Tianhe. Frogtown instance? Jiang Tianhe pondered briefly. The schools in Tianzong City and the surrounding areas had organized an expedition to Frogtown for training today. Jiang Yubai nodded. I placed a lottery wheel in Frogtown, yet after a night, fewer than 50 individuals have drawn from it. That's normal. Normal? Jiang Yubai was taken aback by Jiang Tianhe's response. Jiang Tianhe smiled and clarified. Frogtown is classified as a small instance. The schools likely conducted a clearance the night prior. Now it all made sense to Jiang Yubai. However, aside from Frogtown, there are several other instances where the lottery wheel has been spun fewer than 50 times. Grandfather, do you know what the situation is? Jiang Tianhe retracted his smile, his expression darkening as he snorted in anger and said, There are only 2 possibilities. Either it has been treated as private property or the lottery amounts have escalated to a level that ordinary professionals cannot bear. Jiang Yubai narrowed his eyes, his demeanor turning cold as anger surged within him. Someone was profiting from his lottery wheel, a scenario he had anticipated. Yet, he never imagined that his belongings had become someone else's private property, prohibiting others from participating in the lottery. Thinking about reclaiming those lottery wheels? Jiang Tianhe discerned his grandson's intention and advised solemnly, Grandfather advises you not to act on that impulse for the time being. Currently, everyone, including the Job Change Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky Mercenary Company, has confirmed that the lottery wheel is indeed an essential item of the instance. If you attempt to reclaim it now, it will undoubtedly raise suspicions unless you retrieve all the lottery wheels. However, that would hinder your leveling up. Then let us reclaim them all. I'm not concerned about a bit of leveling time, Jiang Yubai replied resolutely, his tone icy. Jiang Tianhe regarded his cherished grandson, and after a moment of contemplation, He nodded. Then let us retrieve them all. No sooner had he spoken than he witnessed Jiang Yubai level up once again. He then inquired Xiao Bai, "What level are you at now?" "Only level 63, Jiang Yubai replied, his mood displeased. Jiang Tianhe was taken aback. "Level 63? Only 63? What do you mean by only? You're not going? Are you sure you won't go?" Song Xiaohan, hearing Jiang Yubai's refusal, became somewhat anxious. "I've heard that everyone who attends gets a free lottery draw worth 1,000 gold coins. Don't pass up such an opportunity, especially since it's your lottery wheel." "I want to go," Jiang Yubai replied firmly, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You may go, but don't expect to draw for free." "Why not?" "You'll understand once you arrive. The Elite Instance Thunder Tower consists of 12 levels, each a distinct realm of its own. On the second level, the Endless Desert, Lei Junfei, the grandson of the Lord of Thunder City, is surrounded by several close friends and a throng of sycophants, all gathered around the lottery wheel. Following young Master Junfei, we are in good company. We can draw whenever we like without waiting in line. Just look at the other instances with lottery wheels. They're swarming with people, and who knows how long the wait is. Indeed, who is young Master Junfei? He is about to be directly admitted to the Starry Sky Academy, a prodigy destined to become a godlike powerhouse. Go ask around. Only young Master Junfei dares to treat the lottery wheel as his own. Who else would dare? No one. The crowd laughed in unison. With an arrogant countenance, Lei Junfei reveled in the flattery of his subordinates. "As long as you follow me, you shall have your lottery gold covered by me every day." "Thank you, young Master Junfei." Young Master Junfei's extravagance was truly remarkable. As the crowd reveled in their joy, they were suddenly taken aback as the lottery wheel vanished into thin air, leaving them in disbelief. Where has the lottery wheel gone? Did it fall into the sand? Quick, let us dig and find it. In the Frog Town instance, several school principals stood before the lottery wheel, taking turns to draw. Principal Zhao was particularly fortunate, acquiring 1,000 attribute points, equivalent to leveling up over 20 times. Not at all. It is Principal Li who is truly lucky, having drawn a mid-level skill book. I must be having an off day. I didn't draw anything at all. If I can't draw today, I shall try again tomorrow. This lottery wheel is indeed a marvelous creation. How splendid it would be if we could apply for it to be designated as a school exclusive. As the principals engaged in conversation, the lottery wheel suddenly disappeared without a trace. This turn of events greatly alarmed the group. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously across 40 different instances. As the disappearance of the lottery wheel sent shockwaves throughout. Chapter 26. Framing the Innocent. What excuse is needed? Where's the grand prize wheel? How could it have vanished so suddenly? I was in the midst of my draw, having already expended my coins. How could it just disappear? I had lined up for an entire night, and just as my turn approached, it was gone. Am I imagining things? Within the confines of 40 dungeons, the area where the prize wheel once resided was thrown into disarray. Most individuals immediately began searching frantically, yet despite scouring every corner of the dungeon, the prize wheel remained elusive. News of the prize wheel's disappearance swiftly reached the headquarters of the Class Transition Guild Alliance stationed in Blue Star. "What did you say? The prize wheel has suddenly vanished?" Yuan Taiyu, upon receiving the report of its disappearance, shot up in disbelief, staring intently at the subordinate delivering the news. "What on earth is happening?" he inquired urgently. The subordinate recounted the details of the collective disappearance of the prize wheel. Upon hearing the report, a flicker of light danced in Yuan Taiyu's eyes. How could it possibly disappear? He felt a wave of despair wash over him. The value of the prize wheel was akin to that of an artifact. The thought of so many artifacts vanishing made his heart ache. Just then, another individual hurriedly entered. "The prize wheel is gone." Qi Yan's face bore a grim expression. The prize wheel had been registered with the highest leaders at headquarters, drawing the attention of the Alliance's formidable powers. Its sudden disappearance left him at a loss as to how to report back. "I have just received the news." Yuan Taiyu sighed, as if all his strength had been sapped. The appearance of the prize wheel had been deemed pivotal for both of them in their aspirations to become the president. The first dungeon where the prize wheel was discovered is the Heaven S Burial Dungeon. "I must go see the site. Will you accompany me?" Qi Yan stated with reluctance. Yuan Taiyu nodded and rose to his feet. "Let us go together." In Iron Blood City, bang. With a resounding crash, the Marshal Baijan Hai, in a fit of rage, smashed the conference table with his palm. He bellowed, "Investigate. Find out the reason for the prize wheel's disappearance. Search every dungeon. Scour every corner of this planet. If we can uncover the reason behind the prize wheel's vanishing, we can gain the upper hand over the Class Transition Guild Alliance." In Heaven S Burial City, Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin emerge from the teleportation portal. Lord Jiang Tianhe, greetings to both vice presidents. The city lord, Jiang Tianhe, had been awaiting their arrival outside the teleportation portal after receiving Qi Yin's message. Yuan Taiyu cast a glance at Jiang Tianhe, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his gaze. Qi Yin nodded. "Let us proceed to the Heaven S Burial Dungeon." "Yes." Jiang Tianhe accompanied the two into the Heaven S Burial Dungeon, soon arriving at the location where the prize wheel originally stood. The area was devoid of others, having been cleared by the city guard. Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin stared at the empty space in silence, with Jiang Tianhe remaining quiet beside them. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Taiyu, with a solemn expression, spoke. "The instance records are ready." Jiang Tianhe sent the prepared instance records to Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin. He held little faith that the two could discern any significant insights from them and felt no apprehension of retribution. The 40 lottery wheels had all vanished simultaneously. Even if Yuan Taiyu sought to trouble him, he had no grounds to do so. Once the two had reviewed the instance records, they fell into silence once more. Within the instance secret realm, the locations of the treasure chests were partly fixed and partly random. Perhaps it was merely a matter of time before the lottery wheels temporarily disappeared. Qi Yin voiced his speculation, attempting to reassure himself. This possibility could not be discounted. Yuan Taiyu nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure approached from afar. Ma Qingfeng, greetings to the two vice presidents. Ma Qingfeng arrived hastily, having received word of Yuan Taiyu's presence in Tianzong City while occupied in another instance. "Elder Ma, what is your perspective on the disappearance of the lottery wheels?" Yuan Taiyu inquired. Ma Qingfeng glanced at Jiang Tianhe and replied, "The lottery wheels in this instance fall under the jurisdiction of City Lord Jiang. I would prefer to hear his thoughts first." Qi Yin shot a look at Ma Qingfeng, his brow furrowing slightly. "Though I oversee the lottery wheels, the vanished wheels are not limited to this one alone. All identified wheels disappeared simultaneously. Let us wait and see. Perhaps the wheels will refresh." Jiang Tianhe cupped his hands in acknowledgement. "I do not concur with City Lord Jiang's speculation. The matter of the lottery wheels is of great significance. What they do not refresh again." Ma Qingfeng thought to himself with a cold smirk, expressing his opinion. "This is not my speculation, but rather that of Vice President Qi," Jiang Tianhe remarked with a hint of amusement. Ma Qingfeng's expression darkened instantly. "What? Vice President Qi raised an objection to Elder Ma's speculation?" Qi Yin said coolly, lifting his gaze. "I dare not disagree." Ma Qingfeng stammered, hastily clarifying. "I did not mean it that way. I would never question your judgment." Jiang Tianhe, squinting with a smile, observed. "I know both Vice President Qi and Elder Ma quite well," Yuan Taiyu interjected, offering Ma Qingfeng a reprieve. Ma Qingfeng, witnessing others reveling in his plight, felt a surge of irritation. "Humph," Qi Yin uttered a nonchalant sound, as if to bypass Ma Qingfeng. Yuan Taiyu turned to Jiang Tianhe, stating, "Vice President Qi's speculation presents one possibility, yet I have another theory. As far as I am aware, among all the lottery wheels, the one in the Tianzong instance was the first to be discovered, and due to City Lord Jiang's decision, it has also seen the most attempts. Is it not possible that the lottery wheel's disappearance resulted from exhausting the number of draws?" Jiang Tianhe felt a weight in his heart as he glanced at Qi Yin, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. Ma Qingfeng's eyes darted about as he hastily concurred. "What Vice President Yuan has stated is indeed correct. I share the same belief. It must be that the lottery wheel has exhausted its draw attempts. Just like treasure chests, how could a lottery wheel possibly lack a limit on draw attempts? It is inevitable. The disappearance of the lottery wheel within this instance has triggered a chain reaction, resulting in the vanishing of all lottery wheels." After speaking, he clasped his hands solemnly and declared, "This matter, Lord Jiang must bear full responsibility." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianhe's mind echoed a saying, when one seeks to accuse, one will find no lack of charges. Yuan Taiyu's conjecture seemed exceedingly far-fetched. Jiang Tianhe was as clear as day in his understanding. His earlier decision had indeed compromised the interests of two individuals, as it was the vice president's directive that permitted Lord Jiang to allow everyone to participate in the lottery. Qi Yin cast an irate glance at Ma Qingfeng, questioning, is Elder Ma implying that the vice president must shoulder all the responsibility? Ma Qingfeng, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated Qi Yan's staunch defense of Jiang Tianhe. Just as he was about to clarify, Yuan Taiyu interjected. Should it be as the vice president posits, that Lord Zhang's decision has led to the lottery will ceasing to refresh? I shall report this matter to headquarters as it is. Yuan Taiyu then turned his gaze towards Jiang Tianhe and stated coolly, I propose that Jiang Tianhe's position as city lord be temporarily revoked. Qi Yin looked at Yuan Taiyu with a frosty demeanor and retorted, Vice President Yuan may report to headquarters. I shall await the outcome. The matter of the lottery wheel was of great significance, and prior to this, someone must assume responsibility. Yuan Taiyu regarded Jiang Tianhe and calmly suggested, I propose that Jiang Tianhe's position as city lord be temporarily revoked and that Elder Ma assumes the role in the interim, to be reinstated should the lottery wheel refresh. Ma Qingfeng felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. I disagree. Qi Yin immediately interjected. Yuan Taiyu appeared self-assured, maintaining a calm expression as he regarded Qi Yin, stating, Headquarters requires an explanation. Qi Yan's heart sank, his expression shifting between various emotions. Chapter 27. Defying the will of a godlike power. You are finished. Jiang Tianhe, who had remained silent, let out a quiet sigh upon witnessing the troubled expression on Qi Yan's face. He felt compelled to utter a remark. Yuan Taiyu's strategy of undermining the foundation is indeed astute. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu were vying for the position of president of the Blue Star headquarters, a fact well known among the city lords. Currently, the competition for the lottery wheel had become pivotal in determining who would ascend to the presidency. Although Yuan Taiyu's conjectures were somewhat tenuous, they were not entirely devoid of merit. The lottery wheel resembled an upgraded version of a treasure chest, while a treasure chest could only be opened once. The lottery wheel theoretically had a limit on the number of draws. Of course, Jiang Tianhe was aware that the lottery wheel had no cap on draws and understood the reasons for its eventual disappearance. However, he could not divulge this information, nor could he hint at it in any way. Given the stakes concerning his precious grandson, he forbade any hint of suspicion regarding Jiang Yubai before his entry into the Starry Sky Academy. Yuan Taiyu, leveraging the necessity of providing an explanation to the headquarters, coerced Qi Yin into submission, and Qi Yin found himself genuinely compelled to acquiesce. Yuan Taiyu was confident that Qi Yin would not dare to gamble. Should the lottery wheel refresh, that would be one matter. If it ceased to refresh, Yuan Taiyu could exploit this situation to his advantage. Even if his reasoning was somewhat strained, the matter concerning the lottery wheel, which was a value comparable to a divine artifact, would undoubtedly garner more support for Yuan Taiyu's claims from the headquarters. In that eventuality, Qi Yin would find himself in an even more precarious position. He was compelling Qi Yin to abandon his defenses for the sake of preserving his position. Even if the lottery wheel were to refresh once more, he could still justify removing Jiang Tianhe from his role as the Lord of Tianzong City. The competition for the presidency involved myriad factors, and the number of cities under one's control was paramount among them. Yuan Taiyu gazed at Qi Yin, his eyes conveying a singular message. Tianzong City shall be mine. Qi Yin, will you concede? Meanwhile, Ma Qingfeng observed Jiang Tianhe, unable to conceal his smug satisfaction, which had already manifested on his face. Qi Yin, with a dark expression, glared at Yuan Taiyu, his fists clenched in silent fury. Over the years, he and Yuan Taiyu had been embroiled in a relentless struggle for dominance over various cities. The more cities one controlled, the closer one drew to the presidential position, a principle as simple as it was undeniable. Cities were intrinsically linked to the secret realms of dungeons, granting absolute control over them. To govern a city was tantamount to governing a dungeon. Though the Tianzong dungeon was merely a low-tier instance, its annual yields were quite substantial. Moreover, if he were to consent to the temporary suspension of Jiang Tianhe's lordship, how would his other city lords perceive such a decision? Yet he found himself compelled to agree, for he dared not take the risk. If Yuan Taiyu's speculations proved accurate, he would stand to lose even more. Nonetheless, even if he consented, he was reluctant to voice it. Jiang Tianhe discerned Qi Yan's intentions and sighed softly, stepping forward, prepared to offer his resignation when suddenly a dialogue box materialized before him. Ma Qingfeng questioned his own vision, astonished to see Jiang Tianhe smiling. Smiling? Even amidst the threat of losing his position as lord, he could still muster a smile? Jiang Tianhe reined in his smile, suppressing the astonishment within as he felt a surge of excitement. The deputy director of the Moonlit Pavilion has personally come to receive Xiao Bai. Moonlit Pavilion, a mid-tier deity-level powerhouse, one of the actual deputy directors of the Starry Sky Academy. Their status is far beyond that of Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yan. I never anticipated that this esteemed individual would be stirred to action. The arrival of a deputy director is indeed a privilege akin to a divine appointment. 3 years ago, when Luo Qingshan awakened, the deputy director of the Starry Sky Academy personally came to accept her as a student, and that incident has long since spread. It was indeed wise of me to have Xiao Bai choose the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Tianhe took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and spoke with unwavering confidence. Deputy Chairman Yuan, while it is true that Tianzong City falls under the jurisdiction of the Transition Guild Alliance, my position as city lord was earned through battle. To rescind this title, one must first defeat me, as per the rules established by the alliance. Yuan Taiyu's expression darkened, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. Qi Yan gazed at Jiang Tianhe in astonishment. What he had stated was indeed the regulation set forth by the Transition Guild Alliance. Yet who is Yuan Taiyu? The deputy chairman, a deity-level powerhouse. Revoking the title of a city lord is merely a matter of a few words for him. Yuan Taiyu has several legendary invincible beings under his command, any of whom could effortlessly crush Jiang Tianhe without the need for a challenge. What gives Jiang Tianhe such audacity? Ma Qingfeng wore a look of disbelief, quickly followed by a sense of delight. It's over. Jiang Tianhe, you are finished. How dare you defy a deity-level powerhouse? Even Qi Yan cannot save you now. Haha. After several seconds of scrutinizing Jiang Tianhe, Yuan Taiyu, with a grim expression, slowly spoke. Well, Jiang Tianhe, you are quite impressive. Jiang Tianhe cupped his fists, maintaining his dignified composure. Ma Qingfeng, Yuan Taiyu called out. At your service. Ma Qingfeng responded loudly. I grant you an opportunity. If you can defeat Jiang Tianhe, the title of City Lord will be yours. Yes. Qi Yan's expression hardened, and he furrowed his brow as he regarded Jiang Tianhe, pondering, is this an attempt to restore my dignity? However, given Yuan Taiyu's cautious nature, since he allows Ma Qingfeng to challenge, he must possess complete confidence. He looked at Ma Qingfeng, who bore an air of assured victory. Jiang Tianhe, initiate the combat space. The instance of battle requires a combat space, and as the current city lord of Tianzong City, Jiang Tianhe could certainly open it. Jiang Tianhe activated his authority to establish the combat space. With a whoosh, the combat space enveloped the four of them. Within this seemingly boundless arena, Jiang Tianhe stood 100 meters apart from Ma Qingfeng, while Qi Yan and Yuan Taiyu observed from the viewing platform. Haha! Ma Qingfeng laughed triumphantly. Jiang Tianhe, how foolish of you to defy Deputy Chairman Yuan's command. You are truly courting death. You should be more concerned for your own well-being. Jiang Tianhe summoned a legendary grade two-handed greatsword into his hands. With a clang, the sound of the sword resonated, and a green longsword appeared in Ma Qingfeng's grasp. Jiang Tianhe, Deputy Chairman Yuan, did not issue this challenge lightly. I would advise you to concede, lest I leave you searching for your teeth on the ground. As Yuan Taiyu challenged Jiang Tianhe, a legendary skill book mysteriously appeared in his backpack. Yuan Taiyu bestowed upon him a legendary defensive skill book, a remarkable gift that could bridge the gap in power between him and Jiang Tianhe. This was the source of his confidence in overcoming Jiang Tianhe. Enough with the trivialities. Behold the sword. With a cold snort, Jiang Tianhe initiated the attack. Respectfully, Luo Ziwei spoke. Deputy Lord, we have arrived at the Lord's Manor of Tianzong City. Yu Yue, towering half a head over Luo Ziwei, adorned in a gown of night and stars, exuded an air of chilling elegance. She surveyed the empty square and inquired, "Where are Jiang Tianhe and Jiang Yubai?" The city lord is currently engaged in the Tianzong dungeon, accompanying the two vice presidents of the Transmigration Guild Alliance stationed in Blue Star. Jiang Yubai, he has yet to respond to my messages, and the students are equally uninformed, Luo Ziwei replied, a look of perplexity crossing her features. Little did she know, Jiang Yubai was soundly asleep in his room, having succumbed to an abrupt slumber shortly after Song Xiaoan's departure. Then let us proceed to find Jiang Tianhe, Yue had declared, turning to re-enter the teleportation passage, with Luo Ziwei closely following behind. Chapter 28. It is not too late to surrender now. Vice President Yuan, earlier you mentioned that should Ma Qingfeng triumph over Jiang Tianhe, the position of the Lord of Tianzing City would rightfully belong to him. Was that a mistake, or did you inadvertently express your true thoughts? Qi Yin glared coldly from the viewing platform, his voice laced with ire. It was merely a moment of anger. Yuan Taiyu chuckled, affirming that it was indeed his heartfelt opinion. What? Does Vice President Qi intend to defend Jiang Tianhe? He questioned. Does Vice President Yuan truly believe Ma Qingfeng will emerge victorious? Qi Yin retorted. Observing the fierce battle between the two, Yuan Taiyu remarked, if Ma Qingfeng cannot win, there will be a second, a third. In any case, Jiang Tianhe will never occupy the position of Lord of Tianzing City. This time, Qi Yin fell silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Tianhe amidst the fray, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Jiang Tianhe was merely a pawn in their contest. Should he fall, it would be of little consequence. Yet, Tianzing City was not something he would relinquish so easily. Qi Yin began to reach out to the formidable legends under his command, while Yuan Taiyu was also communicating with equally powerful beings. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. At the residence of the Wild Tiger Guild, raucous laughter erupted as Kuang Hu reveled in the news concerning Ma Qingfeng. From this day forth, Tianzing City shall be ours. Ha ha ha, bring forth the news immediately. Let the influential figures of Tianzing City witness the battle in the Tianzing dungeon. I intend to rally support for Elder Ma. Before long, the news of the clash between Jiang Tianhe and Ma Qingfeng for the lordship of Tianzing City swept through the city like a tempest, reaching every faction within. Ma Qingfeng is challenging Jiang Tianhe, poised to assume the title of lord. The war lion sprang to his feet, his expression drastically altered. His bitter rival, Kuang Hu, was aligned with Ma Qingfeng. Should Ma Qingfeng ascend to lordship, his own downfall would be imminent. Jiang Fei, let's enter the dungeon. Yes. Where did this news originate? Blood Color scoffed. Ma Qingfeng is no match for Lord Jiang, unless he has acquired a new legendary skill that surpasses Lord Jiang in number. Wait. Blood Color's eyes narrowed, a realization dawning upon him. He promptly rose and departed the guild residence. Simultaneously, Long Yun received the news. Although Ma Qingfeng had previously been at odds with Lord Jiang, he had never dared to openly challenge him. Their relationship had been one of mutual avoidance. Why would he suddenly dare to confront Lord Jiang? Confusion clouded his mind, and worry gnawed at his heart. Having offended Ma Qingfeng alongside Blood Color, if he becomes the Lord, we shall surely face dire consequences. I should investigate further. With that, Long Yun also entered the dungeon. In the Tianzing dungeon, at the entrance of the first layer, two figures emerged. Have you heard? Elder Ma and Lord Jiang are battling within the combat space. Is that true? The news came from the Wild Tiger Guild, so it must be credible. The combat space has even been activated? My goodness. The only two legends of Tianzing City are clashing. What a pity we cannot witness it. Yue and Luo Ziwei stood there, seemingly invisible to those around them, who did not cast a glance in their direction. Who is Ma Qingfeng? Yue inquired. Luo Ziwei briefly recounted Ma Qingfeng's origins, mentioning that she had encountered him during the awakening ceremony for new recruits in Tianzong City, gaining a modicum of understanding about him. Yuan Taiyu, and Qi Yin, the vice president of the Transfer Guild Alliance stationed at the Blue Star headquarters. Yu Yue searched her memory, but found no recollection of the two. The deputy director, Jiang Chengzhu, has not responded to my messages. Luo Ziwei attempted to reach Jiang Tianhe, but was unsuccessful. Then let us explore the battle space. Before her words faded, the intricate black dress adorned with stars illuminated, revealing a profound void behind her. On the other side of this void, two figures were embroiled in fierce combat. Let's go. With that, Yu Yue led Luo Ziwei into the battle space, vanishing for their original location. Shortly after their disappearance, the guild leaders such as Zhang Shi, Shuai, and Long Yun arrived at the Tianzong dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, they collectively utilized their guild privileges to access the battle space. Deputy Director, those two must be Vice Presidents Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin, Luo Ziwei observed. However, she noticed that Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin seemed oblivious to their presence, their focus unwavering on the battlefield. There, two figures clashed relentlessly as gale force winds swirled and sword waves surged in a heated skirmish. Yu Yue appeared disinclined to intervene, choosing instead to take a seat in the audience. Luo Ziwei, observing this, also settled down. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu turned their gazes toward the same direction, where multiple figures began to materialize. The two simultaneously furrowed their brows. The guild leaders, including Zhang Shi, Kuang Hu, Shuai, and Long Yun, were taken aback upon seeing Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu. Is that Vice President Qi and Vice President Yuan? Gasped one. I want to go home. They were startled to have attracted the attention of two god-level vice presidents. Kuang Hu swallowed nervously, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known that two god-level vice presidents were present, he would never have dared to spread the news. It was his own impulsiveness, not Ma Qingfeng's directive. Shuai suppressed his domineering aura, and Long Yun refrained from fanning himself, both sitting quietly in the audience, not daring to breathe. Yu Yue appeared oblivious to their presence, her calm gaze fixed on the battlefield. Suddenly, Jiang Tianhe's furious roar reverberated across the arena. Slash! With his thunderous command, a sword aura extending 100 meters surged toward Ma Qingfeng. Qingfeng, come forth! Ma Qingfeng shouted sharply, and an unending tempest surged forth, forming impenetrable barriers of wind. The wind barriers shattered under the onslaught of the sword aura. Yet as the 100-meter sword energy dissipated, the wind barriers gradually restored themselves as the gales continued to converge. Is this your trump card? Jiang Tianhe inquired, standing composed with his sword in hand. Suspended in midair, Ma Qingfeng gazed down at Jiang Tianhe, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Jiang Tianhe, you still have time to concede. Defensive skills cannot vanquish me. Jiang Tianhe shook his head, having noticed the presence of the spectators, including the battle lion. Ma Qingfeng, too, recognized this and immediately understood that the news had been disseminated by the Mad Tiger. The thought of defeating Jiang Tianhe before their eyes filled him with a sense of wicked delight. Thus, he proclaimed loudly, Jiang Tianhe, your heavenly sword slash cannot penetrate my wind barrier. Today, your defeat is inevitable. Jiang Tianhe raised his gaze, his calm voice resonating throughout the battleground. If your defenses can withstand the heavenly sword slash, then let us see if this technique can breach them. As his words faded, Jiang Tianhe forcefully drove his broad sword deep into the ground, kneeling on one knee, his voice deep and resonant as he declared, Holy Sword Judgment. Upon witnessing this, Ma Qingfeng's eyelids flickered with sudden trepidation, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Buzz. In the next moment, the entire combat space reverberated with a hum. Chapter 29. Class Transition to the Heavenly Path. Dungeon Rules. Suddenly, a dazzling array of brilliant light erupted in the combat space, coalescing into a sacred sword of golden and white hues, towering over 100 meters in height. The humming reverberated through the air, as if the combat space could not withstand the sword's oppressive force, causing all spectators to feel a tremor. Beneath the crimson mask, the blood-red eyes widened in shock at the sight of the resplendent and majestic sacred sword, causing the blood-colored figure to shudder in response. It was a powerful assault-type skill. Indeed, the pinnacle legendary skill known as Judgment of the Holy Sword. Long Yun's countenance was one of profound astonishment as he beheld the slowly descending sword, a rigidity overtaking his body, overwhelmed by its sheer might. If two epic-level warriors were so affected, one could only imagine the impact on elite warriors like the Battle Lion and the Mad Tiger. Expressions ranged from ashen faces to trembling pupils, leaving them speechless, their breaths suspended in disbelief. Legendary skills vary in strength, and there was no doubt that Judgment of the Holy Sword belonged to the highest echelon of divine abilities. Not only did they pale at its sight, but even Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu's expressions shifted dramatically. Judgment of the Holy Sword. It was indeed that skill. Yuan Taiyu's face turned a shade of ashen gray. What a formidable figure Jiang Tianhe was. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Jiang Tianhe dared to defy him. He had this as his backing. In contrast, Qi Yan's visage brightened with delight. So this was the skill. It all made sense now. He cast a glance at the visibly distressed Yuan Taiyu, a smirk gracing his lips. Opportunities to witness Yuan Taiyu's humiliation were rare, especially when it was so vividly displayed before his eyes. With his skill, Jiang Tianhe had effectively stepped into the realm of legendary invincibility. However, Qi Yin shook his head inwardly. Jiang Tianhe's victory over Ma Qingfeng was akin to delivering a slap to Yuan Taiyu's face, ensuring that Yuan Taiyu would never allow Jiang Tianhe to occupy the position of city lord in Tianzong City. And this was something he could not prevent, unless Jiang Tianhe could truly become an invincible legend, defeating all challengers. Is this the might of the top-tier legendary skill, Judgment of the Holy Sword? Luo Ziwei's pupils quivered slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans. Jiang Tianhe's Judgment of the Holy Sword had been drawn from the lottery wheel. Once Jiang Yubai entered the Stellar Academy, she would draw daily, confident that one day she too would acquire a legendary skill book. The thought of this made her struggle to contain her excitement. Indeed, it was Judgment of the Holy Sword. Yu Yue gazed at the sacred sword engulfing Ma Qingfeng, her heart racing with exhilaration. Hearing is but a whisper, seeing is believing. She had come personally to witness the judgment of the Holy Sword, to validate Luo Ziwei's claims. Now, it was evident that Luo Ziwei spoke the truth. The lottery wheel capable of yielding legendary skills would soon belong to our Stellar Academy. With such an advantage, our academy would one day replace the Sea of Stars Academy, claiming its rightful place as the foremost sanctuary of humanity. No, Judgment of the Holy Sword? This is impossible. Ma Qingfeng's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes, his eyes wide with terror as he let out a fearful scream. Jiang Tianhe, how could you possibly possess a top-tier legendary skill? This is impossible. As he gazed at the descending holy sword, an overwhelming sense of existential dread washed over him, filling his eyes with despair. In the entire Tianzong city, if anyone understood Jiang Tianhe best, it was definitely not a title easily claimed by another. He was acutely aware of Jiang Tianhe's skills. How can this be? How can this be? Endless gale barrier. Block it. It must be blocked. Walls of wind coalesced above him, forming a barrier. With the holy sword's descent, the wind barriers crumbled like banana leaves pierced by a sharp blade. No, with Ma Qingfeng's abrupt and anguished cry. He was completely engulfed by the might of the holy sword. In the arena of battle, onlookers could not intervene. Even Yuan Taiyu found himself powerless to act. This was the essence of the path of transcendence. This was the rule of the dungeon, even within a lower-level dungeon. It was not within the purview of a godlike figure like Yuan Taiyu to defy. Boom! The holy sword crashed down, subsequently dissipating into radiant beams of judgment that vanished from sight. With a swift motion, Jiang Tianhe sheathed his dual swords, stowed them away, and cast a glance at the nearly lifeless Ma Qingfeng before turning to Yuan Taiyu, offering a respectful nod without uttering a word. Yuan Taiyu regarded Jiang Tianhe with a grim expression, the atmosphere in the battle space thick with tension. Blood Color, Long Yun, and others watched in trepidation, having witnessed the near demise of Ma Qingfeng at Jiang Tianhe's hands. Regret coursed through them for having come to witness this battle. Some even cursed Kuang Hu in their hearts. If it weren't for Kuang Hu spreading the word, they would never have been drawn to this confrontation. It was over. I am finished. Kuang Hu was engulfed in fear. With Ma Qingfeng's defeat, he could no longer hold his position in Tianzong City. Without a benefactor, whether he soared or plummeted, he would be at the mercy of the war lion. I must leave Tianzong City at once. With this thought, Kuang Hu vanished from the battle space. Attempting to flee, the war lion, who had been watching Kuang Hu closely, smirked at this sight and promptly followed suit, disappearing as well. Haha! Qi Yan's laughter shattered the silence, relishing Yuan Taiyu's predicament. In this battle, Jiang Tianhe emerges victorious. Jiang Tianhe, you have won, and according to the rules, you remain the lord of Tianzong City. Not for long, Yuan Taiyu's voice followed closely, announcing the arrival of the second challenger. As his words fell, a figure materialized within the combat arena. Upon seeing this individual, Blood Color and Long Yun gasped in astonishment. My goodness! The legendary invincible powerhouse, Lei Jun. The Thunder Walker, Lei Jun. Heavens, it's Lei Invincible. It was over. Jiang Tianhe was destined to lose this time. Lei Jun, a towering figure with hair standing on end like steel needles, flickered with arcs of lightning. It truly was Lei Jun. Qi Yan's voice was deep and cold as he remarked, it seems that Vice President Yuan has made up his mind. Yuan Taiyu remained silent, his gaze fixed indifferently on Jiang Tianhe. The Thunder Walker, a legendary figure of unparalleled strength. Jiang Tianhe's expression grew grave. Upon encountering Lei Jun, he realized he possessed no chance of victory, not even the slightest glimmer of hope. A person's reputation is akin to a shadow of a tree. Lei Jun, a fabled invincible practitioner, had previously escaped from the grasp of the Starry Sky Demon and boasted a glorious record of vanquishing formidable foes from the same celestial lineage. I shall grant you time to recuperate, allowing you to engage me in battle at your utmost peak. Lei Jun's voice rumbled like thunder, and after speaking, he seated himself cross-legged, awaiting Jiang Tianhe's recovery. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Tianhe was about to sit down when suddenly he perceived a flicker before him, and an individual materialized out of thin air. Lord of Jiang City, I am Yu Yue, the Vice Dean of the Starry Sky Academy. A hint of goodwill graced Yu Yue's countenance as her voice resonated in Jiang Tianhe's ears. Chapter 30. Jiang Yubai, born to divine duty? Jiang Tianhe gazed at the imposing, ethereal woman before him, momentarily engulfed in a haze of bewilderment. This fleeting sense of confusion dissipated as swiftly as it had come. Regaining his composure, Jiang Tianhe took a respectful step back, bowing deeply, his voice quivering with excitement as he proclaimed, Jiang Tianhe, at your service, Vice Director Yu Yue. It was the knowledge of Yu Yue's presence that emboldened him to defy the will of a divine-level powerhouse. The words of the envoy Luo had proven true. Vice Director Yu Yue had indeed come personally for Xiaobai. Jiang Tianhe's heart raced with elation. Even after receiving the news, seeing her in person felt surreal. A mid-tier divine powerhouse, the second in command of the Sacred Land Academy, had truly come for his beloved grandson. Members of the Blood Color and Long Yun guilds stared in confusion at the unexpectedly appearing Yu Yue. Who was this tall woman? They had never encountered her before. Soon, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Isn't that the envoy Luo? As Luo Ziwei emerged behind Yu Yue, recognition dawned upon some. The awakening ceremony had invited all the prominent figures of Tianzong City, and they had all met Luo Ziwei. Long Yun stared in shock at Yu Yue's retreating figure, pondering silently. The envoy Luo stands behind this woman. Does she also hail from the Starry Sky Academy? Beside him, Blood Color fixated on Yu Yue, and upon witnessing Jiang Tianhe's profound respect, he deduced her significance. It was highly likely she was a divine-level powerhouse. Regret washed over him. Regret for choosing to witness this battle. An epic-level individual, like himself, should not meddle in such high-stakes affairs. I must leave. I cannot afford to stay any longer. His cloak billowed slightly as he vanished, decisively exiting the combat space. He worried that lingering might cost him his life. As for who Yue truly was, or why she saw Jiang Tianhe, he held no interest whatsoever. Meanwhile, Long Yun and others continued to stare at Yue, oblivious to Blood Color's departure. At the same time, Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu sprang to their feet, their eyes wide and pupils trembling as they fixated on the towering woman. They recognized Yu Yue's identity. Both struggled to comprehend the situation, questions flooding their minds. Why had Vice Director Yue come here? What was her purpose in seeking Jiang Tianhe? Could it be related to the disappearance of the prize wheel? With a synchronized urgency, both vanished from the audience, materializing behind Yu Yue in an instant. I have met Vice Director Yu Yue, Qi Yin stated. I pay my respects to Vice Director Yu Yue, Yuan Taiyu added. They bowed slightly, their demeanor respectful. Despite being divine-level powerhouses themselves, as leaders of the Guild Alliance on Blue Star, their status paled in comparison to that of Yu Yue. The previously speculating Long Yun and others, upon hearing their words, were instantly taken aback, rendered speechless. Each one of them became as still as stone. Vice Director Yu Yue of the Starry Sky Academy. Which of these two titles would not terrify one upon utterance? Even Lei Jun turned pale upon hearing the appellations that Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu bestowed upon Yu Yue. He had clearly heard Yu Yue's self-introduction moments ago, so friendly, yet tinged with a hint of mirth. As for himself, he was on a mission from Yuan Taiyu to challenge Jiang Tianhe and seize the position of City Lord. To put it plainly, he was there to provoke Jiang Tianhe. At this moment, Lei Jun's legs felt weak. He hastily lowered his head, daring not to exhale. Simultaneously, he cursed Yuan Taiyu in his heart. Yuan Taiyu, how dare you put me in this predicament? Yu Yue, disregarding the greetings from the two, regarded Jiang Tianhe, who had bowed deeply and slightly raised her hand. Instantly, Jiang Tianhe felt a gentle yet irresistible force straightening his posture. Where might Jiang Yubai be? Yu Yue inquired with a smile. Jiang Tianhe was taken aback for a moment, quickly replying, I will contact Xiaobai. Oh, that is to say my grandson Jiang Yubai. Please hold on. I shall ask him right away. Jiang Tianhe was filled with excitement as he attempted to reach out to his grandson. However, he found himself unable to make contact. This brat, why isn't he responding? Yu Yue, the deputy prefect, has personally come. He should hurry and reply. Jiang Yubai. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu exchanged a puzzled glance upon hearing Yu Yue's words. The details of Jiang Yubai flashed through their minds. And then an understanding dawned upon them as they looked up at Jiang Tianhe. Jiang Tianhe's grandson has awakened his divine vocation. The presence of the deputy prefect for a newly awakened practitioner is quite extraordinary. Could it be? Both low-tier divine beings inhaled sharply, for words emerging in their minds, innate divine vocation in their eyes. Only those who had newly awakened a divine vocation would warrant such a visit from the deputy prefect. How could this be possible? It seemed implausible. Soon after, both began to harbor doubts. If Jiang Yubai had indeed awakened his divine vocation, they should have received word by now. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu were both filled with astonishment and immediately reported the information upwards. The deputy prefect's visit for a newly awakened practitioner was a matter of immense speculation. It had been many years since this deputy prefect had left the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Tianhe began to perspire. He could not reach his grandson. You brat, reply quickly. Unable to contact him? Yu Yue asked. She could easily have remained incognito, finding Jiang Tianhe privately. Her reason for appearing was to advocate for Jiang Yubai and alleviate Jiang Tianhe's current dilemma. The three great sacred lands typically remained aloof, unperturbed by planetary affairs. Nevertheless, she need not speak. Upon seeing her, Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu instinctively understood their roles. Yuan Taiyu gestured vigorously to Lei Jun. Why are you still here? Hurry and leave. Are you waiting to meet your demise? Lei Jun felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and fled the combat space in a panic. Following suit, Long Yun and the others dared not make a sound as they departed. Just before leaving, Long Yun noticed that the crimson hue had vanished. This old six, leaving without a word. Today, their school organized an expedition to the novice village dungeon in Xiaobai. Xiaobai might have accompanied them. Jiang Tianhe wiped the sweat from his forehead and responded with a smile. Which dungeon? Yu Yue inquired. Frogtown. Then let us depart. Indeed. Yu Yue and Luo Zui exited the combat space, and just as Jiang Tianhe was about to leave, he was intercepted by Qi Yin. Yuan Taiyu stood still, his gaze fixed on Jiang Tianhe. What is the situation? Qi Yin quickly asked, "Is Deputy Director Yue here to see your grandson?" Vice President Qi, "This matter cannot be clarified in just a few words. I still need to take Deputy Director Yue to find Xiao Bai, and I will report back to you later." With that, Jiang Tianhe exited the combat space. His response left both individuals in a state of heightened suspicion. Has Jiang Yubai truly awakened his divine vocation? They promptly reported this news to the headquarters of the Class Change Guild Alliance. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu followed closely as they left the combat space. Chapter 31. The impatience of Yue in the heart of Tianzong City. Within the Lord's residence, Yue, along with Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe, emerged from the teleportation portal, closely followed by Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu. At this moment, their attention was momentarily fixed on the Vice Lord Yue. Their curiosity was palpable, an urgent desire to uncover a singular truth. Was Jiang Yubai truly a divinely ordained figure? It appeared that Jiang Tianhe's reliance was not on the holy sword of judgment, but rather on this very individual. Qi Yin mused inwardly, a smile gracing his lips. He understood that Jiang Tianhe's position as Lord was now secure, not merely preserved, but destined to become exceedingly stable. With a mid-tier divine powerhouse backing him, who would dare to challenge Jiang Tianhe? Casting a glance at Yuan Taiyu, he noted the latter's expression was as dark as stormy waters, his face marred by distress. Yuan Taiyu, you could never have fathomed that Jiang Tianhe had such a remarkable grandson. Yuan Taiyu's gaze was fixed on Jiang Tianhe, who stood beside Yue, and he now regretted his earlier stance with a depth of remorse. Given Yue's prowess and status, a mere mention of this matter to the president of the Class Transition Guild Alliance could jeopardize his own standing. A divinely ordained position? Absolutely impossible. Among this new cohort, there had already emerged one Bo Feiyang. It was inconceivable for a second divine position to awaken. Yuan Taiyu could not accept this outcome. What had compelled Yue to come in person? He fixated on Jiang Tianhe, as if only the notion of Jiang Yubai being a divinely ordained figure could elucidate the situation before him. Calm down, I must not lose my composure. Yuan Taiyu inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure, and began to ponder how to salvage the situation. Lord Jiang, let us proceed to Frogtown, Yue urged, for had she not witnessed Jiang Tianhe ensnared in an insurmountable predicament, she would not have revealed herself to assist. The news of my appearance should have reached the headquarters of the Class Transition Guild Alliance by now. Xingyu and Xinghai will soon be informed, and I must act swiftly. Yes, we shall depart immediately, however. Before Jiang Tianhe could complete his sentence, a yawn resounded through the air, capturing the attention of all present. Vice Lord, this is Jiang Yubai, exclaimed Luo Ziwei, her voice brimming with excitement. Yue's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, both acquainted with Jiang Yubai, immediately turned their gazes back to Yue. They were taken aback. Yue had vanished. Jiang Yubai, still groggy, would not have roused from his slumber had he not been awakened by the pressing need to relieve himself. Having concluded his business, he was prepared to return to his chambers for further repose. Are you Jiang Yubai? A voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Jiang Yubai blinked, sensing a presence before him, and halted, straining to open his eyes wider. Yue scrutinized Jiang Yubai from head to toe, her satisfaction growing with each passing moment. The youth possessed striking sword-like brows and captivating eyes, exuding an air of vitality, his tall frame embodying the essence of a graceful young man. Jiang Yubai rubbed his eyes. I am, but who are you? Little Bai, do not be rude. Jiang Tianhe lowered his voice to remind. Someone has arrived behind Jiang Yubai. This is the esteemed Vice Dean of the Starry Sky Academy, Lady Yue. Jiang Yubai suddenly felt a jolt, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. He quickly rubbed his eyes, finally distinguishing the figure of Yue before him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pay your respects, Jiang Tianhe urged anxiously. Realizing the situation, Jiang Yubai promptly bowed, stating, I am Jiang Yubai, honored to meet Vice Dean Yue. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes darting. Why has the Vice Dean come here? On the surface, I am merely an SSS-level potential profession. Logically, I should not warrant her attention. Could she have discovered the true potential of the Lottery Master? That cannot be. Lottery Master is a transcendent level. Countless questions flashed through Jiang Yubai's mind, yet he suppressed them all. After all, this is a fortuitous event. The presence of a vice dean signifies a treatment reserved for those of divine aptitude. This illustrates the Starry Sky Academy's immense regard for him. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu instinctively drew closer, their gazes fixed on Jiang Yubai, a mix of curiosity and bewilderment in their eyes. Here, take this identity token of the Starry Sky Academy. From this moment forth, you are officially a student of our prestigious institution, Yu said, producing a deep blue token that she handed to Jiang Yubai. Upon witnessing this scene, both Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu were taken aback. Most practitioners, upon awakening in high school, would enter vocational universities through a transfer examination. The Starry Sky, Star Universe, and Star Sea Academies each have unique admission processes, one being through self-examination. Any individual with initial potential reaching SS level is qualified to participate in a unified self-examination at the sacred grounds of the three academies. The second method is direct admission. Even for direct admission, students must wait until the opening day at the Academy's sacred grounds to receive their identity tokens. This is Blue Star, the city of heavenly burial, not the Starry Sky Academy. The instant they met, Yue directly presented the identity token, revealing her eagerness beyond words. In that moment, Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu began to genuinely believe that Jiang Yubai had indeed awakened a divine vocation. They could not dismiss this evidence. Yo Yue's immediate concern to confirm Jiang Yubai's status as a student of the Starry Sky Academy was more than sufficient proof, wasn't he it? Qi Yan's heart swelled with joy, which quickly transformed into ecstasy. He envisioned the president's throne beckoning to him. It's secure. The position of president of Blue Star is within reach. He was euphoric, while Yuan Taiyu appeared despondent, his mind swirling. What should I do? I must act. Yuan Taiyu's eyes flashed with despair and regret. Had he known Jiang Yubai was of divine vocation, he would never have offended Jiang Tianhe. But now, it was too late for regrets. He had already crossed that line with Jiang Tianhe. No, I cannot remain idle. Yuan Taiyu's mind raced, and he immediately conceived a plan to salvage the situation. That plan was to prevent Jiang Yubai from becoming a student of the Starry Sky Academy. Inherent vocation. If Xing Yu and Xing Hai were to learn of this news, they would undoubtedly come to vie for him. Indeed, it is prudent to convey this information to the esteemed institutions of Xing Yu and Xing Hai. Thus, regardless of which academy Jiang Yubai ultimately joins, both will surely acknowledge my merit. I may yet have a chance to compete with Qi Yin for the presidency. Yuan Taiyu promptly commenced communication with both academies, having acquaintances at the dean level within each. As Jiang Yubai received the identity token, poised to examine it, it unexpectedly transformed into a brilliant azure light, soaring into his being and vanishing from sight. A professional panel materialized before him. Name, Jiang Yubai. Profession, Lottery Master, Super Divine Level. Identity, student of the Starry Sky Academy. The identity token turned out to be a unique piece of equipment, a revelation Jiang Yubai had not anticipated. Seeing this, Yue felt a profound sense of relief, a smile breaking through her normally stern countenance as she declared, Jiang Yubai, from this moment forth, you are a student of the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Yubai instantly regained his composure and bowed once more, addressing her. Student Jiang Yubai pays respects to the vice dean. Yue, smiling, nodded in acknowledgement. But her next words left everyone present utterly astounded. Jiang Yubai, do you wish to become my student? Chapter 32. I Luo Ziwei, am truly envious. Yue gazed at the young man before her with hopeful eyes. Her decision to accept Jiang Yubai as her student was not a whimsical choice, but rather a result of careful deliberation. The role of a lottery master was exceedingly unique. Since the dawn of the universal era, she had never encountered such an extraordinary profession. Given the distinctiveness of a lottery master, it seemed inappropriate for any academy. However, due to this very uniqueness, once Jiang Yubai entered the Starry Sky Academy, he would undoubtedly become the object of desire among the 6 major academies. This was an inevitability. Who would not covet a lottery wheel capable of yielding legendary rewards? Even she, a mid-tier deity, could not help but feel envy. Rather than allowing the 6 academies to contend and create discord over him after his admission, it would be far more prudent to take him as her disciple, thereby elevating Jiang Yubai's status above that of the students within those 6 academies. At that point, no matter where Jiang Yubai placed the lottery wheel, others would have no grounds to complain. Furthermore, due to Jiang Yubai's exceptional nature, he would undoubtedly become the focal point upon entering the academy, emerging as the most sought-after figure in the entire institution. Yu Yue pondered for a long time and concluded that none of the academies would be suitable for Jiang Yubai, which led her to the notion of accepting him as a student. In her eyes, Jiang Yubai's potential was not in the slightest inferior to that of Luo Qinxian from the Starry Sky Academy, and perhaps even surpassed it. No matter how formidable Luo Qinxian was, she was but a single strong individual. Jiang Yubai, on the other hand, possessed the capacity to cultivate countless powerful beings, given the right time. For a legendary figure to transcend the deity level, having legendary skills was one of the critical factors. Jiang Yubai was essentially a factory for creating deity-level powerhouses. Such a person posed a significant threat to the Starry Sky Demon Clan, which would undoubtedly seek every means to eliminate him. By taking Jiang Yubai under her wing, she could ensure his safety at all times. Jiang Yubai was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Given the astonishing potential of a lottery master, he had envisioned the possibility of being accepted as a student by someone of a higher echelon. Yet, the fact that Yu Yue herself wished to take him on as a student was indeed beyond his expectations. Yu Yue, the vice dean, had never before taken any students. After the initial shock, Luo Ziwei spoke with eyes full of envy. Within the Starry Sky Academy, Yu Yue held a position within the 2nd tier. While her strength was not the most formidable, she was undeniably a figure of substantial authority. If Jiang Yubai were to become Yu Yue's student, he would not only navigate the Starry Sky Academy with ease, but would also be someone whom ordinary individuals would think twice before provoking. I, Luo Ziwei, am truly envious. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yubai, behind him, Jiang Tianhe was overwhelmed with excitement, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. The phrase soaring to great heights flashed through his mind. His grandson, Jiang Yubai, was on the verge of achieving greatness. Their Jiang family was about to ascend alongside him. Why was he still dawdling, observing his grandson's silence? Jiang Tianhe grew impatient and urged, "Why are you not addressing your mentor?" Student Jiang Yubai pays his respects to his mentor. Jiang Yubai solemnly bowed. With Yu Yue accepting him as her student, he had no reason to decline. The Starry Sky Academy, as one of the 3 sacred grounds of humanity, was known for its fierce internal competition, and he indeed required a solid support system at this moment. Yu Yue's identity was perfectly suited for him. She possessed both authority and strength, making her an ideal ally for his current needs. Certainly, he aspires to be the foremost champion of the human race, a disciple of the illustrious Liang Tianxia. But who decrees that one can have only a single mentor? Congratulations, Vice Governor Yu Yue, Luo Ziwei remarked with a smile. Congratulations, Vice Governor Yu Yue, echoed Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, suppressing their myriad emotions as they offered their felicitations. Yuan Taiyu's heart felt like ashes. In that moment, despair engulfed him. He had not anticipated that Yu Yue would act so decisively, providing an identity token upon their first meeting, and even taking Jiang Yubai as her disciple. The crucial point was that Jiang Yubai had acquiesced. Was there truly no opportunity left? Yuan Taiyu understood that unless he were to eliminate Jiang Yubai now, which was hardly feasible, he would not sacrifice his life for the position of president. At that moment, 2 dialogue boxes materialized before him, one from Xingyu and the other from Xinghai, both from individuals of dean-level stature. I am en route to Blue Star. Brother Taiyu, please keep an eye on Yu Yue and that Jiang Yubai. As long as Jiang Yubai is not brought back to the Starry Sky Academy by Yu Yue, this student will undoubtedly belong to our Xinghai. Yuan Taiyu sighed and replied to both. His message is identical. It is too late. Yu Yue has already accepted Jiang Yubai as her student, and he is undoubtedly a divine profession. After sending the messages, silence ensued, as both deans appear to be processing this information. Xingyu Academy's Chung Kong inquired, "Brother Taiyu, do you know the specific profession of this individual?" Shanghai Academy's Lu Qingsong remarked, "As expected of Yu Yue, her actions are decisive and efficient. I kindly request you, Brother Taiyu, to investigate Jiang Yubai thoroughly and provide our Shanghai with a detailed dossier. I owe you a favor. Ishal do mi utmost." Yuan Taiyu responded before feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He cast a sidelong glance at Qi Yin, who wore a broad smile with his lips stretched wide. Yuan Taiyu could scarcely believe that, after contending with Qi Yin for so many years, he would ultimately be outdone by a mere youth. Such is fate, such is destiny. A single misstep, and one loses everything. Yuan Taiyu sighed deeply. It is all the fault of the lottery wheel. Since Luo Ziwei became a student of the Starry Sky Academy, she had never witnessed Yu Yue's smile so radiantly. "From this day forth, you shall be my sole disciple," Yue declared, moving Jiang Yubai. "Why do you two linger? Do you wish to stay for a meal?" Yue turned to Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, her expression reverting to its icy demeanor. Qi Yin chuckled softly, exchanging a glance with Jiang Tianhe, and said, "Then I shall not intrude upon Vice Governor Yu Yue any longer." With that, he turned it apart. Yuan Taiyu hesitated for a moment before addressing Jiang Tianhe. "Lord Jiang, may I inquire as to which divine profession your grandson has awakened?" "Divine profession?" Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe both paused in surprise. "This has led me to mistakenly believe that he has awakened a divine profession." Jiang Yubai pondered. "Indeed, an SS-level profession could not qualify one to be a disciple of a mentor. This is not a question for you to ask." Yu Yue's tone was unequivocal. "Furthermore, now that Xiaobai has become my student, you should be well aware of your responsibilities, especially since the city lord of Jiang resides under the jurisdiction of your vocational guild alliance." Yuan Taiyu cupped his hands in acknowledgement and departed, disheartened. Jiang Tianhe felt a sense of relief wash over him and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Deputy Director Yu Yue. It is but a trifling matter." Yue nodded slightly, her gaze intensely fixed upon her cherished disciple. "Xiaobai, allow me to behold the prize wheel." Upon hearing this, Luo Ziwei's eyes widened in astonishment. She was already aware that Jiang Yubai could accommodate up to 40 prize wheels. Jiang Yubai promptly activated the skill, and a prize wheel materialized before Yu Yue. "Is this the prize wheel?" Yu Yue surveyed the wheel, astonishment flickering in her eyes as she absorbed its information. Subsequently, she retrieved 1,000 gold coins from her backpack and commenced the draw. Chapter 33. The Fortuitous Blind Box Lottery Machine. 1,000 gold coins transformed into strands of golden light, soaring into the radiant lottery wheel aglow with a myriad of colors. The lottery wheel began to spin. As Yu Yue gazed at the whirling wheel, an ember of anticipation ignited within her heart. The allure of a lottery lies in its tantalizing promise of small stakes yielding grand rewards. Gambling, indeed, possesses an undeniable propensity to ensnare one's senses. Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei fixated their eager eyes upon the rapidly spinning wheel, their hands already delving into their bags. One had drawn a legendary skill book, while the other had acquired 500 attribute points. Witnessing Yu Yue participate in the lottery rekindled their cravings, stirring an itch within their hearts. "Let us opt for a designated lottery for a safety net," Yu Yue suggested. Each lottery wheel offered a daily designated lottery akin to a safety net. Jiang Yubai could now place a total of 63 lottery wheels. The abundance of opportunities would indeed be squandered if left unused. Furthermore, with Yu Yue now serving as his mentor, her potential to draw yellow or orange rewards would be advantageous for him as well. As the lottery wheel began to decelerate, a glimmer of anticipation illuminated their faces. Mere moments later, the wheel came to a halt, the vibrant pointer settling upon a section where all colors faded away, leaving only the resplendent yellow glow. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Yellow, an epic reward. Yu Yue had indeed secured an epic prize through the safety net. The prospect of a 63-fold reward raised his hopes. Would the epic reward possibly ascend to legendary status? You have received 630,000 gold coins. Jiang Yubai, splendid. Yu's look of expectation gradually faded as she shook her head. At her level, gold coins merely represented a figure devoid of significance. Is it truly just 1,000 gold coins? Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei expressed a tinge of disappointment. Do not be disheartened, Mentor. Simply try another lottery wheel. Jiang Yubai encouraged with a smile, placing another wheel at his disposal. With over 140,000 energy points at his command, the cost of deploying a lottery wheel was a mere 10,000 energy, an inconsequential sum. Seeing this, a spark of hope rekindled in Yu's eyes. May I participate in the draw? Luo Ziwei's voice chimed as she pointed her delicate finger, akin to jade, at the lottery wheel Yue had just spun. Of course. Jiang Yubai nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianhe could not suppress his excitement, having once drawn a legendary skill book himself. Xiaobai, Yue naturally addressed Jiang Yubai as such. I received news upon my arrival that the number of lottery wheels you have set up has reached 40, correct? Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe turned their gazes towards Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai nodded. Indeed, it was 40 at that time. At that time? Yu's expression shifted, her eyes glimmering with unspoken anticipation as she inquired. And now? How many do you have? 63, Jiang Yubai replied. Luo Ziwei's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression reflecting sheer disbelief. The value of the lottery wheels equated to that of a divine artifact. 63 divine artifacts. As Luo Ziwei's breath quivered, she murmured to herself, how many prize wheels can he possibly place at present? 100? 200? 63? Could it be that the number of prize wheels increases with the level? She distinctly recalled Jiang Yubai's level when Jiang Tianhe had inquired about it that day. It was indeed level 63. Yu's eyes glinted with a terrifying intensity, a trace of murderous intent stirring within her, not directed at Jiang Yubai, but toward Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu. She regretted allowing these two to learn of her presence here. Closing her eyes, she took a moment before reopening them, her voice grave as she asked, you could only place one prize wheel when Ziwei departed. It has only been a couple of days. How has the number of prize wheels increased so significantly? It turned out that the envoy was named Luo Ziwei. Jiang Yubai glanced at her and replied, the number of prize wheels increases as my level rises. And what level are you at now? Luo Ziwei couldn't restrain her curiosity, her gaze reflecting Jiang Yubai's figure. Level 63, Jiang Yubai stated. Just as I suspected, Jiang Tianhe thought to himself, a smile spreading across his face as he looked proudly at his treasured grandson. With such a grandson, what more could one desire in life? How? How many levels? Luo Ziwei doubted her hearing. 63? Yue gazed at her student, somewhat moved. 2 days to reach level 63? After her inquiry, realization dawned upon her. Ah, your method of leveling is unique. You require others to draw prizes to gain experience. The more prize wheels there are, the more prize-drawing practitioners there are, thus you level up more swiftly. With this understanding, she felt an even greater shock. The number of prize wheels increases in tandem with the levels. If this student of mine continues to place prize wheels, could it not reach? Yue could hardly contain her excitement, a number flashing her mind. 1,000. Reaching the maximum of 9 turns means attaining level 1,000. Her gaze towards Jiang Yubai instantly became fervent. No, it was scorching. In that moment, she felt immense gratitude for her decision to personally come and take Jiang Yubai as her sole student. 1,000 prize wheels would undoubtedly cultivate a multitude of formidable warriors. The Starry Sky Academy becoming the foremost institution for humanity would no longer be an unattainable goal. But suddenly, Yue realized something, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yubai. Have you completed your first turn? Jiang Tianhe was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten this detail when he had inquired about Jiang Yubai's level. Luo Ziwei also reacted, her long eyelashes fluttering. My first turn task was the number of draws, and it is already complete. Jiang Yubai had anticipated this question with a ready answer. Only the practitioner knew the specifics of their transition tasks, and others could not discern them. Yue did not delve deeper, thinking it normal for a profession as unique as prize draw master to have an unusual transition task. Having completed your first turn, you must have gained your second skill now, she said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The initial skill of the lottery master places a prize wheel of value equivalent to that of a divine artifact. The effect of the second skill is destined to surpass the first. Luo Ziwei and Jiang Tianhe gazed at Jiang Yubai, the former momentarily forgetting to breathe, while the latter felt as though his heart would leap from his throat in excitement. Jiang Yubai nodded, proclaiming, "My second skill is Lucky Blind Box." Lucky Blind Box? The trio of Yu Yue, Jiang Tianhe, and Luo Ziwei were momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the information. The first skill is the prize wheel, and the second is aptly named the Lucky Blind Box, a complete infusion of lottery elements. Luo Ziwei softly repeated this unexpected revelation, seemingly attempting to process the astonishing news. Jiang Tianhe chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head. His grandson's profession was indeed extraordinarily unique. Yue slowly nodded before pressing for further details. And what is its effect? The effect is to place a Lucky Blind Box lottery machine, Jiang Yubai explained, as he unleashed the skill. Lucky Blind Box. Chapter 34. The lottery of Lucky Blind Boxes is not for the poor. It is a game for the affluent. A cascade of iridescent light danced forth from the void, momentarily transforming the surroundings into a breathtaking tapestry of colors. So beautiful, Luo Ziwei murmured in awe, as if an artist wielding a divine brush were painting the scene. Jiang Tianhe also found himself entranced by the stunning spectacle before him. It was truly magnificent. The manifestation of the skill was astonishingly impressive. As a god-level powerhouse, Yu Yue's perception was undoubtedly beyond that of Jiang Tianhe and Luo Ziwei. Through a narrow lens, the grandeur and potency exhibited by the skill could provide a glimpse into the potential level of the profession. Is it really this extravagant? Jiang Yubai mused, taken aback. This was his first time deploying the Lucky Blind Box skill, and he was unaware of its lavish effects. The vibrant threads of color darted through the air like fish, gradually revealing the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. The Lucky Blind Box skill differed from the lottery wheel in that it could only exist singularly. As the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine emerged, the attention of the group was wholly captivated. Standing approximately 2 meters tall and over 1.5 meters wide, the machine shimmered with a spectrum of colors. The front was adorned with a glass window, and to its right, 7 glass slots, each about 1/2 meter long and thumb-thick, beckoned. Through the glass, rows of blind boxes flashed alternately in shades of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. In the eyes of Yue, Luo Ziwei, and Jiang Tianhe, the information about the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine materialized. Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. First lottery, 10,000 gold coins. Prizes, attribute points, skill books, equipment, pet eggs, etc. Unlimited lottery attempts. Hint 1. You can see the probability of the next blind box color, which increases with each lottery attempt. Hint 2. The lottery amount escalates with each attempt. Please note, when changing participants, the probability gauge will reset to 0. Unlimited lottery attempts. The ability to see the probability of the next blind box color. Luo Ziwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her initial impression of the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine was that it surpassed the lottery wheel. There was no thank you for your patronage. However, she soon felt it was rather exploitative. The first lottery required 10,000 gold coins, tenfold that of the lottery wheel. Curious, Jiang Tianhe circled the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine, examining it closely, and attempted to touch it, only to find his hand passing through. The Lucky Blind Box lottery machine seemed to exist outside this realm. Yue tried to collect it, but received no indication whatsoever. Is it truly impossible to collect? She pondered softly, as the stars adorning her intricately dark gown began to twinkle one by one, revealing an expanse of boundless starry sky behind her. The starry cosmos enveloped the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. The stars on her gown dimmed, and Yue was taken aback. She had failed. After all, she was a mid-tier god, and her profession had long since transformed into a divine vocation, commanding the laws of the cosmos. My student, is the lottery master truly only of SSS grade potential? Yue glanced at the contemplative Jiang Yubai, her heart filled with doubt. Both the lottery wheel and the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine before them were too peculiar, too enigmatic. They bore little resemblance to the skills one would expect from a profession of SSS-grade potential. Rather, they resembled divine abilities. Jiang Yubai gazed at the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine, his lips involuntarily twitching. Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. Existence duration. Permanent. Indestructible. Pickable. First draw. 10,000 gold coins. Subsequent draws increase by 10,000 gold coins each time. And so forth. Prizes. Probability red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, from highest to lowest. Attribute points. 10,000 0001. 000 500 100 101. Skill books. Divine Legendary Epic Elite Advanced Intermediate Low. Equipment. Artifact Legendary Epic Elite Advanced Intermediate Low. Pet Eggs. Divine Beast Legendary Epic Elite Advanced Intermediate Low. Unlimited draws. As the number of draws increases, the probability of winning also rises. The purple probability slot increases by 1 with each draw. If all 7 winning probability slots are filled, a Divine Lucky Blind Box is guaranteed. Please note, when participants change, the intermediate probability slots will reset to 0. One designated winning prize can be chosen daily. With rewards purple, you may not participate in the lottery. Tip: if the purple winning probability slot is filled, the participant's next draw will no longer yield a purple Lucky Blind Box. If a participant obtains a Divine Lucky Blind Box, the probability slots will reset and they will no longer be able to participate in this type of lottery. Upon reviewing the information, Jiang Yubai's sentiment was one of dismay. This was far too exploitative. The initial draw costs 10,000, the second 20,000, the third 30,000. Drawing 10 times would require 550,000 gold coins. He turned his gaze to the 7 winning probability slots on the right side of the glass window. To fill the first winning probability slot, namely the purple Lucky Blind Box, one would need to draw 100 times. Only then could one begin to fill the blue probability slot, although filling all 7 slots guarantees a Divine Lucky Blind Box. It seemed an endeavor that would take an eternity. How many gold coins would that require? Jiang Yubai shook his head. However, the mere prospect of obtaining a Divine Lucky Blind Box was enough to drive practitioners to madness. A Divine Lucky Blind Box promises divine rewards. Much like the lottery wheel, it offers a guaranteed draw once a day, but unlike that, one can specify the precise prize they wish to win, and there is no risk of losing gold coins or experience points. Indeed, if someone were to fill all 7 probability slots and ultimately draw 1,000,000 gold coins or 1,000,000 experience points, the frustration could be quite overwhelming. Jiang Yubai ultimately concluded, the impoverished should steer clear of the Lucky Blind Box lottery. This is a game for the affluent. To fill the purple probability slot, one must draw 100 times, totaling 5,050,000 gold coins. He wondered just how much experience he could gain from a single draw. The threshold is 10,000 gold coins. It must certainly yield more experience than the lottery wheel, right? Yu Wei, Deputy Director, would you care to give it a try? With a smile, Jiang Tianhe remarked, I can hardly contain my eagerness to give it a try. Luo Ziwei also appeared to be brimming with anticipation. Then I shall take a few turns to test it out. Yu Wei did not decline. She was equally intrigued by the Fortune Blind Box lottery machine before her, as 10,000 gold coins transformed into a radiant golden light. They were absorbed by the Fortune Blind Box lottery machine, causing a row of lucky blind boxes behind the glass window to shimmer with vibrant colors. After approximately 7 or 8 seconds, the dazzling hues abruptly settled on one particular blind box. That lucky box then soared out from the glass enclosure, hovering before Yu Wei. As Yu Wei made her inaugural selection from the lucky blind box, Jiang Yubai noticed that a purple hue had appeared at the bottom of the first winning probability slot on the right side. Chapter 35, 20 million. The speculation and verification of Yu Wei. A line of text appeared. Next lucky blind box probability. Purple 1, so that is how it is. Within the information of the lucky blind box lottery machine, Jiang Yubai was unable to discern the specific probabilities of winning, unlike the fixed probabilities of the lottery wheel. The winning odds of the lucky blind box lottery machine required the number of draws to enhance them. Fortunately, there were no thank you gifts. Each draw started with a purple blind box, otherwise it would be too unscrupulous. Jiang Yubai glanced at the lucky blind box drawn by Yu Wei. which shimmered with a cerulean glow. The House Always Wins feature had not been triggered. It seemed that only the minter could open the blind box to activate it. You have gained 100 experience points. Jiang Yubai was taken aback by the prompt that appeared before him. No way. The coins were 10 times that of the lottery wheel. Shouldn't the experience also be tenfold? Shouldn't it be 1,000 experience points? Answer me. The cerulean lucky blind box? Luo Jiwei was somewhat astonished, as I received a cerulean reward from the lottery wheel, which was 500 attribute points. Yue's expression shifted as she nodded in acknowledgement. Would you like to open blind box? Open. The cerulean lucky blind box expanded at a visible rate. Boom! The lucky blind box exploded, and the cerulean light transformed into bursts of fireworks. Quite dazzling, Jiang Tianhe remarked with a smile. You have obtained a high-level skill book, Great Flame Magic. 1. It's a skill book, Luo Jiwei exclaimed in surprise. Simultaneously, Jiang Yubai was presented with another line of text. The lucky blind box has triggered the House Always Wins. You have received the elite skill book Songyan Longxiao. It turned out to beat Songyan Longxiao. Splendid indeed. A trace of smile flickered in Jiang Yubai's eyes. Songyan Longxiao is a mage skill, classified among the elite skills, and is relatively rare with a low drop rate in dungeons. Learning. Jiang Yubai immediately learned Songyan Longxiao. Songyan Longxiao, active LV63 upon release. It forms a fiery projectile resembling the head of a dragon, inflicting penetrating burns on all targets in its path, accompanied by a knockback effect, consuming 1,000 energy points. With a cooldown time of 25 seconds, he glanced at the skill bar and nodded in satisfaction. Knights, warriors, mages, assassins. I am a step closer to becoming a master of all trades. In the future, I truly can traverse the world as a master of all trades. Over there, Yue glanced at the skill book before looking at Luo Jiwei. Luo Jiwei, as a mage class, you can learn this. Take it. The skill book flew towards Luo Jiwei. Luo Jiwei was somewhat flattered and hurriedly declined, saying, Deputy Director, this is too precious. Yue shook her head, smiling at Jiang Yubai. This time, I have the honor of taking Xiao Bai as my student. You deserve the credit. Take it. There will be other rewards once we return to the academy. In light of this, the student accepted it. Luo Jiwei no longer refused and joyfully accepted the skill book, promptly learning it. She has now reached the 5th transition, and the Tome Great Flame of Magic is precisely a skill appropriate for this level. Upon completing her studies, Luo Jiwei cast a furtive glance at Jiang Yubai. Initially, she had harbored some resentment about having to awaken Jiang Yubai alone, feeling rather reluctant. However, she now found herself somewhat relieved. Ever since Jiang Yubai's awakening, she has acquired attribute points and skill books in succession, significantly enhancing her strength. It is evident that as long as she remains close to Jiang Yubai, her power will continue to grow. Jiang Yubai is indeed her lucky star. Ye did not rush to conduct a second lottery draw, but instead gazed thoughtfully at the machine. She inquired of Jiang Yubai, Little Bai, the purple hue in this glass tank must represent the probability of winning the purple lucky blind box, correct? Jiang Tianhe and Luo Jiwei perked up at her words, for the machine provided scan information. As the one who set up the machine, Jiang Yubai surely possessed greater knowledge. He nodded, affirming that the glass tank indeed offers a direct view of the winning probabilities for the next lucky blind box's color. Ye nodded contemplatively, pondering that the probability for the next blind box being purple is 1. She then asked, what are the probabilities for the other colored boxes? Jiang Yubai shook his head, indicating uncertainty. The trio was taken aback by his response. If even he was unsure, then this lucky blind box lottery machine might be a tad dubious. Cough, cough. Rather intriguing indeed. Jiang Tianhe realized he had misspoken and hastily cleared his throat. It does have its dubious aspects, Ye concurred. Cough, cough. Cough. Jiang Tianhe found himself coughing even more vigorously. Jiang Yubai remarked, Deputy Director, shall we draw again? Luo Jiwei eagerly asked in a hushed tone. Yes. Ye replied succinctly before posing another question to Jiang Yubai. How many colors of lucky blind boxes are there? 7, perhaps. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, thinking, has she finally noticed this detail? The lottery wheel indeed offers 7 types of rewards, a fact overlooked by Tsang Xiaoan, Luo Ziwei, and even Jiang Tianhe, who had drawn a legendary skill book. There are 7, Jiang Yubai confirmed with a nod. Ye's eyes sparkled with realization as she refocused on the lottery machine. Muttering to herself, the Cyan one is an elite-level skill book, but what about the other colors? Rather than directly querying Jiang Yubai, she withdrew another 20,000 gold coins to participate in the second draw. A few seconds later, a lucky blind box enveloped in purple soared out. The blind box expanded and opened. You have obtained a low-grade equipment cloth armor, 1. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai received a piece of mid-grade equipment stone hoop cloth armor. The purple blind box yields low-grade equipment. Ye mused silently as she proceeded to the third draw. For the third lucky blind box, Ye again drew a purple box. You have obtained 1 attribute point. Jiang Yubai, on the other hand, acquired 63 attribute points. Ye produced another 40,000 gold coins. Continuing her pursuit of the blind boxes. Why doesn't T, the instructor, simply ask me? Jiang Yubai discerned Ye's intentions and felt a sense of perplexity. The fourth lucky blind box, once again, was purple. The probability of the next lucky blind box, purple 4. With each draw, the winning chance increases by 1. Yue withdrew her gaze and proceeded with her fifth draw, which yielded yet another purple lucky blind box. The sixth draw also resulted in a purple lucky blind box. The seventh? Again, a purple lucky blind box. As the 13th draw concluded with yet another purple box, Luo Ziwei observed the array of purple lucky blind boxes suspended before Yue, blinking in astonishment. How could the deputy governor resist opening them? Could it be that the deputy governor had once overcome a substance addiction? Jiang Tianhe approached Jiang Yubai and softly inquired, Xiaobai, it appears that Deputy Governor Yue is not merely drawing blind boxes, but rather, Jiang Yubai nodded slightly, as the mentor seemed to be validating his suspicions. What suspicions? You shall find out shortly. Jiang Tianhe nodded and continued to watch as Yue drew her lucky blind boxes. On the 25th draw, a purple lucky blind box. By the time of the 44th draw, it was still a purple lucky blind box. When Yue reached her 63rd draw, Jiang Yubai leveled up to 64. Yue, absorbed in her draws, remained oblivious. On the 67th draw, a blue lucky blind box emerged. Yue paused, gazing at the blue box that floated before her, enveloped in silence. After 67 attempts, she finally drew a box of a different hue. The previous 66 were all purple lucky blind boxes. She had spent a staggering 22,790,000 gold coins. Such an expense could have procured a commendable piece of epic-grade equipment. How outrageous! Yue took a moment to steady her emotions before finally opening the blue lucky blind box. You have obtained a mid-level pet egg bloodwing worm, 1. Upon seeing the notification, Yue narrowed her eyes in anticipation. Chapter 36. I shall protect you, and the Astral Academy shall shield you, until you ascend to the realm of divine strength. Indeed, it is as such. A tempest of emotions surged uncontrollably within Yue. The colors, purple representing the low tier, blue the mid-tier, green the high tier, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. These 7 hues signify varying degrees of rewards. Thus, green denotes the elite level, yellow the epic tier, orange the legendary grade, and red signifies. Her heart suddenly raced. Divine level. Red embodies the rewards of the divine tier. Is it truly so? Yue endeavored to maintain her composure. She glanced at Jiang Yubai, but refrained from inquiring, instead opting to unveil all the purple lucky blind boxes. A series of prompts materialized before her. You have gained 1 attribute point. You have gained 1 attribute point. You have acquired low-tier equipment. Rusty longsword. This spectacle further solidified Yue's conjecture. Indeed, different colors represent distinct levels of rewards. The highest tier is most likely the divine reward. Divine rewards. Yue inhaled deeply, shaking her head inwardly. The Lottery Master is an SSS tier potential profession. An orange reward of the legendary grade is already remarkable, unless the Lottery Master is of the divine class. She recalled the speculations of Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu regarding Jiang Yubai's professional tier, divine class. It certainly bears resemblance. Yue marveled inwardly, yet felt a twinge of perplexity. If the lottery master were divine, why would Jiang Yubai classify it as SSS tier potential? There was no need for concealment. The privileges enjoyed by divine classes far surpass those of SSS tier professions. UUF fell into contemplation, refraining from impulsively questioning Jiang Yubai, instead immersing herself in an analysis from his perspective. Over 22 million, the vice dean truly is audacious. Luo Ziwei finally estimated the gold Yu Yue had expended on the lucky blind boxes and couldn't help but reflect on it. Over 20 million gold without batting an eye. Jiang Tianhe felt envy. His gold reserves barely reached 100 million. Spending 20 million on a lottery was beyond his willingness. The rewards were merely a collection of low-tier prizes. What a loss it would be. Yet he felt joy. His cherished grandson had leveled up once more. How capricious of you to expend over 20 million gold without directly inquiring of me, mentor. Jiang Yubai shook his head. When he initially informed Luo Ziwei that the lottery master was an SSS tier profession, it was for safety's sake. Now, the individual was a student of the Astral Academy and the sole pupil of Yue. Should Yue inquire, he would reveal that the lottery master is a divine profession. He would not disclose that it is an ultra-divine class. Since the onset of the class transition era, he is the sole individual possessing an ultra-divine profession, unprecedented. To his knowledge, the human race has yet to witness an ultra-divine powerhouse. The foremost human champion, Wang Tianxia, is not an ultra-divine being. Jiang Yubai was uncertain and dared not predict the repercussions of revealing his ultra-divine potential profession. The outcome might be favorable, yet the likelihood of it being unfavorable loomed larger. Those exceptional individuals, trapped in the realm of deities for years, who among them does not yearn to transcend into the realm of the super-divine? In their quest for such a breakthrough, they would go to great lengths. Jiang Yubai, however, refrained from taking risks, deeming it unnecessary. He merely needed to progress steadily as his skills, lottery wheel and lucky blind box, would ensure a rapid ascent. Upon reaching level 101, he would acquire a third skill, further accelerating his advancement. He was undeniably poised to become the fastest ever ascendant to the divine rank. Patience was key. When a mentor determined the crimson hue as a divine reward, he would inevitably inquire about Jiang Yubai. At that moment, he would speak. Lord Jiang, when you drew the legendary skill book, was it not enveloped in an orange glow? Yue, who had been deep in thought, suddenly posed the question. Jiang Tianhe paused, recalling the moment, and slowly nodded. Indeed, it was orange. I witnessed it firsthand. I can confirm it was orange, Luo Ziwei added, affirming his recollection. Jiang Yubai observed Yu Yue's fingers twitch slightly. It appeared as he suspected. Xiaobai claimed his professional potential to be SSS grade out of safety considerations. Yu Yue's breath grew unsteady as she turned to face her student, her eyes shimmering with intensity. The likelihood of Jiang Yubai possessing divine potential exceeded 80%. Analyzing this was not particularly challenging after gathering sufficient evidence. Firstly, Jiang Yubai's rapid progression was astonishing. Luo Qingxian, who awakened to divine status 3 years prior, advanced swiftly. It could not compare to Jiang Yubai. Secondly, the sheer number of lottery wheels at his disposal was staggering. In the long run, the value generated by these wheels equated to that of divine artifacts. Each lottery wheel was akin to a divine artifact. With each level, Jiang Yubai ascended. It was as if he wielded another artifact. This was truly remarkable. Had Jiang Yubai possessed only 1 or even 10 lottery wheels, Yu Yue would not have doubted the potential level of the lottery master. After all, this was a wheel capable of yielding legendary skill books. The ability to draw legendary rewards was enough to raise suspicions regarding one's potential level. Now, with her deductions from the lucky blind box lottery machine, she surmised that the reward mechanism likely indicated the existence of divine rewards within the lottery wheels. The lottery master was undoubtedly a profession with divine potential. Were it not for the absence of an initial super-divine profession, she might have questioned whether the lottery master possessed super-divine potential. A divine student, she had inadvertently accepted a pupil of divine lineage. Yue gazed at Jiang Yubai, her emotions a whirlwind of excitement, astonishment, and disbelief. Her expression complex. Why was the vice president looking at Jiang Yubai, in such a manner? Luo Ziwei pondered, somewhat perplexed. Jiang Tianhe too was bewildered, wondering what had transpired with Vice President Yu Yue. Suddenly, they witnessed Yu Yue and Jiang Yubai vanish into thin air before their very eyes. Where did the Vice President go? Xiao Bai, Jiang Tianhe, and Luo Ziwei called out, their confusion palpable. In the unseen expanse of the starry night, Jiang Yubai glanced at his anxious grandfather, searching for him before turning his gaze away. Yue gazed at Jiang Yubai, her eyelids fluttering, as excitement and anticipation brimmed in her eyes. Little Bai, is the lottery master a divine vocation, or is it something that cannot be concealed from a mentor? Jiang Yubai responded with a smile and a nod. Yu Yue laughed, her joy radiating brightly. Ha 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 ha, her laughter, filled with delight, echoed in the air. It had been such a long time since she had laughed so freely. She had almost forgotten the sensation of genuine merriment. After a while, Yu Yue's laughter gradually subsided. She stepped forward, standing before Jiang Yubai, and, amidst his astonished expression, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. Dear child, a good child, fear not. You are now a student of the Starry Sky Academy and my sole pupil. There is no need for concern. No one can threaten you. I will protect you, and the Starry Sky Academy will safeguard you until you ascend to the realm of divine strength. Yu Yue's voice was gentle, leaving Jiang Yubai momentarily dazed. Since the passing of his parents, he had not experienced such an embrace. Although Jiang Tianhe would sometimes hold him, Yu Yue's embrace felt entirely different. It reached the softest corners of Jiang Yubai's heart. He had not anticipated that the exalted Yu Yue could possess such tenderness. With a firm nod, he affirmed her words. Chapter 37. The most remarkable figures of the three great academies after a prolonged embrace. Yu Yue finally released Jiang Yubai, extending her slender fingers to caress his visage. Mentor? Jiang Yubai inquired, puzzled. Yu Yue paused momentarily, retracting her nostalgic gaze, and with a gentle smile, she shook her head, saying, it is nothing. The concealed starry night sky dissipated, and the two reappeared at their original location. Your mentor possesses a story, Jiang Yubai remarked, having perceived the depth of Yu Yue's earlier expression. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai, Jiang Tianhe felt a weight lift from his heart, exhaling in relief. Deputy Director, do you still draw from the blind box? Luo Ziwei glanced at Jiang Yubai, contemplative, before posing the question to Yu Yue. Yu Yue regarded the purple probability slot. Next, lucky blind box probability, purple 67. She turned to Jiang Yubai, playfully inquiring, Little Bai, if you were to withdraw this item without a second person drawing, would the probability reset? It would not, Jiang Yubai replied, affirming that as long as no second individual participated in the lucky draw, even if he withdrew and then replaced the item, the probability of winning would remain intact. That is good to hear, Yu Yue nodded, suggesting they continue the draw once they return to the academy, and inviting the director and others to join. Jiang Yubai's heart stirred. He discerned the implication in Yu Yue's words. She intended to procure a divine-level lucky blind box, the esteem with which the academy's higher-ups would regard him. Upon witnessing the lucky blind box lottery machine capable of yielding a divine-level prize was immeasurable. You are truly considerate, Mentor Jiang Yubai silently acknowledged. His agreement to take Yu Yue as his mentor was, in essence, a quest for a reliable support within the Starry Sky Academy. Now, he felt that becoming her student was indeed a fortuitous choice, sensing her genuine concern for his welfare. Mayor Fian, you may find yourself unable to draw from the lucky box. I apologize. Yu Yue's words left Jiang Tianhe astounded. Deputy Director Yu Yue, what do you mean? You are now Little Bai's mentor. Naturally, the focus is on you, he replied, fully aware that while Yu Yue was indeed his grandson's mentor, her identity, stature, and prowess rendered any need for equality in their interactions unnecessary. Yu Yue's humility stemmed from her regard for Jiang Yubai. Seeing Jiang Tianhe unperturbed, Yu Yue felt reassured. Previously, before knowing Jiang Yubai's divine status, she had declared him her sole student. Now he had become one of the most significant individuals in her life. She wished not to harbor any discontent within him. Ziwei, upon our return to the academy, if you wish to draw, feel free to seek out Little Bai. Yue instructed Luo Ziwei. Luo Ziwei beamed with joy, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Deputy Director Yue. Thank you. Given Jiang Yubai's current demonstrated value, he undoubtedly belonged to a strategic echelon. Upon returning to the Starry Sky Academy, with the quantity of lottery wheels at her disposal, she would be able to participate in the draw. The lucky blind box lottery machine was another matter entirely. With Yo Yue's affirmation, she would indeed be able to access the lucky blind box. Most importantly, she could approach Jiang Yubai at any time. What the second transformation? And the third? Filled with joy, Luo Ziwei gazed at Jiang Yubai, resolving to seek him out more often in the future to cultivate a strong rapport. The lottery wheel would undoubtedly become the most coveted attraction at the Starry Sky Academy, and Jiang Yubai would emerge as a prominent figure, not only within the academy, but throughout the three great sacred institutions. She had glimpsed a fragment of his promising future. It is prudent to act swiftly. I have already informed the head of the academy about your situation, and he is currently en route back to the academy. We must return to the Starry Sky Academy. Yue stated. Jiang Tianai's face revealed an unwillingness to part ways, yet he understood the gravity of the situation and nodded slowly, saying, "The sooner Xiaobai reaches the Starry Sky Academy, the sooner he will be safe." Jiang Yubai was taken aback by Yo Yue's urgency. Having never been apart from Jiang Tianhe for so many years, he felt a surge of reluctance. However, he recognized that due to his unique circumstances, only by entering the Starry Sky Academy could he attain true safety. This temporary separation was a sacrifice for the sake of a lasting reunion. He nodded and replied solemnly, "I will abide by the mentor's arrangements. By the way, Junior Jiang Yubai, where is Song Xiaohan?" Luo Ziwei suddenly inquired. Song Xiaohan? Jiang Yubai paused, then replied, "Oh, he went to the Frogtown instance." "Why do you ask, Senior Ziwei?" "Song Xiaohan is aware of your occupational traits. He should not remain outside. I will grant him a special admission opportunity, allowing him to enter the Starry Sky Academy without examination," Yue explained with a smile. Originally, she had intended for Song Xiaohan to sign a contract to keep Jiang Yubai's secret. However, after Jiang Yubai openly acknowledged his divine vocation, Yue altered her decision. Jiang Tianhe looked at Yue in astonishment. The Starry Sky Academy, ranked as the third sacred institution of the human race, held a precious quota for direct admissions. He had heard rumors that a high-ranking official from the Cosmic Bank Limited had paid a staggering price to secure a direct admission slot for their child at the Starry Sky Academy. Yet, Yue was willing to bestow such a rare opportunity upon Song Xiaohan because of Jiang Yubai. This revelation left Jiang Tianhe in shock as he regarded his grandson. Recalling the scenes of Yue frantically drawing from the lucky blind box, he suddenly realized that the lottery master might not be as simple as he had imagined. Luo Ziwei was equally astonished, contemplating, "Isn't Deputy Head Yue supposed to have Song Xiaohan sign a contract? Why bestow a direct admission opportunity instead?" She understood the rarity of such admissions better than Jiang Tianhe. Each year, the three great sacred institutions would allocate a few slots for various powerful factions of the human race, such as Starry Sky Mercenaries, Class Change Guild Alliance, and Cosmic Bank, to contend for. This year, the Starry Sky Academy had only 26 direct admission slots. Song Xiaohan was merely an S-rank Yuan Rock Shield warrior. How could such a coveted opportunity be granted to an S-rank individual? Mentor, Jiang Yubai was also taken aback. When he had informed Luo Ziwei that Song Xiaohan knew of his profession, he had immediately thought that the Starry Sky Academy would require Song Xiaohan to keep his secret. There were many methods to safeguard a secret. Certain occupational skills, secrecy scrolls, and heavenly oaths could all maintain confidentiality. "I thank you on behalf of Song Xiaohan, mentor." Jiang Yubai respectfully performed a bow. Song Xiaohan was his close comrade and childhood friend, and naturally, he wished for Song Xiaohan's well-being. "Do not speak such words again. I am your mentor, and you are my student. I have merely fulfilled my duty," Yue said gently. Luo Ziwei suddenly felt that she did not truly know Yue. In her heart, in the hearts of all the students of the Starry Sky Academy, Yue had always been a figure of solemnity, authority, and reverence. Before this moment, she had never witnessed Yue smile. It appeared that the Vice Dean could also speak with such tenderness. Luo Ziwei bit her lip, feeling a sense of envy. Warmth blossomed in Jiang Yubai's heart, Perhaps Yu Yue's words were meant to win him over, but he firmly believed that his mentor would keep her promises. Bring Song Xiaohan back. I wish to see him. Upon our return to the Starry Sky Academy, I shall personally select a suitable mentor for him. The more Yu Yue observed Jiang Yubai, the more she grew fond of him, genuinely appreciating him. After all, who wouldn't admire a student with innate divine potential? Let us unveil the lottery wheel. Do not squander the chances to draw, Yu Yue reminded. The lucky blind box lottery machine was uncertain in its coin requirement to fill the 7 intermediate probability slots, thus enabling the draw for a divine-level lucky blind box. In contrast, the lottery wheel required only 1,000 coins per draw, an exceedingly generous offer compared to the lucky blind box lottery machine. Jiang Yubai promptly set out the remaining 62 lottery wheels. His energy level had soared to over 140,000, ample for his needs. How did an extra one appear? Luo Ziwei inquired in astonishment. Jiang Yubai replied with a smile. When my mentor drew from the lucky blind box, I leveled up. Luo Ziwei fell silent for a few seconds, feeling a twinge of envy as she remarked, Junior Bai, your method of leveling up is truly enviable. A hint of a smile appeared on Yu Yue's face. Ha! Jiang Tianhe burst into laughter, but just as he did, a dialogue box materialized before him. It was a message from Qi Yin, Lord Jiang. What type of profession has your grandson awakened? Followed by a second message. To have Yu Yue Weisstein take him as a student surely indicates divine potential. Congratulations, Lord Jiang. Your family is about to produce an extraordinary talent. Then a third message followed. Has Jiang Yubai not yet joined a guild? Would he be willing to join the Job Change Guild Alliance? I will apply for a core elite slot for your grandson at headquarters. This is a rare opportunity. Consider it well. I am currently in Tianzong City, so feel free to contact me when you have made your decision. Chapter 38. Although beauty is captivating, nothing is more significant than the opportunity to soar. The coveted core, elite quota? Jiang Tianhe's expression shifted. The Transfer Guild Alliance stands as one of the 3 major official powers of humanity, with over 90% of human guilds under its jurisdiction. It is an absolute behemoth. The core elite quota ranks just below the guaranteed slots of the 3 prestigious academies. Once one becomes a core elite of the Transfer Guild Alliance, the resources and treatment afforded are beyond imagination. It would be a lie to say Jiang Tianhe was not tempted. He glanced at Yu Yue, who had already begun the lottery. The 3 prestigious academies permitted students to join the 3 major official powers. Jiang Yubai, however, was different. He was presently a student of Yu Yue. After some contemplation, he resolved to discuss the matter privately with his beloved grandson, thus sending a message to Jiang Yubai. If I join the Transfer Guild Alliance, will Qi Yin assist me in applying for core elite membership? Jiang Yubai glanced at Jiang Tianhe. Under Jiang Tianhe's expectant gaze, he shook his head. Joining the Transfer Guild Alliance was out of the question, at least until he possessed absolute self-defense capability. He would not affiliate with any power aside from the Starry Sky Academy. He understood all too well the true value of being a lottery master. The Transfer Guild Alliance was one of the 3 major official powers of humanity, a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Who could fathom the treachery within? What dangers lurked? Furthermore, the chance of becoming a core elite was not guaranteed. Jiang Tianhe was astonished. His precious grandson had actually declined. Instantly, he felt compelled to send a message inquiring about the reason, but upon seeing the message box, he hesitated. Xiao Bai's decision not to join surely stemmed from his own considerations. Perhaps it was best not to persuade him, even if it might cause Vice President Qi Yin some discontent. But that was inconsequential. My grandson is paramount above all. Jiang Tianhe promptly sent a message to Qi Yin, expressing his refusal. Refusal? Within a tea house in Tianzong City, Qi Yin stared at Jiang Tianhe's message, utterly astonished. Surely Jiang Tianhe understood the implications of core elite. How could he possibly refuse? Qi Yin furrowed his brow. In his view, Jiang Yubai was divinely appointed, and as a student of Yu Yue, his future achievements would undoubtedly reach at least the lower echelons of divine strength. Inviting Jiang Yubai to join the Transfer Guild Alliance would be immensely beneficial for his future. Moreover, successfully recruiting a naturally gifted transmuter would be a significant accomplishment. Once Jiang Yubai joined, he would inevitably become a core elite. He merely needed to apply. In reality, it was a formality. Furthermore, with Jiang Yu's membership, Qi Yin's position as president would be firmly established. Who could refuse it? Yue? Qi Yin's brow furrowed tightly. It must have been Yue that declined. Jiang Tianhe would not dare reject his invitation, nor had he any grounds to do so. Within the Transferer Guild Alliance, there were indeed core elite members with innate divine appointments. This year's innate divine appointment, Bo Feiyang, had already been accepted as a student by Vice Dean Sang Fanji of the Starry Sea Academy. Since Plan A has proven futile, we shall proceed with Plan B. A naturally ordained priest would never easily concede defeat. Time is of the essence, and the personnel dispatched by headquarters should be arriving shortly. I wonder which council member it will be. I sincerely hope it is not Councillor Zhu Yao. After reporting the likelihood of Jiang Yubai being a priest to headquarters, they promptly sent someone to confirm the information. At present, this news is known solely to our Transmutation Guild Alliance. A naturally ordained priest? Ma Qingfeng exclaimed weakly, incredulous at the revelation that Jiang Tianhe's grandson had awakened his divine vocation. How could this be possible? His astonishment was palpable as he gazed at Yuan Taiyu, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yuan Taiyu, seated and somewhat dejected, offered a self-deprecating smile, saying, "How can it not be possible?" Jiang Tianhe personally invited Luo Ziwei to facilitate his grandson's awakening, and he has even been accepted as a disciple by Yue. It is said that those who can awaken a divine vocation are intrinsically different even before their awakening. After all these years in the Sky Burial City, you have failed to notice even a hint of this. What a waste. How could it be? How could it be? This is impossible. There's already been one naturally ordained priest. How can there be a second? No, it is absolutely inconceivable. Ma Qingfeng, in a state of despair, began to mutter incoherently. Who says that the emergence of one divine vocation newcomer precludes the appearance of another? Yuan Taiyu was deeply disappointed in Ma Qingfeng. Rising to his feet, he stated, "Given your current state, you are no longer suited to serve as an elder of the Sky Burial City Branch Alliance. I shall appoint someone to take over your duties." "This cannot be. It must be a mistake." Ma Qingfeng murmured to himself, seemingly oblivious to Yuan Taiyu's words. Yuan Taiyu exited the premises, hands clasped behind his back as he made his way toward the teleportation portal. Qi Yin will undoubtedly invite Jiang Yubai to join the alliance. It seems I have no chance of becoming president now. Sigh. He exhaled deeply, consumed by a sense of regret and frustration. Yet, what can be done about such discontent? Jiang Tianhe falls under Qi Yan's jurisdiction. Jiang Yubai is a naturally ordained priest, and he has even taken Yue as his mentor. From any perspective, I cannot compete with Qi Yan. Alas, it is time to retire gracefully and enjoy a life of leisure. His spirits waned, and his visage appeared aged. Just then, he suddenly halted, gazing at the dialogue box, and his dim eyes reignited with hope. Yuan Taiyu felt a surge of excitement, tears streaming down his cheeks as he realized that the envoy from headquarters was none other than Councillor Zhu. Ha! The heavens have shown mercy. I still have a chance. I have not yet lost. In the Frog Town instance, Song Xiaohan wielded a basalt shield, fending off two adult-sized frogs. Behind him, Long Danny, Duan Mengfei, and Wei Shanshan were unleashing their skills. "Heal me quickly. Mengfei, I need healing," he shouted desperately. "I can hardly hold on. My health is dwindling. Heal me now, please." Song Xiaohan cried out, on the brink of collapse, as he seemed poised to succumb to the frog's relentless assault. The charming Duan Mengfei blushed deeply. Expressing her indignation, Song Xiaohan, "If you continue to shout like that, we will no longer form a team with you." Wei Shanshan, with an expression of disdain, added, "Song Xiaohan, you are utterly shameless." Long Danny's face twitched as she muttered in silence, "Fool. Hurry, give me what I need. I don't believe it anymore. I require an immense quantity of sustenance." Song Xiaohan disregarded the words of the three women, still lamenting his plight. At that moment, a dialogue box appeared before him. "Jiang Yubai, my son, are you ready? Father is about to take you to new heights." Song Xiaohan was puzzled. What does that mean? Am I supposed to draw a lottery? Suddenly, a gigantic frog slammed its paw onto the granite shield, causing Song Xiaohan to stagger, distracted. The expressions of the three women changed dramatically upon witnessing this. They had assumed Song Xiaohan was joking. The giant frog was not particularly dangerous and appeared quite clumsy. To their astonishment, Song Xiaohan truly could not withstand the assault and was on the verge of collapse. Duan Mengfei cast a healing spell on Song Xiaohan, while Long Danny and Wei Shanshan unleashed their skills to repel the giant frog. Song Xiaohan, you are incredibly weak, Duan Mengfei remarked. Song Xiaohan steadied himself. Somewhat embarrassed and indignant, I was momentarily distracted. It was all Jiang Yubai's fault. Jiang Yubai, what happened? Long Danny immediately inquired, her tone tinged with urgency and concern. He's fine. He just said he would take me flying, Song Xiaohan explained, raising his heavy granite shield and charging towards the giant frog with a fierce shout. Minutes later, the battle concluded. Song Xiaohan, why did you disband the team? Long Danny looked at him in astonishment. Yes, what's going on? Wei Shanshan questioned, puzzled. Duan Mengfei, realizing the situation, expressed her annoyance. Did I not merely call you weak? Is it necessary to be so petty? Song Xiaohan was an S-rank granite shield warrior, capable of both defense and offense. Few among the current batch of newcomers were more suited for the front line than he. The three women enjoyed a comfortable experience teaming up with Song Xiaohan to battle the giant frog. Apologies, lovely ladies, but Jiang Yubai has summoned me to the Lord's mansion. Farewell, Song Xiaohan declared, turning to leave. Song Xiaohan, what does Jiang Yubai want with you? I won't call you weak anymore. Don't go. Song Xiaohan, come back. Ignoring their calls, Song Xiaohan shook his head and continued on his way, thinking, despite the allure of beauty, nothing could surpass the importance of duty. Far beyond. 54. 6 million kilometers from Blue Star, a planet burned with a dark, somber flame. Mars, known in ancient times as Inghua. Following the commencement of the cosmic chapter, Mars transformed into a planet-level dungeon, the Mars Blazing Inferno Dungeon, one of the many divine dungeons in the vast cosmos. Within the hall of the Blazing Inferno, Shan Wenrui and her companions had just returned from a failed attempt to clear the dungeon. As soon as they returned, numerous dialogue boxes popped up before her. Upon seeing the messages from Luo Ziwei and Yu Yue, Shan Wenrui was filled with both surprise and joy. A lottery master? A lottery wheel? A divine vocation from birth? Aside from the illustrious Fei Yang of the Celestial Star, there exists another individual graced with a natural divine calling? Furthermore, they have become a student of my esteemed Academy of the Starry Skies. Chapter 39. The Sole Flaw of a Lottery Master in the City of the Dead. Within the Lord's Mansion. Congratulations. You have obtained the low-level skill Book Iron Wall. With a smile illuminating her features, Luo Ziwei finally drew a skill book. This defensive low-level skill book would reside in the guild's treasury, ready for use by this year's batch of newcomers upon their enrollment. The Starry Sky Academy permits students to form guilds, free from the constraints of the Job Transition Guild Alliance. Jiang Yubai has leveled up once more. Upon witnessing the radiant glow of his upgrade, Luo Ziwei's long eyelashes fluttered with envy. Unlike her, who must toil through monster battles or complete tasks to gain experience, an arduous endeavor fraught with peril, Jiang Yubai, in stark contrast, effortlessly ascends in levels. You have acquired the intermediate skill, Book Iron Barrier 1. A decent defensive skill. Jiang Yubai, ever eager for skill books, immediately learned it. Name, Jiang Yubai. Occupation, Lottery Master. Godly level. Identity, student of the Starry Sky Academy. Level, 67, 280-6800. Base attributes, Strength 151,692, Vitality 151,692, Intelligence 151,692, Growth attributes, Health points 151,6920, Defense 151,6920, Energy points 151,6920, Free attribute points 1087, Skill slots 9. Iron Barrier, active LV 67, instantly increases personal physical magical defense by 30 for 8 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. The godly level profession is indeed a game changer. Jiang Yubai can learn any skill book, regardless of its level, and elite skills can be deployed immediately upon acquisition. He found this immensely satisfying. In battles of equal level, The skills he wielded far surpassed those of his opponents, rendering him invincible. This implied absolute dominance among peers. Even when facing adversaries of higher tiers, victory would still be within his grasp. Once he reaches level 100, he will be able to unleash Holy Sword Judgment. At that point, even those several hundred levels above him, seasoned professionals, shall not stand a chance against him. Jiang Yubai glanced at his energy points. Approaching 150,000, it would suffice to execute a legendary skill such as Holy Sword Judgment. Other professions possess different metrics. Mages have mana, warriors boast rage, and assassins track their energy in various terms. Though the nomenclature varies, the effects remain largely comparable. While the lottery wheel is superior to a mere lucky blind box, the 90 thank you for participating rate is exceedingly high. Failure to draw a prize has become the norm. Yue, Jiang Tianhe, and Luo Ziwei had collectively drawn nearly 200 times, yet their successes barely exceeded 10. Truly, as a divine profession, this method of leveling up is enviable. Even to me, Yue smiled upon witnessing Jiang Yubai's advancement. Indeed, his unique method of progression enables him to grow in safety. Jiang Tianhe remarked with a cheerful grin. Yue nodded, suddenly letting out a sigh, her expression tinged with melancholy as she gazed at Jiang Yubai and remarked, "What a pity." Jiang Tianhe was taken aback by her words, asking, "Pity about what?" "It is unfortunate that the lottery master lacks any offensive skills," Yue replied, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. In this era of universal class transition, strength is revered above all. The lottery master is inherently too frail, with a low capacity for risk management. Without the protection of others, facing a crisis leaves them with almost no means of resistance. Indeed, Jiang Tianhe sighed in agreement, but soon smiled, saying, "However, with your esteemed academy's presence, I believe that as long as Xiaobai remains within the confines of the Starry Sky Academy, there will be no danger. Rest assured, City Lord Jiang," Yue said earnestly, "I assure you that Xiaobai will encounter no peril at the Starry Sky Academy." "Father, Father, I have arrived," Song Xiaohan exclaimed as he emerged from the teleportation portal of the City Lord's residence, stepping forward with an eager and expectant demeanor. Rubbing his hands together, he called out, "Father, how do you plan to take me soaring?" Upon hearing Song Xiaohan address Jiang Yubai as father, Luo Ziwei blinked her large eyes, a smile threatening to break through as she looked at Jiang Yubai. "It's that rascal Song Xiaohan again. Those two mischievous boys, always so irreverent. Please do not take offense, Deputy Academy Head Yue." Noticing the puzzled expression on Yue's face, Jiang Tianhe quickly laughed and explained. Yue, realizing the situation, nodded and turned her gaze toward the hall's entrance. "Father, where are you?" "Father," Song Xiaohan called out, looking around as he stepped into the hall, his voice abruptly cutting off as he beheld the myriad of lottery wheels scattered across the floor. 1, 2, 3, 65, 66. 66 lottery wheels. My heavens. Ha ha. Song Xiaohan erupted into a fit of laughter, his excitement causing him to tremble with joy. "I've struck it rich. Xiaobai." "No, father. Oh, my dear father, I simply adore you." With that, he opened his arms and lunged towards Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai raised a hand to gently halt Song Xiaohan's advance, gesturing to the side, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded his exuberant friend. Song Xiaohan followed Jiang Yubai's pointing finger, his smile freezing in place. "Oh, the envoy Luo and grandfather Jiang are also here," he stammered, a nervous chuckle escaping him as he sensed the heat rising in his cheeks. How embarrassing, utterly humiliating. At that moment, he felt so awkward that he could have conjured a legendary dungeon from his embarrassment. Jiang Tianhe shot Song Xiaohan a stern look, his expression darkening as he admonished. "You little rascal, hurry over and pay your respects to Deputy Academy Head Yue." "Huh? Who?" Song Xiaohan responded, a look of confusion crossing his face. He indeed noticed Yue, but he did not recognize her. "Deputy Academy Head Yue?" he muttered. "Why does that sound so familiar?" "Of course it sounds familiar," Jiang Yubai replied, amusement glinting in his eyes as he languidly reminded him. "Starry Sky Academy, Deputy Academy Head Yue." Song Xiaohan suddenly came to his senses, his atoms apple bobbing as he gazed at the scrutinizing Yu Wei, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Song Xiaohan, I pay my respects to Deputy Director Yu Wei, he stammered. Jiang Yubai, observing Song Xiaohan's trembling legs and his faltering salute, could no longer contain his amusement and let out a chuckle. Luo Ziwei also succumbed to laughter at last. Song Xiaohan bowed his head, hunched over, scarcely daring to breathe, his expression one of utter distress. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yubai, sending a mental message. Jiang Yubai, why didn't you inform me that Deputy Director Yu was coming? You've utterly humiliated me. Are you trying to lead me to my doom? Clearly, you're digging a pit for me. Jiang Yubai laughed and replied, You are the one being overly ostentatious. How can you blame me for that? Is this reasonable? I don't care. Ultimately, you failed to inform me. It's too embarrassing. Truly, it's utterly humiliating. You must let me draw a lottery. You owe me that. I want to draw 100 times. Song Xiaohan gazed at Jiang Yubai with eyes full of resentment. Yu Wei, her expression inscrutable, the corners of her eyes twitching slightly, spoke. Song Xiaohan, after you finish drawing, bid farewell to your family, and then accompany Xiaobai to the Starry Sky Academy. Is that so? Huh. Song Xiaohan lifted his head, staring in shock at Yu Wei, utterly bewildered. Chapter 40. Is the lottery wheel not a secondary tool? Song Xiaohan was utterly bewildered, his expression filled with confusion and perplexity. He recognized every word spoken by Yu Wei, yet he was unable to comprehend the entire sentence at that moment. What are you still dawdling for? Jiang Tianhe exclaimed, observing the dazed Song Xiaohan. Hurry and express your gratitude to Deputy Governor Yu Wei. Song Xiaohan's gaze shifted, still in a trance, towards Jiang Tianhe. Noticing his continued bewilderment, Luo Ziwei stepped in to elucidate. Song Xiaohan, because you are aware of Jiang Yubai's professional secret, the Deputy Governor has decided to grant you a direct admission slot, allowing you to enter the Starry Sky Academy without examination. Song Xiaohan was taken aback. What are you waiting for? Hurry and give your thanks. Jiang Tianhe urged again. This time, realization dawned upon Song Xiaohan. His expression transformed into one of sheer joy as he knelt down. Bowing his head in gratitude, Song Xiaohan humbly thanks Deputy Governor. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I, Song Xiaohan, vow to illuminate the Starry Sky Academy in the future and dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the Deputy Governor. He continued to express his gratitude fervently, his words tumbling over one another in his excitement. He was overwhelmed. After all, this was the Starry Sky Academy, one of the 3 sacred academies of the human race. He had long dreamed of becoming a student there. Who wouldn't he aspire to be part of the Starry Sky Academy? The S-Clashian Yin Shield Warrior had no qualifications even to register for the entrance exam. All right, enough with the bowing. My mentor has already left, Jiang Yubai said, patting Song Xiaohan on the shoulder. When Song Xiaohan looked up, he realized Yu Wei and Jiang Tianhe had already departed. Luo Ziwei was nearby, watching him with a smile. Song Xiaohan rose, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, grinning broadly at Luo Ziwei. Junior Bai, I'm going to take a break as well. Luo Ziwei said with a playful tone. If you wish to learn more about the Starry Sky Academy, feel free to contact me anytime. Jiang Yubai nodded with a smile. All right, senior. Luo Ziwei gave Song Xiaohan a nod before turning to leave. Once Luo Ziwei had departed, Song Xiaohan was once again filled with exhilaration. He abruptly lifted Jiang Yubai off the ground and spun around joyfully. Put me down, you rascal. Jiang Yubai scolded. You insolent child, let me down at once. Song Xiaohan quickly set Jiang Yubai down, leaning in with a beaming smile. Jiang Yubai crossed his arms, casting a sideways glance at Song Xiaohan, and teased. What else with that grin? Shouldn't you be kneeling to me? Of course, he was jesting. But to his surprise, Song Xiaohan genuinely began to kneel. Hey, you really are going to kneel? Jiang Yubai exclaimed, one hand grasping Song Xiaohan while the other pressed against his forehead. Of course I will kneel. Song Xiaohan replied nonchalantly. Grinning, don't say just one. I would willingly kneel 100 or even 1,000 times. Without you, I would never have the chance to become a student at the Starry Sky Academy. Song Xiaohan felt a twinge of emotion at the corner of his eyes. his gaze sincere as he declared, "You have given me this opportunity, a chance that can change my life." His eyes began to well up with tears. Jiang Yubai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Whether you are being pretentious or not, you are indeed my dear son. This is what a foster father ought to do." "Thank you for your guidance, foster father," Song Shaoan responded with a cheeky grin. Jiang Yubai shook his head, reflecting, Song Shaoan, your shamelessness truly reveals your innate talent for commerce." "Thank you for the compliment," Song Shaoan replied, unabashedly proud. "Now about that lottery. Ahem, may I draw now?" "Make haste and draw quickly, then return home," Jiang Yubai said with exasperation. "Understood." Song Shaoan scampered off to participate in the lottery. Several minutes later, Song Shaoan plopped down on the ground, his face a mask of dejection. He had gone through every lottery wheel, yet he had won nothing, only receiving a uniform response of "thank you for your patronage." Casting a glance at Jiang Yubai, his eyes were filled with a depth of disappointment that rivaled that of a forlorn wife. He couldn't help but complain, "Jiang Yubai, this lottery wheel is utterly rigged." Jiang Yubai looked at Song Shaoan. "What did you just call me?" Song Shaoan hesitated for a moment before reluctantly murmuring, "Foster father." Jiang Yubai chuckled. "Remember, in the future, if you wish to draw, you must call me foster father." 66 lottery wheels, 66,000 gold coins. "I spent all my pocket money this month without winning a thing," Song Shaoan lamented, nearly in tears. Jiang Yubai found amusement in his frustration, suggesting, "Perhaps you should reflect on why my grandfather, and senior sister Luo managed to win while you did not. Could it be that you neglected your grooming? Or perhaps your drawing posture was incorrect? How does washing hands and face factor into this?" "Wait." Song Shaoan's eyes widened suddenly. "What did you just say? Your mentor? Who is your mentor? Who do you think?" Jiang Yubai replied teasingly. With a sudden realization, Song Shaoan stood up in disbelief, exclaiming, "You mean Deputy Director Yue?" Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, confirming, "Indeed." "Wow. Uncle Zhu, you must help me this time. If you don't, I'll one day be able to take on the presidency of the Blue Star." Yuan Taiyu pleaded earnestly to an elderly man seated across from him. The elder appeared to be around 50, with glossy black hair and a round face adorned with a square nose, impeccably dressed. He smiled benignly at the anxious Yuan Taiyu and replied in a calm manner, "You are no longer a youth. Why the haste?" Uncle Yuan Taiyu elongated the syllable. "For the presidency, I have endured in Blue Star for over 40 years. I cannot accept this. As the saying goes, concern breeds confusion." Zhu Yao took a sip of tea and remarked, "Jiang Yubai may not necessarily assist Qi Yan." Yuan Taiyu paused, taken aback. Zhu Yao set down his teacup and explained with a grin, "When Ma Qingfeng challenged Jiang Tianhe, did Qi Yan not try to intervene? And when you allowed Lei Jun to challenge Jiang Tianhe, did Qi Yan's legendary undefeated practitioners not stay away?" Yuan Taiyu slowly regained his composure and pondered, "Uncle Zhu, are you suggesting that Jiang Tianhe will hold a grudge against Qi Yan because of this?" "Such is human nature," Zhu Yao replied. Zhu Yao nodded, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "If you were Jiang Tianhe, you would undoubtedly feel discontent." Yuan Taiyu furrowed his brow, questioning, "Yet, Tianzong City ultimately falls under Qi Yan's jurisdiction. If Jiang Tianhe wishes to remain the city lord, he would surely support Qi Yan." Zhu Yao did not refute him. Instead, he reminded, "The first lottery wheel was discovered in the Tianzong dungeon, and the headquarters regards the lottery wheel as equivalent to a divine artifact. With so many divine artifacts vanishing, does Qi Yan bear no responsibility whatsoever?" Yuan Taiyu's eyes flickered with intrigue. Zhu Yao maintained his ever-present smile, seemingly born with it. "Your speculation is not without merit. A portion of the council shares similar conjectures. Therefore, I have already submitted a request to headquarters." Zhu Yao nodded. "Once headquarters approves, Tianzong City will be entrusted to your stewardship." Yuan Taiyu was instantly elated, exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle Zhu. Thank you, Uncle Zhu. With your assurance, I'm at ease. Do not rejoice too soon," Zhu Yao cautioned, causing Yuan Taiyu to temper his exuberance. "If Jiang Yubai were not a member of the clergy, even as a student of Yue, his future assistance to you would be limited." Yuan Taiyu replied, "Nephew understands." Zhu Yao nodded and inquired, Have you organized the entry and exit records of the 40 lottery wheels located in the dungeons as I requested? I have compiled them, Yuan Taiyu responded, sending the records to Zhu Yao. Yuan Taiyu tentatively asked, Uncle Zhu, I have investigated the dungeon records and found nothing. The lottery wheel, which can yield attribute points and experience, is clearly a dungeon item. Zhu Yao smiled knowingly at Yuan Taiyu and replied, the lottery will need not necessarily be a dungeon item. Chapter 41. Has Jiang Yubai's secret been discovered? Could it be unrelated to the secondary props? Yuan Taiyu gazed at Zhu Yao in astonishment. Did Uncle Zhu imply that the lottery prop was connected to the practitioners? He incredulously added this. This cannot be true, right? The world is vast and filled with wonders. Zhu Yao perused the dungeon records, a smile dancing on his lips as he asked, do you not find this too coincidental? Yuan Taiyu appeared somewhat bewildered. Too coincidental? What do you mean? The first lottery wheel was discovered within the Tianzong dungeon, and the likelihood of Jiang Tianhe's grandson possessing a divinely bestowed vocation was exceedingly high. Moreover, Yue personally came to take Jiang Yubai as a disciple. Zhu Yao's words struck Yuan Taiyu like a revelation, igniting an understanding of certain possibility, causing his eyes to tremble uncontrollably. Are you suggesting that the lottery wheel is related to that youth? His voice quivered in disbelief. After all, it could yield attribute points and experience. Those born with divine vocations are favored by the heavens, possessing unique and extraordinary traits far surpassing those of other professions. Zhu Yao searched for Jiang Yubai's name within the dungeon records and continued. Once a divinely bestowed practitioner ascends to godhood, they are significantly stronger than other deities of the same tier. Moreover, the president of the Transcendence Guild Alliance once mentioned that once a divinely bestowed practitioner achieves complete godhood, they are highly likely to receive a transcendent job advancement quest. What? Yuan Taiyu's mind reeled. Since the onset of the universal era, no job changer had ever broken through to the transcendent level. With the opening of the cosmic starry era, the age of universal ascension to divinity had arrived, and divinely bestowed practitioners began to awaken. However, the first individual to awaken such a vocation has yet to reach complete godhood. The human race does possess fully realized God-level practitioners, and not merely one. To his knowledge, those who have achieved complete godhood have not received any transcendent job advancement quests. The absence of such quests implies that they cannot advance and become transcendent beings. It appears only those with divinely bestowed vocations can undergo the transcendent job advancement. No wonder. The president of the Transcendence Guild Alliance is a fully realized God-level powerhouse, and Yuan Taiyu believed that conjecture to be true. It seems my speculation was correct. Zhu Yao narrowed his eyes into slits, observing the search results. Beneath the surface, his heart roiled with tumultuous waves. It became apparent that within the entry records of the 40 lottery wheels, Jiang Yubai's name was conspicuously present. What does this signify? It indicates that the lottery wheels were placed by Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai, a divinely favored individual capable of placing lottery wheels. This youth must be befriended and invited to join our Transcendence Guild Alliance at all costs. Yuan Taiyu hastily set aside other thoughts and inquired, Uncle Zhu, is there any news? Yes. Zhu Yao rose from his seat. Let us proceed to the Lord's mansion and meet with Yu Yue immediately. In Jiulong City, at the Starry Sky mercenary headquarters on Blue Star, Bai Zhanhai abruptly stood up, his rugged and fierce visage revealing profound shock. After several hours of investigation and analysis, his think tank finally discovered a trace related to the appearance of the lottery wheel. Marshal, before and after the discovery of the 40 lottery wheels, only one individual has accessed these instances entirely, named Jiang Yubai, a newcomer and the grandson of Jiang Tianhe, the lord of Tianzong City. The emergence and disappearance of the lottery wheel are associated with this newcomer with a probability exceeding 84. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Bai Zhanhai clenched his fists tightly and immediately commanded, dispatch someone to Tianzong City at once. Even if it requires force, bring Jiang Yubai to me, at all costs. Wait, for safety's sake, I shall personally make the journey. Order the 7th Legion to accompany me immediately. Arriving at Blue Star Tianzong City, he hoped that Yue had not yet taken Jiang Yubai away. In the teleportation square of Tianzong City, a figure emerged, elegantly clad in a moon-white scholar's robe, wielding a feather fan. However, since the advent of the job transition era, with the emergence of various equipment and sets, the attire of professionals had become extraordinarily diverse, thus failing to attract much attention. Zheng Chengkong, I never imagined this insufferably smug scholar would be here as well. Your Xingyu Academy must be exceptionally keen. With such a sharp nose, a mocking voice rang out from behind. Zheng Chengkong halted the motion of his feather fan, his brows furrowing like spring mountains, and retorted without turning. Lu Qingtsong, why is it that wherever I am, you seem to be there as well? Perhaps you should abandon the title Xinghai, Qing Tiangun, and simply call yourself Xinghai's shadow. Yu Lu Qingtsong's dark brows shot up in indignation as he pointed angrily at Zheng Chengkong. What do you mean? I have pressing matters to attend to. If you wish to be scolded afterward, I assure you, I can berate you for 3 days and nights without repeating myself. With that, Zheng Chengkong vanished, leaving behind a solitary feather drifting slowly to the ground. This insufferable scholar. Lu Qingtsong's brows bristled, feeling as though he could engage in a battle for 3 days and nights with him. With a furious exclamation, he too disappeared without a trace. At the Lord's Manor, Song Shaoan and Jiang Yubai sat on the steps outside the hall. Why does this still feel so unreal? I can't believe I've been admitted to Xingkong Academy. It feels like a dream, Song Shaoan remarked, scratching the back of his head. How about I give you a slap to see if it hurts? Jiang Yubai jested with a smile. Song Shaoan chuckled. No need for that, really. He threw an arm around Jiang Yubai's shoulders, pounding his chest with the other, declaring with newfound ambition, once we enter Xingkong Academy, it shall undoubtedly become our domain. Indeed, we are like a father and son, Jiang Yubai replied, brushing off Song Shaoan's arm. And who gave you such confidence? Why, it's you, my adoptive father. Song Shaoan grinned, lowering his voice conspiratorially. With the lottery wheel in play, why would you fear not fitting in at Xingkong Academy? Before long, countless individuals will come to curry your favor. That is indeed true. Jiang Yubai nodded thoughtfully, then with a semblance of a smile, inquired, what does it have to do with you? It certainly does, Song Shaoan replied, sitting up straight and declaring with utmost seriousness, you are my esteemed guardian. Jiang Yubai chuckled in disbelief, saying, all right, make haste to bid farewell to your parents and refrain from idle chatter here. Song Shaoan nodded and was about to rise when Yue suddenly appeared beside Jiang Yubai. Both Jiang Yubai and Song Shaoan quickly stood up. Yue was gazing intently outside the city lord's mansion, her expression grave, a look of seriousness crossing her features. Master, what is the matter? Jiang Yubai asked with confusion. Yue replied in a low voice, someone is approaching. You should. Ha! Deputy Lord Yue, how delightful to see you in good spirits. A laughter interrupted her words, and 2 figures swiftly approached from afar, suddenly appearing before them. It was none other than Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. A flicker of apprehension crossed Yue's eyes as she adopted a stern demeanor, stating, so it is Counselor Zhu. Counselor? Jiang Yubai exclaimed in surprise, his heart beginning to harbor a sense of caution. A counselor from the Occupational Guild Alliance. Chapter 42. The 3 Great Sacred Academy Gather. The Starry Sky employers and the Cosmic Bank do not possess a parliamentary system. Only within the Guild of Occupational Transitions can one find representatives. Even without Yue's words, Jiang Yubai could somewhat surmise Zhu Yao's origins, as Zhu Yao was accompanied by Yuan Taiyu. Xiaobai Song Shaoan tugged at Jiang Yubai's sleeve, a trace of anxiety evident in his demeanor as he whispered, Shall we leave first? He did not recognize Zhu Yao, but could identify Yuan Taiyu, who frequently appeared in the public eye alongside Qi Yan. Indeed, Jiang Yubai nodded, preparing to lead the way deeper into the estate. You must be Jiang Yubai, my young friend? Zhu Yao inquired with a beaming smile, having already perused Jiang Yubai's dossier, and thus recognized him. Return home for now, Jiang Yubai murmured to Song Shaoan. Song Shaoan hesitated, his voice wavering. Xiaobai, I fear not. My mentor is here. I shall be fine. Jiang Yubai gently nudged Song Shaoan, then turned away. Understanding the inappropriateness of his presence given his status, Song Shaoan gritted his teeth and departed swiftly. Yuan Taiyu regarded Song Shaoan thoughtfully before redirecting his attention to Jiang Yubai, astonishment and eagerness flickering in his eyes. If Zhu Yao's speculations were correct, and the lottery wheel indeed belonged to Jiang Yubai, the value of this young man was immeasurable. He finally comprehended why Yu Yue personally came and immediately accepted Jiang Yubai as his apprentice. A glimmer of greed crossed Yuan Taiyu's gaze. Had he not been present, he would have seized the opportunity to claim Jiang Yubai for himself. Alas, Yue had outmaneuvered him. Otherwise, even if it meant raising a city, he would have ensured this young man was firmly in his grasp. Regrettable, indeed. Zhu Yao suppressed his impulses, his smile unwavering as he scrutinized Jiang Yubai. Yu Yue shifted his stance, positioning himself protectively in front of his student. "What brings you here, Counselor Zhu?" Zhu Yao withdrew his gaze, responding jovially, "Vice Governor Yue, you feign ignorance. I am undoubtedly here for your student." He gestured toward Jiang Yubai, who stood behind Yu Yue. "Have you disowned it so swiftly?" Yu Yue's eyes flickered momentarily, reflecting the astuteness of the smiling ghost Zhu Yao. Yet he thought, what of it? As long as I stand here, none shall lay a finger on Xiao Bai. Jiang Yubai remained remarkably composed. Prior to deciding to place the lottery wheel in the instance, he was aware that there would come a day when the connection between the lottery wheel and himself would be unveiled. His entries and exits from the instance would leave a record. Anyone with intent could retrieve this record. And by correlating the discovery and disappearance of the lottery wheel with the timing of his awakening, the conclusion would be inevitable. He merely did not anticipate such a swift revelation. Fortunately, my initial judgment was not amiss. With senior sister Luo present, my mentor arrived ahead of them. However, even if he were to arrive later, I have my means of escape. Jiang Yubai's expression remained serene as he had already devised a strategy in his mind. In the presence of god-tier powers, one possesses no capacity for resistance beneath that level, left only to be at their mercy. Even legendary, invincible-level professionals face near-certain demise when confronted with divine beings. Yet he is not entirely without contingencies. He possesses methods to ensure that his secrets can be unveiled while he gracefully extricates himself from any entanglements. His alter ego as a full-time expert is sufficient to absolve him of any ties to the lottery wheel. By merely unleashing the skills of various professions, he can evade suspicion. Furthermore, although he has set up 40 lottery wheels, the number of dungeons he has traversed far exceeds that, surpassing 200 in total. These two factors are ample to ensure his safe retreat, or at the very least, guarantee his safety. Oh, Yu's gaze turned icy as she glanced at Yuan Taiyu, who immediately offered a faint smile. "I wonder what brings Counselor Zhu to my student?" Zhu Yao clasped his hands together, beaming as he replied. "The city of Heavenly Burial falls under the jurisdiction of my Class Change Guild Alliance. As a council member, it is my duty and responsibility to confirm Jiang Yubai's recent awakening of divine status." "Who told you that my student has awakened to a divine status?" Yu slowly shook her head, denying the claim. "Counselor Zhu seems to be mistaken. Xiaobai is not a divine being." Yuan Taiyu could not help but glance at Zhu Yao, ready to speak, when he suddenly noticed Zhu Yao turning to look behind him. Jiang Yubai took note of Yu Yue raising her head toward the entrance of the Lord's mansion, and feeling a shift in the atmosphere, he too looked up, thinking, has another divine powerhouse arrived? In the next moment, a laugh resonated through the air. Deputy Mansion Master Yu, Counselor Zhu Yao, and Vice President Yuan. This humble city of heavenly burial is quite lively. Indeed, the figure of Zheng Changkong, holding a feather fan, materialized beside Zhu Yao. Yu's expression grew grave as she muttered, "Xingyu Ruhu, Zheng Changkong." Jiang Yubai's heart stirred, silently pondering. A divine powerhouse from Xingyu Academy. What brings him here? He cast a glance at Yuan Taiyu, realizing that the only individuals who could have leaked information were Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yan. Indeed, they're like dogs, swift as the wind. A cold snort echoed, and Jiang Yubai felt a sudden sting in his brow, as if a sharp instrument were pointed at him. Zhu Yao's smile froze momentarily, and Yuan Taiyu's countenance shifted. Zheng Changkong smirked coldly, his eyes flashing with disdain and contempt. Yu's skirt began to flutter without wind. and her expression grew even more solemn. Jiang Yubai beheld a figure materializing beside Zhu Yao, tall and imposing, with an air of arrogance. A face adorned with a bristly beard, and eyes radiating aggression and sharpness, instilling in him a profound sense of pressure. Merely standing there, he resembled a gun, an imposing weapon piercing the heavens. The aura was palpable. This man was the dean of the Warrior Academy at Xinghai Academy, known as Lu Qingcang. Regardless of what transpires, do not stray from my side. Yue's voice, heavy with gravity, echoed in Jiang Yubai's ears. This is the Xinghai sky-piercing gun, Lu Qingcang? Jiang Yubai squinted. The reason he had heard of Lu Qingcang was not merely due to his position as the dean of the Warrior Academy, but because of his illustrious achievements. No fewer than 7 starry demons had fallen to Lu Qingcang. Jiang Yubai's gaze flickered among the 4 individuals, silently acknowledging, this is troublesome. Although Yue is a mid-tier divine-level powerhouse, she stands alone, and her fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Little did she expect the commotion she stirred would be so significant. It turns out that it has been over a decade since she last encountered Dean Lu after their parting at the Star Sea Academy. Dean Lu's charisma remains undiminished. Zhu Yao greeted him with a warm smile, and, Dean Zeng, it has been a long time. After years apart, Zhu, the counselor, still exudes joy. Zeng Chengkong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, the smile on Zhu Yao's face faltered for a moment, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Counselor Zhu, elder brother. Lu Qingcang clasped his hands in greeting, then turned to Zeng Chengkong and snorted coldly. Only then did he address Deputy Dean Yue with a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing, stating, Lu Qingcang, it is an honor to meet you, Deputy Dean Yue. His gaze passed over Yue and fell upon Jiang Yubai, who stood behind her. Both Zeng Chengkong and Zhu Yao were also focused on Jiang Yubai. A star shimmered on Yue's black dress, and in an instant, Jiang Yubai vanished from the sight of the 3. Zeng Chengkong seemingly remained oblivious as he withdrew his gaze, continuing to gently sway his feather fan. Zhu Yao maintained his cheerful demeanor, while only Lu Qingcang's dark brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction as he remarked, Deputy Dean Yue, your student is not unfamiliar with people. What is the meaning of this? Chapter 43. The Starry Sea's Spear, Unafraid of Beatings? Upon uttering these words, Lu Qingcang's statement caused a palpable shift in the expressions of those present. Zeng Chengkong's lips curled into a faint smirk. His eyes filled with an intensified disdain for Lu Qingcang, silently mocking him. Foolish. A mere wretch. Zhu Yao's countenance shifted. It seemed that Yue was likely to become enraged, promising an entertaining spectacle. Meanwhile, Yuan Taiyu stood astonished, evidently unprepared for Lu Qingcang's audacity in addressing Yue in such a manner. Standing behind Yue, Jiang Yubai wore a look of disbelief. Could it be that Lu Qingcang possessed such bravery? How dare he speak to the instructor with such a tone? You are unafraid of beatings? Yue's expression turned icy, her eyes reflecting a simmering fury as she coldly addressed Lu Qingcang. Who granted you the audacity to speak to the vice dean in such a manner? Has the dean of Xinghai failed to instruct you to show respect when addressing the vice dean? With her brows furrowed, Yue advanced a step towards Lu Qingcang, questioning whether the Xinghai faction conducted themselves with such arrogance, disregarding the authority of the vice dean. The instructor had become enraged. Jiang Yubai observed as the intricate, dark gown worn by Yue shimmered with the illumination of countless stars. An aura of pressure, characteristic of a mid-tier divine being, emanated from Yue, bearing down upon Lu Qingcang. Zeng Chengkong's expression shifted slightly, retreating a couple of steps in silence. Zhu Yao, however, maintained his cheerful demeanor, seemingly unaffected, as did Yuan Taiyu beside him. Lu Qingcang let out a muffled grunt, his face slightly paling, yet he resolutely stood his ground. Not only did he remain unmoved, but he also held his head high, attempting to counter Yue's oppressive force with his own. With piercing eyes, Lu Qingcang intoned, to claim that the Xinghai Academy acts with arrogance is to misinterpret my expression of dissatisfaction. It is Yue, the vice dean, who resorts to coercion, who truly embodies arrogance. Dissatisfaction? Yue stepped forward once more, her gaze as deep and chilling as a dark abyss, releasing an even more formidable pressure as she slowly inquired, Lu Qingtsong, what? Discontent, do you harbor? Lu Qingtsong grunted again, the sound of friction echoing as he was compelled backward by Yue's might. Yet, he remained unyielding, defiantly retorting, we merely wish to meet Jiang Yubai, and yet you seek to obstruct. You instruct the vice dean on how to act. With Yue's sharp retort, Lu Qingtsong was violently propelled backward. Bang! The resounding crash echoed as Lu Qingtsong smashed through two walls before barely managing to halt his descent. Cough, cough, cough. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared at Yue with fury, yet dared not utter another word. Yue retracted her mid-tier divine pressure. Her voice frosty as she declared, consider this a lesson, should there be a next time. The vice dean would not hesitate to ensure that the dean instructs you properly. Jiang Yubai's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing. Was this the sheer weight of absolute dominance? Lu Qingtsong, though a low-tier divine being, possessed immense strength, nearly unrivaled among his peers at that level. Even so, he was effortlessly subdued by Yue. In this moment, Yue appeared to be making an example of someone. Zhu Yao squinted slightly, his eyes subtly shifting as he thought to himself, observing her fierce protectiveness. It seems that persuading Jiang Yubai to join our Class Transition Guild Alliance today may prove to be quite challenging. However, it is imperative that this individual does not become affiliated with the Starry Sky Mercenaries or the Cosmic Banking Corporation, for if that were to happen, Yuan Taiyu was utterly alarmed, not daring to breathe. Though he too was a low-tier divine entity, his strength was incomparable to Lu Qingtsong's, and he found himself intimidated by Yue's presence. Zheng Changkong gently waved his feather fan, his gaze grave as he silently reminded himself to be cautious with his words. Yue, unafraid to reprimand Lu Qingtsong, would undoubtedly not hesitate to address him similarly. Her protective stance. Could it indeed be, as I suspected, that the lottery wheel is connected to this young man? He glanced at Yuan Taiyu, noting that even the mid-tier divine Zhu Yao had been summoned. It appeared my conjecture was correct. Yes, I should first inquire with Yuan Taiyu. Subsequently, Zheng Qinkong sent a message to Yuan Taiyu for verification. Moments later, as he read Yuan Taiyu's reply, he halted his fan and sharply turned to gaze behind Yue, slowly inhaling as he suppressed his inner astonishment. Indeed, this Jiang Yubai has awakened a divine vocation that enables him to possess a lottery wheel comparable to a divine artifact. This is truly unprecedented. Zheng Changkong felt a pang of regret, shaking his head internally, lamenting that Yue had preempted him, and now he could only hope to mitigate the losses. Just then, a figure appeared in the sky. Qian looked on with suspicion at the Lu Qingtsong amidst the ruins, also spotting Zhu Yao and Zheng Changkong, his heart racing with alarm. He had not left the city of Tianzong, and upon learning that the envoy sent from headquarters was Zhu Yao, he understood that matters had taken a turn for the worse, prompting his immediate arrival. Yet, Zhu Yao was already present, along with the two esteemed deans from Xinghai and Xingyu. It seemed they were all aware that the lottery will have been placed by Jiang Yubai, which significantly complicated matters. Qian had traced the records from the instance and pieced together this conclusion through various means. Having encountered Zhu Yao, Zheng Changkong, and Lu Qingtsong before, Qian descended and promptly paid his respects. He could not afford to offend any of them. Zhu Yao did not even glance at Qian, instead smiling warmly at Yue, saying, Deputy Director Yue, please do not take offense. Lu Qingtsong is known for his forthrightness. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingtsong's expression softened slightly as he returned in silence, avoiding eye contact with Yue. Jiang Yubai found himself stifling a laugh. Had he finally learned to behave? Yue stood there quietly. Zhu Yao's smile faltered slightly, for as a mid-tier divine being, he found himself receiving no respect from Yue, nor from Zheng Changkong and Lu Qingtsong. The three great sanctuaries existed beyond the realm of ordinary affairs, elevated and untouchable, leaving him to suppress his indignation, for he could not afford to offend them. Yue could reprimand Lu Qingtsong, but he lacked the courage to do the same. With a chuckle to mask his embarrassment, Zhu Yao continued with his smile. I am here on the orders of the chairman to extend an invitation to the young friend Jiang Yubai to join our Class Transition Guild Alliance. As long as Jiang Yubai is willing to join, he can immediately become a core elite disciple of the Alliance, enjoying the highest privileges. I understand President Fu's intentions on behalf of Xiao Bai, but my student has no intention of joining any faction before graduation, Yue stated with a cold voice. She resolutely declined Zhu Yao's offer, which caught both Zheng Qinkong and Lu Qingsong by surprise. The elite core members of the Transitional Guild Alliance possess considerable prospects. Even students from the three great sacred academies are not universally qualified to become elite core members of the three official factions. Qi Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as his greatest concern was that Jiang Yubai might accept Zhu Yao's invitation, thereby aligning himself with Zhu Yao's faction. Zhu Yao's expression darkened, and his gaze grew sharp. Yue showed him no regard, unhesitatingly rejecting his invitation before everyone. After all, he had invoked the esteemed President Fu. Zhu Yao narrowed his eyes at Yue and spoke with a calm demeanor. Since the president's succession, this is the first time he has personally ordered the invitation of a newcomer. Perhaps Vice Director Yue should reconsider? Without waiting for Yue to respond, he added, "If I fail to fulfill the president's command, I will have no way to return and report." Upon hearing this, Yue's gaze turned frigid once more, and she retorted with a scoff, "Do not think to use President Fu to intimidate me. What if this vice director simply refuses? What? Do you intend to resort to force?" Chapter 44. Either offer the gift or spin the wheel. The atmosphere grew tense once more, resembling a taut bowstring. Cold sweat broke out on Yuan Taiyu's forehead beside Zhu Yao, his face paling with fear. He contemplated sending a message to Zhu Yao, mindful of the cautionary tale that was Lu Qingsong, who stood nearby. Yet he hesitated. Zhu Yao, the 11th counselor of the Alliance, known as the Smiling Ghost, was cunning, ruthless, and exceptionally shrewd. His depths ran profound. There must be a reason behind his actions. Should he provoke this individual, he might lose not only the position of president of the Blue Star branch, but even that of vice president. Zheng Qinkong was somewhat taken aback. It was typical for Lu Qingsong, a mere brute, to clash with Yue. The Xinghai Academy, long established as the foremost institution of a human race, had a reputation for arrogance and dominance when its members acted externally. Zhu Yao, however, was not one to easily offend the three major academies. It appeared that Counselor Zhu was resolute in making Jiang Yubai a member of the Vocational Guild Alliance. Zheng Qinkong waved his feather fan, his thoughts in disarray, conceding that he would likely act similarly in Zhu Yao's position. He gazed at Yue's back and sighed again. With such a talent emerging from the Xingkong Academy, it wouldn't take 10 years, perhaps just 5 before they surpassed the Xingyu Academy. Lu Qingsong, it seemed, was thus overly eager to confront Yue. Lu Qingsong focused intently on Yue's back, his fists clenched in quiet urgency. He could not allow the Xingkong Academy to dominate unchecked. He needed to discern the vocational attributes of this promising individual. The three harbored their own thoughts, unwilling to relent, even at the risk of offending Yue. Zhu Yao chuckled. "Vice President Yue, what are you saying? Such hard-handed tactics are not what our Vocational Guild Alliance would resort to." A flicker of disdain and contempt crossed Yue's eyes. However, Zhu Yao's tone shifted, for the first time dropping his smile as he narrowed his eyes. "Our Vocational Guild Alliance approaches this matter with utmost sincerity. President Fu regards it with great importance. If Vice President Yue continues to refuse, it could jeopardize the amicable relations between us." Zheng Qinkong paused the fan against his chest, his gaze flitting between Yue and Zhu Yao, realizing what a masterful blend of soft and hard tactics, exerting pressure. Zhu Yao first feigned retreat, denying any coercion, seemingly yielding to avoid provoking Yue directly. He then invoked President Fu's significance in this matter, subtly implying to Yue, rejecting him personally may be trivial, but offending President Fu and the entire Vocational Guild Alliance is considerable. The underlying threat, cloaked in the guise of maintaining cordiality, was in fact a veiled warning. Such cunning strategies. In mere moments, Zhu Yao employed a 3-step approach, feigning weakness, elevating his stance, and issuing veiled threats to compel Yue to reconsider after weighing the pros and cons. This method was far more astute than Lu Qingsong's reckless confrontation, applying greater pressure. With a facade of politeness hiding sharp intent, what a true smiling ghost he was. Zhang Qinkong observed Yue, eager to see how he would decide. Though the Xingkong Academy held a lofty position, the Vocational Guild Alliance was one of the three official powers. The intricate ties between them had woven deeply over the years. Should the refusal of Zhu Yao persist, it would not merely offend the Transmutation Guild Alliance, but also incite discontent among certain factions within the Astral Academy. Yu Yu's unwillingness to decline is precisely the outcome that Zhang Qinkong wishes to witness. At present, the number of lottery wheels this individual can place remains uncertain. However, it is assuredly limited, likely not exceeding 50. A glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in Zhang Qinkong's eyes. With Yu Yu's acceptance, the Transmutation Guild Alliance could take a portion, while the Xingyu and Xinghai factions could claim another share, rendering the arrangement palatable for all involved. The Vice Dean has declared that, prior to my student's graduation, no affiliations with any powers, including your Transmutation Guild Alliance, shall be entertained. Yu Yu asserted with a firm tone. Should President Fu harbor any objections, he is welcome to confront this Vice Dean at the Astral Academy. Zhu Yao's expression darkened significantly. Yu Yu's stance was a slap in the face not only to him, but also to President Fu and the entire Transmutation Guild Alliance. There are limits to endurance. Both Zhang Qinkong and Lu Qingsong gazed at Yu Yu in astonishment, as did Yuan Taiyu. Despite Zhu Yao's overt provocation, Yu Yu remained resolute in her rejection. Mentor. Jiang Yubai observed Yu Yu's imposing silhouette, his heart swelling with emotion. For him, joining the Transmutation Guild Alliance, even with the protective veneer of being an Astral Academy student, would ultimately yield more detriment than benefit. To join the Transmutation Guild Alliance would mean submission to constraints, particularly for the elite core disciples. The Astral Academy is a sanctified institution, fundamentally distinct from the three major official factions. Zhu Yao exhaled sharply, casting a cold glare at Yu Yu, inquiring, has Vice Dean Yu Yu perhaps forgotten that Tianzong City is my territory, and that half of Blue Star is also dictated by my Transmutation Guild Alliance? What if I insist on Jiang Yubai's inclusion? The dagger of truth laid bare? A chill coursed through Jiang Yubai's heart as he became acutely vigilant. Yu Yu regarded Zhu Yao with a gaze that was both profound and frigid, an oppressive aura enveloping her. Zhu Yao, too, revealed a comparable pressure of his own rank. Today, at all costs, even if it meant offending the Astral Academy, I shall ensure that this young man becomes one of us. In due course, the president shall intervene to quell the matter. Zhang Qinkong and Lu Qingsong observed the tension-laden scene, each reacting differently. Zhang Qinkong, fanning himself, chuckled inwardly. Let them fight. The best outcome is a clash. For whichever side falters shall aid the other. Since we cannot secure the individual, we must at least procure some lottery wheels to report back to the academy. Lu Qingsong's dark brows furrowed, casting a disapproving sidelong glance at Zhu Yao as he spoke in a low voice. Councilman Zhu, this course of action seems rather ill-advised, does it not? Zhang Qinkong, in the midst of fanning himself, shot Lu Qingsong a startled glance. What did he just hear? Was Lu Qingsong actually siding with Yu Yu? What a preposterous jest. Yu Yu had just bested him. This fool. Zhang Qinkong was exasperated. Lu Qingsong's intervention obliterated his hopes of reaping the benefits of their conflict. Jiang Yubai blinked in disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. Even Yu Yu cast a look of astonishment towards Lu Qingsong. Yuan Taiyu was utterly bewildered. He was eager to inquire. Not to be rude, but which side are you on? Zhu Yao's eyelid twitched several times. He found himself perplexed by Lu Qingsong's actions. With a composed demeanor and keen gaze fixed on Zhu Yao, Lu Qingsong continued, your actions show a blatant disregard for the dignity of our three esteemed academies. The three of us are interconnected. Should you dare to force Jiang Yubai into the Reclassification Guild Alliance, I, Lu Qingsong, shall be the first to object. Zhu Yao, what on earth is wrong with you, Lu Qingsong? I just offended you. Jiang Yubai peered out, observing the upright figure of Lu Qingsong as he stared unwaveringly at Zhu Yao. beginning to comprehend Lu Qingsong's motives. Even in the face of the mid-tier, deity-level Yu Wei, he dared to withstand the pressure, indicating his fiery temperament and defiance against tyranny. Though Lu Qingsong's nature was somewhat reckless, as the dean of the Star Sea Academy, he evidently held the collective dignity of the three esteemed academies in high regard. Zhu Yao's coercion of Yu Wei was, in essence, a challenge to the authority of the three major academies, which Lu Qingsong could not tolerate. Jiang Yubai surmised that Zhu Yao's duplicitous demeanor likely crossed Lu Qingsong's threshold. Despite his impulsiveness, he abhorred insidious tactics. Moreover, facing the mid-tier deity-level Yu Wei, he had the audacity to resist the pressure in the face of Zhu Yao's threat. He still stood firm in opposition, demonstrating a resolute character unafraid of power. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but admire. What a magnificent figure, the Spear of Star Sea. Far superior to the aloof and calculating Zheng Qinkong, who remained a passive observer, unsure of his own scheming. Zhu Yao clenched his teeth in frustration, just on the verge of compelling Yu Wei to yield, only to have Lu Qingsong disrupt his plans. How infuriating! Offending one-star academy was a consequence he could bear, but if he also alienated the Star Sea Academy, he would be in dire straits. Zheng Qinkong was now in a quandary. With Lu Qingsong's declaration of the three esteemed academies being interconnected, if he chose not to side with Yu Wei now, it would be a blatant contradiction. What a brute! What foolishness! Zheng Qinkong berated Lu Qingsong internally, reluctantly stepping towards Yu Wei, his expression one of dissatisfaction as he proclaimed, "Councilman Zhu, this action shows a blatant disregard for our three esteemed academies. I must report this matter to the Academy and demand an explanation regarding your reclassification guild alliance." Yu Wei cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Qinkong, secretly amused. Now, Zhu Yao found himself in a precarious position. He had said everything that needed to be said, and more. How had it come to this? Yuan Taiyu was equally taken aback. The situation had shifted far too rapidly. Yu Wei looked down at Zhu Yao with a frigid demeanor, stating, "Zhu Yao, should you dare to lay a finger on my student today, our three esteemed academies will undoubtedly raise your reclassification guild alliance to the ground." Zhu Yao's face darkened, remaining silent, primarily because he was at a loss on how to navigate this predicament. Should he continue to be obstinate? With Lu Qingsong and Zheng Qinkong present, he and Yuan Taiyu were undoubtedly outmatched. Should he feign it was all a jest? In that case, Jiang Yubai would no longer be able to join the Occupational Guild Alliance. What to do? What to do? Zhu Yao's mind raced, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Qi Yin, similarly silent like Zheng Qinkong, wore a gloomy expression, yet internally reveled in delight. Yuan Taiyu, oh Yuan Taiyu, do you believe that by relying on Zhu Yao, victory can be snatched from the jaws of defeat? Ha ha ha, little did you expect. The attempt to gain advantage has resulted in loss. Ha ha ha, just then, a piercing alarm suddenly resonated through the skies of Tianzong City. Chapter 45, Jiang Yubai, the marshal, demands obedience. Those who stand in opposition shall perish. What is happening? This voice is. The professionals within Tianzong City simultaneously raised their gazes towards the heavens. A sense of dread enveloped one individual whose complexion paled, exclaiming, "This is an enemy attack alert." In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the city. What could it mean? Yuan Taiyu abruptly lifted his head towards the sky, bewildered. Why is the enemy attack alert sounding? Could it be that someone is besieging the city? Qi Yin suddenly realized something, his expression shifting dramatically as he hastily ascended into the air. A siege? Zhu Yao scoffed. Who would dare to invade the territory of my Transmutation Guild Alliance in Blue Star? Seeking death, perhaps? He breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether an attack was imminent, the sound of the alarm provided him a temporary reprieve. Zhu's words were misguided. Zheng Qinkong, fanning himself with a feather fan, gazed at the sky and remarked indifferently, "Indeed, there are those in Blue Star bold enough to assault Tianzong City." You mean? Yuan Taiyu's realization struck him, his expression changing once more, and he soared into the heights for a better view. Zhu Yao's smile faded, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the sky, his countenance fluctuating between light and shadow, his gaze shifting toward Yu Yue, his fists clenched tightly. The dean of this institution despises half-hearted statements. Lu Qingcong snorted coldly, glaring at Zheng Changkong. Speak plainly, do not conceal your words. In response, Zheng Changkong shook his head and retorted, Lu Qingcong, how did someone with your intellect ascend to the position of dean of the Warrior Academy? It must be due to the Starry Sky mercenaries. Who else could it be? Having said that, he once again turned his gaze skyward. Slowly continuing, it seems the Starry Sky mercenaries have caught wind of the news. Starry Sky mercenaries. Jiang Yubai looked toward the direction of the teleportation square, his brow furrowing in silent contemplation. They are indeed launching a direct assault. This is characteristic of the Starry Sky mercenaries. The Starry Sky mercenaries is one of the three major official factions, operating under a military-like structure akin to the human military forces. Their actions are swift and decisive. They do not hesitate to take action. The members of the Starry Sky mercenaries are not as amicable as Zhu Yao. I wonder if the mentor can withstand the pressure. Jiang Yubai cast a concerned glance at Yue. Yet the Transmutation Guild Alliance and the Starry Sky mercenaries have always been at odds. Zhu Yao should intervene. Yue, with her crescent brows furrowed, maintained a solemn silence as she fixated on the sky. Above the teleportation square, thousands of figures soared, all donned in uniform black armor with helmets obscuring their faces, exuding an intimidating presence that instilled fear. They can actually fly, ascending. They are elite-level beings of the 7th tier. How could there be so many elite-level warriors? Who are they? They are the Starry Sky mercenaries. The Starry Sky mercenaries have come to besiege the city. Flee! Flee! Bai Zhanhai, with his hawk-like gaze surveying the entirety of Tianzong City, commanded coldly, seal off all teleportation routes within Tianzong City. Today, not even a fly shall escape. Understood. Immediately, a low-ranking divine general clasped his fists in acknowledgement and led his men to various locations within Tianzong City. Soon, a dark red luminescence surged from all directions, converging towards the sky. The average strength of the city guard in Tianzong City was merely at the 4th transition, rendering them utterly incapable of opposing the elite 9th Army, thus unable to obstruct their advance. Marshal of 100 battles, what is your intent? Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu hovered above the teleportation square, meeting Bai Zhanhai's gaze from a distance of several hundred meters, with Yuan Taiyu expressing his rage and astonishment. What do you aim to achieve? Marshal of 100 battles. Qi Yin, maintaining a stern countenance, fixed his eyes upon Bai Zhanhai and spoke in a low voice. Are you attempting to incite war between both factions? Upon seeing the two, Bai Zhanhai's eyes flickered with surprise and incredulity, and he waved his hand in silence. Instantly, two generals soared towards Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu. With his hands clasped behind him, he glided towards the city lord's mansion. Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting once again as they surmised Bai Zhanhai's intentions. The marshal was clearly here for the lottery wheel, and specifically for Jiang Yubai. Bai Zhanhai, what exactly do you wish to accomplish? You have unlawfully besieged Tianzong City, intending to provoke a war between two great powers. Can you shoulder this responsibility? You still have time to halt your actions. Ignoring their questions and threats, Bai Zhanhai swiftly vanished from sight. This is an opportunity for the rise of my Starlight mercenaries. War? Huh. I relish it. Zhu Yao's expression abruptly changed as he lifted his gaze towards the teleportation square, his eyes narrowing into slits. What a decisive figure, Bai Zhanhai. He is willing to risk igniting a war between both sides to seize this individual. Alas, your ambitions are destined to fail, for this councilman is... Wait. Upon receiving a message from Yuan Taiyu informing him of Bai Zhanhai's approach, he immediately understood that the marshal was targeting Jiang Yubai. His instinctive reaction was to intervene. Yet he hesitated. UMO is not one to be trifled with. I have already offended her. It would be even more challenging to persuade Jiang Yubai to join now. And I might even face repercussions from the alliance. Perhaps it would be wiser to seize this opportunity to ally with Bai Zhanhai. Zhu Yao's mind raced, and he swiftly made his decision, taking flight. Lu Qingcong and Zheng Changkong exchanged glances as Zhu Yao departed, standing in place in silent agreement. With Jiang Yubai present, they both surmised that Bai Zhanhai was indeed here for him. Just then, Jiang Tianhe, who had been absent until now, descended from above. Landing before Umo, Deputy Lord of the Moon, we are in grave danger. It is Marshal Bai Zhanhai of the Starlight Mercenaries, who has personally led thousands of elite soldiers to besiege Tianzong City. The teleportation pathways are now unusable, and he is likely here for young Bai. What should we do? Grandfather, Jiang Yubai, stepped out from behind Umo, looking at Jiang Tianhe, who was visibly anxious. There is no need for concern, Lord Jiang. Umo's expression remained composed, her tone steady. With my presence, you need not worry about young Bai's safety. Jiang Tianhe nodded, his gaze filled with apprehension as he looked at Jiang Yubai. Bai Zhanhai not only brought thousands of elite mercenaries, but also several divine-level powerhouses. This was clearly a relentless pursuit of his objectives. Very well. Lu Qingsong let out a cold laugh, his eyes burning with indignation as he spoke. Zhu Yao employs both soft and hard tactics, while Bai Zhanhai directly leads his troops to besiege the city. Such audacity from these two formidable factions is truly tyrannical. They clearly hold our three esteemed academies in contempt. After uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards Yue and Jiang Tianhe, scoffing, "Rest assured, I, Lu Qingsong, shall not stand idly by in this matter." Jiang Tianhe immediately nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Lu and Director Zhang." He had refrained from making an appearance earlier because Yue had sent him a message, instructing him not to intervene. Fully aware of the identities of Lu Qingsong and Zhang Chengkong, Zhang Chengkong remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the sky, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of light. Chapter 46. To wish for easy gains? A fool's errand. Mentor, it is evident that Bai Zhanhai and Zhu Yao, like others, are targeting me. If you encounter difficulties, perhaps a concession could be made. Their desire is merely for the prize wheel. Grant them a few, for I shall possess plenty in the future, and it matters not where they are placed. Jiang Yubai communicated with his mentor, overwhelmed by the immense pressure from Yue. Zhu Yao is a mid-level deity, as is Bai Zhanhai. Although Lu Qingsong is willing to assist them, their combined strength is insufficient to withstand Zhu Yao and Bai Zhanhai. As for Xingyu and Zhang Chengkong, Jiang Yubai harbored doubts. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. In the face of the prize wheel, he would trust even the alliance of Zhu Yao and Bai Zhanhai. His concession to Yue was, on one hand, a measure for personal safety, and on the other, a strategy for expedited advancement. Given the number of prize wheels he currently possesses at his level, the Starry Sky Academy can accommodate them. However, as his level increases, the Academy will be unable to manage such an abundance. Hence, he must inevitably place prize wheels outside the Academy. This notion, he surmised, Yue could also deduce. Previously, when he positioned 40 prize wheels within the Tianzong dungeon and other instances, it was essentially a strategy to place them within the territories of the Job Change Guild, Alliance, and Starry Sky Mercenaries. Among the human race, apart from the three great sacred academies, there exist three major official forces. These official factions divide the planets inhabited by humans, encompassing not only the dungeons within, but also the secret realms. The three great sacred academies control the majority of cosmic secret realms and planetary dungeons. His placement of the prize wheels cannot evade these powers. Unless Jiang Yubai wished to forego maximizing his advancement, which was out of the question. Previously, Jiang Yubai retracted the 40 prize wheels because someone had overstepped his boundaries, attempting to exploit his prize wheels for personal gain. Such occurrences can be circumvented, provided his backing is formidable enough to deter anyone from such actions. Now that he is a student of the Starry Sky Academy, he possesses the qualifications to negotiate with the three major official forces and the other two academies. Concessions? Compromise? Yue turned to Jiang Yubai, her tone resolute. Little Bai, remember, the word compromise does not exist in a mentor's lexicon. Jiang Yubai nodded slowly, solemnly stating, the student has taken note. They desire the prize wheels? They must consider what price they are willing to pay. To wish for gains without effort? A delusion. Jiang Yubai silently acknowledged that Yue understood the academy could not absorb so many prize wheels, yet she would not relinquish them without a cost. He had no intention of giving them away freely. Acquiring the prize wheels would undoubtedly require a price. Zheng Chengkong glanced at Yue from the corner of his eye, subtly shaking his head. Is this a warning to me and Lu Qingtsong? I wonder if you will maintain such resolve when Bai Zhanhai and Zhu Yao join forces. Lu Qingtsong, seemingly oblivious, nodded in agreement. Indeed, our three great sacred academies shall not be threatened. Zheng Chengkong could only shake his head in disbelief. Several kilometers away from the Lord's mansion, in midair, Zhu Yao remarked, I never anticipated your presence, Bai Zhanhai. Bai Zhanhai slowly released his grip, his hawk-like gaze revealing a mix of gravity and apprehension. Upon encountering Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, an unsettling premonition washed over him. If they could uncover the connection between the lottery wheel and Jiang Yubai, then naturally, the Job Change Guild Alliance could do the same. However, Zhu Yao's appearance instilled in Bai Zhanhai a sense of having lost control over the impending conflict, a feeling he found deeply unsettling. Zhu Yao cast a wary glance at the four low-tier divine warriors behind Bai Zhanhai, his heart heavy with foreboding, yet he wore a congenial smile. Bai Zhanhai, I am aware of your intentions, but without my assistance, you shall not take that young one today. Not take him. It seems Jiang Yubai remains within the Lord's mansion. A subtle pressure emanated from Bai Zhanhai, his eyes alight with martial fervor. What? Are you attempting to thwart me, General? Zhu Yao shook his head, chuckling lightly. It is not I who stands in your way. Even I find myself impeded. Oh, Bai Zhanhai expressed surprise and skepticism. This Tianzong city is your territory, and with your strength, who could possibly hinder you? Zhu Yao uttered 6 words. The 3 great sacred academies. Bai Zhanhai's expression shifted, his iron-like visage tightening as he inquired with a deepened voice, Who has come? Yue, Chengkong, and Lu Qingtsong, Zhu Yao replied. Bai Zhanhai's heart stirred, his gaze flickering with contemplation. Zhu Yao, oblivious to Bai Zhanhai's subtle reactions, continued, Jiang Yubai is now a direct disciple of Yue. A direct disciple? Bai Zhanhai confirmed, surprise flashing in his eyes. Zhu Yao nodded, explaining that the deputy mansion lord had taken a firm stance, declaring that Jiang Yubai would not join any faction before graduation. Bai Zhanhai's countenance darkened as he rubbed his chin, falling into a contemplative silence, while Zhu Yao's arrival was within his realm of acceptance. The emergence of the 3 great sacred academies thoroughly disrupted his plans, rendering him hesitant to seize the young man. To offend all 3 sacred academies simultaneously would be an act of folly. Moreover, even a forceful attempt might not guarantee success. Yue, it seems there is no need to seize him. Bai Zhanhai's mind raced as he addressed Zhu Yao. Speak your purpose. Zhu Yao narrowed his eyes with a smile. If we join forces, while we may not secure the individual, we must at least obtain some of the lottery wheel. Otherwise, we shall both face consequences from above. After a moment of reflection, Bai Zhanhai nodded. Let us proceed as you propose. His objective in pursuing Jiang Yubai was ultimately the lottery wheel. For the sake of precaution, let us formalize our agreement, Zhu Yao suggested, producing a divine contract scroll from his satchel. After both signed the contract and confirmed the details, they soared towards the Lord's mansion. At the teleportation plaza, the 2 divine generals, along with Yuan Taiyu and Qi Yin, retracted their superior communications, coincidentally heading toward the Lord's mansion. Yuan Taiyu smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Qi Yin, who appeared visibly perturbed. He secretly smirked with satisfaction. Qi Yin, did you ever expect this? The situation has turned once more, haha. How infuriating. Despicable. Qi Yin's heart burned with rage as he witnessed Yue's rejection of Zhu Yao, leading him to believe that victory in the contest for the presidency was firmly within his grasp. This is an alliance with the 100 battles see. That smiling ghost Zhu Yao, how detestable. In the Mars, Crimson Flame Inferno Dungeon, the great door of the Crimson Flame Inferno Hall slowly creaked open. At last, it has opened. Shan Wenrui and his group of 7 emerged in single file from within. Ladies and gentlemen, let us journey to Blue Star together. Someone has dared to trouble my Starry Sky Academy, and I owe you all a favor for this. A flash of fury crossed Shan Wenrui's eyes, his fingers gripping the staff so tightly that they turned pale. Oh, someone has provoked the Starry Sky Academy? Is it the other two great Holy Land academies or the official authorities governing Blue Star? As for favors, let that be. For the primary reason for our failure in this challenge lies with us. Your words seem a bit distant. We are comrades who fought side by side on the outer battlefield. Come, let us see who has the audacity to act so recklessly. Shan Wenrui nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a starship materialized. The group of 7 boarded the starship, setting their course for Blue Star. Chapter 47. The Divine Art of Contract of Nihility. The Secret Realm of Elf Island. The Army of the Starry Sky Mercenaries? Has Bai Zhanhai personally led his troops here? Ma Qingfeng lay in bed, and upon hearing the news, he suddenly sat up, the movement aggravating his injuries, causing him to gasp in pain, his complexion paling. An assault on Tianzong City? Is the Starry Sky Mercenaries intent on unilaterally breaching their agreement? Has Bai Zhanhai lost his senses? Beside him, Kuang Hu's face was filled with trepidation, his eyes brimming with fear as he anxiously spoke. It seems so. They have already besieged Tianzong City, and the teleportation passages are rendered unusable. Ma Qingfeng, too, felt a surge of anxiety. He had already been abandoned by Yuan Taiyu. If he were to perish here, he would not accept it lightly. How could Bai Zhanhai dare to challenge the war between 2 major factions? The lottery wheel, yes. This fool must be after the lottery wheel, but it has vanished. What could possibly be the reason behind it? What on earth is happening? His subordinates were equally perplexed. Where is Bai Zhanhai now? He has gone to the Lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, Ma Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into wild laughter. Even the violent coughing fit he endured could not deter him. Ah, ha. Jiang Tianhe ha cough, ha ha. Bai Zhanhai will surely kill Jiang Tianhe. He must. Kuang Hu looked at the now deranged Ma Qingfeng. Anxiety etched across his face. At such a time, he was still preoccupied with the fate of his rival, while his own survival remained uncertain. President, what did Lord Jiang say? Jiang Fei asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on Zhan Shi, with other high-ranking members of the guild standing nearby. Lord Jiang had not responded. Zhan Shi's expression was grave as he gazed at the Lord's mansion, now completely surrounded, his heart heavy with dread. Could it be that Lord Jiang was in peril? Jiang Fei's heart sank. He had witnessed Bai Zhanhai leading his men into the Lord's mansion, followed by the elite forces of the Ninth Army encircling it. It's over. It's over. Bai Zhanhai is clearly on a path of slaughtering the city. What should we do, President? Please speak up. The lottery wheel has vanished. Why does the Starry Sky Mercenaries still wish to attack Tianzong City? Fear and dread permeated the atmosphere, enveloping everyone present. Shuese and Long Yun hovered in midair, gazing at the distant Lord's mansion, silent. Within Tianzong City, all manner of forces and organizations focused their attention on the Lord's mansion. They were all waiting for an answer, life or death. Inside the Lord's mansion, the worst fears had materialized, and the direst situation had indeed come to pass. When Jiang Yubai saw Zhu Yao and Bai Zhanhai approach side by side, his heart sank. Just as I had anticipated, they have indeed allied. Zheng Chengkong shook his head, casting a glance at Yu Yue, silently reflecting. This is going to be troublesome for Yu Yue. Yu Yue's gaze was cold and composed as she regarded Zhu Yao and Bai Zhanhai, while Lu Qingsong stood nearby, brandishing a long spear that shimmered with golden and blue hues, readying himself for a formidable confrontation. In the rear, Qi Yin and Yuan Taiyu, along with 2 generals from the Starry Sky Mercenaries, descended closely behind. A smile lingered at the corners of Yuan Taiyu's mouth as he approached Zhu Yao, his mood exceptionally buoyant at that moment. Qi Yin cast a glance at Jiang Tianhe, letting out a silent sigh, before also stepping behind Zhu Yao. As a member of the Job Change Guild Alliance, he felt powerless to assist Jiang Tianhe, even if he wished to. The Vice Dean Yu Yue, having been absent for many years, still exuded an impressive aura. Bai Zhanhai's laughter resonated. Clad in a legendary battle armor set, he strode forth with a commanding presence, greeting the 2 esteemed deans who appeared no worse for wear. Zheng Chengkong gently waved his feather fan, smiling as he addressed. Marshal Bai Zhan, it is good to see you. Lu Qingtsong, however, merely snorted in response. It had been years since Baijan, the marshal, had been seen, yet his charisma seemed to have intensified. Yue, with a frigid expression, coldly inquired about the purpose of surrounding the city lord's estate. Naturally, it was concerning your newly accepted student. Baijan Hai gestured toward Jiang Yubai, who stood behind Yue. Jiang Tianhe's complexion shifted dramatically, hastily pulling Jiang Yubai behind him and casting a pleading glance at Yue. Grandfather, do not worry. The mentor is here, everything will be fine. Jiang Yubai reassured him with a smile. With representatives from the 3 great sanctuaries present, the likelihood of Baijan Hai resorting to violence was exceedingly low. The wrath of the 3 great sanctuaries was burdensome for the Starry Sky mercenaries to bear. Even with the addition of the Job Change Guild Alliance, Baijan Hai and Zhu Yao dared not act recklessly. Yue's expression hardened as she declared, "Since you are aware that he is my direct disciple, how dare you entertain such thoughts? The prize wheel is of utmost importance. I must take this child away today." Baijan Hai responded with unwavering determination. "It is us," Zhu Yao chimed in, his demeanor still cheerful. "Rest assured, Vice Dean Yue. Neither Marshal Baijan nor I will harm your student." "Oh, is this a collaboration?" Lu Qingtsong retorted with barely contained fury, mocking, "You two truly have exceeded my expectations of your shamelessness." Baijan Hai's countenance darkened as he shot a glare at Lu Qingtsong. Meanwhile, Zhu Yao continued to smile, seemingly unfazed by Lu Qingtsong's derision. "Stop glaring." Lu Qingtsong stepped forward with his spear, sternly warning, "Baijan Hai, Zhu Yao, you must think this through. The consequences of taking action are beyond what you two can bear." Zheng Changkong silently rolled his eyes, letting out a quiet sigh. He felt completely dragged into Lu Qingtsong's predicament. Now, even if he wished to benefit from the situation or align himself with Zhu Yao and Baijan Hai, it was too late. To take a side now would tarnish his reputation and potentially incur punishment from the academy. Reluctantly, Zheng Changkong stepped forward to declare his stance. Observing this, Baijan Hai narrowed his hawkish gaze upon the trio, slowly articulating, "Ladies and gentlemen, your actions place me in a difficult position. The military commander has issued orders for Jiang Yubai to join the Starry Sky mercenaries." As his words fell, the 6 generals behind him brandished their weapons. The black skirts danced without wind, all stars igniting, as Yue was enveloped by a profound, ethereal starry sky. Zheng Changkong's expression shifted slightly, silently retreating a step. "Jiang Yubai, this fellow." Clang. Lu Qingtsong's spear abruptly emitted a thunderous gunshot, and the battle intent surged within him. "Gentlemen, let us exercise restraint." Zhu Yao chuckled. If a confrontation were to ensue, the entire Tianzong city would be obliterated. Let us converse amicably. One plays the role of the good cop, while the other the bad cop. Jiang Yubai's eyes flickered, and he silently sighed in relief, muttering to himself, "Indeed, they do not dare to act recklessly." Ye coldly snorted and stated, "I shall reiterate. As the deputy governor, my student will not join any faction before graduation. Save your breath. If they wish to avoid wasting words, then let actions speak." Baijan Hai bellowed, unleashing the formidable pressure characteristic of a mid-tier divine powerhouse. Zhu Yao's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Baijan Hai. This was not part of their plan. Jiang Yubai's eyes brimmed with incredulity, astonished within. Do they truly dare to engage? Suddenly, Jiang Yubai realized the environment around him had transformed. He found himself enveloped in a starry expanse, the surroundings dark and hollow. Not far ahead, Ye and Baijan Hai stood in confrontation. "This is the realm of the divine as described by my mentor." Jiang Yubai recalled Jiang Tianhe mentioning, "Divine beings can manifest domains and wield the laws." Just as he anticipated a fierce battle between Ye and Baijan Hai, the latter, however, retracted his pressure and battle intent, chuckling, "Yeah, how did I perform in this little play?" "Quite well, I presume." Jiang Yubai, "Quite well." Zhu Yao and the others likely did not detect any flaws. Ye nodded, turning to the bewildered Jiang Yubai, her smile illuminating her face as she explained, "Little Bai, General Baijan Hai, and I are old acquaintances. We trained together on the battlefield beyond the realm a century ago. This matter is confidential, known to very few. After Ye's clarification, Jiang Yubai finally understood. It turned out that upon learning of Ye taking him as her personal student, General Bai Zhanhai immediately contacted her to confirm the arrangement, leading to the earlier performance. Bai Zhanhai regarded Jiang Yubai with a hearty grin. "Young man, your mentor has promised me 5 lucky draw wheels. You have no objections, do you?" Jiang Yubai paused momentarily, secretly pondering that it was quite a small number. Yet he promptly replied, "I leave it entirely to my mentor's discretion." Ye smiled and nodded, her fondness for Jiang Yubai growing deeper. "Ha!" Bai Zhanhai laughed heartily. "With these 5 lucky draw wheels, I can also report to the military chief. However, these draws are not given freely. They are for the 5 slots in the Spirit Island Secret Realm," Ye reminded. "The Spirit Island Secret Realm." Jiang Yubai's eyes instantly sparkled. The Spirit Island Secret Realm is the only place where one can contract with spirits. Spirits are far rarer than pets. Bai Zhanhai waved his hand, assuring, "Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. This is a lucky draw wheel capable of yielding legendary level skills. I'm certain the military chief will not refuse." Did the mentor even mention this? Jiang Yubai stared at Ye in astonishment. Bai Zhanhai, upon hearing the words, turned to Jiang Yubai with a mischievous smile and said, "In order to align with your mentor in this charade, I have entered into a contract with Zhu Yao. Were it not for your lottery wheel's ability to yield legendary rewards, I would never have consented to relinquish a spot in the Spirit Island Secret Realm." Yu raised an eyebrow slightly and in a calm tone inquired, "You have signed a contract with Zhu Yao? A divine-level contract scroll, no less. That cunning trickster is not easily deceived." Bai Zhanhai nodded, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes, and continued, "However, the terms of the contract are quite straightforward. Both parties shall advance and retreat together." Jiang Yubai exclaimed, "Then are you not violating the contract?" Bai Zhanhai chuckled heartily, "I have not breached it." Jiang Yubai's confusion deepened. Yu, smiling, elucidated. Marshal Bai Zhan possesses a rare skill known as Void Contract, which completely exempts him from the binding effects of contracts. Jiang Yubai was somewhat astonished, as it was the first time he had heard of such a skill. Yu added, "The cost of employing Void Contract is not insignificant." Bai Zhanhai gazed at Jiang Yubai with fervent intensity and proposed, "How about we bring this young lad into my Starlight Mercenaries?" Chapter 48, a series of twists. Divine technique, thunder hell, catastrophe. In the outside world, Jiang Tianhe, upon noticing that Jiang Yubai and Yu Yue, along with Bai Zhanhai, had simultaneously vanished without a trace, felt his face turn ashen. Fear, concern, and anxiety enveloped him, rendering him increasingly restless. Lu Qingsong's gaze sharpened to an extraordinary intensity, his divine spear trembling in his grasp as the fervor of battle surged within him, fixated on Zhu Yao and his companions. Zheng Chengkong, while remaining vigilant of Zhu Yao's reactions, secretly found the situation perplexing. Could it be that Bai Zhanhai had lost his senses? Jiang Yubai was already a student of the Starry Sky Academy. Would he truly dare to take action? Zhu Yao squinted, fixated on the spot where the 3 had disappeared, seemingly caught off guard. "Zhu Shu, shall we take action?" Yuan Taiyu cast a sinister glance toward Lu Qingsong and Zheng Chengkong, transmitting a message to Zhu Yao. "Something feels amiss. Let us wait until Bai Zhanhai and Yue reappear." Zhu Yao silently replied, "This is an opportune moment." Yuan Taiyu's gaze shifted to Jiang Tianhe, contemplating that capturing him would surely compel Jiang Yubai to yield. Seizing Jiang Tianhe would be futile. A flicker of brilliance danced in Zhu Yao's eyes. "Moreover, did you not observe that none of Bai Zhanhai's subordinates have made a move?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Taiyu finally grasped the peculiarity of the situation and began to sense that something was indeed amiss. Why have they not acted? Qi Yin regarded the assembly, feeling an unshakable strangeness in the air. Not far away, a graceful figure stood poised, Luo Ziwei's beautiful eyes filled with urgency. Where is the mountain master? If he does not arrive soon, it will be too late. Thus, 3 or 4 minutes passed. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere, hurtling through the air. It was none other than Bai Zhanhai. His complexion was pale as he struggled to stabilize himself mid-air. his gaze filled with fury as he stared at Yue. What a performance! Such talent wasted on a mere marshal. Jiang Yubai remarked sincerely. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai reappear, Jiang Tianhe's anxious heart finally settled. He hurried to his grandson's side, inspecting him closely. "Grandfather, I'm perfectly fine, truly," Jiang Yubai replied with a smile. Jiang Tianhe, still uneasy, conducted a thorough examination until he confirmed Jiang Yubai was unscathed, finally exhaling in relief. "Marshal, are you unharmed?" Two generals swiftly flew to Bai Zhanhai's side, who raised a hand to indicate he was well. Zheng Chengkong's gaze shifted between Bai Zhanhai and Yu Yue, and the sense of unease within him intensified. Lu Qingsong, witnessing Bai Zhanhai's defeat, smirked coldly. At that moment, Yu Yue's melodious voice rang out. "You have been defeated. I implore you, Marshal Bai Zhan, to keep your word." "Oomph." Bai Zhanhai scoffed, suppressing his fury. "You need not remind me. I shall uphold my promises." With that, he forcefully waved his hand, commanding a retreat. Upon hearing Bai Zhanhai's order to withdraw, Yuan Taiyu's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly glanced at Zhu Yao. Just then, a laugh echoed through the air. "Excellent, excellent." Zhu Yao squinted, a smile gracing his lips as he clapped his hands. "I sensed something was off from the beginning." Indeed, what a splendid performance. Yu Yue and Bai Zhanhai exchanged subtle glances, their expressions barely shifting. Yu Yue took the initiative to propose a collaboration with Bai Zhanhai in order to thwart the alliance of the two formidable factions. Although she had previously trained alongside Bai Zhanhai, it did not imply that he would forsake the lottery wheel. Even if Bai Zhanhai were to relinquish it, the two military leaders of the Starry Sky mercenaries would not. Rather than outright rejecting Bai Zhanhai and risking the arrival of other members from the Starry Sky mercenaries, it would be far more prudent to join forces. Exchanging 5 lottery wheels for 5 slots on Spirit Island was hardly a loss. In this manner, Bai Zhanhai would not only fulfill his obligations but also serve to intimidate Zhu Yao. However, it was apparent that Zhu Yao had already discerned their scheme. "What do you mean, Counselor Zhu?" Bai Zhanhai hovered in midair, gazing down at Zhu Yao with displeasure. Who is acting? Others, upon overhearing the exchange, appeared to ponder deeply. "It is of no consequence," Zhu Yao replied with a smile, shaking his head. He had sensed something amiss at the time, and fortunately, he had kept a contingency plan in place. Otherwise, he might have truly been played for a fool by them. A sense of foreboding washed over Yu Yue, prompting her to inquire, "What do you mean?" At that moment, everyone suddenly felt a violent tremor reverberate through the entire Tianzong city. Shortly thereafter, the dark red dome enveloping Tianzong city abruptly shifted to a deep yellow hue. A look of astonished fury flashed in Bai Zhanhai's eyes, and even his 6 generals turned pale. "Be cautious. The seal set by Marshal Bai Zhan has been replaced. It must be the Alliance army of the Class Change Guild Alliance that has arrived." Yu Yue's voice whispered in Jiang Yubai's ear. As expected of the smiling devil, Zhu Yao, he must have applied for the mobilization of the Alliance army from the very beginning. Jiang Yubai gazed at the grinning Zhu Yao, his heart heavy with foreboding. Smiling devil. Indeed, this person is truly cunning. Just as everyone began to comprehend the situation, a multitude of figures emerged from the teleportation portal of the City Lord's mansion, densely filling the sky above. Each figure exuded an aura comparable to that of Bai Zhanhai's 9th military mercenaries, with several among them reaching the divine level. Lu Qingsong and Jiang Tianhe instantly felt the weight of impending danger. The Alliance army, Yuan Taiyu, upon seeing the soldiers clad in deep blue armor, felt a surge of relief. "Zhu Yao, do you intend to breach the contract?" Bai Zhanhai's furious voice echoed. "Do you wish to wage war against my Starry Sky mercenaries?" "Marshal Bai Zhan, from where does this accusation arise?" Zhu Yao replied, his smile fading as he questioned in confusion. "Is it not you who first violated the agreement? Is it not you who mobilized the troops ahead of time? I am merely acting in self-defense." Bai Zhanhai's expression darkened as he glared at Zhu Yao. Amidst the astonished and enraged gazes of those around, Zhu Yao slowly shifted his gaze to Yu Yue, smilingly stating, "Deputy Chief Yue, I require 10 lottery wheels to comply with my obligations. If you agree, I shall allow you all to depart. This should not pose much difficulty, correct?" As he spoke, he produced a divine contract scroll from his backpack, tossing it lightly in his hand. Zhu Yaoyu, Marshal Baijian, allow me to remind you that this is the territory of my class change guild alliance. Zhu Yao interrupted Baijian Hai, continuing to regard Yu Yue with a smile. Yu Yue's expression was as cold as ice, and she remained silent, evidently disapproving. Zhu Yao sighed, retracting the scroll with reluctance, stating, "Then I shall have to capture your student and compel him to sign the contract." Lu Qingcang admonished, "Zhu Yao, do not mislead yourself." Sighing once more, Zhu Yao remarked, "For the sake of the alliance, if I do not descend into hell, who will?" Upon returning to the alliance headquarters to report, "I shall personally seek forgiveness at the Starry Sky Academy." With that, he gently waved his hand, signaling for the thousands of alliance troops and several divine-level experts to prepare for action. "Zhu Yao, dare you?" At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from the heavens, echoing over the city of Tianzong. The sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathered, and lightning flickered ominously within the tumultuous clouds. Boom! The ground trembled. Zhang Yubai looked up, his pupils contracting slightly. Above the city of Tianzong loomed a layer of pitch-black storm clouds, crackling with rolling lightning that sent shivers down one's spine, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Zizizi, the ground of Tianzong City, was enveloped in an electrical field, with countless slender silver arcs of electricity darting across the surface. "This is..." A look of astonishment flashed in Jiang Tian's eyes. "Divine skill. It is the mentor." Luo Ziwei gazed at the storm clouds, her eyes brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, "The mentor has finally arrived." Yu Yue subtly exhaled in relief, observing Zhu Yao as an aura of mid-tier divine energy gradually emanated from her. Zhu Yao's pupils constricted, his expression growing grave, the divine lightning mage's skill. His gaze pierced through the storm clouds, revealing Shan Wenwei standing tall amidst the thunderous tempest, surrounded by boundless lightning, wielding her staff aloft. When the thunder god is enraged, the heavens tear asunder, and all becomes scorched earth. This is the divine skill, Thunder Prison Cataclysm. Chapter 49, Zhu Yao. If you wish to perish, do not involve this marshal. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, the sky above the city of heavenly burial cloaked in darkness, reminiscent of a pitch-black night, with ceaseless lightning flashing amidst the relentless roar of thunder. Shan Wenrui, adorned in a moon-white mage robe and a matching pointed soft hat, radiated with countless arcs of lightning. Her eyes sparkled with electric fury, akin to the embodiment of a thunder god. The oppressive might crackled like a prison, heralding the arrival of a divine calamity. Divine technique, a lightning-based divine skill. Ma Qingfeng gazed at the heavens, his body trembling uncontrollably. The fierce tiger beside him mirrored his despair, his eyes wide with horror. The overwhelming aura, reminiscent of celestial might, caused his very soul to quiver. Unable to bear the mounting pressure, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Even the divine technique has been unleashed. The war lion's pupils constricted to pinpricks, and despair filled the hearts of those nearby, including Jiang Fei and other high-ranking members of the guild. How had events escalated to this point? Why had a divine-level battle erupted? Was it truly worth it? Of course it was worth it. The blood-curdling voice was painfully guttural, the eyes beneath the mask quivering. The risk of inciting conflict between the two factions was deemed necessary to seize control of the city of heavenly burial. Zhu Yao had even mobilized the allied forces, indicating that the value of the lottery wheel was likely far beyond our imagination. Even if it were of great value, it remained merely a secondary item, one that could not be controlled and had already vanished. Who knows when it would refresh, or in which dungeon it would reappear? Why go to such lengths? Why risk the destruction of an entire city? Long Yun's heart burned with anguish. He did not wish to perish amidst the strife between the two factions. Let's hope for the best. The bloodied figure gazed at the stormy heavens, praying that a true battle would not ensue, for if it did, the entire populace of the city of heavenly burial would perish alongside them, including you and me. That is, Shan Wenrui. Zheng Chengkong frowned slightly, pondering. How did she arrive so swiftly? Could it be that she came with Yu Yue? Was this the confidence that Yu Yue held? He glanced at the oppressive aura radiating from Yu Yue, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. But could Shan Wenrui alone suffice? Wait, what was that? Zheng Chengkong's pupils narrowed as he perceived 6 figures materializing behind Shan Wenrui. Boom! 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 Each of the 6 figures exuded the distinctive aura of divine-level power. Zhu Yao's countenance darkened abruptly, his expression turning as grim as a stormy sea. Three mid-tier divine beings. Yuan Taiyu's throat moved nervously, his face paling in an instant. So many formidable warriors have arrived. No wonder Yue had repeatedly rebuffed Zhu Yao. It turned out the strong from the Starry Sky Academy had been present all along. Zhu Yao's schemes had unraveled, and Yuan Taiyu, why do you no longer smile? Qi Yin observed the ashen-faced Yuan Taiyu, a smug smirk creeping across his features. It was none other than the head of the Mage Academy, Shan Wenrui. But who were those others? They were not the strong from the Starry Sky Academy. Lu Qingcong sheathed his divine spear. 3 mid-tier divine beings were more than sufficient to compel Zhu Yao to retreat. As Jiang Yubai gazed skyward, all he could see was the ominous dark thunderclouds. The formidable being from the Starry Sky Academy? A woman. Who could it be? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a message from Lu Ozi materialized before him. Junior Bai, the one wielding her divine prowess, is my mentor, SH and W. Ru. You need not worry. Although she is a low-tier deity, her strength rivals that of mid-tier deities. Zhu Yao will surely retreat. The head of the Mage Academy. Jiang Yubai's eyes brightened. The profession of Dinshan was Grand Elementalist, which explained her ability to unleash thunderous mage techniques. Truly, the mage was remarkable. 3 mid-tier deities, indeed. It seemed unnecessary for this marshal to intervene on behalf of Yue. Bai Zhanhai exhaled, his gaze keenly fixed on Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao, in this predicament, what will you do? Just then, a message from Zhu Yao appeared. Brother Baijan, we are bound by our contract to advance or retreat together. Shall we join forces? We both understand the value of the lottery wheel. We cannot let that young man escape. If we miss this opportunity, it will be arduous to reclaim it later. Zhu Yao's gaze was intensely fixed on the stormy clouds, unable to fathom that Yue had an ace up her sleeve. Confusion consumed him. If the stronghold of the Starry Sky Academy was present, why was Yue still collaborating with Bai Zhanhai to enact a ruse? Was this not redundant? With 3 mid-tier deities at play, the thought of forcibly seizing someone was far from his mind. Having already offended the Starry Sky Academy, he realized that whether he extended his neck or retracted it, he would meet the same fate. Bound by the contract, he could only hope Bai Zhanhai would still ally with him. This was his singular chance. Zhu Yao's heart brimmed with anticipation as he awaited Bai Zhanhai's response. Zhu Yao, if you seek death, do not drag me into it. I have not yet exhausted my tenure as marshal. Bai Zhanhai thought with contempt. His stare fixed on Zhu Yao filled with fury. At such a juncture, Zhu Yao still dared to pull him down with him. Such treachery was unforgivable. Contract? Nonsense. Zhu Yao abruptly turned, glaring at Bai Zhanhai, his heart seething with rage, wishing fervently to dismantle Bai Zhanhai piece by piece. Bai Zhanhai, your actions violate the contract. Do you not fear my destruction of a scroll? If the contract scroll were to be destroyed, the violator would face dire consequences. I am not easily intimidated. Bai Zhanhai replied, this matter cannot proceed. I am not in violation of the contract. If you wish to destroy the scroll, you are welcome to try. Zhu Yao's eyes flickered with malice and venom. With a mere thought, the contract scroll from his backpack was obliterated, vanishing into thin air. How could this be without consequence? This is impossible. Zhu Yao stared in disbelief at the unscathed Bai Zhanhai. Sensing the destruction of the contract, Bai Zhanhai let out a cold snort. At that moment, Yo Yue's clear and composed voice resonated. Zhu Yao, I grant you but 10 seconds. Either depart with your alliance or return with me to the Starry Sky Academy. Zhu Yao's pupils constricted, his gaze fixed on Yue, a surge of murderous intent erupting within him. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on Zhu Yao. Thunder roared ominously overhead. Yu's gaze was cold and piercing as she regarded Zhu Yao. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, crashing down upon the dark yellow barrier. The air was charged with energy as countless silver streaks of lightning erupted, causing ripples to form on the surface of the barrier. Yuan Taiyu's expression changed dramatically. and he hastily communicated, "Uncle Zhu, we should retreat." Zhu Yao remained silent, his focus unwavering on Yu Yu. With the countdown at 9, another thunderous boom echoed. Two massive bolts of lightning descended, causing the dark yellow shield to flicker violently. "Uncle Zhu," Yuan Taiyu urged, desperation creeping into his voice. "There are clearly 4 mid-level divine beings on the opposing side, and we cannot afford to confront the Starry Sky Academy openly." Yet, Zhu Yao remained unmoved. Despite having a favorable position, he felt an unsettling sense of incompleteness. He had mobilized the Alliance forces, employing both soft and hard tactics, collaborating with the 100 Battles Sea, and sealing off the Tianzong city. He believed his plan to be flawless. The Starry Sky Academy was situated far within the Andromeda Galaxy, illusory light realm, and the mere transit would take half a day. There was no way Yu Yu could have anticipated his strategy, so where had he faltered? Observing Zhu Yao's steadfastness, Zheng Qinkong was puzzled. Did Zhu Yao possess a hidden trump card? With the countdown reaching 8, Yu Yu spoke coldly, summoning 3 bolts of silver lightning that struck down upon them, leaving cracks upon the dark yellow barrier. "Uncle, we must leave," Yuan Taiyu exclaimed, his urgency palpable. They stood no chance in a confrontation. If it came to blows, they would surely be outmatched. "Taiyu, you are still too young," Zhu Yao replied, leaving Yuan Taiyu momentarily stunned. Almost immediately, another message appeared before him. "Did you truly believe you could escape today?" A chill ran through Yuan Taiyu, and his pupils quivered in shock. Zhu Yao's gaze remained locked on Yu Yu, distrustful of her willingness to let him go so easily. This smiling specter, did she truly intend to fight to the bitter end? Jiang Yubai's eyes reflected confusion. Could it be that this old dog had a backup plan? The disparity in strength between both sides was evident to any onlooker. Although Zhu Yao had the Alliance forces, they paled in comparison to the mid-level divine practitioners. As the countdown reached 7, Yu Yu spoke once more, and 4 lightning trees materialized above the dark yellow barrier, shattering it to pieces. In that fleeting moment, the stars on Yu Yu's black gown erupted into a dazzling brilliance. Instantly, 4 beams of starlight surged around Zhu Yao, forming a celestial cage that ensnared him. "Counselor Zhu," Yuan Taiyu's face drained of color, and he was about to act when a hand rested on his shoulder. Bai Zhanshai had appeared behind Yuan Taiyu, patting his shoulder lightly. "If you wish to live, refrain from making any rash movements." Yuan Taiyu's complexion turned ashen. Upon encountering the sudden aggression of Yu Yue, Zheng Qinkong's pupils constricted slightly, and he silently retreated 2 steps, his gaze growing vigilant. Lu Qingsong's dark brows twitched as he cast a cold glance at Zhu Yao, who was ensnared within the celestial prison. In the sky, thousands of elite Alliance troops prepared to strike upon witnessing Zhu Yao's confinement. However, a wave of earthy yellow ripples emerged, and wherever they passed, the soldiers appeared as if petrified, suspended in midair, unable to move an inch. Even the dozen or so divine-level warriors seemed to be mired in a quagmire, struggling futilely to escape. Boom! Almost instantaneously, with the manifestation of the yellow ripples, 3 figures descended from above, appearing outside the celestial prison. It was none other than the 3 mid-level divine warriors. Yo Yue's figure flickered, and she too appeared outside the celestial prison. She gazed at Zhu Yao, who remained calm and offered no resistance within the confines, and with a cold snort, remarked, "The smiling ghost is truly cunning." In response, Zhu Yao simply sat cross-legged on the ground, nonchalantly stating, "Since there's no escape, I never indulge in futile endeavors." As he spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze towards Jiang Yubai, his eyes narrowing, a knowing smile gracing his features. Although a misstep had been made, it was not without its gains. He chuckled softly. Yu Yue frowned at this development. The series of events left Jiang Yubai momentarily stunned. Yet he quickly regained his composure and understanding. The Sacred Land Academy would not tolerate provocation. Zhu Yao's actions not only challenged the dignity of the Celestial Academy, but were also exceedingly brazen. It would be absurd to think that Yu Yue would allow Zhu Yao to escape. Just as he pondered this, a flash caught his eye, and a strikingly pale-skinned beauty appeared before him. "Call me sister." Chapter 50, Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone. The sea of 100 battles. A single shot into the soul. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful woman with alabaster skin appeared, her melodious voice momentarily captivating Jiang Yubai. She donned a moon-white mage robe, topped with a matching mage hat, and wielded a staff that measured nearly a meter in length. The staff shimmered with radiant light, its tip adorned with a resplendent gem that glowed with a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling to behold. This enchanting figure possessed a naturally delicate oval face, her features exquisitely defined. Her lips were a vivid red, and her bright eyes sparkled with mischief, revealing a charming dimple whenever she smiled. Shan Wenrui gently tapped Jiang Yubai's forehead with her staff, urging him, "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and greet your elder sister." Jiang Yubai inhaled deeply, stepping back a couple of paces, and bowed respectfully. Student Jiang Yubai pays his respects to Dean Shan. He lowered his head slightly, and Shan Wenrui did not notice the twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Ah, you recognize me?" Shan Wenrui crossed her arms. Her interest piqued as she scrutinized Jiang Yubai from head to toe. Jiang Yubai replied, "The student recognized the voice of the dean. Stop with the dean business. It makes me feel old. From now on, call me elder sister," Shan Wenrui said with a hint of displeasure. "Elder sister?" Jiang Yubai managed to suppress the twitching of his lips and replied, "The student dares not." "Why not?" "I fear that if my mentor hears, I shall be met with dire consequences." Shan Wenrui chuckled. "You are quite amusing. It's a pity that the old hag got to you first. Otherwise, you would have been my student." At her words, Jiang Yubai buried his head even lower, his teeth aching from the embarrassment. He thought to himself, "This Dean Shan lacks proper decorum. How could she show such disrespect to our mentor?" Calling her an old hag, a cold voice, reminiscent of the moonlit night, emerged from behind Shan Wenrui. Shan Wenrui turned. Yu Qing nodded. Indeed, at over 100 years old, insisting that students call her sister is a feat only an old hag could accomplish. Realizing the truth of her words, Shan Wenrui immediately reacted. Placing one hand on her hip and pointing at Yu Qing, her face a mix of indignation and playfulness. "You're teasing me. I have no time for your games." Yu Qing's expression turned serious. Zhu Yao has likely realized that Xiao Bai's lottery can yield rewards surpassing the elite level. He might have other tricks up his sleeve. I must take Xiao Bai back to the Starry Sky Academy at once, lest unforeseen complications arise. Shan Wenrui seized her playful demeanor, her expression turning grave as she nodded in agreement. She then turned her gaze toward Zhu Yao, who was within the confines of the Starry Sky prison, her voice laced with menace. "Dare to bully my Starry Sky Academy. Had it not been for your interference, I would have struck him down with lightning." Jiang Yubai couldn't help but silently marvel, thinking, Dean Shan seems a bit capricious. "Do not act recklessly," Yu Qing cautioned, shaking her head. "Zhu Yao is the 11th counselor of the Adventurers Guild Alliance. He cannot be easily dispatched, but he will certainly face consequences." Shan Wenrui nodded. "Very well. I shall bid farewell to a few friends." Yu Qing turned to her student and instructed, "Xiao Bai, contact Song Xiaoan and have him come here immediately." "Understood. I will reach out right away." Jiang Yubai promptly sent a message to Song Xiaoan. Yu Qing nodded, her gaze drifting to Jiang Tianhe, who stood beside Jiang Yubai. "Master Jiang, the Academy has regulations prohibiting the entry of students' relatives. However, given the unique circumstances surrounding Xiao Bai, you may visit him periodically." Jiang Tianhe gazed at his grandson with a mixture of reluctance and resolve, nodding silently. Concerned for Jiang Tianhe's safety, Jiang Yubai expressed, "Mentor, my grandfather is in a precarious position. I fear someone may wish him harm." Upon hearing this, Yu Yue contemplated gravely, given the recent conflict with the Job Change Guild Alliance. It is inevitable that some will target your grandfather. However, rest assured, as long as you leave a lottery wheel at the City Lord's residence, no one will dare to entertain such thoughts. Even if someone intends to harm Lord Jiang, the members of the Job Change Guild Alliance will not stand idly by. You could trust this. Moreover, Zhu Yao remains in our custody, and when the Job Change Guild Alliance seeks him, I shall negotiate on this matter. With this assurance, Jiang Yubai felt a sense of relief. Zhu Yao's upheaval was primarily aimed at securing the lottery wheel. Yo Yue's request for him to leave one served as a message to the Job Change Guild Alliance, providing them with an opportunity to save face. Jiang Tianhe nodded, sighing. I never anticipated the commotion would escalate to such proportions. Greater disturbances are yet to come, Yu Yue murmured softly. Moments later, the vast army of the Alliance vanished, with Qi in order to lead them away from Tianzong City. Initially, Zhu Yao intended for Yuan Taiyu to command a retreat, but Yue intervened. This individual once sought to undermine Lord Jiang. As deputy chief, I cannot allow this to go unaddressed. He shall accompany me back to the Starry Sky Academy, and we will address the matter thereafter. Yo Yue's declaration nearly frightened Yuan Taiyu into submission. This was not solely Yo Yue's intention. Rather, Jiang Yubai wished to prevent Yuan Taiyu from departing so easily. He had learned from Luo Jiwei about Ma Qingfeng's battle with Jiang Tianhe, followed by Yuan Taiyu's summons of the legendary invincible warrior, Lei Jun, to challenge his grandfather once more. I hold grudges, Jiang Yubai remarked coldly, observing the pale and anxious countenance of Yuan Taiyu. This was also a message directed towards the Job Change Guild Alliance, signaling that anyone who dared to threaten his grandfather, Jiang Tianhe, would face Yuan Taiyu's wrath. This delighted Qi Yin immensely, leaving him with a broad smile as he departed. Ask Sister Wenrui, what thanks are necessary? Such words seem rather distant. Do you require our assistance in escorting you back to the Starry Sky Academy? Very well. We shall return to recuperate. When we are prepared, we shall once again confront the Mars Crimson Flame Inferno Dungeon. 6 figures soared into the air, swiftly disappearing from sight. After bidding farewell to several friends, Shan Wenrui approached Zhu Yao, arms crossed and a fierce expression on her face. Zhu Yao, have you consumed Dragon Gall? You dare to provoke even the students of our Starry Sky Academy. Do you wish for an early demise? Seated on the ground, Zhu Yao closed his eyes, smiling cheerfully. I am merely following orders, and besides, Jiang Yubai's lottery wheel is worth such actions. Is it not? Beside them, Zhang Qinkong and Lu Qingtsong exchanged thoughtful glances. Moments earlier, Zhu Yao's remark, although the game was slightly flawed, it was not without its gains had left them pondering. Zhang Qinkong, ever astute, tightened his grip on the feather fan upon hearing Zhu Yao's words, as if he had come to a significant realization, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Moments later, regret washed over him. He lamented not having immediately stepped forward to assist Yue. Casting a glance at Lu Qingtsong, he felt a surge of irritation. It was indeed a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. By sheer chance, this reckless man had inadvertently made the right choice. His luck was truly remarkable. Unaware of Zhang Qinkong's gaze, Lu Qingtsong contemplated Zhu Yao's statement. Could it be that the prize will offer rewards of elite tier or higher? As the head of the Warrior Academy, the foremost institution of the human race, Lu Qingtsong was far from simplistic. Among the information available to him, Zhang Qinkong, and others, the wheel was known to yield elite tier rewards. They had entertained the notion of attaining higher tier rewards, albeit the likelihood was exceedingly slim, bordering on negligible. No matter how formidable a divine rank might be, it could not exceed the bounds of reason. Xiaobai, you must take care of yourself upon arriving at the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Tianhe was bidding farewell to Jiang Yubai, gently ruffling his hair as he did in his childhood. His voice was soft, imbued with warmth and kindness, as he gazed longingly at his grandson. With Yu Yue as your mentor, I have great confidence in you. Grandfather. Jiang Yubai's expression was one of deep reluctance, his nose tinged with emotion. Ever since the death of his parents, he had been inseparable from Jiang Tianhe, never straying far from his side over the years. The sorrow of parting weighed heavily upon him. A man does not shed tears lightly. Yet, this wasn't a farewell forever. Jiang Tianhe's eyes unwittingly glistened with unshed tears. His throat constricted as his voice grew hoarse. Rest assured, my dear grandson, I will visit you regularly. Focus on your studies at the academy. Strive to ascend to divine rank, and let our Jiang family also rise to greatness. Yes, Jiang Yubai nodded earnestly. Grandfather, I will. I believe in you, Jiang Tianhe affirmed, patting Jiang Yubai's shoulder. Just then, 5 figures approached. Xiaobai, Marshal Baijan wishes to draw a prize before departing. Yue looked at Jiang Yubai and nodded. You may refuse. This decision is yours to make. Baijan Hai gazed expectantly at Jiang Yubai, while Zheng Chengkong and Lu Qingsong also looked on with hopeful anticipation. The drawing was secondary. They were eager to witness the prize will firsthand. Jiang Yubai turned towards the starry sky cage, where Zhu Yao was watching him. Upon meeting Jiang Yubai's gaze, Zhu Yao squinted and smiled. Jiang Yubai averted his eyes, nodding in agreement. All right. Ha! Baijan Hai laughed heartily. You are indeed a grateful lad. I like that. Jiang Yubai then turned to Yue, implying, shall we do it here? Or would a different location be better? Shan Wenrui snorted dismissively. That old fool Zhu Yao is watching closely. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Yue's eyes as she gently shook her head and remarked, in any case, we shall meet sooner or later. Perhaps Zhu Yao has already laid eyes upon this place. Jiang Yubai, observing the expression in Yue's gaze, found himself pondering deeply, contemplating the implications of his mentor's words. Was she merely tempting Zhu Yao, or was there something more? Silently, he cast a glance at Zheng Chengkong and Lu Qingsong, his heart beginning to form an understanding. Thereupon, he activated his skill, and a lottery wheel materialized before him. Witnessing this spectacle, the last vestiges of doubt dissipated from the minds of Baijan Hai, Zheng Chengkong, and Zhu Yao. Their gazes towards Jiang Yubai ignited with fervor. Shan Wenrui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the lottery wheel, her expression akin to that of a discoverer unveiling a new world. The marshal took the initiative to draw first, exclaiming cheerfully. Baijan Hai stepped forward, retrieving 1,000 gold coins from his bag, which transformed into a radiant golden light before vanishing into the lottery wheel. Observing this, Jiang Yubai contemplated briefly and resolved to utilize the daily guaranteed reward from the lottery wheel. Baijan Hai had made a favorable impression on him and was a friend of his mentor. Should Baijan Hai procure a high-tier reward, not only would he benefit, but others would also witness the wheel's true worth. His mentor's previous remark seemed to hint at the desire for these individuals to witness the value of the lottery wheel firsthand, suggesting a potential for lucrative gains. A dual victory. The designated prize has been activated. Participants are guaranteed to win a prize of at least purple quality. As the lottery wheel commenced its spinning, all eyes were riveted upon it. After approximately 10 seconds, the wheel gradually came to a halt, revealing a brilliant yellow light to the astonished crowd. Baijan Hai, with a single decisive draw, had achieved an epic-level reward. P.S. Updates every night at 10 p.m. Today features 2 updates totaling 6,000 words. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 51. Jiang Yubai. Are there still experts? Lu Qingsong. Indeed, it is I. You have gained 100 experience points, an epic reward. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise and astonishment passing through his eyes. The designated win guarantee had been employed by him hundreds of times, yielding elite-level rewards on only 2 occasions. Once, his grandfather Jiang Tianhe had drawn the legendary skill Book Holy Sword Judgment, and this time was another instance. The designated win was devoid of any discernible pattern. It merely served as a safety net, with the specific color of the reward hinging entirely on the luck of the draw. Clearly, this time, Baijan Hai's fortune was remarkably favorable. Yellow, the probability of an epic reward was a mere 0.001. An epic level. The house advantage reward must surely be legendary. Jiang Yubai thought, feeling a swell of anticipation within. Since his awakening, Baijan Hai was the second individual to procure a reward exceeding the elite tier. To have drawn yellow, the hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Yellow indeed signified an epic reward. Yue gazed at the yellow hue, unable to conceal her astonishment. To draw an epic reward on the very first attempt was extraordinarily fortunate for Baijan Hai. She herself had drawn dozens of times, with her best outcome being merely an intermediate reward. Yellow. When Chengkong's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixated on the spinning prize wheel, silently contemplating a color reward that had never before appeared. Among the information collected from the 3 great academies regarding the prize wheel, different colors represented varying rewards. Previously, No one had ever drawn a yellow reward. Bai Zhanhai was the first. According to Vice Chancellor Zhang Fangji speculations, yellow could potentially signify an epic reward. Lu Qingcang instinctively held his breath, focusing intently on the prize wheel. A phenomenon even Vice Chancellor Zhang Fangji could not predict. Reflecting on this, he cast a glance at Jiang Yubai. Although both were divinities of this year, and despite Bo Feiyang being of the fate system, Vice Chancellor Zhang Fangji could foresee fragments of Bo Feiyang's destiny, yet Jiang Yubai's future remained shrouded in mystery. What exactly was this lad's profession? Shan Wenrei observed the spinning prize wheel with wide-eyed curiosity, her knowledge of it being limited to Luo Ziwei and Yu Yue, unaware of the significance of the yellow reward. Not far away, within the starlit prison, Zhu Yao, upon witnessing Bai Zhanhai's acquisition of the yellow reward, was struck with astonishment as he rose to his feet. Approaching the edge of the cage, squinting intently at the spinning wheel. A yellow reward? The prize winner, Bai Zhanhai, momentarily froze, his eyes gradually brightening. He had meticulously scrutinized the analysis report submitted by his exceptionally astute think tank regarding the prize wheel. This report elaborated in detail the various possibilities and probabilities of the prize wheel, alongside the configurations of different prizes and their winning odds. He had delved deeply into this report. Each color of the prize will corresponded to a fixed reward, meaning that the yellow reward was not of a low, intermediate, or advanced tier. Green denoted elite level. What then was the yellow reward? The pet egg, or in truth, Bai Zhanhai held little anticipation for this lottery. In the previous 40 prize wheels, the highest reward attained by participants was merely a high-level prize. At his level, not only did he lack interest in high-level rewards, but even elite-level rewards did not pique his curiosity much. The reason for his apparent eagerness for the lottery was quite simple. He had never encountered such a wondrous profession and skill. This novelty and exhilaration rendered him unable to suppress his inner yearning, compelling him to desire an immediate experience of this unprecedented sensation. Moreover, and perhaps more importantly, the value of this lottery wheel was equivalent to that of a divine artifact. Undoubtedly, he had to participate. What he drew was inconsequential. The primary aim was the experience. Furthermore, there was the gambler's psychology at play. Deep within every individual lies the essence of a gambler. The lottery wheel's value equated to that of a divine artifact for two reasons. Firstly, it could yield attribute points, and secondly, from a long-term perspective, it could accelerate the growth rate of mid to low-tier professionals. Bai Zhanhai lacked skills or equipment below the divine level. Yet attribute points were something to be cherished in abundance. Previously, someone had already drawn attribute points, an impressive 100 points. He also knew that Luo Ziwei had drawn a staggering 500 attribute points. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a line of text slowly materialized above the lottery wheel. Congratulations, you have received 1,000 attribute points. The atmosphere grew so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Bai Zhanhai, Yu Yue, and Zhu Yao, each with eyes wide open, were utterly astonished. You have received 67,000 attribute points. Jiang Yubai glanced at the notification before him and shook his head slightly. Why was it not a skill or equipment? He was eager to see if the rewards would indeed double. As of now, apart from Jiang Tianhe, no other participant had drawn elite-level equipment, skills, or pet eggs. The two epic-level items, Moon Shadow, Spear and Dark Devourer Axe, had also been drawn by Jiang Tianhe as elite-level equipment. Thus, he was unable to ascertain whether rewards above elite level would be doubled. Nonetheless, it was still quite remarkable. Suddenly, he had acquired 67,000 attribute points purely for leveling up. Even Luo Qingxian would need to level up 670 times to amass such a plethora of free attribute points. Jiang Yubai cast a glance at his current attributes. Basic attributes: Strength, 172692, 22000. Constitution, 172692, 22000. Intelligence, 172692, 22000. Growth attributes: Health, 1726920, 220,000. Defense, 1726920, 220,000. Energy, 1726920, 220,000. Free attribute points, 1787 minus 66,000. Level 67. With over 170,000 in basic attributes and more than 7 million in growth attributes. He chuckled. If Zhang Xiaohan were to discover this, he would surely be astounded. Even if the mentor were to learn of my attributes, he would likely drop his jaw in disbelief. The lottery master is truly terrifying. I wonder how many attribute points one would gain upon leveling up after reaching the divine tier. 1,000 attribute points is certainly not a small amount. Jiang Yubai knew little about the divine tier, but exchanging 1,000 gold for 1,000 attribute points is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Wait, 1,000 attribute points? Jiang Tianhe's astonished voice interrupted Jiang Yubai's thoughts. He turned to Jiang Tianhe and noticed his grandfather's eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. The 100 battle marshal is divine. Surely, 1,000 attribute points is not too much for him, right? Jiang Yubai, intrigued, inquired further. Not too much. Jiang Tianhe's astonishment morphed into excitement. That is already quite substantial. Jiang Yubai was puzzled. Substantial? For individuals like us, who are not born into divine professions. Ascending to the divine tier equates to acquiring an innate divine vocation. The free attribute points gained with each level will increase to 1,000. Jiang Tianhe gazed at his grandson with fervor. 1,000 points means the 100 battle marshal has effectively leveled up. Jiang Yubai paused, pondering. 1,000 attribute points per level in the divine tier? I already gain 1,000 points per level now. If that is the case for those who attain their divine vocation later, how much would it be for those born into it? Just at level 1. Jiang Yubai spoke casually, contemplating how many attribute points he might earn after surpassing level 1,000. Surely, it would be more than what he currently receives. What do you mean just at level 1? Jiang Tianhe's emotions surged, his face flushed with excitement. Jiang Yubai was taken aback by this sudden outburst, staring at Jiang Tianhe in shock, completely unprepared for such a reaction. Breathing heavily, Jiang Tianhe continued. You have no idea how arduous it is for divine professionals to level up. It requires an immense amount of experience and prolonged accumulation across the entirety of Blue Star. While there are indeed numerous low-tier divine experts, how many mid-tier ones can there possibly be? At that moment, Jiang Yubai began to awaken from his reverie. He widened his eyes slightly, still finding it hard to believe. He had always thought that leveling up was merely a matter of time for divine experts. Yet he had not realized the tremendous difficulty involved. No wonder the mentor, Dean Shan, and the illustrious General Baijan were so astonished. Jiang Yubai murmured to himself, realizing the arduous nature of ascending to the divine level. Nevertheless, his thoughts quickly shifted as he reassured himself. Once I attain the divine tier, my advancement should accelerate. Should it not? The lottery wheel offers the potential to earn up to 1 million experience points. As the house always wins level increases, his rate of gaining experience will undoubtedly escalate. The lottery master possesses additional skills yet to be revealed. Can a lottery will still yield more attribute points? Xiaobai? Jiang Tianhe cautiously inquired through a message rather than directly asking. Jiang Yubai nodded affirmatively. The lottery wheel can grant up to 10,000 attribute points. Jiang Tianhe's hands trembled uncontrollably, and his breath came in rapid gasps. He gazed at his grandson, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, silently acknowledging, I have underestimated the lottery master. This divine role is simply extraordinary. After ruminating for a couple of seconds, he finally settled on an appropriate descriptor. Monstrous. Indeed, the profession of lottery master is truly monstrous. With a deep breath, Baijanhai exhaled slowly, as if releasing all the shock and disbelief that had accumulated within him. The once taut muscles of his steel-like visage gradually relaxed, and a faint smile began to spread across his face. Initially subtle, this smile grew increasingly vivid and radiant, ultimately blossoming like spring flowers upon Baijanhai's countenance. Ha ha ha! Baijanhai erupted in laughter upon observing the sudden appearance of 1,000 attribute points under the free attribute points section. His laughter seemed to awaken the others around him. Yue, gazing at the lottery wheel before her, felt her heart race wildly. Yellow is not even the highest reward. There are still orange and red rewards. How many attribute points do those grant? 2,000? 4,000? She forcibly redirected her gaze towards her student, her lips curving into a subtle smile. She realized she had indeed taken on an exceptional student. Chung Kong inhaled deeply, striving to detach himself from the allure of the lottery wheel. He looked at the striking young man just 2 or 3 meters away, his heart filled with astonishment. What divine role does Jiang Yubai embody? Why is he so overwhelmingly powerful? Within the starlit prison, Zhu Yao fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Yubai, struggling to suppress the impulse to destroy the celestial confinement. His hands clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Uncle Zhu, have we made a mistake? Yuan Taiyu's message materialized in Zhu Yao's mind. Upon seeing the notification, Yuan Taiyu's eyes instantly reddened. Had we known that this young man's lottery wheel could yield even higher level rewards, we should have employed more diplomatic measures. Regret coursed through him. There are no remedies for regret in this world. Lamenting the past is futile at this juncture. Zhu Yao sighed inwardly as he replied. In truth, he too felt a pang of regret. I have already reported this matter to the headquarters. This lad's profession is unlike any ordinary clerical role. It is likely that President Fu himself will have to visit in person to resolve this issue. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. Lu Qingsong, what do you intend to do? Shan Wenrui stood protectively beside Jiang Yubai, her gaze fixed on Lu Qingsong with a menacing intensity. Moments ago, she had noticed Lu Qingsong drawing closer to Jiang Yubai. The gaze of Yu Yue suddenly sharpened, and the hem of her black gown swayed as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Chapter 52, Lu Qingsong, the mystical lottery, witness my mastery. In a moment of exhilaration, Lu Qingsong realized the impropriety of his actions and hastily clarified, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions towards Jiang Yubai. I merely succumbed to a surge of excitement. He had initially believed that winning 500 attribute points was the pinnacle of rewards from the lottery wheel. To his astonishment, there existed an even greater prize, 1,000 attribute points. His elation knew no bounds. As the head of the Warrior Academy, Lu Qingsong perpetually nurtured a fervent desire for strength. After ascending to the divine tier, this ambition blazed with an intensity surpassing all that had come before. It was evident that the lottery wheel resembled a mysterious treasure trove, capable of augmenting his power. Thus, propelled by his impulsiveness, he took that fateful step. What a fool he was! In Zheng Chengkong's eyes flickered a glimmer of disdain. Among the 6 academy heads of the Star Sea, Lu Qingsong was the one he held in the least regard. At that moment, he fervently wished for a confrontation to erupt, for then he could justifiably act against Lu Qingsong, thereby winning the favor of Yu Yue and others, thus fulfilling the task entrusted to him by Deputy Director Li. Perhaps there were even higher-tier rewards beyond the yellow. Zheng Changkong cast a fiery gaze at Jiang Yubai, feeling an intense urge to also try his luck at the lottery. Yu Yue and Shan Wenrui stood like statues, utterly motionless. Should Lu Qingsong display the slightest sign of agitation, they would pounce like famished tigers without hesitation. Bai Zhanhai also fixed his icy gaze upon Lu Qingsong, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. After several confirmations and the allocation of those 1,000 attribute points, he finally felt at ease. Upon reaching the intermediate divine level, the experience required for each subsequent level could soar to millions, making advancement exceedingly arduous. What is the essence of leveling up? It is to grow stronger, to acquire attribute points and new skills. Now, there exists an opportunity to obtain attribute points and skills without the need for leveling up and even gain experience points. It was simply too enticing. 100 attribute points were inconsequential to Bai Zhanhai, but 1,000 attribute points could sustain him for a lifetime. To him, Jiang Yubai was a treasure, an invaluable gem. He felt fortunate that Yu Yue had taken Jiang Yubai as her direct disciple. Otherwise, like Zhu Yao, he would have found himself weeping in some obscure corner. Thus, anyone daring to harm Jiang Yubai would meet their demise. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qingsong's face turned crimson with urgency. Zhu Yao still languished in the celestial prison. How could he even contemplate ill will towards Jiang Yubai? I truly mean no harm. I simply wish to inquire about Jiang Yubai. I only seek to participate in the lottery once, so please do not misconstrue my intentions. I assure you, I harbor no malice whatsoever. Seeing Lu Qingsong's flustered visage, the wariness in Yu Yue and Shan Wenrui's eyes diminished considerably. They had not resorted to violence after all. Zhu Yao inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. Had a confrontation occurred, he would have had the chance to escape and seize Jiang Yubai. Indeed, after witnessing the lottery wheel's true value, he felt his heart stir once more for Jiang Yubai. Zheng Changkong chuckled silently, casting a derisive glance at Lu Qingsong, inwardly mocking him. You aspire to win a lottery? Bai Zhanhai is able to draw lots due to Yu Yue's influence. How could that brat possibly allow you to participate? All right. Zheng Changkong gazed at Jiang Yubai, his expression one of astonishment and disbelief. How could this young man permit Lu Qingsong to partake in a lottery? Lu Qingsong had previously spoken disrespectfully towards Yue. Jiang Yubai's decision to let Lu Qingsong draw lots was undoubtedly influenced by Lu Qingsong's assistance to Yu Yue in confronting Zhu Yao. Despite Lu Qingsong's impudent tone towards Yu Yue, matters were distinct and should be treated accordingly. When they returned to the Star Sea Academy to purchase the lottery wheel, they could simply adjust the price upwards. Observing Lu Qingsong's exhilaration, Jiang Yubai comprehended Yu Yue's intent in allowing Bai Zhanhai to draw lots in front of all, to showcase the value of the lottery wheel to the two prominent official factions and the two esteemed academies. Of course, Yue was also taking a gamble. After all, she had no idea what color of reward Bai Zhanhai would draw. Lu Qingsong took a deep breath, clasped his fist towards Jiang Yubai, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. At that moment, Jiang Yubai's status in his eyes far surpassed that of any other innate divine practitioners. This fellow, Zheng Changkong, watched as Lu Qingsong approached the lottery wheel, teeth nearly grinding to dust, lamenting the sheer fortune of the day. While the exact odds of winning remained unclear, preliminary estimates suggested that the probability of drawing thank you for your patronage exceeded 50. For Bai Zhanhai to draw a yellow reward was merely a stroke of luck. This fortunate rascal, I do not believe you can draw anything worthwhile. With that thought, Zheng Changkong smirked. Old hag, is it true that one can win simply by drawing from the lottery wheel? Shan Wenrui inquired in a hushed tone, glancing towards Yue. Always so irreverent. I see you are in dire need of discipline. Yue admonished sternly, her face stern. All right, it was merely a jest. Did you take it to heart? Shan Wenrui replied with a playful wink, her voice teasingly sweet. Deputy Academy Head, my dear Deputy Academy Head, may I speak now? With a helpless glance at Shan Wenrui, Yue responded, No, the probability of drawing thank you for your patronage exceeds 50. Goodness, how grim. Shan Wenrui's beautiful eyes widened, unable to suppress her gaze towards Jiang Yubai. Indeed, Yue nodded, feigning seriousness. Very well. I shall inform Xiao Bai later that you ought to refrain from participating in the lottery henceforth. Please no, Shan Wenrui exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she grasped Yu Yue's arm, shaking it earnestly. If Bai Zhanhai can obtain 1,000 attribute points, I surely can as well. I beg you, Deputy Academy Head, may I retract that statement? Yu Yue snorted coldly, granting Shan Wenrui a reprieve. Director Shan truly embodies a certain naive exuberance. Jiang Yubai's eyelids twitched. Were it not for Luo Ziwei and Yu Yue's composure, he might have doubted whether this captivating beauty was genuinely the head of the Starry Sky Academy's Mage College. Hey, Xiao Bai, does your sister look beautiful? If it's pleasing to the eye, let us indulge a little longer. My sister doesn't mind. Upon noticing Jiang Yubai's gaze fixed upon her, Shan Wenrui playfully blinked at him. To her surprise, Jiang Yubai swiftly redirected his attention to Lu Qingsong, instead of hastily making a wish. Lu Qingsong first clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and sincerely bowed to the lottery wheel. A derisive snicker escaped Zheng Changkong, who shook his feather fan and mocked. This is a lottery, not a temple for worship. Bowing and clasping fists. Does he really believe he can win? Lu Qingsong remained focused on the spinning wheel, disregarding Zheng Changkong's taunts. Jiang Yubai was initially taken aback, then shook his head in silent amusement. How earnest he is! Shan Wenrui nodded in agreement, remarking that with such a high probability of winning, a touch of mysticism was indeed warranted. Jiang Yubai's smile faltered slightly. Goodness, the notion of a mystical lottery has surfaced. What is going on in the mind of Dean Shan? After his respectful bow, Lu Qingsong retrieved 1,000 gold coins from his bag. Taking a deep breath as if summoning all his strength, he regarded the coins with the solemnity one would bestow upon the most precious of treasures, cradling them delicately in his hands. The coins seemed to take flight, soaring into the lottery wheel. The wheel began to spin rapidly. Zheng Changkong's pace of fanning slowed, his expression a mix of disdain and anxiety. He was not eager to witness Lu Qingsong's success. Meanwhile, within the confines of the starry prison, Zhu Yao squinted, resembling a poised tiger, fixated on the lottery wheel. Moments later, as Jiang Yubai observed the slowing wheel, he murmured, if not for the fact that all the designated winning slots had been exhausted today, I might have considered granting Lu Qingsong a chance. Given his earnestness, let us hope it is not merely a token gesture. As the lottery wheel gradually came to a halt, the surrounding areas appeared to lose their vitality, the colors dimming instantaneously. Only the slender segment indicated by the rainbow-hued pointer glimmered like a lit orange gem, slowly radiating a dazzling light. Orange, a legendary reward. Chapter 53. The Secrets of the Lucky Wheel Revealed. Can it bestow divine rewards? Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow at the shimmering orange-yellow glow. Could there truly be another master among them? It was already extraordinary that Bai Zhanhai had drawn a yellow reward. Such fortune was commendable in itself. Had Lu Qingsong been graced by the luck of the gods? Or could it be that mystical draws genuinely yield results? Jiang Yubai found himself deep in thought, contemplating whether he should encourage his adopted son to try his hand at the mystical draw upon returning to the Starry Academy. The lucky wheel was a product of super divine skills, with the probability of various colored rewards being fixed, impervious to any equipment or accessories imbued with luck attributes. To put it plainly, it was purely a gamble of fate. The results of Yo Yue's draws were telling. Despite numerous attempts, she had fared no better than Luo Ziwei, who had managed to secure 500 attribute points in a single draw. The orange reward, a legendary level, had indeed thrilled Lu Qingsong. Jiang Yubai fervently hoped it would not turn out to be experience points, gold coins, or mere attribute points. His heart raced, and his eyes gleamed with fervent anticipation. Currently, the banker takes all multipliers stood at 67 times. The rewards for elite level and below were those he received after promotion, whether it be skills, equipment, or pet eggs. A legendary reward doubled would mean divine rewards. As for Yu Yue, her eyes widened uncontrollably. A wave of intense excitement surged from her chest, compelling her to step forward. She instinctively clenched her fists, her breath quivering with exhilaration. Indeed, there were rewards of varying colors. After hypothesizing that the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine could yield divine Lucky Blind Boxes, she had reverse-engineered the reward mechanism of the Lucky Wheel, harboring a vague belief that it too might grant divine rewards. With Lu Qingsong securing an orange reward, her conviction solidified. The Lucky Wheel was capable of bestowing divine rewards. Yue turned her gaze to her student, her eyes reflecting joy and disbelief as she exhaled tremulously, her face radiant with smiles. The prospect of both skills yielding divine rewards meant her student's future was destined to be unfathomable. Nearby, Shan Wenrui glanced at Yue, and upon witnessing her beaming smile, she blinked in confusion. The usually stern old woman seemed inexplicably joyful. Could this orange reward truly surpass the yellow one? Contemplating this, Shan Wenrui blinked again, her astonishment fixed upon the lucky wheel. What? Zhu Yao's pupils constricted slightly, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the orange glow, as though someone had pierced his chest and grasped his heart. He looked at Jiang Yubai, shock coursing through him. Could it be true that there existed an orange reward, superior to yellow? How could this be possible? Zhu Yao found it hard to reconcile the scene before him with reality. Even with innate divine abilities, such a phenomenon seemed exceedingly overpowered. After all, even the mightiest of innate divine powers must have its limits. He had encountered more than one naturally gifted individual, with members of the Occupational Guild Alliance being among the core elite possessing such innate talents. What makes a naturally gifted individual formidable? It lies in the potency of their skills and the rapidity with which they grow stronger. Setting aside the speed at which Jiang Yubai enhances, the magnitude of his abilities far exceeds any naturally gifted professional he had ever seen or learned about. It transcends his understanding, crossing dimensions. Zhu Yao inhaled deeply, yet he could not still his racing heart, for a staggering hypothesis floated in his mind. Is there a crimson reward beyond the orange? If such a thing truly exists. His body trembled violently. A wave of profound regret surged within him. A feathered fan fluttered to the ground like a fallen leaf. Zheng Chengkong, still maintaining the motion of waving the fan, stared wide-eyed, dazedly gazing at the spinning lottery wheel. He was utterly dumbfounded. No way. Did Lu Qingtsong truly draw a reward of a higher tier? Had the metaphysical lottery finally yielded results? This was absurd. In that moment, the starry universe Scholar Fox felt as if every pair of eyes was fixated upon him, each glance striking him like a slap across the face, painful, tingling, and hot. His previous mockery of Lu Qingtsong now transformed into daggers, each word embedding itself in his heart, causing an ache that was almost unbearable. Damn it! Zheng Chengkong's eyes flickered with resentment and jealousy, his countenance as bleak as could be. What stroke of luck that fellow had! With a subtle movement of his fingers, the fan that had fallen to the ground returned to his grasp. Zheng Chengkong glared at Lu Qingtsong, whose eyes were wide with astonishment, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Oomph! What does it matter if he drew something? The lottery wheel offers a plethora of rewards. Did he truly believe he could obtain a skill book or equipment? That brute was bound to receive gold or experience. What? The fan slipped from Zheng Chengkong's hand once more, as he stood transfixed by the words materializing above the lottery wheel. He was utterly stunned. Congratulations. You have drawn the legendary skill book Shadow Eclipsed. Eternal Night Without Light 1. A sharp intake of breath echoed in the air. Shan Wenrui's beautiful eyes widened, her delicate oval face reflecting a look of incredulity. She finally understood why Yu Yue had been smiling so joyfully. Could this actually yield a legendary skill book? In the next moment, Shan Wenrui clenched her teeth in frustration. Yu Yue, you thief! Return my precious student. I shall duel you upon our return to the academy. Among the messages sent by Luo Ziwei was a strong suggestion for her to take Jiang Yubai as her direct disciple. A most fervent proposition. That damned old witch. Shan Wenrui was on the verge of losing her mind. Equally astounded was Baijian Hai. This seasoned commander, accustomed to the ravages of war, found himself unable to maintain his composure. There was no way to remain calm. Indeed, not even a sliver. He was still enveloped in the euphoria of having drawn 1,000 attribute points, a broad smile gracing his lips. Yet, there were others who were even more fortunate than he. The premier Holy Academy of the human race boasted a buff enhancement, did it not? Baijian Hai's gaze upon Jiang Yubai transformed, turning a shade of green. It resembled the insatiable hunger of a wolf that had fasted for 3 days, gazing at a helpless lamb with an insatiable thirst. A powerful urge surged within Baijian Hai to seize Jiang Yubai. If my starlit mercenaries could acquire this prodigy, we would undoubtedly thrive for another millennium. Ultimately, he restrained this impulse. The Xingyu Academy was not to be trifled with. Should I truly abduct this young man, provoking the Starlit Academy, it would not be long before the esteemed elders of the world would come knocking at my door. It would be wiser to let this go. Yet Baijian Hai was reluctant to concede so easily. He pondered earnestly. Perhaps he could reach out to the 2 military leaders and see if they might be willing to step aside for the sake of this young talent. Surely, he would be eager to assume the mantle of commander of the Starlit Mercenaries, would he not? Chapter 54. Zheng Chengkong. I want to draw a lottery. Jiang Yubai, what nonsense! Gazing at the lottery wheel, Jiang Yubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, he grasped his arm and cast a puzzled glance around, silently pondering. How curious. Why do I have goosebumps? Shaking his head, he returned his gaze to the lottery wheel, overwhelmed with anticipation and exhilaration. Lu Qingsong had drawn a skill book. Jiang Yubai's heart raced at the thought of a legendary skill book. Could it be that I might acquire a divine technique? With this thought, his heartbeat quickened even more. Moments later, 2 lines of notification materialized before his eyes. You have gained 100 experience. You have obtained a legendary skill book Shadow Erosion. Eternal Night Without Light 67. Jiang Yubai's smile froze. His expression one of astonishment. The reward did not level up. It wasn't a divine technique. He stared at the 67 copies of Shadow Erosion. Eternal Night Without Light in his backpack and let out a slow sigh. Was it due to insufficient multiples that the reward did not advance? He had anticipated this outcome. The tiers of rewards, low, medium, high, and elite, represented by green, blue, cyan, and purple respectively, would only double once the House Always Wins multiplier reached tenfold. He had noted this detail long ago. It appeared he would need to wait until the House Always Wins multiplier reached at least 100-fold for elite rewards and above to level up. Perhaps the requirements for legendary skill books, equipment, and pet eggs were even higher. It would be a lie to claim he felt no disappointment. As a lottery master of a super divine class, he currently lacked even a single divine technique. Of course, excluding the lottery wheel and lucky blind box. However, that would soon change. Once he reached the Starry Sky Academy, he would swiftly attain level 100, at which point epic rewards should double, along with a third skill. Jiang Yubai contemplated the House Always Wins skill, and the flicker of disappointment transformed into anticipation. The multiplier of House Always Wins could grow infinitely, at least for now. A 10-fold reward would double elite rewards and below. What about a 100-fold reward? A 1,000-fold reward? If a lottery participant were to draw a god-level reward, would he receive a super divine reward? Truly, the effects of this super divine skill were astonishing. Jiang Yubai marveled internally before proceeding to learn Shadow Erosion. Eternal Night Without Light. Skill bar, 10 slots. Shadow Erosion. Eternal Night Without Light. Active passive LV 100 upon activation. The assassin transforms into Void Shadow for 10 seconds, during which all physical and magical attacks are ignored, leaving behind a dark erosion field that lasts for 15 seconds along the path of movement. Any enemy entering the field will be silenced and will continuously lose health. The amount lost is based on the target's current health. If an enemy dies within the field, their corpse will explode, dealing area true damage. Passive effect. Each successful assassination resets the cooldown of all mobility skills. Shadows are not mere veils obscuring light, but abysses that devour existence. The final imprint of the ancient Shadowborn clan. The dark erosion field. In Jiang Yubai's eyes, a look of surprise emerged. It was, astonishingly, a top-tier legendary skill. Upon transcending from legendary to divine level, skills acquire domain effects and command the laws of nature. The term domain effect refers to the capability of a skill to exert influence over a specific area. A top-tier legendary skill, therefore, possesses such domain effects, although it, like Holy Sword Judgment, requires reaching level 100 to be unleashed. Given his rapid progression, he would attain that level in no time. I recall my grandfather mentioning that legendary assassination skills with domain effects are referred to as the ultimate assassination art. A satisfied smile graced Jiang Yubai's face. The ultimate assassination art is exceedingly rare, and yet I possess a remarkable collection of 66 tomes. However, he soon found himself in a quandary. He was at a loss as to how to manage these 66 tomes. Surely, they could not be left to languish in his backpack, gathering dust. It turns out that possessing an abundance of tomes for the same skill presents a delightful dilemma. Meanwhile, Lu Qingsong gazed at the Shadow Erosion. Eternal Night's light within his backpack, utterly elated and exhilarated. Although it was not a warrior-type skill tome, he understood the immense value of Shadow Erosion, Eternal Night's light, a skill with domain effects. It was indeed the ultimate assassination art of the assassin class. Lu Qingsong boasted no fewer than 30 legendary skills in his skill bar, yet none bore domain effects. For beings of their divine caliber, legendary skills with domain effects were a rare and coveted treasure. Even after ascending to divine status, he yearned for a legendary skill with domain effects. Now, through a stroke of luck, he had obtained one. Absurd. Extraordinary. With this shadow erosion, Eternal Night's Light, I could certainly exchange it for a warrior-class legendary skill with domain effects. How splendid. Truly splendid. Lu Qingsong's eyes glistened with excitement. Should he manage to exchange for a warrior-class legendary skill with domain effects, not only would his strength be significantly augmented, but the dangers he faced in undertaking the mid-tier divine promotion tasks would be considerably mitigated. This single skill tome could enhance his chances of succeeding in ascending to mid-tier divine status by at least half. One must not underestimate this half, a boon that lower-tier divine practitioners would eagerly pursue. He turned to Jiang Yubai and, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, solemnly clasped his fists in a gesture of gratitude, his voice resonating with sincerity. Young friend Jiang, I am immensely grateful. I, Lu Qingsong, owe you a favor, and should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall exert every effort to assist you. Jiang Yubai nodded with a smile. The goodwill of a top-tier, lower-tier divine practitioner is indeed invaluable. It must be said, Lu Qingsong's fortune was remarkable. Shadow erosion. Eternal Night's Light possessed domain effects, something this commander greatly envied. Bai Zhanhai sighed, suddenly finding 1,000 attribute points less appealing. He too longed to draw a legendary skill tome. Yu Yu nodded slightly, sharing in the envy. Legendary skills with domain effects were certainly not to be dismissed, even by mid-tier divine practitioners like themselves. Once learned and augmented through professional enhancement and divine power, their effects rivaled those of lower-tier divine techniques. Ahem. Bai Zhanhai deliberately cleared his throat twice, casting a friendly and amiable smile towards Jiang Yubai. With a gentle tone, he inquired, Young Jiang, may I draw once more? You may set the price as you wish, ha? Was he envious upon witnessing Lu Qingsong draw a legendary skill book? Jiang Yubai remained silent, instead glancing at his mentor. Je lui replied indifferently. No. Bai Zhanhai. At that moment, Zhang Changkong, who had spoken little thus far, approached with a bright smile. Unbeknownst to them, he had once again retrieved his feather fan. Hey, young Jiang. Zhang Changkong beamed, gesturing towards the lottery wheel with his fan, carefully choosing his words. I have yet to draw. Both Marshal Bai Zhan and Director Lu have already had their turns. May I also partake in a draw? Yu Yue and Bai Zhanhai both felt a pang of envy, which only further fueled his desire. If Lu Qingsong could draw, the rewards I, Zhang Changkong, receive will undoubtedly surpass yours. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively cast their gaze towards Yu Yue. Just moments ago, Bai Zhanhai wished to change the lottery wheel for another attempt, and Jiang Yubai sought Yu Yue's opinion. Surely, this time will be no different. However, at that moment, Jiang Yubai's voice rang out, expressionless and calm as he stated, No. Chapter 55. The two esteemed academies and the two official powers could no longer remain idle. The reason for prohibiting Zhang Changkong from participating in the lottery was glaringly evident. This individual had never harbored benevolent intentions from the outset. He had been scheming to reap the benefits of others' efforts all along, with his calculations practically splattering across Jiang Yubai's face. Even his moment of confrontation with Zhu Yao stemmed from Lu Qingsong's remark about the three sacred academies being intertwined, which forced him to align with their side out of sheer necessity. This man was exceedingly cunning. He still dared to wish for a lottery? What an absurdity! How could Jiang Yubai possibly allow this person to partake in a draw? Did he truly believe everyone else was blind? Zhang Changkong's smile gradually froze, a surge of indignation and humiliation rushing from his heart to the crown of his head. He tightened his grip on the feather fan, the dark veins on the back of his hand becoming increasingly pronounced. How dare he refuse? How dare this brat defy him? Zhang Changkong's heart blazed with fury, yet he could only swallow his rage, not daring to reveal his true feelings. The lottery wheel, capable of yielding legendary rewards, held the potential for divine prizes. He could not afford to offend anyone. If he were to provoke them to the extent that the Xingyu Academy ended up with nothing, the consequences would be dire. Bai Zhanhai noticed the movement of Zhang Changkong's hand and shook his head subtly. Zhang Changkong, oh Zhang Changkong, how foolish of you to be ensnared by your own cleverness despite being the Xingyu scholar fox. You have become a victim of your own machinations. Yu Yue gazed at Zhang Changkong with an icy stare, as if she could see right through him. What Jiang Yubai could discern, she could certainly perceive. And on a deeper level, Zheng Qinkong's ambitions were not merely about wanting to profit from others' endeavors. With Jiang Yubai's support, the Xingkong Academy would soon surpass the Xingyu Academy. This was inevitable. The competition for ranking among the three sacred academies had a long history, entangled with the cosmic secret realms and the allocation of the Xingkong dungeon, where the stakes were unimaginably high. Zheng Qinkong might very well entertain the notion of destroying what he could not possess. Why did Yue choose to bring Jiang Yubai into the Xingkong domain while acting alongside Bai Zhanhai? She was not merely guarding against Zhu Yao, but also against her erstwhile comrade, Zheng Qinkong. Yue surmised that had she not brought Jiang Yubai into the Xingkong domain, Zheng Qinkong would have likely taken action against him. Of course, all of this was merely her conjecture. Zheng Qinkong had not made a move, so she could not take any action against him. Thus, even if Jiang Yubai genuinely agreed to allow Zheng Qinkong to participate in the lottery, she would still refuse. Lu Qingsong observed the frozen smile of Zheng Qinkong, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and relief. He had long harbored disdain for Zheng Qinkong. Zheng Qinkong, are your ears deaf? Did you not hear what young friend Jiang said? He sneered. Shall I, the academy head, repeat it for you? Zheng Qinkong slowly retracted his smile, a glint of cold resentment flashing in his eyes. Jiang Yubai had made him lose face before Lu Qingsong. He suppressed his anger and coldly addressed Lu Qingsong, saying, "No need to repeat. My hearing is perfectly fine." With that, Zheng Qinkong took a few steps back. Shan Wenrui curled her lips, muttering something under her breath. It seems that this fellow is quite adept at putting on a fade. Jiang Tianhe, standing behind Jiang Yubai, secretly sighed in relief. Although Yue and others were present, he still worried that Zheng Qinkong, in a fit of rage, might turn against Jiang Yubai. His precious grandson must not be harmed in the slightest. At that moment, a deep humming resonated as the starry prison trembled violently. The previously stable flow of starlight suddenly intensified, becoming dazzlingly bright. The starry prison swelled at a visible pace, shaking violently and teetering on the brink of collapse. Within the starry prison, Zhu Yao had vanished, replaced by a terrifying demon with a crimson face and sharp fangs. No, it should be referred to as a divine spirit. As the red divine spirit expanded, the starry prison continued to stretch. Jiang Yubai's expression changed. Zhu Yao intended to break free from the starry prison. It was the divine spirit known as the Blood Yin Luo. This is bad. Yu Yuan, Bai Zhanhai's expression shifted, preparing to take action. With a snap of her fingers, Shan Wenrui's cold visage commanded attention. Instantly, a layer of multicolored radiance emerged around the starry prison. As this colorful glow appeared, the starry prison stabilized once more. Oomph. Shan Wenrui sneered coldly. Zhu Yao, you cunning old fox. Do you think this headmaster is unaware of your deviousness? You still wish to escape? Be obedient and stay put. Yu Yue and Bai Zhanhai appeared simultaneously at either side of the prison, their vigilant gazes fixed upon the transformed Zhu Yao. When did you set this up? The crimson mist spread, accompanied by Zhu Yao's hoarse, deep voice. He had realized that her earlier approach was to establish a second layer of sealing magic. What else could it be? Shan Wenrui placed her hands on her hips, glaring furiously at Zhu Yao. I've had my eye on you all along. Ha. It seems I underestimated Headmaster Shan, Zhu Yao replied, his expression unreadable as he reappeared in his original position, sitting down as if nothing had transpired. So, the smiling demon was a euphemism. Zhu Yao's profession was indeed one akin to a divine spirit. Jiang Yubai mused thoughtfully. In this world of universal job transitions, professions are wonderfully diverse. The divine spirit classification falls under the warrior category, remarkably unique. Yue cast a glance at Yuan Taiyu beside her, causing him to instinctively step back in fear. He felt a mix of anger, urgency, and frustration. Zhu Yao had taken action without notifying him beforehand. Otherwise, he would have certainly dissuaded Zhu Yao from acting impulsively. With this thought in mind, he sent a message to Zhu Yao. Uncle Zhu, don't you usually refrain from engaging in meaningless actions? Upon seeing the message, Zhu Yao shot Yuan Taiyu a cold glance, causing him to shrink his neck in apprehension, hesitant to utter another word. Yu Yue, feeling uneasy, reinforced the starry prison with her skills. What a needless action, Shan Wenrui muttered upon witnessing this. Bai Zhanhai also sought to strengthen the prison with his skills. At their level, their skill combinations were already comprehensive. Yu intercepted Bai Zhanhai, directly exposing his intentions, saying, "Marshal Bai Zhan, are you hoping to accompany us back to the Starry Academy?" With a keen awareness of his thoughts being unveiled, Bai Zhanhai scratched his brow and remarked with a smile, "Rest assured, it is not my lack of confidence. Rather, I am concerned for the safety of young Master Jiang." Shan Wenrui let out a derisive snort, rolling her eyes. "There is no need for your concern, Marshal Bai Zhan. Lord Helion has already urged our return." Yue shook her head. Upon hearing the mention of Lord Helion, Bai Zhanhai's expression turned solemn, and he nodded, saying, "Very well, we shall meet at the academy later." A vast and profound starry sky materialized behind Yue. With a graceful wave of her hand, the celestial prison in Yuan Taiyu transformed into two beams of starlight, vanishing into the cosmos. Jiang Yubai squinted slightly, noticing Zhu Yao casting him a cheerful glance before entering Yue's celestial domain. "Xiaobai, it's time to depart," Yue said, nodding toward Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai turned back, casting a reluctant glance at his grandfather. Jiang Tianhe smiled kindly, ruffling Jiang Yubai's hair, and softly encouraged, "Go on." Jiang Yubai pressed his lips together and turned to Yue, saying, "Mentor, Cao Shaoan has yet to arrive." "He is already here," Luo Ziwei's voice chimed in, pointing beside her. Jiang Yubai looked over and finally noticed Cao Shaoan gazing at him with palpable excitement. After a round of farewells, Yue and Shan Wenrui, accompanied by Jiang Yubai and Cao Shaoan, along with Luo Ziwei, stepped into the teleportation passage and vanished from sight. Once Jiang Yubai and the others departed, Lu Qingcang immediately clasped his fists toward Jiang Tianhe, stating, "City Lord Jiang, I must return to the academy to report. I shall take my leave first." Jiang Tianhe, taken aback, responded, "Director Lu, safe travels." Lu Qingcang nodded, casting a glance at Zheng Changkong before striding into the teleportation passage, disappearing from view. Bai Zhanhai glanced at the lottery wheel left behind by Jiang Yubai, and then at Zheng Changkong, who was fixated on it, and coldly remarked, "Director, are you planning to stay for dinner?" Zheng Changkong huffed, his expression betraying his displeasure as he regarded Bai Zhanhai. He remained, of course, for the sake of the lottery. He could not bring himself to leave empty-handed. Bai Zhanhai replied nonchalantly, "Director Zheng, allow me to remind you, should you proceed with the lottery, I shall inform young Master Jiang of your actions." Before Jiang Yubai departed, he had added him as a friend, and Lu Qingcang had also done the same. Zheng Chengkong's expression darkened. With his status and standing, he was not particularly concerned about Bai Zhanhai. However, if he were to offend Jiang Yubai, it could very well affect the distribution of the lottery wheels. Moments later, Zheng Chengkong silently turned and departed. Jiang Tianhe let out a sigh of relief and clasped his hands toward Bai Zhanhai, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Marshal Bai Zhan." Bai Zhanhai waved his hand with a smile. "It is a trifling matter. Director Zheng is unlikely to return. You may rest easy." Jiang Tianhe nodded, but noticed Bai Zhanhai appearing as though he had more to say, occasionally glancing at the lottery wheel before him. He quickly grasped the situation, chuckling, "Marshal Bai Zhan, are you hoping for your subordinates to partake in the lottery?" "Indeed. I wonder if it would be convenient." "Of course, it is quite convenient. Please, Marshal." Bai Zhanhai burst into hearty laughter, immediately instructing the members of the Ninth Army, who had temporarily withdrawn from the Lord's mansion, to line up and enter. "President, it should be fine now, right?" Jiang Fei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, observing the vanishing Allied forces in the Ninth Army, his previously anxious heart gradually settling. Zhan Shi released the fist he had clenched for an unknown duration, his palms slick with perspiration. With a long sigh of relief, he remarked, "It seems we are safe. Wonderful. We have survived. I was so frightened that I thought I might have a heart attack. Thankfully, it turned out to be a false alarm. I believed I was doomed, yet it was merely an unnecessary scare." The senior members of the Zhan Shi Guild all exhaled in relief, with some collapsing into a seated position on the ground. utterly spent. It's over. As the blood-red figure watched the retreating Ninth Army, the once calm crimson cloak began to flutter gently. Indeed, the crisis in Tianzong City had finally passed. Long Yun's face displayed a tinge of apprehension. When deities clash, mere mortals suffer. If divine beings were to engage in battle, the residual shockwaves alone could easily obliterate both of those epic-level entities. Fortunately, a divine-level war did not erupt. The blood-red eyes shifted, gazing intently at the Lord's mansion. What exactly transpired within? The president, too, was curious. Perhaps a visit to Lord Jiang could wait until tomorrow. Long Yun suppressed the urge to act impulsively. Then let it be tomorrow, Blood Red declared, soaring into the air. Long Yun looked at the Lord's mansion, a perplexed expression gracing his features. The crisis surrounding the Lord's mansion was undoubtedly linked to the lottery wheel. But why did it converge specifically in Tianzong City rather than other cities? At the headquarters of the Ursa Major, Star Maze, an elderly man donned in a raincoat and conical hat sat cross-legged in the boundless void, holding a simple bamboo fishing rod. At the end of the rod, a red thread disappeared into the emptiness. His face bore the marks of age, yet his forehead was notably plump and he appeared to be drowsy. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and a dialogue box materialized before his deep, weathered gaze. Within the box was a message from Baijian Hai, detailing every minute occurrence that had transpired in the Lord's mansion of Tianzong City. At the conclusion of the message, he expressed, General Yang, I have a strong premonition that the emergence of Jiangyu heralds the dawn of a prosperous era for our human race. To possess this child is to gain dominion over the world. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the elderly General Yang Ruyu, as Lu Qing drew forth a legendary skill book, hinting at the potential of divine-level rewards. Just then, the bamboo rod began to tremble violently. A fish was on the line. Yang Ruyu reached out to grasp the rod, gently pulling upward. With a splash, the previously tranquil void transformed into a colorless sea, churning with tumultuous waves. Yang Ruyu's eyes brightened, a smile gracing his lips. A leader-level entity from the void? Or perhaps a large fish? It will serve as a splendid gift. Today brings double joy. As he spoke, a colossal creature was drawn from the water's surface. After a brief moment of contemplation, the ram-headed figure gazed into the tranquil void, retracting his bamboo staff before turning towards the teleportation portal leading to the maze of stars. 5 lottery wheels seemed insufficient. It appeared I must pay a visit to that old fellow Hellion for a proper catch-up. The Weaving Maiden Galaxy, Illusions of the Star Sea, the residents of the Star Sea Academy. Within the grand halls of the Star Sea, the senior members, including those at the level of deans, were all present. Esteemed colleagues, you are all aware of the news relayed by Dean Liu. Let's share our thoughts. The Vice President, Sang Fan, presided over the meeting with a dignified demeanor, his eyes reflecting the relentless flow of destiny. His fingertips caressed the celestial compass that hung at his chest, each engraved line shimmering with the light of causal laws. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that 2 of the engraved lines had fractured in the middle. The opportunity to draw a legendary skill book renders the value of the lottery wheels immeasurable. Surely, half of the 40 lottery wheels ought to belong to our Star Sea. Half, you say? I propose we find ways to bring more individuals into our fold. Dean Li's assertion is indeed valid. With Jiang Yubai, now a student of our Star Sea Academy, the lottery wheels will naturally all be ours. The fact that Vice President Sang could not discern the origins of this young man's profession indicates what? It indicates that these lottery wheels undoubtedly harbor divine-level rewards. Even if we must seize them, we shall. Indeed, if we do not act, our Star Sea Academy will inevitably be supplanted by the Astral Academy. The crowd below erupted with voices, each person contributing their thoughts until a consensus was swiftly reached. Sang Fan's fingers brushed over the fractured engravings, and once the clamor subsided, he spoke. Dean Chu is currently within the Celestial Tower and will not return in the short term. Should we seek to contest for Jiang Yubai? Who could possibly stand in our way? Upon hearing this, silence fell over the assembly. To weigh the world, to measure the realm, divine perfection, the foremost champion of humanity, who would dare to grasp its fierce whiskers? Chapter 56. The pinnacle forces of humanity respond to the call. All eyes on Jiang Yubai. Observing the silence among the crowd below, Sang Fanji stowed away the heavenly mechanism compass and rose to his feet, declaring, "I shall personally undertake this matter. I have already dispatched a message for Director Liu to make his way to the Astral Academy." The various directors and dignitaries present promptly followed suit, rising in unison. Vice Director, the individuals we seek are unattainable, but the more lottery wheels we acquire, the better. With our 3 sacred grounds and the 3 official powers, how can we possibly divide? We must at least secure 10 of the 40 lottery wheels. The Cosmic Bank Limited has yet to receive any news, Vice Director. You must ensure we obtain those 10 lottery wheels. It would be best if you could persuade Jiang Yubai to join our guild within the Astral Academy. Sang Fanji offered no response, taking measured steps away, fading from view. At the teleportation square, beside the teleportation passage, a young man donned in a silver-patterned star robe stood with hands clasped behind him, exuding an innate sense of pride. A golden divine pattern adorned his forehead, the emblem of the Apostle of Fate, a testament to his innate divine vocation. As Sang Fanji approached, the youth merely inclined his head slightly, his tone indifferent. Mentor. This individual was none other than this year's divine vocation, Bo Fei Yang. Sang Fanji's gaze was profound, as if he could peer into the rivers of fate, and he stated, "You shall accompany me to the Astral Academy to discern the occupational traits of Jiang Yubai. This matter is of great significance." A hint of disdain flickered in Bo Fei Yang's eyes as he smirked slightly, nodding in agreement. With the advent of the Cosmic Astral Chapter, only one divine vocation had ever emerged at a time. This time, however, there was another divine vocation alongside his own, seemingly even more formidable. The emergence of Jiang Yubai had instigated a challenge to Bo Fei Yang's standing. "I shall see whether your vocation surpasses mine, or vice versa." The two entered the teleportation passage in quick succession, vanishing from sight. In the realm where the Astral Academy resides, within the secret domain of the Pegasus Galaxy, pinnacle of the firmament, a garden adorned with an array of blooming flowers flourished. Vice Director Li, the events unfolded as such. Above a flower the size of a human head, Zheng Qinkong's ethereal visage reported respectfully to a woman pruning flower branches. Clad in a gown of dark hues with gilded accents, intricately embroidered with celestial patterns, she moved gracefully among the blossoms like a flowing night sky. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with an ice phoenix hairpin. Li Zhaoli turned, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, her complexion pale to the point of translucence, yet her lips shone with the vibrancy of cinnabar. Had she lived in ancient times, she would have been a strikingly beautiful consort. However, her sharp features lent her beauty a more formidable edge. Gazing at Zheng Qinkong, her pupils faintly mirrored the dissolution of star rivers, and she let out a cold laugh. "Huh, that little minx, Yue, is as swift as ever." Zheng Qinkong bowed his head slightly, seemingly oblivious to her words. With a decisive snip, she severed the stem of a weeping blood azure flower with her silvery scissors. "Yue, do you even deserve to be the mentor of a divine vocation?" Li Zhaoli, as cold as ice, crushed the fallen petals between her fingers, the crimson juice dripping down her porcelain-white wrist. Zheng Qinkong's ethereal shadow tensed instantly, bowing his head even lower. Suddenly, Li Zhaoli raised her gaze, her eyes reflecting the brilliance of the stars, locking onto him. "You are to visit the headquarters of the Cosmic Bank and convey the information regarding Jiang Yubai directly to Bai Jin. I once aided him on the foreign battlefield. It is time for him to repay that favor. Inform him that I shall await him outside the Xingyu Academy." Understood. As the shadow of the netherworld flower closed its petals, Zheng Qinkong's shadow vanished without a trace. Li Zhaoli casually tossed the withered flowers into the air. Before they could touch the ground, they turned to ashes. "You think you can rely on a mere student to stand atop the head of this vice dean? Dream on. I shall forever keep you beneath my feet." Within the iridescent and hazy passage, Jiang Yubai and Yue sat on the ground. "Little Bai, don't linger with Yue. Come with your good sister instead, won't you?" Shan Wenrui, sitting beside Jiang Yubai, gazed fervently at the handsome youth before her. "I am about to advance to the intermediate god level. Do consider it. Then I shall congratulate Dean Shan in advance," Jiang Yubai thought with a bittersweet smile. Ever since entering the teleportation passage, Shan Wenrui had attached herself to him, insisting that he become her personal disciple. However, since I have already become the sole personal disciple of my current mentor, I naturally cannot follow Dean Shan any longer. Yue, sitting at the forefront with her eyes closed in feigned slumber, smiled upon hearing this. When Shan Wenrui faced rejection once more, she did not grow angry, but instead, her eyes sparkled with new ideas. This left Song Xiaohan envious, gazing at Jiang Yubai with silent admiration. He mused, could Jiang Yubai possibly be immune to temptation? If given the choice, he would undoubtedly select Shan Wenrui as his mentor. Who could resist a beautiful sister with such charm? Ziwei, Shan Wenrui suddenly called out. "Mentor, I am here," Luo Ziwei responded promptly, rushing over. Shan Wenrui cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yubai. "I am hungry. Mentor, could you prepare some delicacies?" "No need for too many. Just 8 or 10 dishes will suffice." Jiang Yubai and Song Xiaohan exchanged curious glances, both intrigued by Luo Ziwei's culinary skills. "She can cook?" "Yes," Luo Ziwei nodded, closing her eyes. Seeing Jiang Yubai's interest piqued, Shan Wenrui smirked and said, "Aside from being an exceptional mage, Ziwei is also a remarkable gourmet." "Gourmet?" Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback. Song Xiaohan exclaimed in astonishment. "A second profession? You may not be extraordinary in appearance, but your mind is quite sharp." Shan Wenrui nodded, slightly proud. "You guessed correctly. Gourmet is indeed Ziwei's second profession." "Hiss!" Song Xiaohan inhaled sharply. Sister Luo is an exceedingly rare dual-profession awakener. For the first time, Jiang Yubai appraised Luo Ziwei seriously. A dual-profession awakener is a rarity, second only to his status as a natural divine being. He never anticipated that Luo Ziwei was also a skilled artisan. Before long, Luo Ziwei had prepared 10 exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses. Shan Wenrui waved her hand, and a round table with 3 stools appeared before them. She eagerly took a seat on one of the stools and said, "Ziwei Xiaobai, please sit." Jiang Yubai glanced at Yue, about to speak, when he heard Yue's voice. "Go ahead and eat. I'm not hungry." Ziwei's culinary creations are among the 3 marvels of the Academy. Savor them well. Jiang Yubai nodded, filled with anticipation as he joined Luo Ziwei at the table. Song Xiaohan interjected, "What about me?" He dared not voice his thoughts, only watching with envy as Luo Ziwei placed dish after dish on the table. Shan Wenrui's eyes sparkled with delight as she began to list the dishes. "Oh, the first dish is my favorite, Starflame Grilled Dragon Ribs. Made from the ribs of the Crimson Flame Star Dragon." The mere mention of the Crimson Flame Star Dragon left Song Xiaohan wide-eyed. As the young master of the Tsang Merchant Guild, he had heard tales of the Crimson Flame Star Dragon, a creature of epic proportions. Jiang Yubai was equally astonished, his surprise soon transforming into eager anticipation. Shan Wenrui's eyes gleamed as she continued. "Next we have Frosty Essence Soup, Voidsot Ed Stardust Shrimp, Golden Honey Brewed Phoenix Wings, Jade Spirit Vegetable Salad, and even my absolute favorite, Dreamy Sweet Star Cake. Ziwei, come here and let me have a taste." At this, Luo Ziwei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Shan Wenrui, undeterred, exclaimed, "Ah, this is Netherworld Ghost Mushroom Bone Soup. And there's even thunderous crispy celestial talents. I wanted to eat this for so long, but you never made it for me, Ziwei darling. Come here and let your good sister have a taste. I truly adore you." My treasure Luo Ziwei cast a quick glance at Jiang Yubai, then lowered her gaze. She had indeed spared no expense for these 10 dishes. She had nearly exhausted her stock of premium ingredients acquired over time. Her intention was to strengthen her bond with Jiang Yubai, creating opportunities for future interactions and perhaps even more chances to draw from the lottery. With Jiang Tina first, and now Lu Qingcong, she believed her skilled hands could eventually yield a legendary skill book. As for divine rewards, she dared not even dream of them yet. Jiang Yubai was oblivious to the glance Luo Ziwei had cast his way. His attention was completely captivated by the culinary masterpieces before him. The flames of the Starflame Grilled Dragon Ribs danced in the plate without burning, while the chill of the frosty essence soup formed frost flowers along the rim of the bowl. Song Xiaohan gazed longingly, nearly drooling, yet he could only savor the aroma with eager eyes. Shan Wenrui picked up a piece of golden honey-brewed phoenix wings, smiling brightly at Jiang Yubai. "Little Bai, do taste this. I assure you it will leave a lasting impression." As Jiang Yubai took a bite, a warm sensation surged through his limbs, making him feel lighter. Luo Ziwei sat quietly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, clearly confident in her culinary prowess. Although Yue sat with her eyes closed, her nose twitched, betraying her growing appetite stirred by the delightful aromas. However, given her previous remarks, she felt it inappropriate to join in. Had she known Luo Ziwei was so generous, she would have certainly refrained from her earlier comments. Yue pondered silently. This young lady is truly generous in her efforts to please Xiaobai. The worth of these 10 dishes exceeds 1,000,000 gold coins. Yet, I wonder if she harbors ulterior motives. As she contemplated, an information box materialized before her. Upon reading the message within, her expression shifted ever so slightly, her lips curling into a cold line. The Cosmic Bank has caught wind of this so swiftly. It appears someone has leaked information. Who could it be? Faces of Lu Qingtsong, Zheng Chengkong, and Qi Yin flitted through her mind, ultimately settling on Zheng Chengkong. Li Zhaoli. A glint of icy resolve flashed in her eyes. It must be this venomous woman who divulged the news to the Cosmic Bank. In the ensuing hour, a flurry of information boxes erupted before her, some probing, some congratulatory for her acceptance of a direct disciple, while others inquired directly about the lottery wheel. The 3 major official organizations, the 3 prestigious academies, and even secondary power factions, alongside high-ranking figures from within the Starry Sky Academy, reached out to her. Particularly striking was the last message. Upon reading the note personally sent by the head of the Hellion family, her expression grew grave. The vice dean of the Xinghai Sangfan, Bai Jin, the contemporary head of the Bai family, the military leader Ganyang Ryu, and President Fu of the Guild Alliance, the magnitude of influential figures involved was astounding. So much so that even the Starry Sky Academy had to treat the matter with utmost seriousness. The words she had spoken earlier, "There will be even greater disturbances to come," now seemed prophetic. Chapter 57. Becoming a contemporary leader before entering the academy? The Starry Sky Academy comprises 5 distinguished colleges, encompassing the 6 major occupational systems for career changers. The Warrior College, presided over by the esteemed Dean In Haiji. After indulging in a delightful feast, Jiang Yubai began to glean insights about the Starry Sky Academy through Luo Ziwei. Luo Ziwei, who had been yearning for an opportunity to converse with Jiang Yubai, found it increasingly difficult to approach him with Yue and Shan Wenrui nearby. Seizing this moment, she aimed to strengthen their connection while providing Jiang Yubai with thorough information. "The Mage College, under the guidance of my mentor," I remarked to Xiao Ziwei, as Shan Wenrui, well-sated, reclined on her plush bed, cast a discontented glance at Luo Ziwei and exclaimed, "Our Mage College is the finest in the Starry Sky Academy. Why did you introduce the Warrior College first? A mere gambling den of Dinin? Are you seeking to bolster other spirits at the expense of our own?" Luo Ziwei pursed her lips. Shan Wenrui insisted earnestly, "Please reintroduce Jiang Yubai, Song Xiaohan." "Very well," Luo Ziwei acquiesced, and indeed, she began anew with the Mage College. Song Xiaohan suddenly contemplated that Jiang Yubai's apprenticeship under Yue was, in fact, quite beneficial. At the very least, Yue did not meddle excessively in Jiang Yubai's affairs. The Assassin College, overseen by Dean Dongfang Yu, the Defense College, led by Dean Shi Wanchuan, and the final institution, the Auxiliary and Life College, under Dean Lu Guanyu. Song Xiaohan remarked, "The names of the Mage College, Warrior College, Assassin College, Defense College, and Auxiliary and Life College are rather straightforward, aren't they? Who came up with such blunt titles?" Jiang Yubai nodded slightly, acknowledging the simplicity. The current head had made the alterations. Shan Wenrui turned over on her bed, adding that the Mage College was once known as the Academy of Truth's Flame, the Warrior College as the Furnace of Battle Souls, and the Assassin College as Blade of Darkness. Hellion Huangsheng deemed these names too esoteric for students to remember, preferring something more accessible. Yu Yue, seated in a lotus position, couldn't help but admonish softly. To call the headmaster by name is increasingly disrespectful. Shan Wenrui retorted, "What's wrong with that? I've addressed the headmaster before, in front of the head." Yu Yue was momentarily vexed. Fortunately, my adoptive father had not become a disciple of Dean Shan. Song Xiaohan wiped his brow, unperturbed, quietly admiring his adoptive father's unwavering resolve. Jiang Yubai felt a sense of bewilderment. How could Dean Shan be so audacious? Referring to the mentor as an old hag and directly addressing the current headmaster by name without incurring any wrath. What was the meaning of all this? Luo Ziwei continued. In a few days, the Academy's self-examinations will commence, so there remains over a month until this year's new students officially enroll. Song Xiaoan, you should be assigned to the new student accommodations in either the Warrior or Defense College. Song Xiaoan nodded in agreement. As an S-Rankian Rock Shield Warrior, his profession straddled the realms of Warrior and Defense. Naturally, given the choice, he would opt for the Warrior College. Between offense and defense, he would undoubtedly be the aggressor. Luo Ziwei's obsidian-like almond eyes turned to Jiang Yubai, hesitatingly stating, "As for you, Junior Bai, the headmaster has already made arrangements. You will be residing in Ziwei No. 1 courtyard." Yu Yue's voice echoed. Shan Wenrui sat up in bed, astonished as she gazed at Jiang Yubai, incredulously exclaiming, "Ziwiaha courtyard?" Luo Ziwei's eyes flickered, clearly taken aback by the news. "What?" Yu Yue calmly countered. "Do you believe that Xiao Bai is unworthy of residing in Ziwiaha courtyard? Oh, you old hag. Don't dig pits for me." Shan Wenrui reclined again, asserting that Xiao Bai certainly had the qualifications. However, traditionally, only the top students from the Starry Sky Academy had the right to dwell in Ziwiaha courtyard. Even those born with divine gifts had to compete for it. If Xiao Bai were to move in, the others would undoubtedly feel disgruntled. Disgruntled? Yue chuckled. Once the lottery wheel appears, they'll be pacified. True enough. Shan Wenrui nodded in agreement, then suddenly sat upright, her gaze penetrating as she smiled sweetly at Jiang Yubai. "Xiao Bai, once we reach the academy, you must place more lottery wheels in our Mage Academy." Jiang Yubai nodded. This was certainly a given. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Adding a few more lottery wheels would certainly be no trouble. "You are truly kind, Xiao Bai." A dimple appeared on Shan Wenrui's cheek as she lay back down contentedly. Unable to contain her curiosity, Song Xiaoan leaned in and whispered, "Senior Luo, what exactly is Ziwiaha courtyard?" Luo Ziwei turned her gaze to Jiang Yubai, her eyes sparkling as she explained. The Starry Sky Academy comprises 5 major colleges, each housing students. But it also features 8 independent residences: Tianshu, Tianshuan, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yaoguang, and Ziwei. Those who reside in these 8 courtyards are the CRME de la CRME of the Academy. The annual Academy ranking battle presents this as one of the greatest rewards, a symbol of honor and prowess. With a smile gracing her features, Luo Ziwei continued, "Now, Xiao Bai, do you comprehend the significance of Ziwiaha courtyard?" She gazed at the young man before her, feeling a surge of emotion. Other students in the academy would go to great lengths to gain entry into these prestigious courtyards. And yet, there was Jiang Yubai, without even stepping foot in the academy, already residing in the Ziwiaha courtyard, a representation of the current champions of the Starry Sky. Comparing individuals can be infuriating. Yet, it was undeniable that Jiang Yubai possessed the credentials. Even if he lacked combat prowess, if he were deemed qualified, then the other students were even less so. She couldn't help but wonder if this news had spread. If it did, it would undoubtedly create a stir throughout the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Yubai nodded thoughtfully, contemplating, why did Headmaster Helion take such action? From the conversation between Luo Ziwei and Shan Wenrui, he grasped that the 8 independent courtyards were symbols of strength and status, reserved for those who excelled in the academy rankings earned through merit. To simply move in without proper justification seemed unjustifiable. Jiang Yubai mused, aware that once the news spread, it would undoubtedly invite a plethora of complications. Surely, Headmaster Helion must have foreseen this. Why then did even the mentors appear so unfazed? He certainly didn't seem concerned about any potential troubles. Once the lottery wheel is set in motion, only a fool would dare to provoke him. Moreover, he possesses the lucky blind box lottery machine. Yue has invested a staggering 22.79 million gold coins, filling the purple probability slot to 67. She must decide whether to continue drawing blind boxes upon returning to the academy or to proceed under the witness of the head of Hellion, as she aims to draw the divine-level lucky blind box. Once Yue secures the divine-level blind box, who would still dare to challenge him? The head of Hellion's actions clearly indicate prior consultation with the mentor. Jiang Yubai harbored no intention of refusal. Was it to reside in Zui? No. One courtyard as a super lottery master? At that moment, he overheard Song Shaoan muttering, "It's much easier to understand heaven and earth, the universe and chaos." Previously, it was indeed heaven and earth, the universe and chaos. Luo Ziwei's words left Jiang Yubai and Song Shaoan momentarily speechless. The head of Hellion deemed it too classic, overly simplistic, and devoid of depth, thus altering it to its current terminology. Jiang Yubai, Song Shaoan. I miscalculated the timing. There are still 2 chapters to go at 10 o'clock. Chapter 58. The first guild of the 3 great sacred academies. It appears that our esteemed dean possesses quite the double standard. A message surfaced before Jiang Yubai, prompting him to glance at Song Shaoan, who immediately recoiled, offering a sheepish smile. To his astonishment, Song Shaoan witnessed his adoptive father gently nodding in acknowledgement. He chuckled awkwardly, his laughter rather dubious. What could possibly be amusing? Shan Wenrui, seemingly unaware of the situation, cast a scrutinizing gaze in his direction. Song Shaoan promptly ceased his laughter, realizing the need for decorum. Come now, let us hear from senior sister Luo about the guild situation within the academy. He hastily redirected the conversation, sensing Shan Wenrui's skepticism. Jiang Yubai turned his attention to his adoptive son, curiosity piqued. What is your interest in the guild situation? Do you wish to join one? Not to join. Song Shaoan rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Rather, I intend to establish a guild. Luo Ziwei, taken aback, inquired, "You wish to create a guild?" Song Shaoan quickly gestured towards Jiang Yubai. "Not me, but you, dear father. Brother Bai, you should create the guild." "Me?" Jiang Yubai echoed. "Indeed." With that advantageous lottery wheel in play, Song Shaoan said, his excitement palpable. "Brother Bai, if you establish a guild under my guidance, I assure you that within a year, no, within half a year, our guild will ascend to become the foremost guild in the academy." Luo Ziwei's long eyelashes fluttered like delicate fans as she regarded Song Shaoan with newfound admiration. "Little brother Bai, should you create a guild, I will be the first to join." Shan Wenrui looked at Jiang Yubai with keen interest. Mentors are not permitted to join any guilds within the academy, let alone you. The dean, Yu's calm voice caused Shan Wenrui's smile to gradually fade. Irritated, Shan Wenrui retorted, "Must you be such a killjoy, old hag?" Yu ignored her outburst and continued, "It is an academy regulation, one that cannot be transgressed. Father, I have already devised a comprehensive operational plan for the guild. Please take a look." Song Shaoan sent a message to Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai skimmed through the information provided by Song Shaoan, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "When did you come up with this?" "After you facilitated my admission to the Starry Sky Academy, I took the initiative to familiarize myself with it, and ideas began to form in my mind," Song Shaoan replied, scratching the back of his head. "Impressive, my son," Jiang Yubai acknowledged with a grin. Well done, well done." Song Shaoan, the son of the president of the foremost trading guild in Tianzong City, the Song-style guild, had been nurtured in an environment that fostered commercial acumen from a young age. Naturally, he understood the intricacies of operating a guild. At that moment, Luo Ziwei gazed at Jiang Yubai with hope in her eyes. "Little brother Bai, do you truly intend to establish a guild?" Beside her, Song Shaoan nodded vigorously at Jiang Yubai, exuding a spirit of determination as though the guild were a battlefield for his grand ambitions. "Indeed, it is quite possible." Before Jiang Yubai could complete his thought, Luo Ziwei immediately inquired, "May I join, senior?" The eyes of Shan Wenrui, who was already irked by Yue, brightened with a sudden realization. Of course, if I cannot join, my students certainly can. I shall encourage all the students of the Mage Academy to join Little Bai's guild. They will all be members, and undoubtedly, Little Bai will not be stingy with the lottery draws. In due course, our Mage Academy shall undoubtedly become the foremost institution of the Starry Sky Academy. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Yes, let us proceed with this. Meanwhile, in response to Luo Ziwei's request, Jiang Yubai hesitated before replying. With the advantage of the lottery wheel, should he establish a guild under the guidance of Song Shaoan, it would undoubtedly rise to become the premier guild of the Starry Sky Academy, perhaps even the leading guild among the three great sanctuaries. However, would the Academy truly welcome a scenario where one guild monopolizes the landscape? Perhaps not. The very existence of the guild serves as a means for the Starry Sky Academy to foster competition among its students. At that moment, Yo Yue's voice resonated. Little Bai, pursue your desires without hesitation. There is no need for restraint, as this aligns with the Chancellor's wishes. The Chancellor's wishes? Jiang Yubai was taken aback and mused. If Song Shaoan can foresee this, the Chancellor certainly cannot be oblivious. Is this an indication of the Academy's stance towards me? Are there advantages to establishing a guild? Certainly. At the very least, once the guild is formed, he could exert complete control over the lottery wheel, thereby preventing scenarios akin to Magnetic Castle and Thunder Tower, and circumventing any student from exploiting the lottery wheel for personal gain that may hinder his advancement. Wealth is a powerful motivator, especially when concerning a lottery wheel. This guild can indeed be established. Jiang Yubai swiftly reached a decision. Indeed, Little Bai, you may proceed boldly, should any troubles arise. Your elder sister will support you. Shan Wenrui promptly added, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Very well, let's create a guild. Jiang Yubai nodded, smiling. I certainly cannot refuse Senior Luo's request to join. I have yet to savor your culinary delights sufficiently. Luo Ziwei's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Though concealed behind her violet veil, others remained unaware. Wonderful, Song Shaoan exclaimed with palpable excitement, thumping his chest with confidence. Leave the operations to me. I assure you. Brother Bai, I shall not let you down. He then sent Jiang Yubai an identical message, merely substituting Brother Bai with adoptive father. Jiang Yubai beamed with satisfaction. A promising disciple indeed. As Luo Ziwei contemplated the opportune moment to contact Lei Hongxian and withdraw from the Thunderflame Guild, a dialogue box suddenly appeared before her. Gu Suifeng, Senior Luo, the Ziwei know. One courtyard has unexpectedly been put up for sale. Do you have any knowledge of the situation? Luo Ziwei furrowed her brows slightly and instinctively glanced at Jiang Yubai, inquiring. When did this occur? In merely 2 seconds, Gu Suifeng responded, stating that just an hour ago, rumors had circulated regarding the arrival of a newcomer, causing quite a stir within the academic community. The students of the 5th Academy had already migrated to the Ziwei Academy. How could this news have spread? Who was the source? It seemed that only a select few should be privy to this information. Luo Ziwei was somewhat taken aback and glanced once more at Jiang Yubai. What was going on with senior sister Jiang? Jiang Yubai noticed the questioning look from Luo Ziwei, feeling perplexed. Gu Suifeng sent another message, inquiring, Senior Sister Luo, does this matter pertain to you and the Vice Dean Yue? I have heard that this year, in addition to the renowned Bofiang of Tian Songxing, a naturally gifted individual has also emerged. Luo Ziwei was slightly startled and quickly asked, How do you know about this? Gu Suifeng replied, It is my profession to be aware of such matters. It seems to be true, and it appears that someone is intentionally spreading these rumors. Though very few are currently in the know, someone is deliberately disseminating this information. Who could it be? Luo Ziwei furrowed her brow in contemplation, only to see another message from Gu Suifeng. Senior sister, this situation has greatly displeased Lei Hongxian. He is determined to secure Ziwei No. 1 Academy this year. I also heard that his brother, Lei Junfei, seems to have had his recommended spot snatched by someone else. With these two matters combined, this fellow has already declared that anyone daring to reside in Ziwei No. 1 Academy will be considered an enemy of the Lei Yin Guild. You should warn this new student to exercise caution. You know well the temperament of that individual. Senior sister, is the newcomer indeed the second naturally gifted individual? Chapter 59. The highest specification. The director and the dean welcome in person. Luo Zui did not respond, her delicate brows knitting together. The Thunderflame Guild, along with the Golden Left Hand Guild and the Angel Guild, stands as one of the three principal guilds of the Starry Sky Academy. She was already a member of the Thunderflame Guild and one of its vice presidents. Upon learning that Jiang Yubai would be residing in Ziwei one courtyard, she momentarily did not associate it with Lei Hongxian. Lei Hongxian. Luo Zui cast another glance at Jiang Yubai. As one of the three sacred academies for humanity, the Starry Sky Academy is marked by intense internal competition, which the institution encourages and even advocates, rarely intervening in the rivalry among students. Thus, if Lei Hongxian were to seek trouble with Jiang Yubai within the academy's regulations, even Yue would find it inappropriate to intervene. However, given the demeanor of Yue, the vice director, and the mentor, it was evident that if Lei Hongxian were to target Jiang Yubai, they could not remain passive, especially since even Director Helian had made a statement. With his thought, Luo Zui gradually relaxed her furrowed brow, then shook her head with a silent laugh. She suddenly realized that she had been overthinking. Given Jiang Yubai's current significance, Lei Hongxian causing trouble for him would be tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, it would undoubtedly end in a most humiliating defeat. Even Zhu Yao, a counselor from the Guild Alliance, had been apprehended and brought back to the academy by the vice director, not to mention a mere Lei Hongxian. Lei Hongshuan's younger brother's recommended admission quota was taken. Wait. Luo Zui paused, glancing at Song Xiaohan, her lips slightly parted. What was Lei Hongshuan's brother's name again? She recalled hearing Lei Hongxian mention it. It seemed to be Lei Junfei, an adopted son. Would his father bear any shame? Noticing Luo Ziwei's frequent glances in his direction, Jiang Yubai sent a message to Song Xiaohan. Song Xiaohan scrutinized Jiang Yubai's face carefully and replied earnestly, "Quite remarkably handsome." Jiang Yubai. Outside Ziwei No. 1 courtyard at the Starry Sky Academy, Gu Suifeng, clad in a flamboyant pink suit, had yet to receive a reply from Luo Zui. He looked up at the throng surrounding the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, deep in thought. A gold coin flipped deftly between his fingers, showcasing his practiced skill. No wonder even Vice Director Yu Yue was stirred. Indeed, it was that individual of innate divine vocation. It seems Senior Luo has gone a blue star. Suddenly, the rolling coin was pinched between his index and middle fingers, and a spark of realization ignited in Gu Suifeng's eyes. He thought of something. The lottery wheel. Gu Suifeng scrutinized the fervent crowd, quietly analyzing. The Starry Sky Academy had previously hosted students with innate divine vocations, all of whom ultimately resided in Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. Yet they had all earned their places through genuine merit. This time, however, a newcomer had taken residence without triumphing in the Academy's ranking competition. Was there a connection between the two? Gu Suifeng's narrowed phoenix eyes glinted with intrigue. Subsequently, he shook his head. The lottery wheel was merely a secondary tool. How could it possibly be related to this newcomer? Even attribute points could be drawn. I must visit Blue Star for a lottery. One never knows what fortune may await. Gu Suifeng, you are indeed here. A voice interrupted Gu Suifeng's reverie, and two figures appeared before him. Gu Suifeng raised an eyebrow and whistled, exclaiming, "What? If it isn't President Shiyufan of the Golden Left Hand and President Yingyazong of the Angel Guild, it's quite a rare sight to see both prominent leaders gathered together. Come now, as if you haven't seen us in ages," remarked the robust, bronze-skinned Shiyufan, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. "We have come to acquire some information. Among the three great sacred academies, your intelligence is the most astute." With a warm smile that felt like a breath of spring, Yingyazong added, "We wish to know who resides in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. We are indeed your loyal patrons. Perhaps you could offer us a discount this time." Gu Suifeng shook his head, stating that a discount was out of the question. "You, my friend." Yingyazong sighed in exasperation. "Very well, what is the cost in gold coins?" Gu Suifeng extended 5 fingers. Shiyufan's expression darkened. 50,000 gold coins? That price is exorbitant. Are you truly this stingy? Do the members of the Golden Left Hand know about your frugality? Gu Suifeng taunted. "I'm not stingy," Shiyufan retorted emphatically. Gu Suifeng chuckled. Fine, 50,000 it is. Ying Yazong began to retrieve the coins. Gu Suifeng shook his index finger, clarifying, not 50,000 but 500,000. Ying Yazong froze in his actions. 500,000? Have you lost your mind? Shi Yufan scoffed, turning to leave. Gu Suifeng clicked his tongue, calling out jovially, President Shi Yufan, safe travels. Ying Yazong glared at Gu Suifeng, furrowing his brow. Gu Suifeng, are you truly not jesting? I often jest, but never when it comes to prices, Gu Suifeng replied, as the gold coin in his hand began to twirl once more. Ying Yazong remained silent for a moment before nodding. Very well, 500,000 it is. Gu Suifeng grasped the coin in his hand, laughing heartily. Splendid. Truly worthy of the heir to the foremost merchant guild of humanity. I admire your extravagant nature. Once the 500,000 gold coins were transferred, Gu Suifeng divulged the information he possessed. Ying Yazong was taken aback, gazing at Gu Suifeng in disbelief. The second divine position? From Blue Star? You cannot be serious. Gu Suifeng responded with a knowing smile. Did you not already suspect as much? Indeed, Ying Yazong had his suspicions. Only those born with divine positions could directly inhabit the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. His inquiry to Gu Suifeng was merely to confirm this. After a brief pause, his tone became slightly urgent. What is their name? Gu Suifeng once again toyed with the coin, smiling slightly. That information comes at a different price. Ying Yazong's expression faltered slightly. How many coins? Gu Suifeng extended 5 fingers once more. This time, Ying Yazong turned to leave. Gu Suifeng sighed, lamenting, what a pity, I failed to deceive him. How could a newcomer possibly reside in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard? Only the apex could qualify for such an honor. Outside, a cacophony of voices echoed with fervor and indignation. A voice, imbued with wrath, thundered through the surroundings. The Ziwei No. 1 Academy represents the pinnacle of academic prestige. I, Lei Hongxian, await here. I am eager to discern the true identity of this newcomer. Numerous members of the Leiyin Guild immediately echoed his sentiments. If the newcomer wishes to reside in the Ziwei No. 1 Academy, let them first inquire whether we, the Leiyin Guild, consent to occupy the Ziwei No. 1 Academy. They must seek the approval of the esteemed Lei, should that newcomer gain entry. Every present individual shall bear responsibility. This is an affront to all of us seasoned students. We must put a stop to such a violation of established norms. At that moment, upon hearing Yu Yue's voice, Jiang Yubai opened his eyes, gazing expectantly at the exit of the passageway. In stark contrast to his tranquility, Song Xiaohan appeared particularly exhilarated. Marvelous! I am about to become a member of the Starry Sky Academy. He waved his hands in sheer excitement. At long last, we have arrived. Shan Wenrui lazily rose. Then with a flick of her wrist, she stored away her fragrant soft bed and approached Yu Yue, whispering, Has that old ghost caused any trouble? Not at all, Yu Yue replied, shaking her head. She had remained in a meditative state to prevent Zhu Yao from acting out of turn. Throughout the journey, Zhu Yao had been remarkably compliant. Xiao Bai, let us proceed. Yu Yue stood up, smiling as she beckoned Jiang Yubai over. Jiang Yubai joined Yu Yue, while Shan Wenrui positioned herself on his other side. Song Xiaohan and Luo Zi stood behind the trio. Thus, the 5 of them stepped out of the teleportation passage. The dean? The 4 esteemed deans? Jiang Yubai's vision had yet to fully adjust when he was met with the astonished voices of Yu Yue and Shan Wenrui. Chapter 60. Come, I shall take you to showcase your brilliance, or rather, to reveal your true self before others. Before the words of the 2 women could fully resonate, Jiang Yubai was taken aback as a figure suddenly appeared before him. Before he could discern the identity of this person, a hand grasped his arm, and he heard the urgent voice declare, Come, I shall take you to showcase your brilliance, or rather, to reveal your true self before others. Jiang Yubai, Yu Yue, Song Xiaohan. Old man, Shan Wenrui exclaimed, seizing Jiang Yubai with enthusiasm. Take me along. The exchange between them provoked an almost overwhelming urge for Yu Yue to roll her eyes. The governor wished to take Jiang Yubai to showcase his brilliance. Luo Ziwei seemed to grasp the implications, her beautiful eyes widening in realization. She understood who had spread the news of Jiang Yubai residing in Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. At that moment, Jiang Yubai finally had the chance to observe the figure before him. The head of the Starry Sky Academy appeared to be a strikingly handsome youth. Seemingly in his 20s, draped in splendid robes, 3 black chess pieces floated before his chest, shimmering with starlight and rotating slowly. Jiang Yubai's initial reaction upon recognizing Helian Huangsheng was, "The head of the Starry Sky Academy is so young? But why did Shan Wenrui refer to him as old man?" His second reaction was, "Where exactly does he intend to take me to reveal my brilliance? How am I supposed to do that?" Helian Huangsheng shook his head, explaining, "This personal stage is specifically arranged for you, young Jiang. There is no role for you to play. Add me in." That could work. Yue watched the two with a bemused expression, her words tinged with exasperation. "Governor, Little Bai has only just arrived at the academy. Your actions might frighten him." Helian Huangsheng turned his gaze to Jiang Yubai. "Will it?" Jiang Yubai nodded. Indeed, he felt somewhat frightened. This was entirely different from the scenario he had envisioned. The head of the Holy Academy personally escorting him to reveal his brilliance before others felt rather off. Helian Huangsheng pondered seriously for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Then let those little rascals linger outside Ziwei No. 1 Courtyard A while longer." Ziwei No. 1 Courtyard? Jiang Yubai's heart stirred, astonished. Has the news of my residence in Ziwei No. 1 Courtyard already spread? Who could have leaked it? He looked at Helian Huangsheng, his lips twitching slightly. "Goodness!" Jiang Yubai couldn't help but exclaim, followed by a mix of amusement and disbelief. The governor had certainly gone to great lengths to facilitate his showcase. Yue, too, comprehended the situation, a light laugh escaping her. It seemed that in moments of exasperation, one could genuinely laugh. The head of the Holy Academy personally taking a student to reveal his brilliance would surely turn the entire Starry Sky Academy into a laughingstock should the news spread. Luo Ziwei also found the situation quite amusing. She had previously worried for Jiang Yubai, only to realize that this entire arrangement was orchestrated by the governor. Indeed, let us not rush into revealing brilliance just yet. An even more impatient voice chimed in. Let us first take a look at the prize wheel and the lucky blind box draw. Everyone is eager. A figure appeared beside Helian Huangsheng. The man appeared to be around 50 years old, of average height but somewhat lean. He wore a wrinkled dark gray robe, speckled with dubious stains and marked by several cigarette burns. His disheveled gray-white hair contrasted sharply with the stubble on his chin, which seemed to have gone unshaven for at least 3 days. However, what caught Jiang Yubai's attention most was the nearly extinguished cigarette clenched in his right hand and the half-full bottle of amber liquor he held in his left. Jiang Yubai's lips twitched once more. Although he was uncertain of the man's exact identity, it was evident that he held a position of considerable authority, likely that of a dean. With Shan Wenrui's eccentric nature, it seemed peculiar that the dean would present himself publicly while indulging in both smoking and drinking. Was this appropriate? For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yubai pondered whether he had arrived at the wrong place. "Dining, it seems you're the one in a hurry," Shan Wenrui remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Is your gambling addiction acting up again?" Jiang Yubai was taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. This man was Dining Haiji of the Warrior Academy. He bore no resemblance to his preconceived notions, such a stark contrast. The disparity between his image and expectations was striking. Even Song Xiaohan, who stood behind Jiang Yubai, was left speechless. He suddenly thought that Xian Yin's shield warriors leaned more towards a defensive profession. Dining Haiji offered a non-committal smile. Taking a swig from his drink, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently on Jiang Yubai. The intensity of his gaze rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Bai Zhanhai when he had looked at him. Shan Wenrui scoffed. "What an old gambler. Dean, what Dining said makes sense. We must prioritize the matter at hand." Jiang Yubai turned his gaze towards the voice and, upon seeing the man's physique, deduced his identity. The Dean of the Defense Academy. Shi Wanchuan. In stark contrast to Yin Haiji, Shi Wanchuan embodied the very stereotype of a defensive master, tall, robust, and unyielding. Yet, unexpectedly, his demeanor was surprisingly gentle, even somewhat overly kind. What puzzled Jiang Yubai was the hoe slung over Shi Wanchuan's shoulder. It appeared they could hardly wait. Even the dean himself seemed somewhat impatient. Huliang Huanxing nodded and turned to Yue. Let us head directly to Ziwei number 1 courtyard. Yue nodded, and the intricate black gown she wore sparkled with starlight, coalescing into a celestial passageway before them. Huliang Huanxing grasped Jiang Yubai and led the way into the starry corridor. In Haiji followed closely behind, with the others trailing in their wake. Ziwei, you will accompany Cang Xiaoan to wait outside Ziwei number 1 courtyard. Understood, Luo Ziwei replied. Yue then stepped into the starry passage, which vanished in an instant. Cang Xiaoan spoke up, Senior Sister Ziwei, is this truly a celestial academy? Surely we Haven Tea come to the wrong place? Luo Ziwei responded. I want to stop you if you wish to leave. Cang Xiaoan waved his hands repeatedly, offering an awkward smile. Let us go. It must be quite lively outside Ziwei number 1 courtyard, Luo Ziwei said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. In a courtyard by the pond, at Ziwei number 1 courtyard, a starry passage appeared. Huliang Huanxing emerged with Jiang Yubai, followed closely by Yin Haiji and the others. This was truly excessive. Does the Academy consider the feelings of individuals like us? The Ziwei number 1 courtyard has always been the residence of the top students. What right does a newcomer have to claim it? Regardless of who this newcomer may be, even if they possess innate divine talent, I, Lei Hongxian, vehemently disagree. Jiang Yubai. Huliang Huanxing nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, from the commotion outside, it seems the effect is quite remarkable. Jiang Yubai's expression instantly turned to one of confusion. Noticing Jiang Yubai's bewilderment, Huliang Huanxing chuckled and clarified, the greater the emotion displayed, the more pronounced your divine revelation will be in front of others. Jiang Yubai immediately felt a surge of respect, silently giving the Academy head a thumbs up. Before attending to official matters, there was another task to address. Huliang Huanxing's smile faded as he turned to Yue, instructing, release Zhu Yao and the others. Yue nodded, and behind him, a starry domain materialized, revealing Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu before the assembly. Upon seeing Huliang Huanxing, Zhu Yao's face twitched. Yuan Taiyu, standing beside him, turned pale with fright. As Zhu Yao opened his mouth to speak, Huliang Huanxing coldly interjected. Have you both forgotten how to write the word death by daring to provoke the students of my starry academy? Zhu Yao's complexion turned slightly pale, while Yuan Taiyu crumpled to the ground in fear. Huliang Huanxing let out a cold snort, stating, when your president arrives, I shall speak with him appropriately. For now, you may kneel outside. 3 black chess pieces adorned his chest, one of which began to emit a faint glow at its edge. In an instant, Zhu Yao and Huliang Huanxing vanished from their location. The cacophony outside gradually faded into silence. P.S. I have been dissatisfied with this chapter, having written 3,000 words only to delete them and start new. Chapter 61. Who is this newcomer, truly? Outside the Ziwei number 1 courtyard, the crowd was ablaze with fervor and united in their animosity. Lei Hongxian, clad in deep blue armor and draped in a black cloak, stood tall and imposing, a veritable giant among men. Behind him, hundreds of members from the Leian Guild surrounded him in a protective formation, with a fierce glare fixed upon the gates of the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, his massive hand clenched into a fist, trembling with rage. The Academy ranking competition was imminent. I'm the strongest within the Academy. I should be the rightful master of the Ziwei number 1 courtyard. Why? Why has the Academy allowed a newcomer, who has yet to even enter, to reside here? What right do they possess? Sure, Yufan and Ying Yaozong are no match for me. I am the contemporary champion of the Academy. By what authority? His chest heaved like a drum, his eyes ablaze with furious flames. Newcomer, no matter who you are, I, Lei Hongxian, shall absolutely not permit anyone else to reside within the Ziwei number 1 courtyard. With a growl of indignation, Lei Hongxian announced in the guild channel, urging his subordinates to incite further chaos. Instantly, the members of the guild escalated their uproar. Academy, do you see this? This is the stance of us, the senior students. Lei Hongxuan's gaze was resolute. On the other side, Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong stood side by side. Lei Hongxian is truly foolish. Ying Yaozong, with his long hair cascading over his shoulders, shook his head and remarked, Only the academy head can decide the ownership of Viziway number 1 courtyard. Not even a vice head has that privilege. What can he do if he is unwilling? Lei Hongxian is not so foolish as to be unaware of this. Shi Yufan, observing the frenzied antics of Lei Hongxian and his followers, inquired, "What did Gu Suifeng say? Who is that newcomer? I am eager to know." Ying Yaozong chuckled and extended his hand. 250,000 gold coins. Shi Yufan's expression darkened. "I have no money. You are the grandson of the esteemed Director Shi. Surely you can muster at least 250,000 gold coins?" Ying Yaozong exclaimed in astonishment. Shi Yufan fell silent for a moment before responding gloomily. "My grandfather does not give me gold coins." Ying Yaozong was momentarily speechless, shaking his head and teasing. "Your Shi family's stinginess truly is a tradition passed down through the generations." At that moment, the raucous members of the Leiyin Guild suddenly fell silent. The two looked on in confusion. Who were those? They beheld two figures suddenly materializing at the previously empty entrance of the courtyard. The two individuals, with their backs turned to them, knelt before the gates, motionless. On the periphery of the crowd, Gu Suifeng, who was messaging Luo Ziwei, looked up in puzzlement and caught sight of Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. Oh! The members of the Leiyin Guild, who had been in a frenzy, collectively froze. They had been staring at the Ziwei number 1 courtyard, and yet there had been no one before the gates. Who are these two? When did they appear? Am I seeing things? Why are they kneeling at the entrance? What is going on? They did not appear to be students. Lei Hongxuan's gaze lingered on the two kneeling figures, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity from the figure on the right. A look of confusion crossed his face as he raised his hand to signal the crowd behind him to be silent. The members of the Thunder Flame Guild fell quiet once more. At this moment, Shi Yufan, Ying Yaozong, and Gu Suifeng had also made their way to the front of the crowd. Suddenly, Ying Yaozong let out a soft gasp. Curious, Shi Yufan asked, "What is it? Do you recognize him?" Ying Yaozong remained silent, but the figure kneeling on the left evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Gu Suifeng squinted his phoenix-like eyes and murmured, "These two individuals seem somewhat familiar." A figure approached the two men. As the distance closed, the sense of familiarity for Lei Hongxian grew even stronger. Under the gaze of all present, he stepped beside the figure on the right and looked down. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he stumbled back several steps, his eyes wide in astonishment, utterly shocked by the sight before him. This scene left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Yuan, Vice President. Struck as if by lightning, Lei Hongxian stood in disbelief. He recognized Yuan Taiyu and was certain he was not mistaken. His grandfather, Lei Jun, was a formidable warrior under Yuan Taiyu's command. What could this mean? Why was Lei Hongxian reacting so intensely? Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong exchanged puzzled glances and instinctively moved toward the two figures. Gu Suifeng, standing still, suddenly opened his previously squinted eyes wide, staring in astonishment at the two figures. Ying Yaozong approached the figure on the left and looked down. His expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost, incredulously gazing at Zhu Yao. Who are these two? Shi Yufan inquired, noticing Ying Yaozong's intense reaction. At that moment, Lei Hongxian hurriedly crouched beside him, cautiously asking Yuan, "Vice President, what brings you here?" Yuan Taiyu's anxious heart finally found solace. He had indeed been recognized. With a wry smile, he turned his head slightly to look at Lei Hongxian, his smile more sorrowful than joyful. "Ah, so it's you, Hongxian." Meanwhile, as Ying Yaozong regained his composure, he rushed to assist Zhu Yao. However, before his hand could touch Zhu Yao, an invisible force repelled him. The heir of the Ying family. Zhu Yao's heart sank as well, his eyes closing in anguish. The two men felt as though they could die at any moment. The methods of Hellion Huangsheng were exceedingly ruthless. Before so many students of the Starry Sky Academy, they were made to kneel outside the purple Micro 1 courtyard. This was a blatant humiliation. "Counselor Zhu, how is it that you are here?" Ying Yaozong cautiously inquired. Weighing his words, Zhu Yao, eyes shut and face contorted in pain, remained silent. He was filled with regret, truly regretful. It was indeed these two. Gu Suifeng suppressed his myriad of astonishments, lifting his gaze to the purple Micro 1 courtyard with a flicker of horror in his eyes. Just then, two astonished gasps resonated from the crowd. Isn't that Counselor Zhu Yao? And the figure on the right appears to be Vice President Yuan Taiyu of the Transmutation Guild Alliance stationed at the Blue Star headquarters. In that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Councilman Zhu Yao? Which councilman? The 11th councilman of the Guild Alliance. Zhu Yao? Indeed, I am for Blue Star. I have encountered Vice President Yuan. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Two legendary powerhouses. How could they possibly be here and kneeling? Upon hearing the exclamations from behind, Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu felt utterly humiliated, consumed by a mix of shame and anger. When Shi Yufan learned of their identities, he too was struck with overwhelming shock. A few seconds later, he slowly lifted his gaze to the sign above the courtyard entrance, Ziwei No. 1 Court, his heart racing in trepidation. Ying Yaozong and Lei Hongxian mirrored his actions, yet their expressions and emotions were starkly contrasting. Ying Yaozong was engulfed in shock, confusion, and incredulity, while Lei Hongxian was gripped by disbelief, terror, and a hint of despair. His throat moved involuntarily, and his pupils trembled violently, a profound sense of fear rendering him rigid and numb. Who exactly is this newcomer? Chapter 62. Treat Jiang Yubai as a treasure, as if he were an ancestor. Within the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, Helian Huangsheng concealed his indifferent demeanor, turning to Jiang Yubai with a smile. In Haiji, Shi Wanchuan, and others gazed at him with varying degrees of eagerness, anticipation, and earnestness. At that moment, a soft, milky light suddenly enveloped Jiang Yubai. You have leveled up, current level, 77 aim, Jiang Yubai, profession, Lottery Master, Super Divine, identity, student of the Starry Sky Academy, level, LV77, 550-7800, base attributes, strength, 185692, 13000, vitality, 185692, 13000, intelligence, 185692, 13000, growth attributes, health points, 185-6920 130,000, defense, 185-6920 130,000, energy points, 185-6920 130,000, free attribute points, 2787, minus 9,000. On the journey to the academy, he had already leveled up 9 times. Now, he ascended once more. It was evident that numerous individuals had been participating in the lottery at the Lord's Mansion. He recalled 2 names, Bai Zhanhai and Qi Yan. Bai Zhanhai would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to draw from the 9th military's lottery, and Qi Yan would do the same. Yet few had struck lucky, and Jiang Yubai had not acquired any new skill books. Thank you for your patronage. I truly adore you. Upon witnessing Jiang Yubai's sudden elevation and level, Helian Huangxing's eyes glimmered with interest. In Haiji and Shi Wanchuan exchanged puzzled glances, unaware of Jiang Yubai's unique method of leveling up. Deputy Mansion Master, how did your student suddenly level up? Lu Guanyu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Dressed in the uniform of the Starry Sky Academy, he appeared to be 67. Sporting a goatee, Yoyue's eyes sparkled with pride as she smiled. As a lottery master, one gains experience as long as someone participates in the lottery. I see. Lu Guanyu exclaimed, astonished. Truly a natural vocation. This method of leveling up is unprecedented for me. What an eye-opener. Enough talk. In Haiji took a hearty swig of his drink, impatiently urging, Jiang, quickly unveil the lottery wheel for us to see. Shan Wenrui teased. The old gambler is about to burst with excitement. Jiang Yubai hesitated momentarily. How many should I release? Helian Huangxing chuckled. Release as many as you can. Let everyone have multiple chances to draw. With a wave of his hand, a cascade of colorful light erupted. 1, 2, 276 radiant beams of light appeared simultaneously, their brilliance momentarily blinding the onlookers, before coalescing into 76 lottery wheels. Lu Guanyu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, So many? 76? I thought it was 63. Shi Wanchuan remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Yubai. He had received information indicating that Jiang Yubai possessed 63 lottery wheels. Yue sighed inwardly and replied with a smile. On the way here, Xiaobai has leveled up several times. The sight of the lottery wheel before them sent a thrill through Yin Haiji, causing her fingers to tremble with excitement. The more, the merrier. I can't resist. I'll draw first. Wait. Shan Wenrui stopped Yin Haiji, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Jiang Yubai. Xiaobai, can the number of lottery wheels increase? She had been unaware of this development, as no one had mentioned it to her. Yin Haiji was taken aback, and Shi Wanchuan, Lu Guanyu, and the ever-silent Dongfang Yingyu all turned their eyes toward Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai looked at Yu Yue in confusion. Only I was informed by the deputy dean. Helian Huangxing's voice resonated. His gaze filled with wonder as he looked at Jiang Yubai. The number of lottery wheels will increase as Jiang Xiaobai's level rises. The eyes of the four deans and Shan Wenrui all brightened in unison. Yin Haiji clapped her legs and laughed heartily. Ha ha, splendid. I was just lamenting that with so few lottery wheels, it wouldn't be satisfying to draw. Ha ha ha, excellent. This means our Defense Academy will receive a greater share of the lottery wheels. Shi Wanchuan chuckled with delight. Lu Guanyu and Dongfang Yingyu also wore broad smiles. Hearing this, Helian Huangxing spoke. The distribution of the lottery wheels has been discussed with the deputy dean. Everything will be decided by Jiang Xiaobai. Shan Wenrui was momentarily stunned. Looking at Helian Huangxing in disbelief, a sentiment echoed by the other four deans. Jiang Yubai stared in astonishment at Helian Huangxing, equally incredulous. I get to decide the distribution? Is this for real? He sought confirmation in his mentor's gaze. Yu smiled and nodded at her beloved disciple. An indescribable emotion surged within Jiang Yubai, causing his breath to tremble ever so slightly. Not only the lottery wheels, but also the lucky blind box lottery machine and your subsequent skills can be at your discretion. The Academy will not interfere. Helian Huangxing added. Jiang Yubai clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, overwhelmed by the sincerity of Helian Huangxing's attitude and words. Such a tremendous value in the lottery wheels was undeniably tempting. Among the three great sacred academies, regardless of which one he chose, Jiang Yubai was prepared to allocate 2/3 of the lottery wheels, perhaps even more. However, he felt indifferent about giving them all away. With the house advantage super skill, as long as someone participated in the lottery, he could grow infinitely stronger. That was his true trump card. Yet, if he were to hold all the lottery wheels in his grasp, who would refuse? Jiang Yubai was almost certain that if he chose Xingyu or Xinghai, they would at least take the majority of the lottery wheels directly or indirectly. Choosing the third-ranked Shinkong Academy was indeed the right decision. Although he could strengthen himself regardless of whether he retained or relinquished the distribution rights, the personal experience of each scenario was entirely different. Helian Huangxing regarded Jiang Yubai with a warm smile, knowing full well the reasoning behind his decision. Jiang Yubai represents the pivotal moment for the complete rise of the Starry Sky Academy. As long as one is within the Academy, the lottery wheel and the lucky blind box lottery machine will be ever present. His intent is to treat Jiang Yubai as a precious treasure, venerating him as if he were an ancestor. He desires to have Jiang Yubai reside in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard, allowing him to allocate the lottery wheel at will, constructing a stage for Jiang Yubai to shine before others. All of this is aimed at fostering a sense of affinity and belonging for Jiang Yubai towards the Starry Sky Academy. Mount Wenrui, Yin Haiji, Shi Wanchuan, Lu Guanyu, and Dongfang Yingyu, the five deans, gazed at Jiang Yubai with eyes gleaming with excitement. Let the lottery commence. The time is drawing near for those coveting the lottery wheel to arrive. Helian Huangxing's words temporarily quelled the dean's competitive spirits over Jiang Yubai. Given Jiang Yubai's unique professional circumstances, he is eligible to join any academy. As the five deans began the lottery, Helian Huangxing exchanged a glance with Yue. Excitement and anticipation flickered in Yue's eyes. Xiaobai released the lucky blind box lottery machine. Jiang Yubai nodded and gestured casually. The lucky blind box lottery machine materialized before Helian Huangxing's eyes. Helian Huangxing circled around the lucky blind box lottery machine a few times, and the thought of the possibility of drawing a divine-level lucky blind box made it difficult for him to contain his excitement. Even the slightest hope of obtaining such a treasure was enough to make the heart of a formidable being from the second tier of humanity race wildly. What wonders could a divine-level lucky blind box hold? Divine skills? Sacred artifacts? Or perhaps divine pets? Regardless of the outcome, spending any amount of gold coins would be worthwhile. With Jiang Yubai in the Starry Sky Academy, how could it not become the foremost sacred academy of humanity? This high-ranking divine-level powerhouse took a moment to steady his exhilarated heart and spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. Deputy Dean, let us begin. Yu Yue was equally filled with excitement. She took a deep breath, and a torrent of gold coins surged forth from her backpack, flooding into the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. On the 68th attempt, next Lucky Blind Box probability, purple 68. On the 99th attempt, next Lucky Blind Box probability, purple 99. On the 100th attempt, chapter 63. Shall we give the lottery wheel a spin? In the 100th draw, the prize amount surged to 1 million gold coins. The first prize probability slot was filled, radiating a vibrant purple hue, while the remaining 6 slots remained desolate. Next Lucky Blind Box probability, purple 100. Yu Yue paused momentarily, her gaze affixed to the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. Amount required for next draw, 1 million gold coins. Upon reading the prompt, her expression softened, and she resumed the lottery. Was the minter concerned that the pattern of increasing lottery amounts might alter? Jiang Yubai noted Yu Yue's tension. The increment pattern of the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine had remained consistent thus far, and it was expected to continue. Unlike the lottery wheel, the Lucky Blind Box theoretically possessed no upper limit to its level, implying that the quantity of lottery wheels was boundless. However, thus far, only one Lucky Blind Box lottery machine existed. From level 11 to the current level 77, not only had the quantity remained unchanged, but even the skill descriptions had not varied by a single word. Although the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine consistently yielded divine rewards, Jiang Yubai harbored a lingering belief that the Lucky Blind Box was not as potent in skill strength as the lottery wheel. It was improbable for things to remain static. Subsequent changes were anticipated. Jiang Yubai muttered to himself as a radiant light of level up enveloped him. He had leveled up once more. Level 78, only 23 levels away from acquiring the third skill. It was drawing near. As Yu Yue embarked on her 101st draw, a blue glow emerged at the bottom of the second probability slot. Next Lucky Blind Box probability, purple 0, blue 1. Seeing the prompt, a flicker of joy illuminated Yu Yue's face. Beside her, Helian Huangxing remarked with a smile, the probability increment for each draw has not diminished. This is indeed fortuitous. Yu Yue nodded, her gaze drifting to the remaining 5 probability slots. If those 5 slots remained unchanged, we would save several billion. Let's hope for that. Helian Huangxing nodded in agreement. Observing the newly drawn blue Lucky Blind Box, he continued, it appears our prior speculation was correct. As each probability slot fills, the previously drawn, colored Lucky Blind Boxes will no longer be available. Yu Yue nodded and continued to draw. Shan Wenrui clasped the hand of Dongfang Yingyu. Sister Yingyu, have you drawn anything? Dongfang Yingyu smiled gently and shook her head, her dramatic attire resplendent in color. Alas, I too have not won. Shan Wenrui sighed. Must we truly resort to bowing like Lu Qingsong before each draw? Curiosity flickered across Dongfang Yingyu's face as she gestured with her hands. Shan Wenrui recounted Lu Qingsong's ritual of clasping his fists in salutation prior to his draw. Shall we give a try? Dongfang Yingyu pondered momentarily before using sign language to inquire. What did Lu Qingsong win? Shan Wenrui replied, a legendary assassin skill. The ultimate dark art, shadow eclipse, eternal night without light. Dongfang Yingyu was taken aback, hastily gesturing. In such a brief time, he should not have exchanged it yet. Shan Wenrui hesitated and remarked, by the way, Lu Qingsong will accompany Vice Dean Sang to our Starry Sky Academy this time. You might as well inquire with him then. Dongfang Yingyu nodded with a glimmer of joy in her eyes as she gazed at the spinning lottery wheel, and then she solemnly clasped her fists in salute. Subsequently, She retrieved 1,000 gold coins from her backpack and commenced the lottery draw. Shan Wenrui, filled with both anticipation and curiosity, watched the lottery wheel begin to spin. After several seconds, the wheel came to a halt. "Thank you for your patronage," it displayed. Dongfang Yingyu turned to Shan Wenrui, shaking her head slightly in disappointment. Shan Wenrui furrowed her brow, pondering, could it be that the gesture was incorrect? Dongfang Yingyu appeared perplexed. "Consider this," Shan Wenrui thoughtfully analyzed. "Lu Qingcong is a warrior, while neither of us is." Dongfang Yingyu slowly nodded, deep in thought. Observing the costume Dongfang Yingyu wore, Shan Wenrui had a sudden inspiration and suggested, "How about you perform a segment for the lottery wheel before drawing again?" Dongfang Yingyu gestured. "It feels rather implausible." Shan Wenrui chuckled. "Whether it is implausible or not, we shall find out." After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang Yingyu nodded in agreement. Thus, she approached another lottery wheel and began her theatrical performance. Not far away, In Haiji observed the "thank you for your patronage" message reappear above the lottery wheel, his expression darkening. In a brief span of time, he had tried dozens of lottery draws, all yielding the same "thank you for your patronage." The sight of those 4 characters now caused him a sense of physical discomfort. "Oldine, what is Dean Dongfang doing?" Lu Guanyu approached, stroking his goatee with a look of confusion. In Haiji turned to the question, and upon seeing Dongfang Yingyu performing, he was taken aback. "If I am not mistaken, Dean Dongfang is performing for the lottery wheel, isn't she?" A towering figure appeared beside them. It was Shi Wanchuan, who set down his hoe. Lu Guanyu abruptly halted his grooming gesture, astonished. "Performing for the lottery wheel?" In Haiji glanced at Shan Wenrui, exhaling a puff of smoke, and chuckled. "It's evident that this idea came from Shan Dean. We both know that she is often unreliable." "Huh. Surely Dean Dongfang does not genuinely believe that performing for this contraption will yield rewards?" "Lu Dean, did you win anything?" Shi Wanchuan inquired. Lu Guanyu shook his head, looking at Dongfang Yingyu. "And you?" Shi Wanchuan sighed. "I did not win either." They then turned their gaze to In Haiji. He, in turn, took a swig of alcohol, grumbling, "Neither did I." At that moment, Dongfang Yingyu ceased her performance and proceeded to draw again. Performing for the lottery wheel, how amusing. Jiang Yubai was genuinely entertained. While others remained oblivious, he, as the master, was fully aware. The lottery wheel was purely a game of chance. Any other actions were futile. Lu Qingcong's success was merely a stroke of luck. "You have gained 100 experience points. You have received the Elite Skill Book Life Link Totem X1. Is this for real?" Jiang Yubai's smile froze, his expression one of utter astonishment. "I actually won." Shan Wenrui leaped with exuberance, more animated than Dongfang Yingyu, displaying none of the composure one might expect from a dean, instead resembling an exuberant student. Dongfang Yingyu gazed incredulously at the advanced skill book nestled within her backpack. Could performing at the lottery will truly be effective? Indeed, Sister Yingyu, it genuinely works. Shan Wenrui urged excitedly. "Hurry. Next one, next one." Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Yingyu briskly approached the next lottery wheel, ready to perform once more. Suddenly, In Haiji spat out his drink, eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, can this really happen?" Lu Guanyu and Shi Wanchuan exchanged bewildered glances. The 2 deans were taken aback. Was this truly possible? Lu Guanyu casually tossed aside a few strands of his beard and swiftly approached a lottery wheel he had yet to try. Shi Wanchuan lifted his hoe and also made his way toward a lottery wheel. In Haiji contemplated the lottery wheel before him, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. He longed to perform, yet found himself lacking in talent. Moments later, a daring thought crossed his mind. What if he simply gave it a shot? Chapter 64. The Lucky Blind Box lottery machine is nothing but a veritable gold pit. In Haiji shook his head vigorously, casting aside this absurd notion. "Who am I, In Haiji? The esteemed principal of the Stellar Academy and the Warrior Institute. How could I ever kneel before a mere lottery wheel?" To kneel before the lottery wheel is tantamount to kneeling before Jiang Yubai, is it not? Even a gambler possesses dignity. Wait a moment. In Haiji took a puff of smoke, directing his gaze outside the courtyard. "Perhaps I could have that rascal Lei Hongxian come in and bow to both the lottery wheel and Jiang." He glanced at Jiang Yubai, lost in thought. That little brat, Lei Hongxian, has been leaping about with enthusiasm, persistently fixated on Ziwei number 1 courtyard. Now, he dares to openly oppose the principal, inevitably inciting Zhang's displeasure. In Haiji felt anger boiling within him. Even Principal Helian bows to Jiang Yubai, yet my student Lei Hongxian chooses to offend him. After all, Jiang Yubai holds the distribution rights to the lottery wheel. What if Jiang, in a fit of anger, decides to withhold the lottery wheel from the Warrior Institute? The more In Haiji pondered, the more incensed he became. He was even contemplating how to persuade Jiang Yubai to join the Warrior Institute. No, In Haiji resolved firmly. Lei Hongxian must bow to Jiang Yubai. He gazed at the vast starry sky not far away. The principal and vice principal were surely engaged in the lottery for the lucky blind boxes, a matter of great significance. Later, he would have that little rascal, Lei Hongxian, apologize to Jiang. Before the lottery, Yue had concealed the surroundings with the domain of the stars. At present, the various external forces were only aware of the lottery wheel and remained oblivious to the existence of the lucky blind box lottery machine, until they had drawn the divine-grade lucky blind box. The two decided to keep this secret for the time being. If bowing was not an option, then a respectful nod would suffice. With this thought, In Haiji commenced his operation. A few seconds later, he was once again rendered silent by the words, "Thank you for your patronage." Just then, the excited voice of Shan Wenrui rang out. "I won. I've drawn it. 100 attribute points." Hurain Haiji glanced at his own legs, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to the next lottery wheel to begin his draw. The principal refused to believe in such superstition. With so many lottery wheels, it was impossible to not win at least once. Lu Guanyu and Shi Wanchuan gazed enviously at Shan Wenrui. "Ha! The odds of drawing, thank you for your patronage, from this lottery will seem excessively high. After over 30 attempts, not a single win." Lu Guanyu sighed and shook his head, thinking this contraption surely could not be so unyielding. "Lu, exercise caution in your words," Shi Wanchuan whispered, casting a wary glance at Jiang Yubai, his expression serious as he cautioned. It would be wise to refrain from such remarks in the future to avoid inciting Zhang's displeasure. Lu Guanyu nodded solemnly, surprised by the principal's evident regard for Jiang. How could he not? Shi Wanchuan gazed at the starry sky, reflecting, if the vice principal truly manages to draw the divine-grade lucky blind box, Zhang's presence will not merely alter the rankings of our 3 great sacred academies. It will also impact the standing of our human race among the myriad of starry races. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, Lu Guanyu's eyes glimmered with vengeance and lethal intent. Jiang Yubai gazed at the array of lottery wheels, shaking his head in disbelief. It must be mere coincidence. With so many lottery wheels, how could he have failed to win repeatedly, only to succeed after showcasing a talent? Jiang Yubai promptly activated his newly acquired elite skill. Skill bar, 11 slots. Life Link Totem, active. Level 78 summons a healing totem that lasts for 30 seconds. Allies within a 20-meter radius recover 1/5 of their maximum health per second and share 10 of the damage taken. Damage is distributed among all linked participants. Cooldown time is 90 seconds, and only 1 totem can exist at a time. Excess healing converts to a temporary shield, up to 5 of maximum health. Now, he possessed a supportive skill as well. He glanced at his skill bar. The warrior skills included 1/N Holy Sword Judgment. The mage skills encompass Flame, Missile and Azure Flame, Dragon's Roar. The assassin skills featured Shadow Eclipsed, Eternal Night and Shadow Traversal. The defensive skill was Iron Barrier, while the supportive skill was Life Link Totem. All that remained were skills from life professions. And once acquired, he would truly embody the title of Ajax of all trades. He contemplated obtaining an item that could alter his appearance, allowing him to traverse the world under the guise of Ajax of all trades. Jiang Yubai had no intention of remaining confined within the Starry Sky Academy for a lifetime. The world was vast, the starry universe boundless, with countless external battlefields. He yearned to explore them, provided he possessed the means to protect himself. Returning to the present, he turned his attention to Yue, who had over 100 lucky blind boxes hovering before her. Until they were opened, he remained oblivious to their contents. The blue probability meter was nearly full. A radiant glow enveloped Jiang Yubai once more as he ascended to level 79. The little fellow's method of leveling up was truly enviable. Helian Huangsheng reflected on Jiang Yubai's effortless ascent among the known divine positions. None achieved advancement as smoothly as he did. With the lottery wheels in place, one could simply lie back and level up. Yo Yue's voice broke the silence. Master of the mansion, the probability has decreased. Helian Huangsheng cast a glance at the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. Next Lucky Blind Box probability. Purple 0, blue 0, cyan 0. 5. With a calm demeanor, Helian Huangsheng remarked, "No matter, it is to be expected. Gold could buy elite, epic, and even legendary equipment, skill books, and pets. However, it could never procure divine-grade equipment, divine skills, or divine pets. As long as he could draw a divine-grade Lucky Blind Box, spending any amount of gold would be worthwhile. The decrease is 0. 5. Jiang Yubai observed the figures with surprise. While 0. 5 seemed negligible, filling the cyan probability meter would require an additional 100 draws. The extra gold expenditure would amount to hundreds of millions. Jiang Yubai inwardly clicked his tongue. The Lucky Blind Box lottery machine was indeed a veritable gold pit, voraciously consuming coins. It remains uncertain whether further declines will occur. If they do, Jiang Yubai finds himself at a loss as to how many coins he will require. At this moment, he begins to comprehend why the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine is singular in existence. It is not merely that legendary tier powerhouses cannot afford to participate. Even low-tier divine beings would find their fortunes utterly depleted in pursuit of a divine Lucky Blind Box. 2 minutes later, the Azure probability slot was filled. Next, Lucky Blind Box probabilities. Purple 0, blue 0, Azure 0, green 0, yellow 0. 5. At this point, Jiang Yubai had ascended to level 83. After another 2 minutes, with the 5th probability slot now filled, the prompt displayed some alterations. Next, Lucky Blind Box probabilities. Purple 0, blue 0, Azure 0, green 0, yellow 95, orange 0. 5. Next lottery amount. 5, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0 coins, according to the established patterns. The probability of a yellow Lucky Blind Box should have plummeted to 0, yet it is only diminished by 0. 5. This implies that during the UUL lottery, there remains a significant likelihood of obtaining the yellow Lucky Blind Box, while the chance of acquiring the orange Lucky Blind Box is a mere 0. 5. This unexpected turn of events took not only Yu Yue and Helian Huangsheng by surprise, but Jiang Yubai as well. Chapter 65. What a bottomless pit. Clearly, it's a treasure trove. In the city of Tianzong, under the cloak of night, the Lord's mansion was ablaze with light and bustling with activity. Laughter erupted from the reception hall, where Qi Yan's voice rang out joyfully. As the vice president, the only reason I can ascend to the presidency in my lifetime is thanks to you, Brother Jiang. You are truly my lucky star, haha. Qi Yan's face glowed with vitality, as if he had been rejuvenated. Prominent figures of Tianzong City, including Long Yun, Xue Se, and Zhan Shi, were present, yet Ma Qingfeng and Kuang who were conspicuously absent. Upon hearing Qi Yan's words, the attendees exchanged curious glances, their minds racing with speculation. Why the lottery wheel appeared solely at the Lord's mansion after its disappearance. Jiang Tianhe smiled enigmatically, filled with pride and satisfaction. Qi Yan's rise to the presidency was undoubtedly due to my grandson. Rest assured, Brother Jiang, I have discreetly dealt with Ma Qingfeng. I shall not appoint anyone else to manage the guild. From now on, you alone will have the final say in Tianzong City. Qi Yan messaged Jiang Tianhe. Thank you. President Qi, Jiang Tianhe replied. The crowd below, witnessing Qi Yan's deference towards Jiang Tianhe, could not help but grow increasingly perplexed. What could explain Qi Yan's eagerness to curry favor with Jiang Tianhe? Was it merely the lottery wheel that had manifested within the Lord's mansion? That seemed implausible. Qi Yan could easily claim the lottery wheel for himself without needing to treat Jiang Tianhe as an equal. There was more to this situation. Do not forget to thank Lord Jiang. Qi Yan, noticing the stillness below, reminded them with a grin. It is only because of Lord Jiang that you have the opportunity to draw from the lottery. Long Yun, Xue Se, Zhan Shi, and the others promptly rose. offering their hands in salute. "We are grateful to Lord Jiang." Jiang Tian's gaze swept across the assembly, landing on the distant crowd as he thought of his grandson. Outside Ziwei No. 1 residence, hundreds of members of the Leiyin Guild had dispersed, leaving even Lei Hongxian unaccounted for. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. Who was Zhu Yao? He was the 11th member of the Guild Alliance, a bona fide, mid-tier, divine-level powerhouse. Yet now, he knelt outside the Ziwei No. 1 residence, unable to rise. Why did he kneel here of all places? It was precisely after a newcomer had taken residence in Ziwei No. 1 residence. Lei Hongxian quickly deduced that Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu must have offended this newcomer, hence their prostration. A newcomer whom even Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu could not provoke. Remaining here was tantamount to courting disaster. As Lei Hongxian departed, he was so shaken that he could barely move. The members of the Leiyin Guild left anxiously, consumed by dread. In just a brief span, 100 or 200 individuals had withdrawn from the Leiyin Guild. At that moment, there were scarcely any students brave enough to linger outside Ziwei No. 1 residence. Shi Yufan and Ing Yaozong remained. Who exactly was this newcomer? Ing Yaozong's eyes still reflected astonishment. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a mere newcomer could compel a mid-tier, divine-level powerhouse to kneel. It was truly astonishing. Regardless of the origins, they are not something we can provoke. Shi Yufan's voice was exceptionally low, and he too was taken aback. The only one capable of bringing Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu to their knees here was the head of the estate. Ing Yaozong found it hard to believe. Could it be possible that he was the illegitimate child of the head? Shi Yufan shook his head, stating that the head was far too old. Even if he had an illegitimate child, it could not possibly be someone so youthful. Be cautious with your words in the future, lest trouble arises from them. Inquire with your grandfather. He surely knows. Ing Yaozong's heart was in turmoil, as he was exceedingly eager to uncover the identity of the newcomer within Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. Shi Yufan responded, "I have inquired." Ing Yaozong hurriedly pressed, "What did Director Shi say?" After a moment of silence, Shi Yufan replied, "My grandfather advised me not to ask about matters that do not concern me." Ing Yaozong was once again taken aback, his expression darkening as he gazed at Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. Suddenly, Shi Yufan turned and walked away. Ing Yaozong quickly asked, "Where are you going?" "To find Gu Suifeng. He undoubtedly knows who resides in this courtyard. Without a gold coin, he won't divulge anything." Shi Yufan did not respond, and Ing Yaozong cast another glance at Zhu Yao and the others kneeling there before hastily following. A single gold coin spun rapidly on Gu Suifeng's 5 fingers, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. It couldn't possibly be the head's illegitimate child, could it? He could think of no other explanation. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. "Gu Suifeng, what are you doing here?" Startled, Gu Suifeng clutched the coin tightly and turned around with a look of delight. "Sister Ziwei, you have finally returned." He noticed the presence of Luo Ziwei's companion, Song Shaoan, and questioned, "Who is he?" Luo Ziwei replied, "He is this year's new junior." Gu Suifeng's pupils constricted slightly, astonished as he regarded Song Shaoan. Was he truly the newcomer destined to reside in Ziwei No. 1 courtyard? Shi Yufan and Ing Yaozong approached, and upon hearing Luo Ziwei's words, both gazed at Song Shaoan in equal astonishment. Song Shaoan, puzzled, wondered what kind of expressions these three were wearing. "It's not him." Luo Ziwei shook her head. "It is." "Oh wait, that is." She spotted Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu kneeling at the courtyard entrance, feeling a jolt of surprise within. Secretly thinking, the head is truly generous to Junior Bai. After all, Zhu Yao is a member of the Transmutation Guild Alliance. "You have offended my adoptive father." This is the consequence. A cold laugh echoed, and Song Shaoan also noticed Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu. Gu Suifeng, Shi Yufan, and Ing Yaozong simultaneously turned their attention to Song Shaoan, unable to restrain their curiosity as they inquired, "Adoptive father? Who is the adoptive father? Whose adoptive father?" Unexpectedly, as the 6th probability slot began to fill, the odds of drawing the yellow lucky blind box did not drop directly to 0, but merely decreased by 0.5. Jiang Yubai pondered thoughtfully, realizing that there was no need to invest from the beginning to the end. The lucky blind box lottery machine was indeed a money eater. However, He now discovered that once the fifth probability slot was filled, the lottery participants had already begun to turn profit. Upon filling the fifth probability slot, each time one draws from the blind box, the guarantee is a yellow lucky blind box. The yellow lucky blind box corresponds to epic rewards. Moreover, as the probability of winning from the sixth probability slot increases, the chances of drawing an orange lucky blind box, which yields legendary rewards, become ever more favorable. This is an inevitability. The probabilities of the earlier colors of lucky blind boxes are a mere zero. Once the sixth probability slot is fully occupied and the seventh begins to fill, every draw guarantees an orange lucky blind box. Is the lucky blind box lottery machine truly a scam? Not at all. For those with enough gold to fill the fifth probability slot, it is a veritable treasure trove. Although Yu Yue and Helian Huanqing were unaware of this information, they harbored their own suspicions. Thus, Yue did not pause for a moment, opting to continue drawing. As torrents of gold flowed into the lucky blind box lottery machine, as the probability of the sixth slot increased, the likelihood of obtaining a yellow lucky blind box diminished. By the time the sixth probability slot was filled, the chance of acquiring a yellow lucky blind box had plummeted to zero. This further solidified Yu Yue and Helian Huanqing's conjectures. However, the increment in winning probability with each draw had once again decreased. Next, lucky blind box probabilities. Purple 0, blue 0, cyan 0, yellow 0, orange 99, red 0, 1. Yet this mattered little. For Yue, each draw now guaranteed an orange lucky blind box, equating to legendary rewards. Yu Yue and Helian Huanqing finally comprehended why there were so many lottery wheels while Jiang Yubai could only accommodate a single lucky blind box lottery machine. It was simply too extraordinary. The expression on Yu Yue's face transformed throughout the process. From initial calmness to an impassive demeanor, then to numbness, followed by a pang of regret, and ultimately blossoming into a radiant smile as she continued drawing. The worth of the lottery master had once again ascended. Yu Yue persisted in her draws while Jiang Yubai advanced in levels. As the seventh probability slot was filled, Jiang Yubai drew ever closer to level 101. The lottery wheel at the Lord's Mansion of Tianzong City was still exerting its force. Next, lucky blind box probabilities. Purple 0, blue 0, cyan 0, green 0, yellow 0, orange 0, red 100. The 7 probability slots began to glow with a kaleidoscope of colors, the brilliance intensifying until it enveloped the lucky blind box lottery machine, transforming into a radiant beam that surged skyward. In an instant, the surroundings were rendered into a magnificent tapestry of colors. Fortunately, Yue had cast the starry domain in advance to shroud the lucky blind box lottery machine, concealing this phenomenon. Next, lucky blind box probability. Divine lucky blind box 100. Yu Yue's breath quickened involuntarily. Even Helian Huanqing found his heartbeat uncontrollably accelerating. Just as Yu Yue was about to make her final draw, she heard Jiang Yubai suddenly inquire, "Minter, what do you wish to draw? A divine artifact, a divine skill, or a divine pet?" After a moment's contemplation, Yu Yue's voice trembled slightly as she replied, "A divine pet, I suppose." Jiang Yubai nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "The Minter will achieve his desires." Upon hearing this, Helian Huanqing's eyes, imbued with the weight of experience, revealed a contemplative expression. Yue took a deep breath and prepared for one final draw. The vibrant, multicolored beam of light surged upward as if summoned, abruptly vanishing into the lucky blind box lottery machine. After a few moments of humming, the machine expelled a swirl of colorful radiance, which subsequently disappeared without a trace. The 7-colored glow gently floated towards Yue, ultimately suspending itself before her. "Congratulations, you have drawn the divine level lucky blind box." Almost simultaneously, a milky white light enveloped Jiang Yubai. "You have leveled up, current level, 101, Chapter 66, the third divine skill." In Jiang Yu's eyes, the professional attribute panel appeared. Name, Jiang Yu. Profession, lottery master, divine level. Identity, student of the Starry Sky Academy. Level, LV101, 0-20,000. Base attributes, strength, 221,192, 6,000, allocated free attribute points. Vitality, 221,192, 6,000 allocated free attribute points. Intelligence, 221,192, 6,000 allocated free attribute points. Growth attributes, health, 221, 1920, 60,000. Defense, 221, 1920, 60,000. Energy, 221, 1920, 60,000. Free attribute points, 99. Skill bar, 11 skills. House Edge, passive LV 101 when other players draw on your lottery wheel. You receive a reward multiplied by 101. Lottery wheel, active LV 101. You can now place 101 lottery wheels. Each wheel can designate a winner once per day. With prizes blue, you are not permitted to participate in the lottery. Lucky Blind Box, active LV 101. Designate a winning prize once per day. With rewards blue, you cannot participate in the lottery, currently in cooldown for 7 days. Holy Sword Judgment, active LV 101. Shadow Eclipsed, Eternal Night without light. Main passive LV 101. 1/, active LV 101. Harnessing all your strength. Deliver a powerful slash to all enemies within a frontal fan-shaped area, dealing 230, 10 physical attack damage, with a 33 chance to cause the target to bleed. Flame Missile, active LV 101. Release a fiery missile that inflicts fire damage on the target, with a 45 chance to ignite the target. Once ignited, the target suffers 20 of attack power in fire damage per second for 30 seconds, 5 seconds. Ultimate Charge, active LV 101. Charging for 1 second increases damage by 70, 10. Charging for 2 seconds increases damage by 120, 10. Charging for 3 seconds increases damage by 230, 10. During the charge, damage received is reduced by 65, 10. Upon completion of the charge, gain a buff lasting 23 seconds, 3 seconds, that increases attack speed and movement speed by 55, 5. Shadow Step, active LV 101. Enter a shadow state, becoming invisible and increasing movement speed by 110, allowing for a short distance teleport of 35 meters within 30 seconds. During the shadow state, one remains undetected by ordinary creatures, and the detection range of bosses and highly perceptive enemies is significantly reduced. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Cyan Flame Dragon Roar, active level 101. Upon activation, it generates a fiery projectile resembling the head of a dragon, inflicting penetrating burn damage to all targets in its path, accompanied by a repelling effect. It consumes 1,000 energy points with a cooldown of 18 seconds, -5 seconds. Iron Barrier, active level 101. Instantly enhances one's physical and magical defense by 43, lasting for 10 seconds, 2 seconds, with a cooldown of 17 seconds, -3 seconds. Life Bond Totem, active level 101. Summons a healing totem that persists for 30 seconds, restoring 2, 5, 1 of the maximum health to allies within a 20-meter radius every second, while sharing 7, -3 of the damage taken. Damage is distributed among all linked individuals. Cooldown time, 86 seconds, -4 seconds. Only one totem can exist at a time. An excess healing is converted into a temporary shield, capped at 7, 2 of health. Jiang Yubai gazed at the experience required to reach level 102, momentarily taken aback. Why has it now become 20,000 experience points? He felt quite bewildered. Previously, the required experience for each level up had merely increased by 100 points. By the established pattern, the experience needed to reach level 102 should have been 200 points. Why, after the first promotion, did the experience required for each subsequent level not increase, yet so dramatically after the second promotion? Unable to comprehend, Jiang Yubai could only attribute this anomaly to the gambling master being a transcendent class. It is entirely reasonable for a divine class to require more experience to level up. After all, it is merely an increase in experience, which is inconsequential. Once the gambling wheel is fully deployed, his leveling speed will still soar like a rocket. Jiang Yubai's gaze shifted downward. His base attributes surpassed 210,000, while his growth attributes exceeded 100,000. A satisfied smile graced his face. With 210 growth attributes, even if he stood still and allowed those of below the ninth transmutation to attack him, they would likely exhaust themselves without inflicting any damage. To harm him, one would at least need legendary level skills. Each class promotion signifies a monumental enhancement, not merely a change in job title. Base attributes also experience substantial augmentation. Jiang Yubai's first and second promotions resulted in no growth in base attributes because the Gambling Master is a transcendent class. There's no need for a job change. He can ascend to the divine level through leveling alone. He is indifferent to those minor attribute values. With more participants in the gambling, he will acquire them. At level 101, he can finally unleash legendary tier skills. Jiang Yubai had previously pondered why other classes must complete up to the 9th transmutation and reach level 900 to utilize legendary skills, while he only requires level 100. Now, he comprehends that it is not premature, but rather belated. Given his current formidable attributes, the power unleashed at level 100 undoubtedly surpasses that of the vast majority of legendary classes. Although Jiang Yubai has yet to engage with legendary class practitioners, he possesses unwavering confidence. The legendary skills are somewhat lacking. If only a few hundred more could be added. Jiang Yubai cast a glance at the other skills. Aside from Holy Sword, Judgment, and Shadow Erosion, Eternal Night without light, the enhancement effects of the other skills were minimal. This is the inherent flaw of ordinary skills. As levels increase, the damage of skills below the epic tier, below the legendary tier, fails to keep pace. Legendary professionals can be broadly classified into 3 tiers: ordinary, monarch, and invincible. The ordinary tier possesses 5 or fewer legendary skills, while the monarch tier boasts more than 5. Those like Lei Jun, who are deemed invincible, possess over 10 legendary skills and wield domain effect legendary abilities. In this realm, there is almost no mention of skills below the legendary tier. Jiang Yubai, however, is different. Even a low-level skill, like Slash, can inflict a staggering damage of 1 million, disregarding defense. His base attributes are extraordinarily high. This is the hallmark of a super divine profession. Naturally, these skills pale in comparison to the significance of the 3rd super divine skill. Upon seeing the name of the 3rd super divine skill, Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback. Smash the golden egg? He rubbed his eyes, ensuring he had not misread. The 3rd super divine skill is actually to smash the golden egg? Jiang Yubai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The lottery wheel, the lucky blind box, smashing the golden egg. This skill unmistakably continues the legacy of the lottery master. Chapter 67. The Revelry of Gamblers. The Feast of Fortunate Souls. Colorful golden egg lottery machine. Active LV-101U can summon a mysterious and resplendent colorful golden egg lottery machine at any location. This machine harbors 7 shimmering golden eggs that radiate with 7 colors. Striking a golden egg grants rewards corresponding to its level: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. The colorful golden egg lottery machine features 2 modes: random reward mode and combo mode, available weekly. One egg impoverishes, another enriches. The 7 colorful golden eggs alter one's fate. This is the revelry of gamblers. This is the feast of fortunate souls. Hee Jiang Yubai. What on earth is this hee? There are actually 2 modes. The colorful golden egg is quite intriguing. Before summoning the colorful golden egg lottery machine, Jiang Yubai could not discern the specific mode details. However, the descriptions of the skill and the mode names ignited an impulse within him to strike the golden eggs. The revelry of gamblers? The feast of fortunate souls? This contraption holds some secrets. Yu Yue gazed at the divine lucky blind box enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, her hands trembling slightly. The divine lucky blind box. Helian Huangsheng could not resist stepping forward, his eyes, imbued with the weight of countless ages, fixated intently on the vibrant glow, unwilling to look away for even a second. Within the planet dungeons inhabited by humanity, artifacts, divine skills, divine pets, and other divine items are exceedingly rare, mostly obtainable only through completing tasks. After the commencement of the Cosmic Starry Sky chapter, with the emergence of planetary dungeons housing divine items and cosmic mysteries, divine powerhouses flocked into the celestial expanse to conquer dungeons and explore secrets. Risking their very existence, they sought divine items. Yet, even within the starry dungeons and cosmic mysteries, divine items remain scarce. The higher the tier of the divine item, the greater its rarity and the corresponding dangers involved in acquiring it. This has resulted in most low-tier divine powerhouses still wielding equipment at the legendary level. Now, to obtain a divine item simply by spending gold without any risk is something Hellion Huangsheng could hardly believe or fathom. The Lucky Blind Box lottery machine genuinely has the potential to yield a divine Lucky Blind Box. Prior to this moment, both he and Yu Yue could only speculate. After all, until now, no one had ever drawn a divine reward from the lottery wheel. Even if their guesses were coming to fruition, the two still found it hard to believe. Even the most formidable divine positions should have their limits. Yet, the lottery master is an exception. He possesses none. This is simply astounding. Hellion Huangsheng and Yu Yue had never encountered a natural divine position with such immense potential. Other natural and acquired divine positions pale in comparison to the lottery master. The ability of the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine to produce divine Lucky Blind Boxes signifies that the lottery wheel can also yield divine rewards. The worth of the lottery master has once again been elevated. Yu Yue shifted her gaze toward the other differently colored Lucky Blind Boxes, her excitement mounting further. Having expended an astronomical sum, even if she were to fail in acquiring a divine-level Lucky Blind Box, she would still not be at a loss. 30 purple blind boxes, 102 blue blind boxes, 101 cyan blind boxes, 158 green blind boxes, 103 yellow blind boxes, and an astounding 139 orange blind boxes. Yu Yue felt an uncontrollable tremor coursing through her, her gaze fixating upon her prized disciple, her heart gripped by astonishment. What kind of extraordinary student have I taken under my wing? What exactly is the profession of a lottery master? The Lucky Blind Box lottery machine is nothing short of a reliable apparatus for generating equipment, skills, pets, and other items. Let us begin, came the booming voice of Hellion Huangsheng, in which Yu Yue detected an exceedingly rare tremor. With a deep breath, she redirected her focus and pointed decisively at the divine-level Lucky Blind Box, silently praying for a divine pet. The moment her finger made contact, the entire space seemed to freeze. A cascade of 7 colored lights surged forth from the surface of the blind box, intertwining in the air to form a dazzling aurora. With a soft crack, a faint sound resonated in their ears. A thin fissure appeared on the surface of the divine-level Lucky Blind Box, from which blinding red light erupted. Yu Yue squinted, yet her eyes remained steadfastly locked on the unfolding transformation of the blind box. Hellion Huangsheng was equally transfixed, instinctively holding his breath. With a resounding bang, all the crimson light suddenly converged, coalescing in mid-air into a colossal egg, nearly the height of a person. Yu Yue was momentarily stunned, disbelief flooding her features. It truly was a pet egg. She could hardly fathom it. Hellion Huangsheng's pupils constricted slightly as he turned abruptly to Jiang Yubai. The house always wins passive triggered. You have obtained the divine-level pet egg Moon Shadow Cocoon. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. Was the house always wins supposed to yield 101 times the reward? He found himself perplexed. Even if it did not level up, why was there only one pet egg? Shouldn't there be 101? Jiang Yubai's gaze fell upon the pet egg Moon Shadow Cocoon within his backpack, and he froze once more. He quickly lifted his head to look at the divine-level pet egg that Yu Yue had just unveiled. It was a massive obsidian egg, with a diameter of 1.5 meters, its surface adorned with dark golden magma-like patterns, and the shell bore a naturally formed mountain pattern. Meanwhile, the pet egg in his backpack was a translucent silver-white shell. What could this mean? A perplexed expression crossed Jiang Yubai's face. There was but one egg, both classified as divine-level pets, yet they were not the same. He glanced again at the pet egg in his backpack, where the information on Moonshadow Cocoon appeared. Name, Moonshadow Cocoon, Lunar Flow Cat. Potential rating, low tier, mid tier, 20. Attributes, light space, moonlight void, hatching conditions, environment, night of the full moon or star realm altar. Material, daily feeding of void essence 1 or starlit dew 5 duration. 21 days. Can be shortened to 3 days using a divine grade spatial crystal core. Jiang Yubai retracted his gaze and swiftly approached the pet egg presented by Yu Yue, where relevant information materialized before him. Name, Titan's Core, Mountain Giant Ape. Potential rating, low tier, mid tier, 10. Attributes, Earth Fire, Earth Vein Lava. Hatching conditions, environment, Earth Vein Node, Earth Element Concentration 90. Materials, daily feeding of Meteorite Iron 1 or Core Crystal 3 duration, 30 days. Can be shortened to 7 days using a mythic grade Earth-type crystal core. Jiang Yubai's eyes sparkled with realization. The odds of breaking through to mid-tier were notably different, even though both possessed low-tier potential. Suddenly, he was struck with astonishment. Why could he perceive the information of a divine-grade pet egg? Under the rules of the Tao of Heaven, prior to learning the universal skill inquiry, he would have been unable to discern such detailed information. Could it be due to the lottery master being an extraordinary profession? Or was it possible that both pet eggs originated from the lottery master class? Helian Huangsheng observed Jiang Yubai, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. Titan's Core. This is the pet egg of the low-tier divine creature mountain giant ape. Yu Yue recognized the pet egg before her, letting out a soft gasp. Jiang Yubai smiled and congratulated. Congratulations, Minter. Your wish has come true. I never anticipated that I would actually draw a divine pet. Yu Yue's smile was gentle and radiant as she looked at Jiang Yubai, saying, Since you have become my disciple, and I have yet to gift you anything, the reason I wished for a divine pet was to present it to you as a token of my appreciation. Thus, this pet egg is a gift from me to you. Chapter 68, Jiang Xiaozai, you shall become the head of the Starry Sky Academy. A gift for me? Jiang Yubai paused for a moment, staring incredulously at Yu Yue. This was an invaluable divine pet egg. A flicker of surprise crossed Helian Huangsheng's handsome features, but he quickly regained his composure. If he were in Jiang Yubai's position, he would have acted likewise. What was a divine pet egg? Compared to Jiang Yubai, it was insignificant. Just 2 minutes prior, he had revered Jiang Yubai as a deity. Now, he regarded him as a father, let alone a mere divine pet egg. If Jiang Yubai wished to assume the role of the head of the Starry Sky Academy, he would unhesitatingly step aside in favor of him. Helian Huangsheng chuckled, saying, One must not refuse a gift from Mentor. Yu Yue nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at her sole direct disciple. Then I shall graciously accept it. Jiang Yubai replied, a smile gracing his face. Thank you, Mentor. Helian Huangsheng and Yu Yue exchanged glances, both smiling, yet secretly relieved. They were genuinely concerned that Jiang Yubai might refuse, which would indicate an invisible rift between him and Yu Yue, or perhaps between him and the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Yubai had no reason to decline. Divine pets were always welcome. He reached out to touch the Titan core, which surprisingly trembled gently, as if it possessed a breath of life within. The eggshell bore naturally formed mountain patterns, radiating a searing glow. Mentor, you just mentioned this is the mountain giant ape? Jiang Yubai feigned ignorance, fully aware of the truth. Clad in mountains and with lava for blood, the Titan beast could shake the heavens and earth, and at its peak could unleash cataclysms, shattering the very crust of the earth with a single punch. Yu Yue nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, this is the mountain giant ape. Although it is a low-tier divine pet, its combat prowess should not be underestimated, rivaling that of mid-tier divine professionals. Helian Huangsheng regarded Jiang Yubai, saying, Young Jiang, this Titan core requires incubation. Allow me to take it for now. When it hatches, I will inform you, and you may come to form a contract then. Thank you, Headmaster. Jiang Yubai responded eagerly, relieved that his concern was addressed. Helian Huangsheng nodded, waving his hand to stow the Titan core in his bag. He looked at the empty ground and asked, Young Jiang, where has the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine disappeared to? He was worried that something had happened to the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine. Yu Yue's expression also showed a hint of anxiety. In her eyes, the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine represented an enormous dungeon. With its presence, The chances of the Starry Sky Academy claiming first place in this year's Strongest Academy Championship had significantly increased. It was a strategic asset. It must not be lost. It is currently on cooldown, Jiang Yubai replied. The duration is 7 days. He had not anticipated that the lucky blind box lottery machine would enter a cooldown phase after drawing a divine lucky blind box. However, this made it slightly more reasonable. The prize wheel was nothing compared to the lucky blind box lottery machine, with far lower odds of winning. Helian Huangsheng and Yue visibly relaxed. Jiang Yubai then inquired, by the way, Minter, what about the lucky blind boxes? He was still waiting for Yue to open all the lucky blind boxes and replenish his inventory. The Academy ranking competition was approaching, and after consulting with the headmaster, it was decided that the lucky blind boxes would serve as rewards for this event. Yue replied thoughtfully. Jiang Yubai felt a sudden realization. So that was the case. He glanced at the Moonshadow cocoon in his backpack, contemplating whether he should take it out at this opportunity. The Moonshadow cocoon would eventually need to be hatched, yet he was not yet able to meet its hatching conditions. Observing Jiang Yubai's hesitance, Yue exchanged a knowing glance with Helian Huangsheng. She inquired, Xiaobai, what is troubling you? A student previously drew a pet egg, and the mentor along with the headmaster helped me identify what kind of pet it was. Oh. Both Helian Huangsheng and Yue demonstrated curiosity. Jiang Yubai retrieved the Moonshadow cocoon from his backpack. The surface shimmered with a starlit glow, emanating a gentle lunar halo. Through the translucent silver shell, a curled feline silhouette could be faintly discerned. Could this be the Moonshadow cocoon? Helian Huangsheng and Yue stared in astonishment at the Moonshadow cocoon before turning their attention to Jiang Yubai in unison. Jiang kid, did you really draw this? Helian Huangsheng could not help but ask. Jiang Yubai nodded. Yue quickly followed up with, how many times did you draw to obtain it? She knew very well that Jiang Yubai could not possibly have amassed enough gold coins to fill 7 probability slots. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Yubai extended his right index finger and said 10 times. Immediately after, he regretted saying it, noticing his mentor's facial muscles twitching. Helian Huangsheng's expression resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. Yue slowly raised her hand to cover her heart, feeling a pang of pain. To draw a divine-level lucky blind box, she had spent over 10 billion gold coins. Her student had only spent 550,000 gold coins. Truly, the joys and sorrows of humanity are vastly different. After a long moment, Helian Huangsheng sighed. Having one's own belongings is indeed advantageous. 10 attempts to draw a divine pet. Sigh. The headmaster is exhausted. Jiang Yubai scratched his brow, muttering silently, at least I didn't mention once. Whether it's 1 or 2, the Moonshadow cocoon will hatch together. Helian Huangsheng stored the Moonshadow cocoon back in his backpack. Jiang Yubai expressed his gratitude once more. At that moment, Helian Huangsheng's expression slightly changed, his brow furrowing. Yue noticed and asked, what is the matter? Helian Huangsheng shook his head. Ganyang Ruyu has arrived. Yue's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Jiang Yubai inquired curiously, who is Ganyang Ruyu? Yue replied in a low tone, one of the 2 military leaders of the Starry Sky mercenaries. Jiang Yubai's heart tightened immediately. If Ganyang Ruyu had arrived, others would soon follow. Helian Huangsheng turned to Yue. I must go deal with Ganyang Ruyu. With that, a piece on his chest shimmered with starlight, and he vanished from sight. Yue looked at Jiang Yubai with a grave expression. Xiaobai, do not go anywhere. Stay in the Ziwei No. 1 courtyard. Jiang Yubai nodded in acknowledgement, and with a flick of Yue's hand, the enveloping starry sky vanished. The 2 reappeared within the line of sight of the 5 deans, who had completed their rounds at the prize wheels. Aside from In Haiji, the other 4 deans had each garnered some rewards. In Haiji, with a scowl upon his face, sulked while consuming his drink, perplexed as to why he had drawn nothing at all. Even a single attribute point would have been a token of respect for a seasoned gambler like him. Upon the reemergence of Jiang Yubai and Yue, the other 4 deans hurriedly approached them. In Haiji, regaining his composure, joined their ranks. What a vice-chancellor! Did you manage to secure anything from the Lucky Blind Box lottery? Did you obtain the coveted God-tier Lucky Box? The 5 deans gazed eagerly at Yue and Jiang Yubai. Yue nodded, and before the 5 could respond, Her expression turned grave as she continued. Members from various factions will be arriving shortly. I have matters to attend to. So you five must await further instructions from me and the Chancellor. With that, she conjured a celestial passage and vanished within it in a swirl of light. The five deans immediately encircled Jiang Yubai. Chapter 69. The Seven Eggs Hanging by Destiny. One hammer to determine the universe. Is what the Vice Dean said true, Bai? Shan Wenrui inquired urgently, her beautiful eyes eagerly fixed on Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai nodded affirmatively. Without hesitation, Shan Wenrui grasped Jiang Yubai's arm tightly, applying considerable force. Can we truly extract a divine-level lucky blind box? Lu Guanyu, oblivious to the fact that he had pulled out his beard, gazed at Jiang Yubai in astonishment and impatiently asked, "Has the Vice Dean opened the blind box?" Jiang Yubai nodded once more. He immediately felt another arm seize him, this time from both sides, orientaling you. Jiang Yubai sighed in relief, thankful that it wasn't one of the other three older men. What did it yield? In Haiji pressed on. Lu Guanyu interjected, "A divine artifact?" Sure, Wan Chuan added, "Or perhaps a divine skill." Jiang Yubai replied, "It's a divine pet." Hiss! In Haiji, who had just lit a cigarette, found it burning rapidly, having drawn in a puff that sent it down to the filter. Lu Guanyu, Shi Wanchuan, Shan Wenrui, and Orientaling Yu were all wide-eyed, stunned, incredulous, and utterly astonished. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Cough, cough, cough. In Haiji suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, having inhaled too forcefully for the first time. Jiang Kid, did the Vice Dean mention which academy you are to join? Lu Guanyu was the first to regain his composure, his gaze fervently fixed on Jiang Yubai. The other four deans shifted their expressions, glancing warily at one another. Until now, they had merely contemplated securing a few more lottery spins, unaware that the Lucky Blind Box lottery machine could produce a divine-level Lucky Blind Box. Now, all they desired was to claim Jiang Yubai. A battle for talent was about to ensue. Lu Guanyu grinned. "Come to my Academy of Auxiliary Studies in Life. Your profession is so unique that it deserves a place here." How absurd. Shan Wenrui, flustered, pointed an accusing finger at Lu Guanyu, shouting, who decided that a unique profession must go to the Auxiliary Studies and Life Academy. "Little Bai is under my wing." Director Shan, "What do you mean by under your wing?" Lu Guanyu retorted, infuriated. "Jiang Kid is the Vice Dean's personal disciple. He's mine. He's mine." Shan Wenrui shouted defiantly at Lu Guanyu. "Enough of this bickering." Shi Wanchuan interjected with a benevolent smile directed at Jiang Yubai, gently stating, "I have a rapport with Jiang Xiaoyu. Let him join my Academy of Defense." Jiang Yubai was at a loss for words. Lu Guanyu's invitation to the Auxiliary Studies and Life Academy at least had some semblance of logic, while Shi Wanchuan's reasoning for the Academy of Defense, based on mere familiarity, felt rather forced. "Director Shi, you folks in defense certainly have thick skin." Oriental Ingyu quickly gestured with her hands. After her motion, she immediately clutched Jiang Yubai's arm tightly. Shi Wanchuan's smile faltered. Shan Wenrui chimed in loudly, indeed, incredibly thick-skinned. Jiang Yubai's lips twitched as he glanced at Oriental Ingyu. It was difficult to express, yet her words were even more scathing than Shan Wenrui's. Jiang Xiaozai's profession is utterly unrelated to the Academy of Defense. Old Stone, you needn't meddle in this matter. In Haiji chuckled at the exchange. Shi Wanchuan shot In Haiji a sidelong glance and retorted nonchalantly, "And is it any more relevant to the Combat Academy?" In Haiji's amusement vanished instantly. "It has nothing to do with either of you." Lu Guanyu stroked his goatee and scoffed. "Jiang Xiaozai should undoubtedly join our Academy of Support and Life." Indeed, In Haiji suddenly took a hearty swig of alcohol and raised his voice. "It absolutely matters." Lu Guanyu let out a derisive "ha." "What relevance could that possibly have?" Jiang Yubai observed In Haiji, curious to see what rationale he would conjure. In Haiji stowed the liquor in his backpack, stood tall, and declared proudly, "Jiang Xiaozai is utterly defenseless. He must have someone by his side for protection. The Combat Academy I lead is filled with formidable individuals. Jiang Xiaozai, come to my Combat Academy. Every student there shall be your bodyguard." He emphatically thumped his chest, including myself. Jiang Yubai remarked. Perhaps the formidable label is a bit much. Old gambler, do cease your prattling. Shan Wenrui, poised for a war of wits, taunted, as if your combat academy could safeguard Little Bai. What formidable men? Our mage academy is brimming with beautiful women, all capable of protecting Little Bai, and far more enticing than yours. Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. In Haiji opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Out of words, are we? Shan Wenrui sneered triumphantly. Perhaps you ought to remain silent, you old gambler. When it comes to protection, our Academy of Defense can confidently claim the top spot. None present would dare to contest that, Shi Wanchuan inquired leisurely. Shan Wenrui found it difficult to maintain her earlier pride. Indeed, in terms of protective capability, the defensive profession reigned supreme. Let us not digress, Lu Guanyu interjected. Shaking his head, what protection are we discussing? This is the Starry Sky Academy. Jiang Xiaozai faces no peril here. Exactly. Shan Wenrui immediately concurred. Thus, Little Bai is the first to catch my eye. He must join my mage academy. There is no question of precedence here. Dongfang Yingyu hastily gestured in agreement. Shan Wenrui's ire ignited. Dongfang Yingyu, I even told you how to draw lots. Oof. Dongfang Yingyu clutched Jiang Yubai's arm tightly, demonstrating her stance through action. They did not inquire which academy Jiang Yubai would choose. Firstly, his profession was too unique for any academy to be wholly suitable, and they could not bear to see him join another academy. Secondly, Jiang Yubai could not possibly remain unaffiliated, as the Starry Sky Academy had never permitted such a precedent. Therefore, rather than relinquishing the initiative to Jiang Yubai, they preferred to take the offensive, striving to impress him. Since none were willing to yield, let us settle this with a duel. In Haiji was engulfed by an overwhelming battle intent, exclaiming, whoever wins shall have Jiang Xiaozai join their academy. Oh, you old gambler, how shameless you are. Lu Guanyu stroked his beard, declaring that he, the dean, was equally powerless. In Haiji, with an impassive expression, replied, I'm sorry, but you're out. Lu Guanyu remained silent. Shan Wenrui summoned her staff with determination, exclaiming, come on, are you afraid? Meanwhile, Shi Wanchuan quietly fortified himself with 10 shields, stating, I am ready. Esteemed deans, engaging in combat can be quite detrimental to our camaraderie. Shall we not consider a more equitable and entertaining alternative? Jiang Yubai, unable to bear the escalating chaos, thought that if this continued, the deans might very well dismantle the Ziwei No. 1 Academy. Although he had no intention of joining any academy, he seized the opportunity to experiment with the Rainbow Egg Smash. Lu Guanyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded. Indeed, indeed, young friend Jiang speaks the truth. Let us adopt a fairer method, for heroes often share similar insights. In Haiji, sensing the shift in atmosphere, inquired, what method do you propose? With a smile, Jiang Yubai suggested, I kindly ask the 5 esteemed deans to step back a few paces. The 5 deans exchanged glances, yet none made a move to retreat. Jiang Yubai, exasperated yet amused, reassured them, I cannot fly, nor can I escape. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, the 5 deans gradually took a step back. Now, esteemed deans, behold, Jiang Yubai snapped his fingers and unleashed the skill, Rainbow Egg Smash. In an instant, a cascade of rainbows descended from the heavens. 7 beams of colorful light converged to form a dazzling lottery platform. The base of this platform was supported by 7 dark golden pillars, each intricately carved with the effigy of the goddess of fate. Atop each pillar floated a gemstone of corresponding color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. These 7 gems radiated ethereal beams of light. At the center stood a heptagonal crystal stage, where 7 golden eggs, each the size of a human head, floated within the vibrant aura. Each eggshell emitted a distinct, resplendent glow, red as fierce flames, orange like the morning sun, yellow akin to golden sands, green reminiscent of emeralds, cyan surpassing the azure sky, blue akin to the deep sea, and purple more splendid than twilight. The luminous hues danced fluidly across the surface of the golden eggs. resembling a liquid rainbow. Suspended above the lottery platform was a colossal bronze balance scale, one side bearing gold coins and the other skull. Above the scale hovered a holographic screen. The moment the Rainbow Egg Smash lottery machine was summoned, 2 lines of text materialized on the holographic display. 7 eggs hang in fate. One strike determines all. Wager everything or lose it all. Chapter 70. Jiang Yu Bai. This is bad. It's coming for me. The Danyang Star Palace serves as a reception area for the Stellar Academy. Ganyang Ryu, clad in a rain cloak and wearing a bamboo hat, appeared gaunt and aged. Opposite him sat Helian Huangsheng, adorned in a splendid robe, youthful and handsome, with 3 black chess pieces spinning leisurely upon his chest. Ganyang Ryu regarded Helian Huangsheng with a mocking smile, jesting. It has been 4 or 5 years since our last encounter at the Heavenly Tower, and you still have such a penchant for feigning youth. This is merely a testament to my positive mindset, Helian Huangsheng retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Ganyang Ryu. Old man, judging by your appearance. TSK, it seems you have but a few years left. Unperturbed, Ganyang Ryu chuckled, shaking his head. Fear not, my esteemed commander shall certainly outlive you. With a haughty snort, Helian Huangsheng countered, you shall surely meet your end on the battlefield beyond the domain, and that would be a death worthy of your stature. Ganyang Ryu adjusted his hat, hinting, however, before I depart, I must find a suitable successor to close my eyes in peace. Helian Huangsheng, now alert, adopted a serious demeanor. Whom you choose as your successor is of no concern to me. Just don't set your sights on my Stellar Academy students. Ganyang Ryu made no effort to conceal his intentions, narrowing his eyes as he mused, my days are numbered, and that young lad, Jiang Yu Bai, appearing at this moment, is surely fate's design. Fate my foot. Helian Huangsheng straightened, scoffing at Ganyang Ryu's words. You have already selected a successor. Do not presume I am unaware. Ganyang Ryu shook his head, sighing, while that girl, Qing Xian, is quite impressive, she pales in comparison to Jiang. Helian Huangsheng scoffed. He initially believed Ganyang Ryu sought the lottery wheel. Yet, it was the young man he sought. The Stellar Mercenaries need this young fellow far more than the Stellar Academy. Helian, you should know this better than I. With unwavering resolve, Ganyang Ryu fixed his gaze on Helian Huangsheng, asserting, this young man has the potential to empower the Stellar Mercenaries significantly. I am confident that under Jiang's leadership, our human forces will one day sweep across the myriad races in the vast expanse beyond. Helian Huangsheng remained silent. Observing his reticence, Ganyang Ryu softened his tone. It is not merely my Stellar Mercenaries that require him. Humanity itself needs him. As a leader of your house, I trust you will consider the well-being of our kind. Spare me the flattery. I'm not swayed by such tactics. Helian Huangsheng replied with a cold smile. Jiang has already been earmarked as the next head of the Stellar Academy. Ganyang Ryu was taken aback, instinctively inquiring, you two have not much time left? Helian Huangsheng responded. Let us return to the matter at hand. He stated coolly, since I have promised to provide your Stellar Mercenaries with 5 lottery wheels, the Stellar Academy shall not go back on its word. Once you have chosen the location, I shall personally escort Jiang to place them. 5? Ganyang Ryu shook his head. That is insufficient. We need at least 10. Helian Huangsheng glanced at Ganyang Ryu, amused by his anger. Old rascal, your tone hardly suggests a negotiation. It feels more like an attempt at coercion. Do not be vexed. Head of the He Lien family. Rest assured, our commander will ensure that you do not suffer any loss. Ganyang Ryu retrieved an item from his backpack and tossed it to Helian Huangsheng. It was a ball of transparent fishing line, the size of an infant's fist, entwined with a deep purple mini-monster. Helian Huangsheng raised an eyebrow. It was a leader-level creature from the Void Clan. What do you think? Ganyang Ryu asked confidently. This should be sufficient to exchange for 5 lottery wheels, right? With a stoic expression, Helian Huangsheng tossed the fishing line back. Ganyang Ryu was momentarily taken aback, frowning as he queried, not enough? Helian Huangsheng remained silent. Before drawing the divine-level lucky blind box, he might have been slightly tempted. But now, not even a single lottery wheel would he exchange for such a creature. This was a lottery wheel capable of yielding divine-level rewards. The aged eyes of Gonyang Ruyu flickered with surprise. The first to slay a leader-level monster receives the Void Beacon. If 5 lottery wheels are out of the question, surely 3 would suffice? He Lian Huangsheng sneered. It is merely a leader-level monster. I could easily capture one myself. After a brief silence, Gonyang Ryu stated solemnly, 2. Surely 2 will do. He Lian Huangsheng took a slow sip of his tea, savoring it, before replying one. Gonyang Ryu's expression turned pained, his fists clenched as he proposed, just 1 lottery wheel. What do you say? He Lian Huangsheng set down his teacup and shook his head. Gonyang Ryu's face darkened slightly. It wasn't that He Lian Huangsheng disagreed, but rather that he lacked the authority to decide. Gonyang Ryu was taken aback, furrowing his brows in dissatisfaction as he looked at He Lian Huangsheng. As the head of the Starry Sky Academy, there are matters here you cannot decide? He Lian Huangsheng nodded. The distribution of the lottery wheels is entirely at the discretion of Jiang Xiaobai. This is a collective decision of the Starry Sky Academy. Gonyang Ryu was astonished, unable to fathom the profound importance the Academy placed on Jiang Yubai. To think that Jiang Yubai was granted such authority. After all, it was a lottery wheel capable of yielding legendary rewards, with a high probability of divine-level rewards. It took Gonyang Ryu a full 20 seconds to process this astonishing information. May I meet young friend Jiang? He inquired, his address towards Jiang Yubai shifting from little rascal to young friend. He Lian Huangsheng remained silent, instead looking at the fishing line in Gonyang Ryu's hand. Realizing, Gonyang Ryu promptly tossed the fishing line back to He Lian Huangsheng. He Lian Huangsheng accepted the fishing line with a smile, placing it into his backpack. Consider this a token of appreciation from me to that young rascal, courtesy of you. Old man. Gonyang Ryu waved his hand dismissively. He had intended it as a greeting gift for young friend Jiang all along. He Lian Huangsheng. What a cunning and wily old fool. Gonyang Ryu, realizing he had inadvertently spoken out of turn, quickly cleared his throat and chuckled. I simply wish to speak of Jiang. My young friend. He Lian Huangsheng, with a sullen expression, retorted, let us discuss this in a few days. With that, he rose and departed. Gonyang Ryu remained seated, lost in contemplative musing as he murmured to himself, to compel He Lian to make such a decision. The powers awakened within that young lad must surely surpass the simplistic notions held by both myself and Commander Wu. There may indeed be a remarkable red reward at play. What profession could possibly wield such extraordinary capabilities? As he observed the spot where He Lian Huangsheng had vanished, realization dawned upon him. Since He Lian had divulged the information regarding the lottery wheel being under Jiang Yubai's discretion, he implied that to obtain more lottery wheels, one must approach Jiang Yubai directly. Gonyang Ryu narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers against the table, and mused, stellar seas, cosmic realms, the guild alliance of class transitions, and a universal bank. He Lian seems to intend for Jiang to reveal himself only once everyone has arrived. Could it be that he truly plans to step aside in favor of another? It appears I must prepare some weightier bargaining chips. Chapter 71. The terrifying yet alluring combo mode. Within the confines of the ZY number 1 courtyard, the appearance of the colorful golden egg lottery machine instantly captivated the attention of the 5 esteemed directors. Its peculiar design, resplendent appearance, and the enigmatic bronze balance drew their gaze irresistibly. Subsequently, information regarding the colorful golden egg lottery machine materialized before their eyes. Colorful golden egg lottery machine. Mode. Random reward mode. Combo mode. Current mode. Random reward mode. 1 reward per 7 eggs. Among the 7 golden eggs, only 1 conceals a reward, while the others are empty. Reward tiers. Upon striking a reward egg, one may randomly receive a reward from the red, divine, to purple, low tier, categories. Probability disclosure. Purple, low tier, 32. 5 blue mid-tier, 30 cyan, high tier, 20 green elite, 10. Yellow, epic, 5. Orange, legendary, 2. Red, divine, 0. 5. Cost per lottery, 100,000 gold coins. Rewards, skill books, sets, pet eggs, secret realm passes, attribute points, experience, gold coins, etc. No limit on lottery attempts. Safety net mechanism. A guaranteed reward will appear every 100 attempts, calculated independently. Hiss, 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 hiss. Upon realizing the possibility of attaining divine-level rewards, 5 sharp intakes of breath echoed throughout the venue. Shan Wenrui, Dongfang Yingyu, Yin Haiji, Lu Guanyu, and Shi Wanchuan. 5 well-versed, low-tier divine professionals widened their eyes in astonishment. Jiang Yubai displayed a look of disbelief. Previously, the information regarding the lottery spin and lucky blind box lottery machine was only visible to him, leaving others unaware of the winning probabilities. This time, however, it was brazenly presented on the information panel. Jiang Yubai mused, "How am I supposed to maintain my reputation as a heartless boss?" The winning probability of this colorful golden egg lottery machine is significantly higher than that of the lottery spin and lucky blind box lottery machine, isn't it? Even the lowest purple reward had only a 10 chance in those. Yet here it stands at 32. 5. The probability for the red reward is astonishingly high at 0. 5. What's going on? Are they playing it so big? Is their life not worth anything? Nevertheless, he recognized that this was undoubtedly a boon for him. As the banker, he would ultimately profit. Soon, another information panel surfaced in Jiang Yubai's vision. Colorful golden egg lottery machine. Mode. Random reward mode, permanent. Combo mode, limited time. Random reward mode, permanent. 1 reward per 7 eggs. Among the 7 golden eggs, only 1 conceals a reward, while the others are empty. Reward tiers. Upon striking a reward egg, one may randomly receive a reward from the red divine to purple, low tier categories. After a participant smashes a reward egg, the probability of winning that color reward diminishes. The initial probabilities are as follows. Purple, low, 32. 5, blue, medium, 30, cyan, high, 20, green, elite, 10, yellow, epic, 5, orange, legendary, 2, red, divine, 0. 5. Each attempt costs 100,000 coins, and participants may designate 1 egg position daily, with rewards of at least blue. At this point, Jiang Yubai felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Good heavens! Is this how it works? By how much does the probability decrease each time? If one continually receives rewards of a certain color, could the winning probability eventually drop to 0? Jiang Yubai believed such a possibility was not entirely out of the question. There appeared to be one set of probabilities on the surface, while another lay hidden beneath. With the Lucky Spin Wheel and Blind Box lottery machine offering such low probabilities, how could the colorful golden egg lottery machine possibly have such high odds? To gamble everything or to lose it all? Jiang Yubai began to grasp the meaning of this phrase. With such a high probability of winning, who could resist feeling envious? Who could remain unmoved? The chance of attaining a divine reward is merely 0. 5. Jiang Yubai could almost envision the frenzied desperation of gamblers. He collected his thoughts and continued reading. Combo mode, available every Saturday-Sunday at noon for 1 hour. 7 eggs, 3 prizes. Among the 7 eggs, 3 contain rewards. After smashing a winning egg, the color of the next reward automatically increases by 1 tier: purple, blue, cyan, green, yellow, orange, red. If an empty egg is smashed, the combo progress resets completely. The next reward reverts to purple. Safety mechanism. For every failed combo, 1 point of luck is accumulated. After reaching 5 points, the next attempt will surely yield a reward, though low-tier rewards may still occur. Winning probability, 42. 86 constant. First strike amount, free. Second strike in combo, 1,000,000 coins. Third strike in combo, 1 elite grade equipment item. Fourth strike in combo, 10,000 experience points. Fifth strike in combo, reduction of each base attribute by 300. Sixth strike in combo, forgetting 1 skill, random. Seventh strike in combo, a choice of fate, random. Daily, 1 egg can be designated to guarantee a win, visible only to the participant. Hiss. Upon reaching this part, Jiang Yubai gasped in astonishment. My goodness! He immediately gained a deeper understanding of the preceding statement. If the random mode is akin to a gambler's lottery ticket, then the combo mode resembles a madman's roulette. Jiang Yubai took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. The cost of the combo mode is exorbitant, yet it is undeniable that it is exceedingly tempting. With 7 eggs and a 42.86 chance of winning, Jiang Yubai's heart began to race. The key detail is that the first strike is free. Before the combo mode is activated, participants have no knowledge of the costs associated with each strike. The colorful golden egg is truly ruthless. The price paid is steep, but should one achieve a high combo, the rewards would be immensely bountiful. This time's rewards encompass both a set and a passage permit to the secret realm. The reason why Yue agreed to allocate 5 lottery spins to the Starlit Mercenaries was precisely due to the promise made by Bai Zanhai of 5 slots for the Spirit Island Secret Realm. The Secret Realm differs from ordinary dungeons. While dungeons can be accessed at any time, entry to the Secret Realm necessitates a passage permit. There are 3 ways for professionals to obtain these permits: through defeating a boss, as a quest reward, or by opening treasure chests. However, the probability of acquiring a passage permit through these 3 avenues is rather low. Now, with the emergence of the colorful Golden Egg lottery machine, another channel for obtaining permits has been introduced. In comparison to the Secret Realm passage permit, the allure of the set reward is equally irresistible. For professionals, possessing a set versus lacking one makes a profound difference in combat capability. The enhancement provided by a set is exceedingly potent. One egg brings poverty, another brings wealth. The colorful golden egg alters one's fate. Jiang Yubai mused, how terrifying the colorful golden egg truly is. Splash, 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 the seasoned gambler was stirred. In Haiji's eyes glowed with fervor. He was not the only director with reddened eyes. The other 4 directors were equally affected, their breathing growing rapid. A mere 0.5 chance of winning the coveted red prize. Charge! The 5 directors rushed eagerly towards the colorful golden egg lottery machine. The seasoned gambler stepped aside. Everyone, clear the way. This director shall strike first. If you 4 dare to contest with me, do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 72. Let us joyfully smash the golden eggs together. The 5 deans have completely lost their minds. Boom! Jiang Yubai felt a sudden tremor shake the entire Jiwei No. 1 Academy. Almost immediately, he observed the other 4 deans. Aside from Shi Wanchuan, retreating in unison, there stood Shi Wanchuan, wielding a hoe, as ripples of earthy brown swirled around him. Unhurriedly, he placed 100,000 gold coins upon the heptagonal crystal pedestal, watching as the coins transformed into a torrent, vanishing into the left side of an ancient bronze balance above. With a hearty smile, he addressed the 4, "My apologies, esteemed deans." In Haiji huffed in irritation, taking a swig of strong liquor from his backpack, seemingly attempting to suppress the surging urge to gamble within him. Shan Wenrui, visibly exasperated, pointed an accusatory finger at Shi Wanchuan, exclaiming, "You old stubborn rock! How could you resort to such underhanded tactics?" Dongfang Yingyu gestured emphatically, "Exactly. How can one even employ skills in such a manner? Dean Shi, your usual amiable demeanor must surely be a fade." Lu Guanyu stroked his beard, dismissing their complaints with a nonchalant grin. "Feel free to say whatever you wish." Shi Wanchuan replied, undeterred, as he cheerfully hoisted his hoe once more, watching the coins flow into the crystal pedestal, disappearing from sight. The 4 deans, momentarily setting aside their emotions, approached him, and Jiang Yubai joined them to witness the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, a raucous laughter erupted from the holographic screen hovering above the bronze balance. Deep, excited, comical, and utterly mad, it resonated. Kikik, the 7 eggs command destiny. One smash determines all. Participants, welcome. Let's joyfully smash the golden eggs together. Kikik. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. This contraption even has sound effects? The 5 deans shared a moment of surprise. As the laughter subsided, 7 gemstones emitted beams of light that converged before Shi Wanchuan, forming a vibrant, multicolored hammer. Shi Wanchuan eagerly reached for the hammer. Wait a moment. In Haiji, with bloodshot eyes and rapid breaths, gazed at Shi Wanchuan. How many times does Dean Shi intend to smash? His hands trembled, seemingly unable to contain the primal force surging within. The other 3 deans quickly grasped the implications. This allows for infinite smashing of golden eggs, and there is a guaranteed return mechanism. with each smash costing 100,000 gold coins, given Shi Wanchuan's wealth if he continues. He could smash thousands, even tens of thousands of times. Indeed, Shan Wenrui chimed in. Old stubborn rock, what if he never stops smashing? Lu Guanyu promptly suggested. We cannot let you go on endlessly. Let us take turns. Dongfang Yingyu nodded vigorously in agreement. Shi Wanchuan acquiesced. All right, then I shall begin with 5,000 smashes. How much? No way. Are you out of your mind? Dongfang Yingyu exclaimed, gripping Shi Wanchuan's shoulder in disbelief. Jiang Yubai's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the figure of 5,000, quickly calculating in his mind. 5,000 times? That amounts to 5 billion gold coins. Jiang Yubai stroked his chin, contemplating. Director sure seems intent on risking everything. Shi Wanchuan chuckled. 5,000 attempts are hardly excessive. Excessive? Lu Guanyu retorted. Are you planning to sacrifice even the gold coins in the coffin? 5,000 attempts. When would that ever end? Shan Wenrui shook her head vigorously. No way. At most 10 attempts. No, 5 at the very most. Shi Wanchuan countered, shaking his head. 10 is far too few. Let us agree on 1,000. 100. In Haiji declared with resolute finality. You'll get one guaranteed opportunity. Yet, Shi Wanchuan persisted, shaking his head again. As the director, I'll compromise. Let us settle on 500. Still too many, just 100 attempts. That's all. Dongfang Yingyu gestured swiftly. Shi Wanchuan's smile faded. There must be a proper order to this. How long must we wait for 500 attempts? In Haiji frowned. The governor and deputy governor may summon us at any moment. We cannot afford such delays. Shi Wanchuan replied firmly, if you cannot wait, then you shall have a try again next time. Why should it not be you who tries next? Shan Wenrui protested. I have already paid the gold coins. Shi Wanchuan retorted. That was a shameless ambush on our part. As the tension began to rise, Jiang Yubai interjected with a smile. Esteemed directors, may I propose a suggestion? All 5 directors turned their attention to Jiang Yubai. Director Shi, there is no rush. Let us not allow the pursuit of golden eggs to disrupt our harmony. Jiang Yubai wished to avoid any discord among the 5 directors. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Wanchuan nodded. He might disregard the opinions of Shan Wenrui and Lu Guanyu. But Jiang Yubai's counsel was one he could not ignore. Offending Jiang Yubai would mean that not even a single golden egg would be within reach. Jiang Yubai mused. Given the time constraints, how about we switch participants upon a successful strike? With 7 eggs to be awarded, hitting the target was not as simple as it seemed. A trial run would suffice, and they could strike again later with greater fervor. The 5 directors remained silent. Lu Guanyu stroked his goatee and inquired, what if we never hit the target? Then we shall continue striking until we do. Jiang Yubai replied with a light chuckle, with a guarantee in place. It is impossible to miss indefinitely, at most 100 attempts. Suddenly, Shan Wenrui beamed and nodded. All right, I agree with Brother Bai's suggestion. Zhang's proposal is indeed the most equitable. Lu Guanyu chimed in, smiling. Dongfang Yingyu and In Haiji both nodded in agreement. Shi Wanchuan, with a smile, affirmed, then we shall proceed as Jiang suggested. Upon a successful strike, we will change participants. Hearing this, Jiang Yubai felt a wave of relief. He mused to himself, this arrangement is set. Once the consecutive strike mode begins, things are bound to escalate. I must inform my mentor. Under the gaze of all present, Shi Wanchuan reached for the colorful hammer. His eyes fixated on the 7 golden eggs radiating with vibrant hues. At first glance, the 7 golden eggs appeared indistinguishable, lacking any discernible difference. Suddenly, a bright light flickered in Shi Wanchuan's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yubai's heart stirred. A skill for exploration? He instinctively cast a glance, his eyelids twitching slightly. He observed that the eyes of the other 4 deans also sparkled with various hues. Jiang Yubai subtly shook his head. It was futile. The rainbow egg smash was an effect of a transcendent skill. The status was evident. Perhaps a transcendent being could discern some clues. After employing their exploration skills for some time, the 5 deans could glean nothing. Lu Guanyu, unable to suppress his curiosity, glanced at Jiang Yubai, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. As a fellow divine professional, I am utterly unable to perceive this golden egg. How peculiar. The disparity between postnatal and innate divinities is indeed apparent. Eastern Inyu silently contemplated, unable to uncover any clues. Those who achieve divine status through transformation are collectively referred to as postnatal divinities. Moments later, Shi Wanchuan ultimately chose the third rainbow egg from the left and brought down his hammer with force. Including Jiang Yubai, all five instinctively held their breath. The instant the multicolored hammer struck the chosen golden egg, the other 6 golden eggs disintegrated into particles of light. A web-like pattern of golden cracks emerged on the eggshell, and the selected golden egg erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 73. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness brings fortuity. Waves of azure light, akin to deep-sea whirlpools, emerged from the golden fissures. Jiang Yubai raised his brow slightly, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Shi Wanchuan had struck true on his first attempt, and it was a blue reward. Such fortune, no, such luck, was indeed commendable. Shi Wanchuan fixed his gaze on the struck 7-colored egg, and upon witnessing the blue light emanating, he felt not a shred of joy. Instead, he shook his head in disappointment, lamenting the outcome. What he desired was not a blue reward, but rather a red one. With a series of crackling sounds, the golden fissures multiplied, culminating in a resounding whoosh as they dissipated into golden particles, vanishing without a trace. The blue light coalesced into a message that appeared before all. Congratulations! You have struck true. You have obtained a blue reward. Intermediate Thorn Set 1. Upon seeing the notification, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Shi Wanchuan's eyes, and his disappointment lessened somewhat. Jiang Yubai's gaze soon fell upon 2 lines of text. You have gained 100 experience. Passive dealer's advantage triggered. You have obtained Elite Thornlord Set 1. An intermediate set upgraded directly to an elite set, and an additional 100 experience points. Jiang Yubai smiled inwardly, contemplating that the reward had escalated 2 levels after the 100-fold increase. The other 4 deans, upon witnessing the notification, finally confirmed that Shi Wanchuan had indeed struck true, and smiles crept onto their faces. Dean Shi was fortunate, striking true on his first attempt. Lu Guanyu stroked his goatee, his gaunt face radiating delight, feigning envy as he remarked, "The thorn set is valued at over 100,000 gold coins. With this strike, Dean Shi has surely gained at least 200,000 gold coins. I'm truly envious. The price of set equipment far surpasses that of individual pieces of the same tier." The thrill of gambling surged within In Haiji, who, in his jubilation, clasped his hands in congratulations. Dean Shi, congratulations. Shan Wenrui squinted with a smile, commenting, "Old Stone, your luck is quite remarkable." Dongfang Yingyu gave a thumbs up. "Kudos to you." Shi Wanchuan released the 7-colored hammer, his expression unchanged as he replied, "No need for envy. I wish you all luck as fortuitous as mine." In Haiji waved his hand dismissively. "My luck has always been dismal. I'll likely aim for the guaranteed outcome." Haha, at that moment, a voice filled with disdain and scorn echoed from the holographic screen above. Tiska, barely adequate to fill a gap. Jiang Yubai. The 5 deans. The level of mockery was quite commendable. Jiang Yubai glanced at the information panel for this 7-color egg lottery machine. Blue. Intermediate, 3029. The probability of winning a blue reward had decreased by 1, yet the publicly displayed probability remained. Blue. Intermediate, 30. The 7 gems illuminated once more, radiating different colors, coalescing into 7 golden eggs. "Old Stone, you may step aside now." Shan Wenrui patted Shi Wanchuan on the shoulder. Shi Wanchuan regarded the 7 golden eggs, suppressing his urge to grasp the 7-colored hammer for another strike, and stepped back. As Shan Wenrui was about to approach, In Haiji spoke up. "Director Shan, why are you second?" His hands trembled increasingly. Lu Guanyu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, Director Shan, do not tell me about ladies first. I'm not swayed by such notions." Dongfang Yingyu contemplated, but chose not to gesture, as she too was a woman, merely nodding in agreement. Shan Wenrui crossed her arms, raised her chin, and declared with conviction, "It is solely because I rescued Little Bai from Zhu Yao's grasp." Upon hearing this, both Lu Guanyu and In Haiji fell silent. Dongfang Yingyu also refrained from gesturing. Shan Wenrui turned to Lu Guanyu and inquired, "May I smash it?" Lu Guanyu quickly nodded, forcing a smile as he replied, "Yes, of course." Jiang Yubai stood nearby. Would he dare say otherwise? Satisfied, Shan Wenrui shifted her gaze to Dongfang Yingyu, who gestured invitingly. Finally, Shan Wenrui looked at Yin Haiji and proudly asked, "Director Yin, may I smash it?" Yin Haiji grasped his trembling hands, remaining silent, his gaze averted. Shan Wenrui raised her voice. "Look me in the eyes and answer me." She enunciated each word clearly. "May I smash it?" Taking a deep breath, Yin Haiji met her gaze, his voice hoarse as he replied, "Of course you may." Content. Shan Wenrui diverted her gaze and swaggered over to the spot designated for smashing the golden eggs, glancing at Jiang Yubai and playfully winking twice. Jiang Yubai found himself bemused. Even a fox must rely on the tiger's absence. "I'm still here," he thought, with Shan Wenrui asserting herself. The other three directors dared not utter a word of dissent. If they did, would they still be able to smash the golden eggs? This spectacle caused Shi Wanchuan to shake his head in disbelief, though he also felt a pang of envy. Shan Wenrui's actions indicated a strong bond between her and Jiang Yubai. They would never dare act so boldly in front of him. Shan Wenrui's fervent gaze swept over the 7 golden eggs as she placed 100,000 gold coins on the crystal pedestal. The coins transformed into a golden torrent, vanishing into the left side of the balance. Jiang Yubai noted that the blue probability had returned to 30%. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of gongs rang out, and the holographic screen displayed fluctuating sound waves. 1 egg brings poverty, 1 brings wealth. The 7 colored golden eggs alter fate. What are we waiting for? Smash it. Jiang Yubai mused. Little CI has quite a bit to say. Shan Wenrui grasped the 7-colored hammer, her gaze flitting among the 7 golden eggs, yet she hesitated to strike. Hesitation leads to defeat. Yin Haiji could not help but interject, but how can one discern which egg contains a prize? Go ahead and smash it. I know you are eager, but hold your horses, Shan Wenrui declared as she swiftly brought the hammer down on the 7th golden egg. At the moment of impact, Jiang Yubai heard a dull thud. Immediately thereafter, everyone witnessed the 7th golden egg's surface fade to a dull gray. The surface of the egg swiftly revealed an ornate, gilded character, Void. A mocking voice emanated from the holographic screen. "Oh dear, so close." In the next moment, a line of text appeared. In truth, it was a significant miss. Jiang Yubai mused to himself. You certainly understand sarcasm. Observing that Shan Wenrui had failed to strike, Yin Haiji displayed a look of regret. He grasped his outstretched right hand tightly with his left. Lu Guanyu shook his head, while Dongfang Yingyu pressed her lips together. 7 gemstones emitted beams of light, descending upon the 7th golden egg, which instantly regained its vibrant, multicolored hue. What a miss! Shan Wenrui muttered, undeterred, as she produced another 100,000 gold coins for a second attempt. This time, she exhibited no hesitation, swinging her hammer towards the first golden egg. A dull thud resonated as the shell lost its color. The ornate, gilded character reappeared. A cacophony of mocking laughter ensued. Is the taste of air fresh? Shan Wenrui puffed her cheeks in frustration. A deep sigh resonated in the air. Shan Wenrui glared at Yin Haiji, exclaiming, "You old gambler, why sigh when I missed?" Yin Haiji shook his head, stating, "Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness leads to waste." Hadn't the dean heard this before? Shan Wenrui shot him a disdainful glance. "I've never heard it." Yin Haiji's hands trembled even more violently, yet he feigned a demeanor of wisdom, proclaiming, "In such games of chance, one must act as the heart desires." The dean hesitated too long with the first strike and was overly hasty with the second. Neither approach aligns with. Nonsense. Shan Wenrui interrupted, planting her colorful hammer firmly onto the crystal platform, irately declaring, "Do you think I require your guidance to smash eggs? Spare me your absurd gambling wisdom." Chapter 74. The laws of heaven absolutely prohibit. Yin Haiji's hands trembled uncontrollably, his knuckles pale and veins protruding. As time passed, his breathing grew increasingly frantic, his throat parched, his gaze fixed intently on the 7 golden eggs shimmering with alluring light. He was not intentionally flaunting his experience. Rather, the moment the colorful golden egg lottery machine made its appearance, his gambling addiction began to gnaw at his nerves. A familiar, spine-chilling thrill slithered up his spine, coiling around his heart like a venomous serpent. Unbearable, painful, exhilarating, trembling. As he witnessed Shan Wenrui once again grasp the colorful hammer, he swallowed hard, sensing his throat felt as if it had been scorched by fire. His right hand instinctively reached forward. He yearned to seize that colorful hammer in place of Shan Wenrui. Then he would strike down fiercely. This time he must hit. This time he absolutely must succeed. Inhaiji's left hand gripped his right wrist tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Yet even so, that impulse remained uncontainable. A roulette that could yield divine rewards was an irresistible temptation for a seasoned gambler. Such a powerful craving for gambling? Jiang Yubai noticed Inhaiji's abnormality. His expression filled with confusion. Logically, a being of divine caliber should not succumb to gambling addiction. While it could be expected from ordinary professionals, the head of the Warrior Academy at the Starry Sky Academy, a gambler? However, Inhaiji's demeanor did not appear to be feigned. Jiang Yubai found it rather perplexing. This headmaster was not merely a gambler, but seemingly also indulged in smoking and drinking. His gaze shifted to Dongfang Yingyu, a divine assassin clad in vibrant theatrical attire, yet rendered mute. All these peculiarities were utterly baffling. As Shan Wenrui prepared to strike the golden egg for the 3rd time, the hearts of the other 4 headmasters hung in suspense. They wished for Shan Wenrui to miss, yet they dreaded the prospect of her striking a crimson reward. Shan Wenrui held the colorful hammer aloft, hesitating before bringing it down, seemingly contemplating Inhaiji's sage advice. Headmaster Shan, Inhaiji's voice turned increasingly hoarse, akin to being scraped by sandpaper. Trust me just this once. The 3rd egg, it must be. Without even glancing at Inhaiji, Shan Wenrui retorted with a cold laugh. Trust you? I'd rather trust my own luck. The corner of Inhaiji's mouth twitched, and he struggled to close his lips. After all, it was impossible to discern which golden egg bore a reward. Lu Guanyu could no longer contain himself and urged, "The old man and Headmaster Dongfang are still waiting." Shan Wenrui lifted her gaze to Jiang Yubai, a radiant smile gracing her features as she gently inquired, "Little Bai, which golden egg do you think your good sister should strike?" The other 4 headmasters immediately turned their attention to Jiang Yubai. "Headmaster Shan, if we cannot discern any clues, it is unlikely that Jiang Xiaoyu can either. Do not entertain any misguided notions. Please strike promptly." This time, it was Shi Wanchuan who spoke. Shan Wenrui was taking too long. This sentiment was misguided. Lu Guanyu's eyes sparkled as he turned to Jiang Yubai, saying, "This 7-colored golden egg lottery machine is a skill of Jiang Xiaoyu. Our inability to perceive it does not imply that Jiang Xiaoyu is equally blind." Dongfang Yingyu nodded repeatedly, gesturing in agreement. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." Not only she, but the other 4 deans harbored similar conjectures. Shi Wanchuan's remarks stemmed from his disbelief. If Jiang Yubai could truly discern which golden egg contained a reward, why did he remain silent when smashing the eggs? Inhaiji also doubted, pondering whether Jiang Yubai could perceive the rewards when he was the one smashing the eggs. They were certain that Jiang Yubai could not see anything while they were breaking the eggs. If he could, it would be utterly absurd. In such a case, Jiang Yubai would merely need to point out the rewarding egg, granting him infinite rewards, a scenario that the laws of heaven would never allow. Noticing the skeptical gazes directed at him, Jiang Yubai mused, "Are they doubting my ability to identify which egg holds a reward?" With that thought, he smiled and stated, "Although this lottery machine is a manifestation of my skill, I too cannot discern which golden egg contains a reward." Disappointment flickered in the eyes of the 5 deans. Shan Wenrui's voice chimed in, her beautiful eyes shimmering. "It's fine, even if it's empty. Just point one out, dear brother." After pondering for a few moments, Jiang Yubai pointed to the 4th golden egg, declaring, "Let it be this one." The other 4 deans immediately turned their attention to that egg. Without hesitation, Shan Wenrui brought down her hammer. It was empty. At that moment, The 5 deans were utterly disheartened, now convinced of Jiang Yubai's words. Jiang Yubai shook his head with a wry smile, humorously remarking, "It seems my luck is rather poor today." He had refrained from using the designated golden egg, a secret he intended to keep for as long as possible. Once a day was hardly sufficient. Shan Wenrui once again paid 100,000 gold coins and was about to attempt smashing the golden egg for the 4th time when a knocking sound resonated. "Knock, knock, knock. Minter, Junior Bai, are you in there?" It was Luo Ziwei. Shan Wenrui remained silent, looking towards Jiang Yubai, as did the other 4 deans. This was Ziwei Courtyard, and Jiang Yubai was its master. Outside Ziwei Courtyard, Zhu Yao and Yuan Taiyu knelt there, one with closed eyes and an expressionless face, the other filled with shame and indignation. Behind them stood Shi Yufan, Gu Suifeng, and Ying Yaozong. The trio gazed at the entrance where Luo Ziwei and Song Shaoan stood, eager to follow inside and discover the identity of the junior Bai mentioned by Luo Ziwei and the foster father referred to by Song Shaoan. Luo Ziwei knocked on the door once more, carefully modulating her tone. "Junior Bai, are you in there? I've come to cook for you." Beside her, Song Shaoan called out loudly. "Foster father, open the door." "It's me, foster father." Zhu Yao, Yuan Taiyu, Gu Suifeng, and the others. Ying Yaozong jested, "President Shi. This person's audacity rivals your own." Shi Yufan's expression darkened. Gu Suifeng, able to attract Senior Ziwei to personally come and prepare a meal. "Are you certain you are unaware of our esteemed junior?" Ying Yaozong inquired. Gu Suifeng remained silent, yet he lifted his leg and strode towards Luo Ziwei. At that moment, a voice resonated from within the courtyard. "Senior Ziwei, you too may enter." With a creak, the door swung open. Luo Ziwei and Song Shaohan stepped through the entrance in succession. Observing this, Gu Suifeng quickened his pace. Ying Yaozong and Shi Yufan exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. "Without that young man's consent, it would be prudent for you not to enter." Zhu Yao, with eyes closed and a composed expression, appeared to have come to terms with the situation, warning them that even he, a council member, was not to be trifled with. It would be wise not to provoke him. The trio of Gu Suifeng halted in their tracks, watching as the courtyard door closed. Ying Yaozong approached Zhu Yao, leaned in slightly, and whispered, "Counselor Zhu, who exactly is he? What's his background?" Chapter 75. Did I accidentally break the national class change record? He is now a freshman at your Starry Sky Academy, and sooner or later, you will come and know his identity. After uttering these words, regardless of how much Ying Yaozong inquired, Zhu Yao fell silent. Were it not for Ying Yaozong's status, he would not have bothered to offer a warning. Ying Yaozong and Shi Yufan exchanged glances. Zhu Yao's hint effectively confirmed that he was kneeling here due to having provoked this new student from the Ziwei No. 1 Academy. Both were struck with trepidation, resolutely deciding that they must never antagonize this newcomer. This individual could only be an ally, never an adversary. Gu Suifeng gazed intently at the entrance of the Ziwei No. 1 Academy, his eyes seemingly piercing through the gate. "A remarkable new student has emerged at our Starry Sky Academy. If any of your 3 major guilds could recruit this student into your ranks, then." Before Gu Suifeng could finish his thought, he turned and departed. Remaining here served no purpose. Zhu Yao was right. It would not be long before he would uncover the identity and background of this junior. Words spoken without intent can be of significance to those who listen. Shi Yufan and Ying Yaozong were both stirred by the thought. Lei Hongxian had already provoked this junior. A glimmer flickered in Ying Yaozong's eyes as he contemplated. The Thunderflame Guild will undoubtedly not join. My Angel Guild, when compared to the Golden Left Hand Guild, has the advantage of considerable resources and the backing of the Warrior Academy. Thus, the likelihood of success is markedly higher, especially if enticing conditions are offered. The probability of success exceeds 70%. Fortunately, I did not agree to join Lei Hongxian in his antics. Shi Yufan silently rejoiced. With Lei Hongxuan's disruption, the Thunderflame Guild is surely doomed, especially with Vice President Luo Ziwei having withdrawn. I must secure this junior. With this thought, he cast a sidelong glance at Ying Yaozong, clenching his fist in determination. At that time, my Golden Left Hand will outshine his Angel Guild, establishing itself as the premier guild of Starry Sky Academy. During his prior conversation with Luo Ziwei, he learned of her withdrawal from the Thunder Flame Guild. Although the reason was not disclosed, both could surmise that her departure was indeed due to this junior. Luo Ziwei's culinary skills are among the 3 great wonders of Starry Sky Academy. If I can recruit this junior into our guild, it is highly likely that Luo Ziwei will also join. Each harbored their own ambitions and promptly arranged for their guild members to prepare. At this moment, outside the teleportation portal of Starry Sky Academy, Yue, clad in a black gown, appeared stern as if awaiting someone. After a few minutes, 3 figures emerged successively from the teleportation passage. The foremost individual, exuding arrogance, sported a short beard, none other than Lu Qingsong. Upon seeing Yue, Lu Qingsong clasped his fists and smiled. "Deputy Head Yue, it is a pleasure to meet you again." Yue nodded slightly, her gaze falling upon the 2 individuals behind him. Sang Fanji, adorned with an air of solemnity, bore a high-tier artifact, the heavenly mechanism compass, while a silver-robed youth trailed closely behind him. Yue glanced at the golden divine markings on Bo Feiyang's forehead before averting her gaze. The emergence of innate divine roles is not a common occurrence. Each time such a role arises, it ignites fierce competition among the 3 major academies, though most ultimately opt for the foremost sacred ground, the Star Sea Academy. 3 years ago, Luo Qingxian awakened her innate divine position, prompting all 3 sacred academies to vie for her allegiance. Ultimately, she chose the Xingyu Academy, becoming a direct disciple of Vice Dean Li Zhaoli. When Bo Feiyang awakened his innate divine position, both the Xingkong and Xingyu academies were quick to learn the news. But it was Sang Fanji who seized the opportunity first. Essentially, whoever possesses an innate divine position will dominate the competition among the 3 sacred academies in the upcoming Strongest Academy Championship over the next 3 to 5 years. Vice Dean sang, "Let us converse at the Danyang Star Hall," said Yue, foregoing pleasantries. Sang Fanji showed no inclination to greet Yue, merely nodding slightly. At that moment, Bo Feiyang arrogantly remarked, "Vice Dean Yue, where is your direct disciple?" Seeing this, Lu Qingsong furrowed his brow and glanced at Sang Fanji. Bo Feiyang's lack of courtesy was, in his eyes, utterly disrespectful. Unexpectedly, Sang Fanji maintained a calm demeanor, rubbing the Tianji compass, showing no intent to reprimand. Yue's expression hardened. Such rudeness was intolerable. Lu Qingsong scolded sharply, glaring at Bo Feiyang. "Shouldn't you first pay your respects to Vice Dean Yue?" Sang Fanji ceased his movements, casting a displeased look at Lu Qingsong. Bo Feiyang's face turned rather unsightly. Vice Dean sang. Lu Qingsong sent a discreet message, unable to contain his frustration at Sang Fanji's indulgence of Bo Feiyang. In public, Bo Feiyang represents the dignity of our Xinghai Academy. We come seeking favor from Xingkong Academy. If Yue is offended, we shall return empty-handed. Do not forget, Jiang Yubai is a direct disciple of Yue. Lu Qingsong exchanged glances with Sang Fanji, urgently messaging, "How shall we explain this to Dean Chu?" The significance of the prize cannot be underestimated. Are you instructing the Vice Dean on his duties? After responding to the message, Sang Fanji resumed rubbing the Tianji compass and slowly remarked, "Feiyang, do not be disrespectful. Quickly apologize to Vice Dean Yue." Bo Feiyang begrudgingly clasped his hands and said, "Vice Dean, I was discourteous. Vice Dean Yue is not one to be trifled with," Yue stated coldly, directing her gaze at Sang Fanji, saying indifferently, "Do you not agree?" Vice Dean sang. Sang Fanji's expression remained impassive as he nodded slightly. "That is indeed the case. You should thank Vice Dean Yue." Bo Feiyang clasped his hands again, remaining silent. This scene caused Lu Qingsong's frown to deepen. Under Yue's lead, the 4 of them soon arrived outside the Danyang Star Hall. "The Dean has summoned me for a matter. Please wait a moment in the Danyang Star Hall," Yue stated before turning to leave. Sang Fanji watched her departing figure, his eyes deep and contemplative. "Master, how could this be mere coincidence? She is clearly leaving us in the lurch." Bo Feiyang could not help but speak. Silence. Lu Qingsong reprimanded sharply, glaring at Bo Feiyang. Biao Feiyang's face displayed a look of indignation, yet he ultimately refrained from retorting. It was only then that Lu Qingsong coldly snorted and withdrew his gaze, casting a perplexed and irate look at Sang Fanji. Naturally, Biao Feiyong dared not be disrespectful to Yu Yue. His audacity stemmed from Sang Fanji's instructions. The Starsea Academy has always been known for its domineering and assertive demeanor. He had previously faced reprimand from Yu Yue for his insolent words. However, the circumstances had shifted. The Starry Sky Academy now had Jiang Yubai. The Starsea Academy was in a position of dependency on the Starry Sky Academy this time. If they maintained their previous attitude, they might not even secure a single spin on the lottery wheel. Vice Dean sang, "Let me remind you once more." Lu Qingtsong took a deep breath, suppressing his discontent. After all, this was a lottery wheel that could yield legendary skill books and possibly divine rewards. "Dean Lu, remember this," Sang Fanji replied, releasing his grip on the heavenly mechanism compass, his voice icy as iron. The dignity of the Starsea Academy has never been earned through servility. His tone resonated with authority as the heavenly mechanism compass before him suddenly glowed with causal brilliance. 3 years prior, when Luo Qingxian chose the Starry Sky Academy, had Li Zhaoli ever granted them an ounce of respect? Upon hearing this, Biao Feiyong straightened his posture, regarding Lu Qingtsong with arrogance. Yet, Lu Qingtsong still wished to argue. "Nobles," Sang Fanji interjected, raising his gaze towards the Danyang Star Hall. While the lottery wheel was undoubtedly significant, it was crucial to uphold the honor and prestige of our human race's foremost sacred academy in the presence of the Starry Sky Academy. Lu Qingtsong opened his mouth to speak. "Oh dear, why is there still a quarrel?" A voice filled with a sense of schadenfreude emerged from within the hall. Ganyang Ryu looked at Sang Fanji and Lu Qingtsong with a smirk. "Shall I, the commander, adjudicate your dispute?" It was none other than Commander Ganyang. Sang Fanji stepped into the hall and sat across from Ganyang Ryu, stating, "I have heard that Yu Yue has already promised you 5 spins on the lottery wheel." Ganyang Ryu's pupils constricted slightly. The fact that Yu Yue had taken it upon herself to allocate 5 spins of the lottery wheel to them was a closely guarded secret of the Starry Sky mercenaries, known to only a select few. How did Sang Fanji come to know of this? Who leaked the information? Or perhaps... Ganyang Ryu glanced at the heavenly mechanism compass at Sang Fanji's chest. "Who told you?" Vice Dean sang. Ganyang Ryu shook his head, dismissing the notion entirely. Sang Fanji regarded Ganyang Ryu, evidently unconvinced. Ganyang Ryu, disinterested in further explanation, lifted his teacup and began to sip, his eyes glinting with fleeting light. In the Starry Sky Sanctuary, Helian Huangsheng, having heard Yu Yue's words, let out an angry huff. Since Sang Fanji's ascension to high-tier divine status, he had increasingly disregarded our Starry Sky Academy. Yu Yue coldly remarked, during the last strongest academy championship, Sang Fanji, emboldened by his breakthrough to high-tier divine status, spoke disrespectfully to you. It seems he has forgotten the lessons of the past. Chu Qingkong recalled how, during the previous encounter in the Tower of Heaven, he had been pursued by the great demon of the Starry Sky clan, only to be rescued by Tianxia. Without Tianxia's intervention, this dean of the Starsea Academy might very well have perished at the hands of the Starry Sky Demon Clan. Helian Huangsheng, increasingly agitated, struck the armrest and declared, "This time, I shall ensure that this pretender learns a lesson. Absent the instigation of Sang Fan, a mere child would not dare show me such disrespect, even if endowed with divine talent." Yu Yue's countenance remained frosty, asserting, in my view, this time, not a single token from the lottery wheel should be allocated to Shanghai Academy. Helian Huangsheng fell silent, lost in contemplation. "Did you not state that the lottery wheel's distribution was to be at Xiaobai's discretion?" Yu Yue, noticing Helian Huangsheng's discomfort, continued, "Once everyone is gathered, we shall allow Xiaobai to take charge. He may distribute as he sees fit." Yu Yue scoffed icily. "Is it permissible for the innate divinity of Shanghai Academy to show disdain towards our Shinkong Academy, yet not allow our innate divinity to reciprocate?" Helian Huangsheng furrowed his brow. "If that is the case, this year's strongest academy competition may compel Shanghai Academy to ally with Xingyu Academy and the 7 premier academies against us. That is of no concern." Yu Yue replied confidently, "With ample time before the competition, once this matter is resolved, I shall have Xiaobai set up the lottery wheel in the 5 courts of the academy. There will be sufficient time." Helian Huangsheng, pondering, slowly nodded. Suddenly realizing something, he rose and proclaimed, "There is no need to wait for this matter to conclude. Let Jiang Xiaobai place the lottery wheel now." Now. Indeed, right now. A glimmer of excitement and anticipation flashed in Helian Huangsheng's eyes. Not only should it be set up immediately, but it must also be conspicuous, allowing Sang Fan to watch the students draw prizes. It would not only be our students, but also those who had come solely for the lottery wheel. Everyone except Sang Fan and his ilk could participate. The audacity of that pretender to wreak havoc upon my Shinkong Academy. Let us see if I could drive him to despair. Luo Ziwei and Song Shaoan entered the Ziwei No. One courtyard one after the other. Upon entering, they beheld Jiang Yubai surrounded by 5 deans. Soon after, they noticed a green light illuminating the space. "Why is the reward green?" Shan Wenrui exclaimed in frustration, swinging a colorful hammer. The elite-level reward held no value for her. Luo Ziwei and Song Shaohan quickened their pace, crossing the pond in the courtyard, and arrived at the Zeton Pavilion. Just then, a peculiar, high-pitched voice rang out. "Oh, the goddess of fortune has cast her gaze upon you." The two approached, stunned into silence. Foster father, Song Shaoan, stood beside Jiang Yubai, pointing at the colorful egg smash lottery machine, inquiring, What is this? What do you mean, what?" Jiang Yubai shot a sidelong glance at Song Shaoan, chiding him with a laugh. "This is the colorful egg smash lottery machine." Colorful egg smash lottery machine? Luo Ziwei's eyes sparkled with curiosity, resembling black grapes as she gazed intently. Suddenly, Song Shaohan let out an odd, high-pitched cry, startling not only Jiang Yubai, but also leaving the 5 deans and Luo Ziwei in astonishment as they turned to look at him. Song Shaohan grasped Jiang Yubai's arm. Brimming with excitement, "Foster father, is this your second skill? It must be your second skill, right?" Momentarily froze, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just then, a gasp echoed through the air, startling her. The 4 deans exchanged puzzled glances with Shan Wenrui. Jiang Yubai also looked perplexed. It was one thing for Song Shaohan to be startled, but why was Shan Wenrui reacting in the same manner? Shan Wenrui stared at Jiang Yubai in disbelief, exclaiming, "Little Bai, have you reached level 101? Song Shaohan widened his eyes in astonishment. "How many?" His eyes grew wide with incredulity as she gazed at Jiang Yubai. The other 4 deans, upon hearing this revelation, were initially taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. It dawned on them. The lottery wheel, the lucky blind box, and the colorful golden egg lottery machine. 3 skills. They suddenly realized that Jiang Yubai had acquired 3 lottery-related skills. This could not possibly have been obtained from learning skill books. They looked at Jiang Yubai with a mix of shock, disbelief, and utter astonishment. To awaken less than 3 days ago and already be at level 101? What cosmic joke was this? Lu Guanyu felt a dull ache in his jaw as a few stray hairs floated down from his hand. In Haiji's eyes flashed with a hint of horror, and he was surprised to find that his hands had stopped trembling. He recalled how long it had taken him to complete his second transition. Was it 3 months or a half a year? Never mind, that was irrelevant now. Jiang Yubai pondered briefly before muttering to himself, 3 days to reach level 101. That's acceptable, I suppose. Acceptable. Dongfang Yingyu gestured animatedly. Luo Qingshan took a full 14 days to reach level 101. That's the fastest record for completing the second transition in history. Shan Wenrui, brimming with excitement, hurriedly approached Jiang Yubai and, catching him off guard, wrapped her arms around him. "Little Bai, you're so fast. What on earth?" Jiang Yubai protested. "A gentleman may be slain, but should never be humiliated. You must clarify your words." Shan Wenrui looked up at Jiang Yubai, her eyes shimmering with enthusiasm as she playfully declared, "Be my direct disciple. My sister allows you to have 2 mentors at once." Just as Jiang Yubai was at a loss for words, a furious shout interrupted the moment. Lu Guanyu glared at In Haiji, exclaiming, "You old gambler, put down that hammer." In Haiji watched as gold coins were consumed by the bronze scales, eagerly grasping the colorful hammer. "Apologies, I'm late. This dean is about to smash something. Watch me perform." With arms wide open, Ian Haiji proclaimed, "Let me show you what true egg smashing looks like. P.S. This chapter contains over 400 words. I kindly request a wave of 5-star reviews, urging for updates and support through GIFs." Chapter 76. The Ultimate Esotericism of the Old Gambler. Ian Haiji stood there, his hands steady, his posture upright, and his appearance far from haggard. Excitement, ecstasy, and enjoyment enveloped him, as if he had been reborn. He seemed like a different person, his spirit vastly transformed. Just moments ago, he had been tormented by the agony of addiction. Now he radiated vigor. Jiang Yubai felt for a fleeting moment that this was indeed the true essence of the president of the Celestial Academy of Warriors. Lu Guanyu, seething with anger, pointed at Ian Haiji, his finger trembling. He was the man closest to Shan Wenrui, yet he felt powerless. Ian Haiji had already paid his gold coins. Dongfang Yingyu, with a stern visage, gestured disapprovingly, truly shameless. Shovel resting on his other shoulder, Shi Wanchuan observed the liberated Ian Haiji, shaking his head in disbelief. The old gambler would never change his ways. Shan Wenrui remarked with a hint of sarcasm, reluctantly releasing Jiang Yubai. Song Xiaohan was taken aback, as Ian Haiji's actions further shattered his preconceived notions, solidifying his resolve to join the Defense Academy. Luo Ziwei's reaction was less pronounced, clearly having witnessed Ian Haiji in such a state before, yet it was still somewhat difficult for her to behold. She shifted her gaze towards the colorful egg lottery machine, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment, sparkling with brilliance. As the gold coins were consumed by the bronze scales, a sinister laughter emanated from the holographic screen above. "Are you wagering on luck or on your life?" Ian Haiji's bloodshot eyes gleamed with excitement. Upon hearing this, he laughed heartily, exuding confidence. "Luck and life, I, the gambler god, shall accompany you to the end." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a blurry visage appeared on the holographic screen. "What are we waiting for? Let's begin. Remember, greed is the finest fuel for the golden eggs." The face revealed a mocking, derisive smile before gradually fading away. Jiang Yubai was taken aback, surprised by the interactive dialogue. What were the triggering conditions? An old gambler. This is intriguing. I like it. Ian Haiji was now even more elated. Just as he finished speaking, he was unexpectedly kicked by Dongfang Yingyu, causing him to stagger. Dongfang Yingyu, looking fierce, gestured emphatically. "Enough chatter. Smash it already. Old gambler, I wish you a perfect strike." Ian Haiji, unperturbed by Dongfang Yingyu's aggression, steadied himself and closed his eyes. Then, before the watchful eyes of all, he pinched his left ear with his left hand, raised the colorful hammer with his right hand towards the sky, and began to spin in place. One circle Jiang Yubai. "Huh? Song Xiaoan, huh? Luo Ziwei. The 5 deans." Shan Wenrui's eyes widened, her eyelids twitching, as she exclaimed, "Old gambler, what are you doing?" Ian Haiji did not respond immediately. After spinning 3 times, his body swayed, and his hammer pointed towards a golden egg. At that moment, he replied in a calm tone, unhurried, "This is esotericism, the destiny finger." Jiang Yubai could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. After speaking, Ian Haiji slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the curious and bewildered faces of the crowd. In a tone laden with profundity, he proclaimed, "Probability is cold, but choice is fervent. You do not comprehend." As his words lingered in the air, he swung his hammer down upon the golden egg indicated by the Destiny's finger. The onlookers followed the trajectory of the shimmering hammer with bated breath. A dull thud echoed. The golden egg lost its luster, revealing embossed, gilded characters. Empty. Clap, clap, clap. Dongfang Yingyu, with an impassive expression, began to applaud. Suddenly, Shan Wenrui erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I can't contain myself. Ha ha ha." Lu Guanyu gave Ian Haiji a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Director Ian, you are remarkable." It was a flurry of actions as swift as a tiger. Shi Wanchuan shook his head in disbelief. Song Xiaohan was left utterly confounded. Who would have thought that smashing a golden egg could involve such esoteric maneuvers? Amidst the crowd's mockery and derision, Ian Haiji remained composed and unperturbed as he surveyed the now colored golden egg. Surprisingly, he had not succeeded. This piqued his interest. His gaze shifted to the first golden egg once more, and he brought down his hammer with decisive force. Another dull thud resonated. The second strike met with emptiness. Observing this, Shan Wenrui retracted her laughter, questioning with a mix of confusion and derision. You yourself mentioned that decisiveness leads to failure. Yet you persist with such certainty, no wonder you missed. In Haiji said nothing, producing another 100,000 gold coins. As the coins were consumed by the balance, he swung his colorful hammer without hesitation. He targeted the first golden egg again. The gilded characters re-emerged on the eggshell, empty, witnessing yet another failure. In Haiji did not display any signs of disappointment. Rather, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He produced another 100,000 gold coins and, without a moment's contemplation, swung his hammer for the fourth time. This time, however, he aimed for the second golden egg. Empty. Seeing this, In Haiji's eyes gleamed once more. He swiftly exchanged coins and immediately swung his fifth hammer, striking the third golden egg. The result was yet another empty thud. He continued without pause, drawing fourth coins and striking the sixth hammer upon the fifth golden egg, which produced another dull sound. From the first to the sixth strike, In Haiji's movements were fluid and seamless, as if rehearsed countless times, taking less than 10 seconds in total. Jiang Yubai noted that the sparkle in In Haiji's eyes had intensified, radiating enthusiasm. Just as In Haiji prepared to produce more coins, Lu Guanyu intercepted him. Is there a rationale behind your actions? In Haiji nodded, a confident smile gracing his unkempt face. This is one of the methods I have distilled from a century of gambling, known as the 7 stars of the sun betting technique. Lu Guanyu's lips twitched in amusement as he inquired, what does that entail? As he continued to place coins, In Haiji explained, according to the sequence 11235813, when striking the eggs, the probability of hitting the 7th golden egg exceeds 99. Remember, while the golden eggs may deceive, numbers remain steadfast. Huh, Shan Wenrui scoffed. Smashing a golden egg, and you have an entire system for it. Sure, Wanchuan chuckled. It seems even gambling can yield wisdom. Only you, the old gambler, can achieve such a feat. Dongfang Yingyu gestured. There are quite a few flashy maneuvers. Hurry and strike. In Haiji wielded the 7th hammer, bringing it down for the 3rd time upon the first golden egg. Song Xiaohan narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself, still empty. Could it truly be effective? Jiang Yubai smiled softly. Before the lottery master, all actions are but illusions. Only luck remains genuine. Huh. In Haiji expressed his exhilaration, his eyes gleaming brightly. Slightly agitated as he proclaimed, based on past experiences, having lost the previous 6 times, the last attempt is bound to succeed. The other 4 deans cast suspicious glances at In Haiji. The first 2 had succeeded, with Shi Wanchuan hitting on the first strike, while Shan Wenrui required 4 attempts. Now, In Haiji had already struck 7 times. Lu Guanyu stroked his significantly thinned goatee, pondering if this strike could indeed hit the mark. Shan Wenrui scoffed. Even if it does hit, it will surely be a purple reward. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, In Haiji swung the colorful hammer, delivering the final blow of the 7 stars betting method. And then he was left in a daze. Chapter 77. A little intoxicated, quite intoxicated, extremely intoxicated. Following a muffled thud, gilded characters in an ancient script gradually emerged. Void. In Haiji stood frozen, incredulously gazing at the colorful hammer in his hand. He Jester's face materialized on the holographic screen, emitting a series of derisive laughs. Clap, clap, clap. Dongfang Yingyu applauded once more for In Haiji's spectacular performance. Clap, clap, clap. Shan Wenrui also joined in, clapping while shaking her head, seemingly savoring In Haiji's earlier stunning display. Haha, what a remarkable probability of over 99 a hit. Shi Wanchuan wore a simple smile. Director In, after 8 strikes, not even a hair was seen, he remarked. Lu Guanyu patted In Haiji on the shoulder, grinning as he inquired, are you aiming for a guaranteed outcome? Song Xiaohan's shoulders trembled, stifling laughter, afraid to make a sound. Even Luo Ziwei found it hard to suppress a chuckle this time. Jiang Yubai observed the vanishing jester on the holographic screen, deep in thought. Ignoring the sardonic remarks from the crowd, In Haiji suddenly smiled after a brief silence, shifting the hammer to his left hand. It seems I need to take this more seriously. Dongfang Yingyu shook her head, gesturing mysterious confidence. After spending 900,000 gold coins, In Haiji, seizing an opportunity when Shi Wanchuan was distracted, rubbed his right hand against Shi Wanchuan's. Song Xiaohan gasped. Shi Wanchuan's expression darkened, disdainfully shaking off his hand. Lu Guanyu, startled, took a few steps back, exclaiming, "Please, don't tell me this is another betting method." In Haiji switched the colorful hammer back to his right hand, nodding lightly at the disdainful expressions of the crowd. Indeed, this is the fortune transfer technique, Jiang Yubai. In Haiji continued. The fact that director Shi hit on his first try indicates that his luck is quite fortunate today. In the gambling, betting circles, the luck of a lucky person can be borrowed. Just a little luck to strike again, nothing wrong with that. Luo Ziwei, somehow impressive. The theory is sound. Hurry and strike. Who knows, the governor and deputy governor might soon arrange for us to receive guests. Lu Guanyu could not help but urge. In Haiji's gaze fell upon the fourth golden egg. Among the 7 golden eggs, this was the only one he had yet to strike. Let me have it. With one swing, he struck. Void. In Haiji fell silent. Jiang Yubai was silent, and everyone else was silent. Not a single hit. Hiss. Feeling a bit intoxicated, Shan Wenrui crossed her arms, nonchalantly asking, In the gambling god, are you not up to par? In Haiji took a deep breath. Do not rush. The previous 3 betting methods were merely warm-ups. Now that the warm-up is complete, this gambling god shall demonstrate true skill. Shi Wanchuan chuckled. Dongfang Yingyu imitated Shan Wenrui's pose. Pouting slightly, you all, seeing this, In Haiji shook his head, helplessly stating, You are not from the betting circles. So you do not understand the value of the 3 betting methods I just used. You simply do not comprehend. Ah, yes, we do not understand. Lu Guanyu chuckled softly, encouraging, Please continue your performance. Song Xiaoan gazed at the golden stream formed by 100,000 gold coins, unable to resist wiping the corner of his mouth. 1,000,000 gold coins, and he didn't even blink. Truly outrageous. After settling the payment, In Haiji closed his eyes, brought his hands together in prayer, and murmured, This time it must be empty. This time it must be empty. This time it must be empty. Upon witnessing this, Song Xiaohan almost blurted out, A reverse jinx? In Haiji opened his eyes, lowered his hands, and looked at Song Xiaohan with surprise. You know about reverse jinxes? It seems we are kindred spirits. Which academy do you belong to? Luo Ziwei replied, Director In, this is Song Xiaoan, a freshman of this year and a friend of Xiao Bai, who came here with him. Friend of Jiang Yubai? Lu Guanyu's eyes immediately brightened. Shi Wanchuan began to scrutinize Song Xiaohan from head to toe. Dongfang Yingyu silently noted down this name. In Haiji regarded Song Xiaohan with newfound interest. Suddenly, being the focus of 5 formidable beings, Song Xiaohan felt an immense pressure and hurriedly smiled, bowing, I am Song Xiaohan, honored to meet the 5 esteemed directors. When Luo Ziwei and Song Xiaohan entered, their attention was captivated by Shan Wenrui's lottery, and they paid little regard to Song Xiaohan. However, at this moment, aside from Shan Wenrui, who was aware of Song Xiaohan's profession, the other 4 directors had shifted their attention towards him. If they could not secure Jiang Yubai, they would gladly settle for Song Xiaohan instead. After all, the favor shown by Jiang Yubai, being a close friend, could lead to a few additional spins on the lottery wheel. The Xianyin Shield Warrior is both a defensive and a warrior profession. Jiang Yubai's gaze shifted between In Haiji and Shi Wanchuan, contemplating that his adopted son would most likely choose the Warrior Academy. Old gambler, stop dawdling and strike it already. Shan Wenrui's remark brought everyone's focus back to smashing the golden egg. In Haiji returned his gaze to the first golden egg and struck down with the 10th hammer. Still empty. Hey. 10 strikes and still nothing. Might as well go home and sell fish. The electronic voice of the clown mockingly elongated its tone, and a score of 0 appeared on the holographic screen. In Haiji bit his lip, deepening the lines of worry on his face. Director In, stop with the mysticism. Shan Wenrui shook her head. Perhaps it's time to retire your gambling theories. I concur with Director Shan's perspective. Sure, Wanchon nodded, chuckling. Director Een, it appears your approach to gambling is somewhat out of place with this lottery machine. The phrase out of place made Een Haiji raise an eyebrow, forcing a stiff smile, and retorted, what do you know? The probability of hitting a reverse jinx on the first try is low. There are still 6 more chances left. And I'm certain I will hit something. Lu Guanyu scoffed at Een Haiji's words. Dongfang Yingyu gestured. Your mouth is tougher than a legendary artifact, Director Een. Have you mastered the art of verbal fortitude? Jiang Yubai remained silent as Een Haiji continued to shower coins into the machine. The direction of the toxic milk struck again. The second golden egg shattered, yet it was empty. The toxic milk struck once more. The third golden egg met the same fate. Empty. Again, the fourth egg was cracked. And still nothing. Een Haiji's left eye began to twitch intermittently. The consecutive failures of the toxic milk left him in a state of agitation. His throat emitted a deep, hoarse voice. I refuse to believe it. Let's try again. The fourth attempt yielded nothing. After the fifth attempt, with the toxic milk reversing its fortune, Een Haiji raised his hammer above his head as if in prayer and brought it down with great force. Still empty. Gritting his teeth in determination, he declared, once more, this time, it must be successful. Yet again, it was empty. Empty. After 7 consecutive failures with the toxic milk, Een Haiji's legs began to shake erratically, akin to the rhythm of a sewing machine. Impossible. I have navigated the gambling halls for a century. How could the reverse toxic milk fail to hit at least once in 7 tries? Song Xiaoan observed Een Haiji's state and murmured softly, he is clearly losing his grip. Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. Indeed, and it is quite severe. Chapter 78, The Last Dignity of a Gambler. Dear old gambler, it's simply impossible. Shan Wenrui gently patted Jiang Yubai's shoulder, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. This is the colorful egg lottery machine of our dear little brother Xiaobai. One that your tricks cannot match. There's no need to struggle. Indeed, Lu Guanyu chimed in, his eagerness palpable as he longed to smash the golden eggs. Director Een, your luck today seems to be less than stellar. Perhaps it would be best if the esteemed Director Dong and I took our turn. Our fortunes are surely superior to yours. After the second round, your luck should improve. Dong Yingyu nodded vigorously in agreement, gesturing if you can't break it. Don't force it. It will only lead to your own humiliation. Quite right. You've already attempted 17 times. Perhaps it's time for a break, Sure Wanchuan advised. At that moment, Een Haiji was beyond reason, his gaze fixated on the 7 golden eggs, his bloodshot eyes betraying his obsession. The reverse toxic gambling method fails. But this gambling god possesses other strategies. I refuse to believe I cannot succeed. Once more, with a low growl from Een Haiji. 100,000 gold coins vanished into the balance. He extended his left hand, seizing the final coin and casting it skyward, chanting fervently, only true randomness can break the deadlock. Chaos is the highest order. The coin rose and fell, and as it landed in Een Haiji's palm, it revealed the reverse side. With fervor, he struck the 7th golden egg. The rainbow light dissipated, and the egg lost its luster, revealing emptiness within. Een Haiji clenched his fist, the coin disintegrating into dust through his fingers. Observing this, Jiang Yubai understood that Een Haiji was on the brink of madness. Before Shan Wenrui and Lu Guanyu could voice their concerns, Een Haiji once again paid the gold coins and executed an action that made Jiang Yubai's temples throb. He bit to the tip of his right index finger. So you think I cannot succeed? Een Haiji declared, letting his blood drip onto the 3rd golden egg. Yet, the blood mysteriously passed through the egg and the crystal pedestal, falling to the ground. Ignoring this, he growled, you're forcing me to utilize my ultimate blood sacrifice luck opening method. Aren't you? Only through blood can one see gold. I refuse to believe I will fail this time. Lu Guanyu's eyes widened in shock as he exchanged glances with Shi Wanchuan. This old gambler has truly lost his mind. Shan Wenrui shook her head. Jiang Yubai was equally astonished that Een Haiji would go to such extremes. What if, perhaps the minimum guarantee will finally allow him to succeed? He sighed. Well, even a gambler has their dignity. Een Haiji continued to let his blood drip, for a full minute before he finally paused. Grasping the colorful hammer once more, he inhaled deeply, his gaze fierce, and struck down with force. A dull thud echoed through the air. On the holographic screen, the clownish visage reappeared, mocking, "With all your blood drained, you still cannot succeed? Your luck must be a hereditary curse." The mechanical voice of the clown elongated in a mocking tone. An animation effect of a chief certification suddenly appeared on the screen. "Give it up, you jinx! Jiang Yubai." The crowd. In Haiji let out a sudden, hysterical roar. "Give up. Absolutely impossible. I will turn the tables. I shall make a stunning comeback." A mountain of gold appeared behind In Haiji, countless coins surging like a relentless tide, submerging the colorful golden egg lottery machine. This scene left everyone in awe. In Haiji gazed intently at the colorful golden egg lottery machine, a suppressed yet frenzied chuckle escaping his lips. A method? Merely an excuse for a gambler. He slowly lifted the colorful hammer. The true victor has always believed in but one thing. Then, with a mighty swing, he struck. Life. In Haiji entered a frenzied smashing mode. Once empty, twice empty, 10 times empty, 20 times empty. Lu Guanyu stared in disbelief. This old gambler is truly aiming for the minimum guarantee. Shi Wanchuan clicked his tongue. What luck! How many days has it been since he washed his hands? Shan Wenrui watched as the hammers fell one after another. Astonished. Gamblers. Truly insane. Song Xiaohan looked on, dumbfounded, while Luo Ziwei's beautiful eyes quivered slightly. Jiang Yubai, astonished by In Haiji's madness, couldn't he help but lament. This gambling god was indeed having a streak of bad luck today. After dozens of attempts, he had yet to hit a single egg. Once more. A hoarse voice squeezed through In Haiji's clenched teeth. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, revealing a nearly deranged grin. As the hammer struck for the 50th time, several lines of text suddenly appeared on the holographic screen. Colorful golden egg lottery machine. Mode. Random rewards. Current consumption. 5 million coins. Minimum guarantee progress. 5100 In Haiji. Oblivious to the guarantee information, continued his relentless strikes. Before the previous golden egg had even regained its color, the next hammer fell. Minimum guarantee progress. 6100. Minimum guarantee progress. 73100. Suddenly, Shi Wanchuan seemed to sense something, turning around. After a moment of surprise, he quickly bowed. Director. Upon hearing this, Lu Guanyu also noticed that Helian Huangsheng had returned at some point and hurriedly bowed. Director. Helian Huangsheng waved his hand, his gaze curiously fixed on the colorful golden egg lottery machine. This reminded him of lottery wheels and mystery box lottery machines. Lu Guanyu promptly replied. This is the third skill effect Jiang obtained after reaching level 101, called Colorful Golden Egg Lottery Machine. Colorful Golden Egg Lottery Machine. Helian Huangsheng nodded slowly. Suddenly realizing, he asked Lu Guanyu in astonishment. What did you say? Jiang Xiaozai ascended to level 101. Lu Guanyu nodded, still feeling incredulous. Helian Huangsheng turned his gaze towards the exceptionally handsome youth, a look of delight spreading across his face as he exclaimed, in less than 3 days, you've achieved a second promotion. Splendid. Our deputy mansion head has indeed taken on a remarkable disciple. Even though he was aware of Jiang Yubai's method of leveling up, he still found it somewhat unfathomable. Jiang Yubai's rate of advancement surpassed that of other naturally gifted individuals by a considerable margin. Helian Huangsheng's attention returned to the colorful egg-laying lottery machine. Upon glimpsing the information panel, his eyes gleamed with an intensity akin to tangible brilliance. What? A 0.5 chance for a divine level reward. A tempest of emotions surged within him as he immediately inquired, what did Director Yin strike? Shi Wanchuan pointed at the holographic screen above and shook his head, saying, Director Yin's luck is abysmal. He hasn't even hit the minimum guarantee. Helian Huangsheng, is he truly this unfortunate? Lu Guanyu and Shi Wanchuan nodded in agreement. In Haiji came to a halt, his pupils constricting violently, his cheeks twitching as though struck by an invisible current. Yet, the brightness in his gaze was terrifying. It was a peculiar obsession characteristic of gamblers. Teetering on the brink of despair, yet strikingly lucid, he gazed at the holographic screen, Minimum guarantee progress. 99,199 attempts. He extended his tongue to moisten his cracked lips, his voice rasping like rusty gears grinding together. Well, this is truly something. Jiang Yubai could scarcely bear to witness it, silently thinking, with this luck, if the minimum guarantee yields another purple, Director Yin might very well devour someone. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to compensate Yin Haiji by using the daily designated win. Reaching level 101 meant that, akin to other practitioners achieving their second promotion, the minimum guarantee for a designated win would be a blue reward. With only one last strike remaining to reach the guarantee, everyone maintained a hushed anticipation. Yin Haiji's right hand, gripping the hammer, suddenly bulged with veins. He slowly raised his trembling arm, the hammer tracing a wild arc in the air. The final strike. His pupils contracted to pinpricks, and he squeezed out a blood-curdling shout through clenched teeth. "Give me a red." At the moment the colorful hammer struck the golden egg, Jiang Yubai activated the designated win. Crack, crack, crack. The golden egg emitted the sound of shattering, golden fissures appearing on its surface. Streams of blood-red light burst forth from the cracks. Chapter 79. The Heavenly Game Master. The stars conceal the sky. Jiang Yubai's pupils suddenly contracted, astonished and incredulous as he gazed upon the clusters of slender crimson light. Crimson, a divine-level reward. Yin Haiji, unexpectedly, had achieved a red outcome. Was this the effect of the double guarantee? Crack, crack, crack. Delicate golden fissures frantically spread across the surface of the golden egg, resembling a spider's web swiftly engulfing the entire shell. Within each crevice, a faint crimson glow shimmered, as if a blood sun was imprisoned within, poised for eruption. Bang! The first fragment of the eggshell shattered and flew apart. In an instant, boom! A blinding crimson beam erupted from the breach as if a volcano had exploded, instantly tearing the golden egg into countless golden specks of light. Countless crimson streams surged within the beam like living creatures, the intense fluctuations causing the surrounding air to emit a burdensome hum. Silence. An utter silence. The onlookers were left speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief. Yin Haiji stood rigid, his bloodshot eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His lips trembled, yet no words escaped his mouth. He was frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Did I truly just obtain a divine-level reward? To one side, Lu Guanyu's beard was blown straight by the chaotic energy, his face flushed with astonishment as he stared at the soaring crimson beam, muttering incredulously, "Good heavens! This old gambler has actually produced a divine-level reward." Sure Wanshan's honest visage twisted into an expression of disbelief, unable to resist taking a few steps forward, cracking the ground beneath him into spiderweb-like fissures. Shan Wenrui's lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her expression akin to having seen a ghost. This defies logic. After 99 failed attempts and 100 guarantees, how could it yield a red outcome? It is utterly irrational. In Luo Ziwei's obsidian-like eyes, the crimson glow was reflected, her delicate hand instinctively covering her cherry lips. Oh my. Beside her, Song Xiaoan's legs buckled, causing him to kneel on the ground. His mouth agape, as if to accommodate an entire egg, exclaiming in astonishment, "Adoptive father, this is no lottery machine. It is clearly a divine creation machine." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. The lottery wheel, lucky blind box lottery machine, and this colorful golden egg lottery machine were, indeed, a divine creation machine. Jiang Yubai gazed at the beam, his eyes filled with profound anticipation. The crimson beam, as thick as a man's waist, shot skyward, piercing the heavens and stirring the winds and clouds in all directions, manifesting an extraordinary phenomenon. In the next moment, the holographic screen at the top exploded with a resounding crash. The once mocking jester's face was instantly crushed. In its place, brilliant golden red streams coalesced in the void, forming massive gilded characters. "Congratulations to the European Emperor. The divine level has appeared." At the base of the beam, the golden egg completely shattered, revealing a slowly rotating crimson orb within. Its surface flowed with energy waves akin to liquid flames, and the space within 3 inches of the luminous sphere exhibited a bizarre distortion. As the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, a figure ascended to the heavens. Helian Huangxing's expression turned grave. He had never anticipated that Yin Haiji, known for his habitual losses in gambling, would secure a guaranteed victory. Even more surprising was the emergence of a divine-grade reward, accompanied by an extraordinary phenomenon. Such intense fluctuations must have been felt by Gonyang Ryu and Sang Fanji. This is troublesome. Floating in midair, 3 black chess pieces erupted from Helian Huangxing's chest, spiraling around a crimson light pillar as they ascended. The moment these pieces took flight, they expanded dramatically, transforming into colossal forms. Radiating like celestial bodies, the 3 black pieces morphed into 3 resplendent stars, vanishing into the heights almost instantaneously. In the hazy distance, a phantom chessboard loomed in the sky. In the next moment, the crimson light pillar abruptly disappeared without a trace. Within the Danyang Star Palace, Vice Minister Sang and Gonyang Ryu exchanged glances. Gonyang Ryu remarked with a smile, "With the unsealing of the Void Clan, a new battlefield has emerged beyond our realm. The pressure on my stellar mercenaries at the front has increased significantly. When will this year's batch of students from your academy deploy?" Sang Fanji, fingers brushing the heavenly mechanism compass, closed his eyes and replied slowly, "When the time comes, we shall depart." Beside them, Lu Qingtsong sensed an unusual tone and inquired, "General Gonyang, do you mean to say that this batch of graduates from our human academies will be deployed to the outer battlefield ahead of schedule?" Gonyang Ryu nodded, his expression turning serious. The 2 battlefronts were not far apart, and there were subtle signs of an alliance between the stellar demons and the void beasts, a situation that required vigilance. Lu Qingsong's countenance also turned grave. The annual deployment of graduates to the outer battlefield was merely a rite of passage. Sang Fanji half opened his eyes, looking at Gonyang Ryu. Was this a call for these young ones to join the fray? Gonyang Ryu raised his right leg to rest upon the chair, affirming, "The outer battlefield is the first line of defense for our human realm, and it is of utmost importance. We cannot afford any." His voice faltered abruptly as he cast a sudden glance towards the palace's exterior. Sang Fanji's eyes flew wide open, and he turned to look outside. There, not far from the palace, a crimson light pillar connected heaven and earth. Lu Qingtsong stood up, astonished by the radiant light. Such profound fluctuations could only mean. With a whoosh, a figure burst forth from the palace. Gonyang Ryu squinted, fixated on the blood-red light pillar, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Sang Fanji and Lu Qingtsong also exited the palace, gazing upward. A youth clad in a silver robe, adorned with golden divine patterns on his brow, stepped out and surveyed the scene. In the teleportation square, Yue gazed towards the distant crimson light pillar, her expression shifting abruptly. It was in the direction of Ziwei No. 1 Academy. The crimson hue indicated a divine-grade reward. Just then, a man emerged from the teleportation passage, each step exuding an imposing presence. He was tall, dressed in a black and gold battle attire, with a 5-clawed golden dragon emblazoned on his chest, subtly radiating divine energy. The middle-aged man's countenance was stern, his thick brows arching as his piercing gaze fixed upon the distant crimson light pillar, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his dark eyes. Upon encountering the suddenly vanished beam of light, the man's brow subtly arched, contemplating the remarkable fact that even the esteemed Lian Huangsheng, a master of celestial strategy, had deployed the technique known as Starry Veil. What then could this crimson pillar signify? Yu observed the middle-aged man's gaze fixated on the location where the light had dissipated, and a fleeting hint of tension crossed her countenance. She had previously encountered President Fu. Fu Jiuxian withdrew his gaze, his stern visage revealing a hint of a smile. "Deputy Prefect Yu. And where is Prefect Lian? The prefect has matters to attend to, and has requested that I wait here," Yu explained. "President Fu, please accompany me to the Danyang Star Hall. Commander Gonyang and Deputy Prefect Sang have already arrived." "Oh, they have come rather promptly. Then let us proceed." Fu Jiuxian nodded, casting one last glance at the spot where the crimson pillar had vanished before striding forward with purpose. Chapter 80. Illusions of 1,000 Forms. Helian Huangsheng descended slowly from the heights, approaching the colorful golden egg lottery machine. gazing at the gradually rotating crimson orb, a flicker of astonishment resurfacing in his eyes. He glanced at Enhaiji, still somewhat incredulous. A mere 0.5 chance. Could it truly have yielded results? This self-proclaimed gambling deity, the Dean, had always lost 9 out of 10 times. As the extraordinary event was obscured, the crowd gradually regained their composure, yet remained fixated on the red orb in silence. Suddenly, an unrestrained laugh erupted. It's true. Ha ha ha. I have actually struck the divine reward. Ha ha ha. Enhaiji's manic laughter echoed through the courtyard, tinged with a frenzied rasp. His body trembled with overwhelming excitement, his bloodshot eyes brimming with ecstasy and exhilaration. Did you see that? He abruptly turned, his trembling finger pointing at the crowd. His voice cracking from sheer thrill. What did I say? Fate. This is fate. Ha ha ha. Guaranteed to yield red. Divine reward. Was a miraculous comeback. This is a miraculous comeback. Ha ha ha. Enhaiji's smile was a mixture of euphoric joy, relief, and a hint of morbid obsession. The frustrations from 99 previous failures transformed into twisted exhilaration in that moment. 9 losses out of 10? Nonsense. He vigorously wiped his face, his palms smeared with liquid that was indistinguishable as either sweat or tears. All I need is to win once. Just once. Ha ha. A familiar laughter echoed once more. The clown's face contorted on the screen, its mouth stretching nearly to the roots of its ears, revealing a grin of bone-white teeth. Congratulations. You lucky fool. Its electronic voice elongated in a mocking tone, crimson pupils glinting with derision. 99 strikes in a thin air, and the final strike yield a divine reward. The clown exaggeratedly spread its arms wide, the holographic screen erupting with a cascade of mocking fireworks. But do you think this is the limit? Suddenly, its face leaned closer to the screen, almost touching the onlookers, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. In the random reward mode, only gold is at stake. In the combo mode, what is at stake is life. The clown's pupils shrank to pinprick size, erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha ha. Every Saturday and Sunday at noon, the combo mode opens for a limited time. You, and all of you, are you ready to wager your lives? As the laughter gradually faded, the clown's visage vanished. All returned to tranquility. Saturday, Sunday combo mode. Enhaiji abruptly lifted his gaze to the holographic screen, which had reformed without his notice, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with a terrifying clarity. Wagering lives? Very well. I, the gambling deity, accept your challenge. Wagering lives? Combo mode. Lu Guanyu's eyes flickered with curiosity and confusion, instinctively stroking his beard, suddenly caught in a moment of astonishment. He lowered his head and was astonished to find himself clutching a handful of beard. Upon glancing at his chin, he noticed that the once thick and lush goat beard had become sparse, leaving hardly any strands behind. Lu Guanyu's lips trembled, and a profound sense of heartache washed over his face. How could he have merely glanced at the golden egg and ended up with a plucked goat beard? The most crucial aspect was that he hadn't even laid a finger on the colorful hammer. To think there were other modes. Sure, Wanchuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he mused. The random reward mode could yield divine rewards solely with gold coins, while the combo mode would surely increase the odds of hitting the jackpot. His heart burned with excitement as he glanced at Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai, a veritable human machine of divine creation. Enough of the lamentation. It was time to seize the moment and discover what rewards awaited. A sharp reprimand from Hellion Huangxing instantly transformed Enhaiji from a seasoned gambler to the role of the academy director. Without hesitation, Enhaiji reached for the crimson orb of light. The onlookers instinctively held their breath. As Enhaiji's hand made contact with the orb, it suddenly burst apart. Congratulations! You have acquired the auxiliary low-tier divine skill Thousand Faces Shadow. Simultaneously, a prompt appeared before Jiang Yubai. Passive the house always wins activated, granting you the auxiliary mid-tier divine skill illusion of 1,000 forms. Divine skills indeed. Jiang Yubai's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, a wave of uncontainable excitement surging within him. He lacked nothing in terms of equipment, weapons, or companions. What he desperately needed were divine skills. And here they were. Previously, he had little understanding of divine skills, but now he surmised that they must be classified in the same manner as divine professionals: low tier, mid-tier, high tier, and perfected. However, why had his divine pet not leveled up despite the 100-fold reward? Jiang Yubai grinned. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development, and he could delve into the details later. Eagerly, he learned the divine skill from the tome in his backpack. The divine skill book transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Truly, as an extraordinary class, this rank was invincible. Jiang Yubai immediately turned his attention to his class panel. Skill bar, 12 slots. Illusion of 1,000 forms. Active skill LV101, temporarily unavailable. Able to freely adjust height, physique, appearance, and racial traits, even simulating non-human characteristics, perfectly replicating details such as fingerprints, irises, and energy fluctuations. All detection skills below the super divine level, causal tracing, and soul detection will reveal a disguised outcome, including, but not limited to, prophecy, divination, the eye of truth, and fate manipulation, among others. Additional effects. Universal form. Capable of storing 9 complete identity templates simultaneously, allowing for one-click switching without reconstructing details. Illusory simulation. Can temporarily mimic the external effects of another's skills, lasting 9 seconds, but without actual power. Used for intimidation or confusion. Normal state disguise, non-combat, consumes 50 energy points per second, while combat state disguise consumes 100 energy points per second. Usable at level 300. Illusion of 1,000 forms a divine skill of disguise. Jiang Yubai's expression brightened once more. Feeling drowsy, he was pleasantly surprised when someone arrived with a pillow, a skill of intermediate rank. Jiang Yubai couldn't help but chuckle silently, having previously contemplated the potential of disguising himself with various skills or equipment. Although it was an auxiliary skill devoid of any offensive capability, it was undoubtedly one of the abilities he yearned for. An auxiliary divine skill? In Haiji's smile faltered. Ha ha ha, splendid. An exuberant laugh erupted from behind him. It was indeed an auxiliary divine skill. What a delightful surprise, Dinin. Your guaranteed outcome is commendable. Ha! Lu Guanyu instantly forgot his attachment to the goat beard, beaming with joy and astonishment. Dinin Yu, as a fallen madman, cannot learn auxiliary divine skills. Give it to me. Name your price in gold coins or other items. I'm open to negotiation. Sure, Wanchuan, Dongfang Yu. And Shan Wenrui looked at Lu Guanyu with envy and resentment. Not a chance. In Haiji retorted firmly, his face clouded with frustration.